I am a part-time custodian for the town that I live in, and I only work when I'm needed. I have pretty much worked at every school in the district, including the middle school that I attended. It's a fairly old school, built in the early 60s, and is actually being torn down in about a year to make room for the new middle school that will be replacing it. I love that school, and I never want to see it go, but it's kind of a dump. But every time I get the opportunity to go back and work there again, I always accept it. I have always been a firm believer in ghosts, and I've had a handful of experiences, but I've never experienced anything at that building before, until last winter. I was working a 3-night stint at the old middle school on the second floor, from about 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Quite frankly, I didn't need 7 hours to go about the nightly routine of cleaning, but I was fine with that. On the first night, I went about my business knowing I could pace myself, but I was still flying through my work. I'm not overly social when I work night shifts. I actually like them better because most people are gone by 5 p.m., and I can just have my headphones in and listen to music, podcasts, or whatever. It was probably about 5 p.m. when I was sweeping the classroom floors in the science wing. All of the doors were shut and locked, which is mandatory in the science wing, with the lights shut off in the rooms, meaning that all the teachers had gone home for the night. Now this detail is important. I have a system when it comes to cleaning rooms, and it's very simple. When I've done everything that needs to be done in a room, I shut the lights off in that room. But when I know that I have to go back into a room for whatever reason, whether it be a stain on the floor that needs to be mopped or a rug that needs to be vacuumed, I leave the lights on in that room as a reminder to circle back at some point. There was one room in that wing that needed a wet mop pretty badly, so I left the lights on and the door open, and I figured that when I was cleaning the bathroom floors in that wing later on, I would make a stop in that room and give it a quick mop. At this point, it's probably about 7 p.m., and I've just finished taking a break with my coworker Jeff, who works on the first floor. I go upstairs to my closet and gather my bathroom cleaning supplies. About 30 minutes later, I make my way back to the science wing to clean the bathrooms and that classroom floor. When I get down to the classroom, I notice that not only is the door shut with the lights off, but the door is locked. Now I know this wasn't me. I never close the classroom doors until I go around to shut the hallway lights off at the very end of the night, just in case I need to go back into a room. I'm also positive that no teachers were left in the building. I unlock the door and the lights are flipped in the off position, so I flip them back on. I immediately ran downstairs to ask Jeff if he had been in the science wing at all in the last hour, and he said no. I asked if there had been any teachers meeting in the main office or the teacher's lounge, and the answer was also no. I told him what happened, and he wasn't surprised at all, saying he thinks that building is haunted. We talked for another minute or two, and I went back upstairs to the classroom. And what do you know? The lights are off again. I always try to debunk every experience that I have, but I cannot for the life of me think of anything that would have caused these things to happen. It was the middle of December, and the building was always cold, so there were no windows open, and I made sure of that. I have no explanations for the light flipping off twice, and no explanation for the door locking on its own. I walk around the entire upstairs, looking in every classroom, trying to find any sign that some teachers could have still been in the building, but I found nothing. I went back to mop the classroom floor and finish the rest of my work for the night. Night 2 was uneventful, but night 3, in my opinion, was the most eventful. The whole night, I had this feeling of somebody watching me, and not your normal feeling of being watched, but more like I was being followed, especially once all of the faculty and students were gone. One could normally chalk this up to paranoia, but this feeling only worsened. I thought I heard footsteps around me a few times. Not heavy footsteps. They were more like light shuffling. I ended up back at the science wing bathrooms. Now these bathrooms are faculty only, and the doors are always shut. They both open just simply by pushing on the door. No knobs or levers to turn. But the women's room on the left doesn't normally shut all the way. It stays propped open on its own about half an inch, unless you forcefully pull it all the way closed. I always start with the men's room on the right. I go in and out of the boys' room a few times to grab things off my cart. At one point, I open the boys' room door and take 2 or 3 steps in, when suddenly the door to the girls' room slams shut. It wasn't just a normal slam. This was loud to the point where I jumped, and I don't scare easily. I go back into the hall and the door is all the way shut. I open the door to the girls' room, certain that nobody's actually in there, but just to be safe, I do my normal, "Hello, is anyone in there? Custodial needs to come in," with the door just cracked open. No response. I open the door fully, and both stalls are open and there's nobody inside. I lean back into the hallway and I shout for Jeff, thinking that he's somehow pulling a prank on me, slamming the door and then running into a nearby classroom or something. But then it occurred to me, these bathrooms are pretty far removed from any classrooms in both directions. If it was Jeff or a kid or anybody playing a prank, I would have seen them. A few seconds after shouting to whoever may have been listening, I swear I heard faint whispers. The problem was, I couldn't tell which direction they were coming from. It was like they were all around me. I asked them to speak up, and they suddenly went silent. I must have spent 10 minutes playing with that door, trying to figure out what could have caused it to slam so hard. There are no windows that could have blown it shut, and the only vent in the room is on the other side of the room, and it doesn't blow hard enough to move the door with that kind of force, if at all. I quickly finished my work in the bathrooms, and I swept the hallway floors so I could finish up for the night. Once I was finished, I took one final walk around to shut off any classroom lights and lock any doors that might have been left open. I also went to shut off the hallway lights. While doing this, I made sure that I did not have my headphones in. If something wanted my attention, I was going to make sure they got it. Nothing happened while I made my final rounds upstairs, so I went downstairs to find Jeff. I asked him about the bathroom door slamming and where he was around that time. He told me he was in the 6th grade classrooms by the kitchen, which is on the 1st floor and on the opposite side of the building. He also said that he had never experienced the bathroom door do anything weird before, but then again, he never really worked in the upstairs wings before. I walked with Jeff, talking to him about random stuff as he went around shutting off the lights. It's probably around 9:15 at this point. Yes, we were there a little late at this point, but we didn't really mind. As we made our way down near the music wing, something urged me to look back down the hall from which we'd come, so I did just that. I turned to look, and I still get chills and smile like a madman when I think about what I saw. I saw a dark gray transparent figure, shaped like a person, walking from left to right down the hall toward the gym. I immediately start running down the hall to try to see it again, but I played it off to Jeff like I thought I saw a real person and was going to direct them out of the building. But I know what I saw. There were no people in the building. There were no basketball practices, no extracurriculars going on that late, and there should have been absolutely nobody else in the building at all. I turn the corner and I don't see anybody. I check all the bathrooms, and there's no one. I checked farther down the hall around the corner, and there was nothing. I looked outside to the front plaza, but there wasn't a soul. No people, no cars, nothing. At this point, I honestly got teary-eyed, but not because I was upset or scared, because I was happy. To that point in my life, those were the most intense experiences I had ever had with the paranormal. I firmly believed that someone was trying to contact me over those 3 days. Jeff and I finished up and went home. I have since been back to that school a handful of times, but unfortunately, I have never had any truly great experiences like I did those 3 nights, other than the shadows that we all sometimes see out of the corners of our eyes, but who really knows for sure if those are spirits? They were nothing like the walking figure that I saw, so I chalked them up to my mind playing tricks on me. But like I said, who could be sure? The woman who normally works the upstairs wing of that school doesn't believe my stories. She's worked there for 11 years and says she's never experienced anything in that building before. But she's also one of the most closed-minded people I've ever met. She doesn't believe in ghosts and won't even ponder the idea of aliens or life outside of our planet. She says that I only saw what I wanted to see, and that my experience was what I wanted to experience. Quite frankly, I think that's bull. My theory is that since I was clearly interested in what the spirit or spirits were doing, given that I would spend significant amounts of time trying to debunk my experiences, they tried to keep my attention, almost like they were all starved for attention. I also think it's possible that since I was in a middle school, the spirit or spirits may have been those of middle school-aged kids, and they were probably just doing juvenile pranks to mess with me. When I called for the voices I was hearing, they went silent. Kind of like how students sometimes do when they get yelled at for talking during a test or something. It's all a theory, but I think those ideas make sense, and I hope that they make sense to whoever's hearing this. I know these aren't the scariest encounters, but they're very near and dear to me. Like I said, I've always believed in ghosts, and I've had some smaller encounters with what I believe were ghosts. But up until that point in my life, those were the most intense encounters I'd ever had. I've had some more encounters recently, some at another school that I believe is haunted, and maybe I'll tell those stories sometime. But for now, I'll leave it here. The Black Current by Ellis K. This happened in 2009, when I was stationed on an oceanographic vessel called the Vanguard, running under the U.S. Navy, but technically civilian operations. We were somewhere in the South Atlantic, northeast of Tristan da Cunha, the most isolated archipelago on Earth. Most people don't even realize there's a patch of open water that empty. We were running hydrophone arrays, miles of sensors tracing underwater sound frequencies for mapping thermocline changes. Routine work, no drama. The world above water was mild. Light swell, clear horizons, no storms on radar. Beneath us, the sonar showed standard layering. Cold bands sitting neatly under warm ones. Nothing to write home about. But at 1:47 one morning, all our sensors hit black simultaneously. Not malfunction, which gives error codes. This was nothing. Depth readings went from 3,890 meters to 0 flatline. It lasted 12 seconds before blinking back with no data loss, which shouldn't be physically possible. The ship's scientific lead, a woman named Dr. Haynes, let's say, said it could have been a temporary shadow, a sudden interruption of signal caused by unusual temperature layering. That's what we logged it as. But right after that, the seawater intakes started shaking. Every sensor in the hull picked up vibration in the line, the same pulse, measured at exactly 31 hertz. You can't hear that pitch. You feel it in your spinal cord. The sound went on for nearly 8 minutes. We shut down the array to check for cavitation. No leaks or damage, just that steady pulse through steel, like distant machinery running under the hull. At 3 o'clock sharp, it stopped completely, and the ocean around us went still. Ships talk to each other through noise. Engines, echo, propeller wash. The silence afterward was surgical. Even the creaks the hull makes when it shifts under stress were gone. It was like pressure itself shut off. I stepped outside with 2 others to check for nearby vessels, but visibility was perfect. Sea, horizon, stars, moon. The reflection on the water was too clean, like glass stretched for miles. The captain logged a position drift of 0.7 knots southwest, against current, wind, and thruster input. Said maybe the thermals underneath had shifted. That's when one of the hydrophone techs, Conklin, pointed out his monitor feed. He had a live graph of sound levels replaying. He'd reverse filtered the pulse we'd heard earlier. There was modulation inside it, a second faint tone pattern buried deep, like a voice you can't quite hear. He showed us the playback, which was way slowed down. It didn't sound like whales or vehicle interference. It pulsed regularly, 5 long, 1 short, over and over. The strangest part is that the intervals matched Morse structure. We wrote it down. Translated through Morse code, it said, "Move away." We laughed about it for an hour. It was too perfect to be real. Obvious coincidence. But as dawn broke, the water started to darken. Not a color shift like cloud shadow. Density. The sea turned opaque. Visibility dropped from blue to ash gray within 30 minutes. Sun overhead and no reflection. Just matte, lifeless surface. That's when the compass froze. Every instrument, magflux, rotor sensors, even the gyros, all sat steady. The vanguard stopped turning. It was like we'd been pinned in invisible molasses. You could feel vibration again, but weaker, irregular. The sound returned only through the hull. No echo or propagation through the air. It was like we were underwater, even though we were above it. The smell changed, too. Faint, metallic tang, sharper than rust. Some of the crew rubbed their eyes and said it stung like ozone. At 8:12, we caught a visual of something huge in the east. At first glance, I thought it was a storm front or cold fog line. Dark sheet stretching horizon to horizon. And then, I realized it was moving. The entire section of ocean ahead lifted higher than the surrounding water. A dome swell, rising without a wave break, tall enough that the binocular view showed curvature. It wasn't fluid behaving normally. Water should not contour itself like that. The chrome-like mirror finish across its surface made it look solid. The radio operator tried to hail anyone in range. There was no reception, not even static, like frequencies themselves just cut out. Dr. Haynes came out with a handheld recorder, shouting that she'd never seen differential compression waves like this before. The dome moved closer. Not fast, but steady, displacing the surface perfectly smoothly instead of breaking it. The shadow underneath swallowed sunlight as it drew near. At around a half-mile distance, everything electronic began to fail one by one. Not spark out, just went completely blank. The ship fell quiet, except for ventilation fans spinning mechanical speed. And then the temperature plunged. This was not like wind chill. The air dropped 15 degrees Celsius in under a minute. All of a sudden, we could see our breath. Through the telescope, that surge ahead rippled, and inside it were lights. Small ones, faint white at first, and then blue, and then violet. It looked like depth markers blinking up through layers. Only they weren't rising, they were descending. Thousands of them. As it passed parallel, the dome collapsed inward, and the vibration shot through the hole like a heartbeat. One of the engineers below decks swore he heard grinding voices through the conduit. I was topside, so I didn't hear that. But I heard the air, if that makes any sense. The atmosphere itself carried noise, but backwards, like echo without origin. Every metallic surface seemed to breathe sound. We drifted roughly 800 meters before propulsion came back. When we looked astern, the sea had calmed. Normal color, normal motion. The compass restored. GPS pinged new coordinates 42 miles east of our logged position. The captain ordered course north immediately, and nobody argued. Later that day, Dr. Haynes reviewed hydrophone backup data. The black period, the 12-second blank from earlier, registered again but twice as long. There was no silence. It was not an electronic baseline. There was no waveform. The software couldn't graph it. It treated it the same as non-existent data. It's like the equipment wasn't even in the world for that time frame. When she ran isolation filters on the second pulse, the signal repeated. Morse again. This one said, "Stay out." We returned to port after completing survey requirements, but the Navy shut our data out under NDA 2 weeks later, officially marked it as seismic misread. I'd have moved on, if not for something else that happened years later. A close friend of mine, Sarah, works geophysical surveillance for NOAA. She reached out this past April, asking if I had ever seen proximity interference tied to Station HC-11. When I checked, that coordinate was the same region our vessel had logged that blackout in. She sent me a private clip from one of their deep sensors, a 4,000-meter probe running broadband audio. The feed recorded a 31 hertz tone for 8 hours straight, nearly identical to what we heard that night, pulse for pulse. I told her what we had experienced. She didn't laugh or doubt me. She just said one thing before ending the call. It's active again. I haven't heard from her since. Sometimes I read about deep anomalies. The unexplained hums in Mariana, the bloop off Chile, the Julius sounds near Antarctica, patterns that people write off as caving ice or collapsing shelves. I believe them, up to a point. And then I think about the way the ocean looked that morning. The black density, the silence, the message embedded miles down that has now been shut down and privated and classified as a misread. Navy oceanographers later told me layers in thermocline structures can cause trapped acoustic reflections from our own sonar. But every manual I've read says that sound waves weaken through distance. That was not feedback. It was instruction. There's a stretch of ocean people cross that's empty on every map. No fisheries. No trade routes. Nobody questions why, because there's no real reason to go there. But when I look at global current modeling, that's exactly where major gyres overlap. Streams rotating in opposite directions, never mixing. I think about the phrase black current. It isn't about color. It's about boundaries. Something deep keeps a border drawn there. And every once in a while, we drift too close. The Silent Clearing by a now deleted user. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's call him Harry, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors. So he decided to take me on my first backpacking trip, just the 2 of us. For those who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to this point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car. Seeing grizzly country signs around every corner wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. The first incident. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, you're supposed to make noise so you don't startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in and almost at the top of the ascent when I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent, save for the rushing stream to our left. Silent woods are never a good sign. This usually indicates predators nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes, we hadn't said a word to each other, too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the same time, and gave each other knowing glances. I came up over the top of the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me, in the middle of the trail, was a grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet, as he was behind me, so I did the first thing I could think of. While still frozen, I flung my arm wildly behind me to get Harry's attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting to all fours, not looking away from us once. Harry quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he just started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly wasn't quite fazed, as it started to walk slowly toward us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. This bear was like 5 feet in front of us, when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, and it bolted toward the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. Harry said, "It's probably just some falling branches." But we both knew that wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail, trying to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and in that same moment, Harry stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we're not really sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large black or brown mass. It looked to be 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly we had seen just a few moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just... At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but that's exactly what we did. We were aware of heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. Harry was doing his best to console me. "Honey, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We're going to be okay. I'm sure that won't happen again." That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpacking trip. Not another hour later, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack. About a minute after we had sat down, I noticed bushes moving in a line toward the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush came this adolescent grizzly, who looked just as spooked as I'm sure we did. But he came straight for us. Harry, being the crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, bear spray at the ready. That did the trick, and the bear ran off. All I could think was, just my luck. But that wasn't even close to what happened the second night. Before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trails and routes we'd be planning to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you, to make sure everything is okay. There weren't many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We didn't see another person, not once. Not from the second that we were en route. However, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We had been following hoof prints the entire second day, and we hadn't seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boots, laces, and socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods, it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark out, and Harry was the only one with a working headlamp, as mine wouldn't even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to set up camp, as we still needed to eat. It was freezing, and the wind was blowing. It was creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear Harry or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be about 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being about 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. The place was strange, and we both felt it, though Harry didn't tell me how freaked out he was until after we had left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished from my pack. Half of the trees were dead or fallen, just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was very dense and healthy. To help alleviate my anxiety, Harry started playing Ninja Sex Party out of his portable speaker. This didn't help much, as it just echoed off the trees, creating a dissonance of sounds. He also thought that it would ward off any predators nearby. This is when we knew our anxiety was not paranoia. The silence was back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. It also may have had to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to turn the music off and head into the tent. Also, it was freezing. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Falling trees? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Thud. We both froze. That sound was not an echo. It came from inside the clearing. Definitely not a falling tree. Thud. It came from right outside our tent. We both stopped breathing. Harry's hand found mine, and we clung to each other, paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent wall, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I mouthed, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but I couldn't decipher what they were. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inward. At this point, whatever was outside knew we were inside, so I shined my flashlight at the side of the tent, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. Harry said, "F that," and pulled a Glock from his sleeping bag. He cocked it, and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back, and we heard fast footsteps heading toward the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave the tent till the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left in the fire, leaving a disgusting stench of evaporated urine. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. Well, we think it was mud, anyway. The takeaway: wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry. The Haunting of the Gemson Center by Broken Braces Galore. My friend Abby and I are huge fans of Marble Hornets, a YouTube series based on the Slender Man mythos. It started our friendship and led us to plan a trip down to Alabama, where the show is set. This past weekend, Abby picked me up, and we both started toward Tuscaloosa with the plan to explore several filming locations. She had found a list of different spots we could follow on Google Maps. So that's how we spent the majority of the day. We checked into a hotel about halfway through, ordered some lunch, and talked about where to hit next. During the drive down, she told me about some experiences she had at the Gemson Center. It's a building on a plot of land often mistaken for the old Bryce Hospital. Abby had visited the place before, with another friend and her dog, Peach. She told me about this entity called Little Cold. It's a spiritual presence they assume is a child, because the cold they felt only went up to their waists. They also had issues with it playing with their hair. Then there was Big Cold. Big Cold is a much larger force of cold energy, and Abby's friend immediately knew it wasn't friendly. Abby described the presence as feeling like something was pressing on your chest, an oppressive, suffocating sensation. The cold around Big Cold was more intense than Little Cold, and it ended up chasing them around the property before disappearing. Abby's friend also noted hearing what sounded like metal being dragged along the concrete ground. She warned me, "If you hear anything like that, tell me. We have to leave immediately if you do." She also mentioned that any photo she was in that her friend took had been corrupted. As we ate lunch, we talked about going to the center next. Abby pointed out that the sun was going down. She wanted to visit during the day first, to get a general feel for the place, since it had been a while since she last visited. We packed up flashlights, self-protection, a pocket knife for me and a silver knife for Abby, and a camcorder she ordered online. It was a cheap $20 camcorder from Amazon, and the charging was buggy, so we kept it plugged in whenever we were in the car. We started the drive from the hotel to the gates of the hospital campus and parked in the church parking lot, when Abby realized she'd forgotten the bag with everything packed. She suggested we go back to the hotel and return later when everything, phones, camera, etc., was fully charged, but offered to drive up the road to the Gemson Center to turn around. Now, one thing about the center is that it's in an abandoned building, with a yellow gate stretching across the road to keep cars out. In the past, Abby had to climb the fence to get to the buildings, and that's where she planned to turn around. As we drove, we saw a reflection in the headlights. "Is that a car?" Abby asked. As we got closer, we realized the gate was wide open. Though it was a little spooky, I chalked it up to some police officers patrolling the area, something I had read about in online forums. As we drove back to the hotel, Abby looked at me. "Did you feel that too?" she asked. I knew what she meant, the pressure on my chest as we got closer. I nodded, and we talked about it for a minute. Abby was pretty gleeful that I had experienced the presence of big cold. Once we got back to the hotel, Abby turned off the car, and the camcorder started bugging out. When the camcorder powers on, it plays a little jingle and has a welcome screen. When it turns off, the same thing happens, but it says, "Goodbye." When Abby turned her car off, I heard the jingle of the camera powering on. I thought maybe it was just bugging out from the car turning off, so I tried powering it off using the button on the side, but it wouldn't work. It kept showing welcome, then going to a black screen. It did that at least a dozen times before I finally pulled the battery out and it stopped. We stared at each other for a moment before heading inside. I pulled up Snapchat to tell one of my friends about it when Abby said, "Hey, what if that was Big Cold welcoming me back?" It was a horrifying thought, for sure. We still planned to go back around 9, but I was already feeling a little spooked. Nothing happened between when we got back and when we left again, but my nerves were still on edge. About 5 minutes from the campus, we saw a train driving down the tracks. Again, we parked in the church parking lot across from the driveway. I grabbed a flashlight and the camcorder, while Abby grabbed her bag and Peach, and we started walking toward the driveway. There are 2 brick walls on either side of the entrance that mark the start of the property line. As soon as we passed them, I felt that pressure on my chest return, but this time it was stronger. I looked at Abby, and she nodded, confirming that she felt it too. The presence felt menacing, like it wanted to hurt us, and it wanted us to know that. "Geez, that was immediate," I said nervously. "Yeah, that's what I felt the last time I was here," Abby replied. We crossed the railroad tracks when she suddenly froze. "We have to leave. Now," she demanded. I questioned it for a moment, but it didn't stop me from sprinting back to the car. We threw everything into the back seat and quickly hightailed it back to the hotel. Since we'd been using the camcorder all night, Abby started recording as she explained. "I realized something when we were crossing the tracks," she said. "He was luring us in. Didn't you feel the pressure kind of drawing back as we got closer?" I nodded. "When I stepped on those tracks, I realized in about 5 to 10 minutes, that train we saw earlier is going to cross them." I paled at the realization. He was trying to trap us in there with him? Abby nodded. She started explaining what she had told me earlier about Little Cold and Big Cold to the camera when it suddenly flashed the welcome screen again. When she realized what was happening, she grabbed her phone and filmed it. I suggested taking the battery out again, so she did. It still kept flashing welcome. We filmed that one too, though we muted the audio because all we were doing was cursing. After getting back to the hotel, I uploaded all of the videos we had taken that day to Abby's computer to edit them together. That's when I realized that the only video I'd taken of us on the hospital campus was corrupted on the SD card. Neither the computer nor the camcorder would play the video. After that, we were reasonably drained, but still made plans to go back in the morning. We had hoped that it would be safer in the daylight. We set alarms for 6 a.m., got up, went out for breakfast, and started getting ready to go back to the center. By the time we actually got there, it was around 7. Abby's car clock read almost 9, which I thought was strange. Since Alabama is an hour behind both of our usual time zones, the clock should have read around 8. It had fixed itself by the time we got back. When we got out and started heading down the campus driveway, I realized there was no pressure on my chest. "Big Cold doesn't know we're here," Abby said. "Yet." We started talking about the history of the center, and every once in a while Abby would break in with, "We're here respectfully, we just want to look around." Our first stop was an abandoned house a little ways down the road from the center. Abby brought wooden flowers to leave as a gift to Little Cold. Whether it was general empathy or something in the house, both of us were on the verge of tears as we left. She stopped me as we headed back to the center and pointed out a long brick building. "Big Cold's territory," she said, then grinned at me. "We'll explore that last." No we won't," I said. "If Big Cold hates you, then that's the last place you want to be right now." After dropping the conversation without actually resolving it, we finally entered the Gemson Center. I pulled out the camcorder and took a video, when I realized that the camcorder's battery had already dropped to 1 bar. I wasn't going to continuously record, so I put it away and only took it out when I wanted to get videos of cool spots. After a bit of exploring the inside, we went outside and started walking along the edge, because Abby wanted to show me a boarded-up cabin on the property. When she stopped, she said, "Did you hear that?" I strained my ears. It sounded like a car driving in the distance. That wasn't unusual, though, since the campus is just off of a big road. "Sounds like a car," I said, and she shook her head. "No, listen," she said. I listened again. The sound wasn't getting distant or close enough, fast enough to be a car. After a moment, I recognized the noise. Metal being dragged along a concrete floor. "We have to go now," I said, and we quickly started walking back to the church parking lot. Now, mind you, the driveway for the campus is about 1/4 of a mile long, so we had quite a bit to walk. "We're leaving," Abby said out loud when we both felt cold pressing against the smalls of our backs. It was at this point that I broke into a sprint, trying to carry a dog leash and a flashlight while running. Knowing Peach would follow us, I dropped the dog leash and ran as fast as I could. About halfway there, I had to stop because I have asthma and I couldn't run anymore without wheezing. Abby stopped too, but we kept walking fast. "We're leaving, we're getting out as fast as we can," she told Big Cold, "but the pressure is making it really hard." She was talking about the increasing pressure on our chests. As we ran, Abby reached for Peach's leash, and Peach tucked her tail between her legs, scurrying off a bit before returning to Abby. It was something Peach had never done. The cold started spreading to the rest of my back, and despite being in relatively warm clothing in warmish weather, I was almost shivering. Abby didn't feel it, only the cold on the small of her back. As soon as we passed the brick walls, the cold disappeared, and I looked at Abby. She looked pale. "I've never had something walk me out to the bricks before," she said as we started toward the car. "The gate maybe, but not the bricks." When we got back to the hotel, we both fell asleep until around 10. We got up, packed, and checked out. We started the drive back to my home state, where Abby would drop me off and start her drive back. About an hour from my house, Abby said, "I think something followed us." She explained she felt chills on the back of her neck, and that there was something else inside the car that wasn't us. Throughout the rest of the drive, we both felt touches on various places. Our arms, neck, and whatever it was even grabbed Abby's hair. When I got back to my house, we said goodbye, and she started back to her home state. Right now, she's still driving, but so far, she's had to pull over 3 times from drowsiness and lightheadedness. Another thing that came up, but I couldn't find a way to fit it in, is that whatever this big cold is, it's powerful. Any photo we have of him, if either of us just looks at it, it gives us this cold feeling all along our backs. The Shrieking Banshee of Mississippi by Ostentatious Bird Call 47. Obligatory statement here that I don't know if I believe in the supernatural. I've always had a bit of a difficult relationship with all things spiritual. If it can't be double-blind, peer-review proven, it's hard for me. But I've always tried to have an open mind at the same time. I figured that all this stuff people say they see and experience, maybe they did, but it has some kind of logical explanation. Something scientific we just don't know about yet. A coincidence. But after what happened to me in Mississippi, I'm not sure I can just outright dismiss everything as coincidence anymore. I've always thought it was just a bunch of stories. I mean, people love their ghost tales, their cryptids, all that stuff. But after that night, genuinely, I can't even look at the world the same way. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me set the scene. It was late summer a few years ago. I was down in Mississippi visiting some friends. It was one of those weekends where you're supposed to be having fun, getting away from the grind, and for me, getting out of the city. They all grew up there, but I'm kind of a city slicker, I suppose, and they always tease me about it. But still, we always have so much fun in the woods when I go down there. But something about the whole place just felt really heavy this time. Maybe it's the swamps, you know? The old trees. Or maybe it's just how dang quiet everything is out there. But this place had a different kind of quiet. Not peaceful, more like the kind that presses on your chest and makes you feel like there's something you're not seeing, but it sees you. I wasn't the only one who thought that. My friend Liz mentioned it a few times. She'd grown up in the area, and even she said it wasn't unusual to feel uneasy out in the woods at night. She told me stories of the land being old, like really old. Some of the locals still believed in things that aren't supposed to exist. Not ghosts, but creatures. She mentioned something about a shrieking banshee that had been spotted a few times in the area, though she was quick to laugh it off as just a story. But even so, she warned me. If you do hear a scream out there, don't go chasing it. You'll wish you hadn't. I thought she was joking. I mean, who really believes in a banshee? I assumed it was just folklore, something old-timers tell to scare the kids, and maybe she had just sort of absorbed it over the years. Maybe she was hazing the city person, right? But that night, things took a turn. It was about midnight when I decided to go for a walk. I'd had a couple of drinks earlier, but I was feeling restless. The heat in the house, the stillness of everything around me, it was just too much. I grabbed a flashlight and headed out. Thought I'd just get some fresh air. Liz wasn't with me. She'd gone to bed early, and I didn't want to wake her, which, in hindsight, might have been a bad idea. Perhaps somebody should have known where I was, but in any case, I had the woods to myself. Now, the house that we were staying in was pretty isolated. It was kind of typical for the area, old plantation style, built long before the area started to get developed. There were woods surrounding the place on all sides, and I could hear crickets and even the occasional owl as I walked down the dirt path that led out from the back porch. The air was thick and warm, which is not unusual, but there was this odd, almost unnatural silence beneath the usual sounds, like a background of absolute stillness. No rustling from the trees, no wind, just a dead calm. I wasn't too far from the house when I felt it. A chill. It wasn't a normal chill, like from the night air or those little shudders you just get. It was deeper, like something pressing in from all sides. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I instinctively looked over my shoulder. I could have sworn I heard something, a rustle, but when I turned, the woods were as still as ever. I took a breath and kept walking, trying to shake the feeling off. I had been walking for maybe 10 minutes when I heard it. A scream. At first, I thought it was an animal, a coyote maybe, but then I realized how wrong that was. This was loud and shrill, like something, no, like someone, was in pain. But somehow the pitch of the scream didn't sound quite human. It echoed through the woods, cutting through the silence like a blade, the kind of scream that makes your gut turn over, the kind of scream you never want to hear again. I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my breath hitched in my throat. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, that it was nothing. But deep down, I knew that it wasn't. I may live in the city, but I'd been out there enough times to know what almost all the animals sounded like, and no animal I had ever heard there, or ever, made a sound like that. That's when I remembered what Liz had said. If you hear a scream, don't go chasing it. But I was already moving before I could even stop myself. Call it curiosity or stupidity, I don't know, but my feet carried me deeper into the woods, toward the direction of the scream. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but every step felt wrong, like I was walking into something that I shouldn't be. But it was like I couldn't stop. The scream came again, louder this time, followed by a deep, unnatural silence. It was close, too close. I turned the corner around a thicket of trees and stopped dead in my tracks. There, just beyond the edge of my flashlight's beam, I saw someone. At first I thought it was just a person, but there was something really off about them that I couldn't quite place at first. Their body was almost skeletal, it was so thin, and they were crouched down in the grass, their head hanging low. I heard the scream yet another time, but this time it was super close to me, like it was right next to me. I stumbled backward, almost dropping the flashlight. The thing wasn't just making the noise, it was the noise. The sound seemed to come from it, echoing out from deep within its chest, rising and falling in an eerie, dissonant pattern. I couldn't look away. It had the form of a woman, or what I assumed was a woman, but its skin was pale, almost translucent. And it was just so wrong. Its limbs were too long, its fingers twisted almost backwards. The face was hidden, but I could see glimpses of something hollow, like its features weren't fully formed. And then it stood up. Slowly, like it was stretching after being curled up for too long. My heart was absolutely pounding now, and every instinct screamed at me to run. But I couldn't. It was like that thing had glued my feet to the ground. I was rooted in place, just watching this thing rise, its body jerking and twitching as it moved. It started toward me, its head snapping up, and the face. Jeez, the face. There were no eyes, just empty sockets, deep and black. Its mouth stretched wide until it was more of a void than a face. The sound it made was a guttural mix of a scream and a growl, and it echoed through the woods like the walls were closing in. I don't know what happened next, but I snapped out of it. Something in my head broke through the fog of fear, and I ran. I ran harder and faster than I ever have in my whole life, never looking back, not even caring if I tripped or broke my leg. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps far too fast, an unnatural skittering that wasn't anything human. As I ran and listened to how strange this sounded, I realized what was so disconcerting about it. It wasn't footsteps. This thing was following me on all fours. The scream kept coming, but it wasn't really chasing me anymore. It was following a step behind. I didn't stop running until I was back at the house, slamming the door shut behind me. I sank to the ground and just sobbed. My chest was tight and I could hardly breathe. The air felt thick, heavy, ancient. I didn't say anything to Liz that night. I couldn't anyway. What would I say? That I had seen a creature in the woods? That I heard it scream, tearing through my bones? I wasn't gonna wake her up with that. But I didn't sleep either. By the next morning, I had almost convinced myself that I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was some wild animal I'd heard in the distance, and my brain had mixed it all together. But when I went outside to check, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. The ground where I had been standing, the patch of dirt next to the trees, was scorched. Not burned like a fire, but singed, like something had been standing there for a long time, leaving its mark. And the grass around it was bent in strange, unnatural angles, like something had crawled through it. Liz didn't seem to notice anything odd. I didn't mention what happened. Maybe I was hoping it would just all go away, fade into a memory, and then not a memory. But I don't think that experience will ever fade. I think that even if I forget everything I've ever known or done, that thing will be the last thing I see and hear before I die. The Governor's House by Cotton Candy Danny. I love haunted walks. I've been on at least 6 or 7 that immediately come to mind. I come from a long line of, let's say, paranormally sensitive women, so I've been experiencing the unexplained my entire life. Not constantly, but often enough that, hey, it happens. So when I go on a haunted walk, usually the people I'm with are watching me as much as they're watching the dark corners of the room to see if I'll react. Anyways, back to the story. A few years ago, I used to run a hotel. It was a vintage building that had been around since the 1800s. But I'm sad to report that nothing paranormal ever happened in the hotel. Despite its age and unique history, I checked every single room of that building every single day, completely alone, and I never saw any evidence of the paranormal at all. No guests ever reported anything weirder than the crappy AC not working. because the owner was too cheap to replace it. Once, we had a maid claim that the largest suite was haunted, and she refused to ever set foot back in there. But honestly, I think she just wanted to get permanently out of having to clean the biggest room we had. So I'm sorry to say it, but I have zero scary stories about the hotel. Anyway, the point is, I used to run a hotel, and as a hotel manager, I would often get free or discounted tickets to events and tourist attractions around the city. These tickets were meant to be used by myself and our front desk staff, so that if a guest ever asked, "What fun activities in the city should I make sure to see during my stay?" the staff could honestly recommend places that they had definitely been to and give them a genuine account of how they enjoyed their experience. One October, I received tickets to the haunted tour that always appeared during the first few weeks leading up to Halloween. My front desk manager and I were the only two who were brave enough to go. I had already been on several haunted walks across the country, and she had heard a few of my spooky life experiences, so she was very eager to come too. Plus, we had become best friends, so it was a great way to hang out together outside of work. I want to protect her privacy, so let's call her Anna. My husband, of course, came too, as he is always my sidekick during haunted walks. The tour we decided to take included a walking tour of haunted locations in town, and finished with an internal tour of the most famously haunted house in our city, possibly our country. I won't tell you the name of the house, but only to protect my privacy, I'll just call the house the Governor's House. The walking tour before the big event was, as always, awesome. Very interesting stories. But since we didn't actually go into any of the reportedly haunted houses, nothing truly exceptional happened. However, I do remember that I had a growing need to pee. At one point, I actually swallowed my pride and asked our tour guide if we'd be seeing a haunted coffee shop so I could pop in to use the washroom. But much to my horror, she told me, "Oh, sorry, no. But there's a bathroom in the governor's house and the plumbing still works, so you can use that. I don't think the caretakers will mind." With a blank stare on my face, I looked at her and hesitantly replied, "It's okay. I'll hold it." But by the time we got to the house, holding it wasn't an option. She gave us a brief history of the house and a retelling of the reported paranormal events. Apparently, the governor and his wife lived in the house. They ran the city, until one day an angry mob of townsfolk broke in, ransacked the place, and murdered them both. Since then, the caretakers who used to reside in the house have experienced a lot of unexplained noises, objects moving on their own, and worst of all, being violently shaken or slapped awake in the middle of the night, but then opening their eyes to see that no one is there. Needless to say, they no longer live in the house. Absolutely bursting with urgency, the first thing I did when we got into the house was lock myself in the first bathroom I saw. It was absolutely tiny, very dark, and definitely the last creepy place I wanted to be without my pants on. Not to my surprise, there was no lineup to use it. I said, "Okay, ghosts, just hold off for a few minutes, all right? Let me just have my privacy in here, and then you can do whatever you want to me after." I should really know better than to offer spirits a deal, but I was desperate, and I didn't want to spend the rest of my night with urine-soaked jeans on a cold October night in front of my staff. I had clear priorities. When I emerged from the bathroom, everyone on the tour looked at me like I was nuts for going in there alone. It seems each one of them would have gladly chosen to pee their pants. The guide gave us permission to walk around the house freely, as long as we were careful not to break or take anything. Anna was eager to have her first ever ghost encounter, so the first thing she did was make us go down into the basement. One of the stories the guide told us about was a rocking chair that was known to rock on its own, so Anna was determined to find it. And since nobody else was willing to go down to the basement, we had it completely to ourselves. Once we were downstairs, we saw 3 rooms. One was just a closet of mops and other cleaning supplies. To the left of it was an archway leading into a pitch-black room. I thought it strange that this was the only room in the house that didn't have its lights on. And to our immediate left, at the foot of the stairs, was a kitchen, which also had its own archway to the dark room. We decided to explore the kitchen first, since we could see clearly in there. I loved the vintage plates, but Anna was fixated on finding a ghost and made a dash, alone, straight into the dark room. I sighed and followed her. This room was so dark that as you entered it, you couldn't see your hand right in front of your face, which was weird because it was right next to the brightly lit kitchen through a large open doorway, but no light dripped in. You could turn around and see the kitchen, and you could see the faint streetlights through the window, but the actual room itself was pitch black. Not wanting to accidentally bump into and break any priceless antiques, I took out my camera and started to aimlessly snap photos to get the light from the flash. It actually didn't occur to me until this moment that I should have just used the flashlight app on my phone, but I guess during creepy moments, you're prone to making quick and odd decisions. Every time I snapped a photo, I got a blink into the room. It was a dining room, with a large wooden table dead center. But it wasn't the furniture that really caught my eye. It was footprints. It's hard for me to really explain it, but every time I took another photo, I could see large, bright blue footprints on the floor, 2 at a time, making their way around the table, coming closer. After about 4 or 5 photos, I was pretty sure that I saw what I saw, so I backed up, back into the kitchen, back into the light. My husband and Anna looked at me. I never noticed Anna pass me to go back into the kitchen. My face was pale and they asked me what happened. All I said was, "I'll trick him," and I dashed to the other archway that led into the dark room from the hallway, expecting to snap a photo of the full body of the entity waiting for me near the kitchen. But I was so wrong. The only one about to be tricked was me, because when I took that picture and the camera flashed, all I could see was bright blue flashing right up into my eyes, only an inch from my face. He was right there, right in front of me. He was smarter than me, and he wanted to make sure that I knew it. I stumbled back and went straight up the stairs, just repeating, "I'm sorry, you win," over and over. Anna and my husband quickly followed. Despite the weird encounter seconds earlier, we still wanted to see the rest of the house, so after I had a chance to catch my breath and tell them what just happened, we made our way upstairs to the bedroom. Upstairs was uneventful. They were small bedrooms that were chained off to stop visitors from breaking anything. After that, we left and stood out under a streetlight out front of the house to recount our experience. While my husband and Anna chatted, I decided to take one last photo at the property, this time from the outside. I didn't notice it at first, but while we were in the house, every light in the house was on except for the dark room in the basement. But now, not 2 seconds later, looking into the house from the outside, it was reversed. Every light in the house was off, except for the dark room in the basement, where I could now clearly see a rocking chair on the other side of the dining room table by the window. Another strange thing that happened that night was that absolutely none of the photos I took in that house were actually on my camera. Not a single one saved. My husband had even worse luck, as he told me that the moment we walked into the house, his fully charged camera just completely dropped dead. a flat, empty battery the moment he crossed the threshold. But the most terrifying thing that I saw that night was that picture I took from outside the house, because if you look up to the second-story window in the master bedroom, there are two distinct bright yellow eyes floating in the darkness of the house, staring directly at us, down on the street below. When I showed this picture to my husband, he was so freaked out by it that he asked me to delete it immediately because he didn't want it in our house. Being sneaky, I remember saving it on Facebook before I deleted the photo from my phone so I could share it with my friends. But after Halloween that year, I haven't been able to find the photo since. It's completely vanished, and no one I know can find any of the copies that they saved of it either. The Haunting of the Elementary School by 69virus. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in the special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to sit in the computer room while the kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is. But anyway, my job was to walk around the school back and forth between classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour depending on the kid, and then taking them back, picking up the next batch, repeat. I was overqualified, let's say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids that I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day, I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll with construction paper all over its face, showcased in a display. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months that I worked there, never changing or having anything added to the case. Onward. Weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up and walk back. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out how it was locking. The only conclusion I could come up with was that someone else was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor who was always around. He said he never did it. I asked if it could lock itself, and he said, no way. So I came to the conclusion that someone was messing with me, trying to teach me a lesson maybe for not locking my door or something. Very passive-aggressive. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, and asked her to come talk to me when she had some time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I came back after the weekend, and the door was broken, like off-kilter on the hinges so it wouldn't shut all the way at all. I guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. At least that's what I thought. The school did have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, there was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office. But they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off and went back to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for his block, and then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought she had just seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay and went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point. There is a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There is no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back toward the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asks if the kid was in there. No, I said, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking up at me with his eyes as wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy, but shrugs it off and keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I kid you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." Of course, I say, No, it wasn't a ghost. I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. The incident's blown off, a couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home, while the teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk, 5 feet away, and I open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go and sit back down, more annoyed than anything else, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat, and he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." "Rodney?" I ask. "Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named that doll across from the office after him." What the heck? I thought. I asked my supervisor about it, and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, well that could have been in your ad." Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have had weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off showing someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m., but none of the outside doors had gone off, and no one was on video in the school at the time. I guess another time over spring break, the doll across from the office got ripped up, inside his display case, his head laying on the ground. which is why he has construction paper on him now. No one on camera, and nothing on the camera of the doll. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. That's about the extent of the things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything about it. Mostly, staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a totally different world. Totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like nothing's going on, so as not to stir the pot. It's just not me. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school, but people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day, I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at the school, in the wing where I work. He had the flu and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung up a drawing of his in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there is a framed picture of a swimming hole and a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job and quit during summer vacation, but I did tell Ernie in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school that if he wanted, he could cross over and he didn't have to be stuck at school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, but I did drive out there on the last day and put down a birdhouse for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. The stairs go down forever. This happened back in 2016, in a small town called Watkinsville, Georgia. I was in my mid-20s, freshly laid off, and helping my cousin Daniel clean out this old house that his wife had inherited from her grandmother. They were planning to sell it, but the place hadn't been lived in for almost a decade. It was a weird house. Not in the, oh, it creaks at night kind of way. I mean, that place felt off the second we stepped inside. The air was heavy. You know, if you walk in on a couple or something and you can tell they've been fighting, that kind of tension in the air? Well, that's how it felt from the second we walked in the door. Anyway, we were there for like a week total. During the day, we'd haul out furniture, box up knickknacks, and clean what we could. The house was a 2-story Victorian style with that southern wraparound porch and a full basement underneath. And I mean full. That basement ran the entire length of the house. It had old brick walls, wooden shelves built into the stone, even a workbench like someone had once done carpentry down there. The first couple of days were pretty uneventful, other than that oppressive feeling that never really went away. I kept brushing it off. Old house, mildew, whatever. But Daniel said something on the third day that kind of stuck with me. He was scrubbing the kitchen floor when he suddenly stopped and said, "You ever feel like you're being watched, but not by a person?" We both laughed it off, but that was the start of it. That night, we stayed late to finish hauling out some junk from the basement. He was upstairs working in the bedrooms, and I was down there alone. There's this heavy wooden staircase that leads down, and it creaked like hell. The light switch was at the top, so you had to flip it on before descending, at least if you didn't want to break your neck. I very clearly remember turning that light on. I mean, what kind of psychopath wouldn't turn the light on? I went down, started pulling boxes off the shelves. There was this old trunk that I wanted to check. I knelt to open it. And that's when I heard the footsteps above me. It wasn't like someone just walking around, though. They were slow, steady, and heavy. It was almost like a guard wearing really heavy boots was very slowly pacing outside of a jail cell. I figured it was Daniel, but then I remembered that he was on the far side of the house, not above me. Then the lights went off. I mean, total blackness. I froze. My flashlight was in the backpack, which I had left near the trunk. But when I reached for it, it wasn't there. Not just the flashlight, I mean the whole backpack was gone. I stood up fast and hit my head on a low beam. I swore under my breath. And then I heard a noise on the stairs. Creak, 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 coming down. I didn't breathe. I didn't even move. I backed into a corner and I just stood there. You know how sometimes your ears kind of ring when it's too quiet? That was happening. Except underneath that, I heard whispering. It was like dozens of people mumbling all at once. Then the lights flipped back on. But the stairs were empty. No one there. And I had never heard any steps going back up. I called up to Daniel, trying to sound normal, but my voice cracked. He yelled back from upstairs, kind of annoyed, asking what I wanted. Hey, did you come down here? No, he shouted back. He hadn't come down. No one had. When I looked around, my backpack was right back where I'd left it. I didn't say anything about it. I just went back upstairs and didn't go back into the basement that night. The next day we kept working. Daniel finally asked if anything had happened and apologized for being kind of curt with me. I hadn't really thought much of it. It had been a really long day. We were both tired. You know. But I told him, no. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. He looked pale, and then he said, you know something's wrong with the stairs. Apparently that morning, he'd gone down for a box of tools. He had counted 14 steps. But he swore that there were only 10 when we moved in. So we checked together. 10 going down, 14 going up. We thought we were just tired, or maybe it was some kind of, I don't know, optical illusion with the brickwork, but it kept bothering us. Every time we used the stairs, the count changed slightly. Sometimes 11, sometimes 12, never the same both ways. Also, just to explain as an aside, in case you're wondering why anyone would count steps in the first place, Daniel was really afraid of basements growing up. So, one of his grandparents or parents, I can't remember the whole story now, told him that he should count the steps down and up as a way to kind of calm himself. On the way down, just 3, 2, 1 more step until he got to whatever he had to do, and then he could count them coming back up. So, I don't know if it ever helped him or not, but he did sort of develop this habit. So to this day, kind of without meaning to, he still always counts steps. So that's the backstory for that. Anyway, 2 days later, Daniel left early. His kid was sick or something, and I stayed behind to finish sweeping the downstairs. I made the mistake of checking the basement again. I turned the light on and started down. But this time, the stairs didn't stop. I mean, I was counting. 1, 2, 3, 10, 12, 15. I looked up and the top was way above me, like it had pulled away. I looked down and the stairs just kept descending into the darkness. I started calling out for Daniel, forgetting that he wasn't there. The light overhead was still on, but it wasn't reaching very far. I turned toward where the bottom of the stairs should have been a long time ago and thought for a second. No, this was not right. I needed to get out of here. I turned around to go back up, and I found a wall. No stairs, no exit, just brick. I freaked out and bolted down, thinking maybe there was another way out. But the more I ran, the darker it got. The walls got tighter, and it started to smell like rotting meat and wet wood. And then I heard it again. The footsteps behind me. They were heavy, deliberate, getting faster. I stopped running and backed against the wall. I couldn't see anything, but I felt something pass by me, ice cold, and it dragged what sounded like chains or tools behind it. Then the whispering started again, this time louder. It was layered and unintelligible, but it felt angry, like I'd walked into something sacred and really pissed it off, and they were deciding what to do with me. I'm not really sure what happened next. I must have passed out or disassociated or something, because I came to lying on the floor in the basement, the real basement, next to that trunk again, with the light on, the backpack next to me. No footsteps or whispers. I ran out of there and I didn't go back for 2 days. When I finally did, it was because Daniel called and said we really needed to finish. I told him I'd come back on one condition, that I would only work upstairs. He didn't ask why. Probably because he had his own stories. He told me while I was gone, he went into the basement alone, and he heard someone crying down there. A woman. He followed the sound until it stopped. And then something laughed into his ear. He said it was deep, not human, like not even trying to sound human. He didn't go back down after that either. We finished the house and it sold a couple of months later. New owners from out of state. I don't know if anything's happened to them. Sometimes I think about finding that address again and just asking. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. Because sometimes, when my house is quiet and the air gets heavy, I still have flashbacks to that stupid wall where the entry should have been, and those whispers. And I live in a 1-story house. My camera caught something in the fog. I didn't believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't until I moved into this house. It wasn't anything special. It was a small, weathered home on the outskirts of Jacksonville, tucked away on a street that barely had any cars passing through. It was a little too close to the swamp, and a little too far from the nearest neighbor. But it was also the perfect place to escape the noise of city life. At least that's what I thought. A place where I could work from home, enjoy the quiet, and maybe even spend a little time on the porch, reading or enjoying the occasional cool breeze. I moved in during the summer, and it was everything I wanted. Peaceful, isolated and calm. But the moment that first fall fog rolled in, things started to get weird. The first time I saw it, I figured it was just a typical Florida morning. The humidity had built up overnight, and the swamp air had settled in. It wasn't unusual. What was unusual, though, was the way that it lingered. It didn't burn off by noon like I was used to seeing. Instead, it stayed there, thick and dense, creeping across the yard and curling into the trees. I could barely see past the porch, and the street beyond was nothing more than an outline in the mist. It was beautiful, in a way. Eerie, though. But that's when I noticed something strange. It wasn't really the fog that bothered me, though it did have an oppressive quality. It was the sense that I wasn't alone in it. At first, I brushed it off as paranoia. I mean, who wouldn't feel a little creeped out their first few weeks in an isolated area out near a swamp? But after a while, I started to realize that there was just something wrong with the place. The land seemed like it was alive, sentient even. I know how it sounds, but there's no other way I know to explain it. If it had just been a weird feeling, I might have gotten used to it. But then, weird things started to happen. It started with small things. I'd hear footsteps outside when I knew I was the only one at home. The sound of a branch snapping, or leaves rustling in a certain way. Now yes, I know there are animals, but usually with animals you hear more than one noise when they move around. Not just the odd snap, or one rustle, and then abject silence. But again, I tried to write it off. A few weeks later, though, I started to see things. Shadows moving through the trees that wouldn't be anything at all when I looked directly at them. Again, I tried to shake it off, thinking I was just unfamiliar with my surroundings. Everything would be fine. I just had to acclimate. One afternoon, a few weeks after I'd moved in, I decided to take a picture of the fog. It was so thick that the world outside my porch felt like another dimension entirely. I had a cheap camera lying around, so I grabbed it and snapped a shot of the yard. I guess I was just trying to capture the feeling of isolation. Maybe I'd post it on social media, or send it to a friend. Or maybe I would just have it to remember how strange that fog was. I don't know. I've always been one to take pictures of everything and catalog my surroundings, so it was just something I did on instinct. But when I looked at the photo later, my stomach dropped. I hadn't noticed it when I took the picture, but there, standing at the edge of the tree line in the background, was a face. This wasn't a trick of the light, or a blur from the fog, or pareidolia, or whatever else. This was clear. Too clear for something so far away. A pale face, half hidden behind the trees, staring directly at me. And it was smiling. I don't know how I could have missed it when I took the picture, but there it was, this twisted, wide smile stretched across a face that was almost too perfect, like a mask. It stuck out, the only thing I could really see at all through that mist. It wasn't the face of someone I knew. I mean, it barely looked human. I thought I was imagining things, so I zoomed in, and that's when I saw it even more clearly. The eyes, dark and hollow, and the mouth, which didn't seem to belong to any normal person. It was that smile that bothered me the most. It was too wide, too happy. It felt like it was mocking me. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I stared at the photo. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't deny what I was seeing. I wasn't being paranoid. Something had been there. Something had been watching me. And if I was right, it had been there for a while. The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a trick of the fog. Maybe it was a shadow of a tree, or a weird angle. But deep down, I knew what I saw. And the feeling that had been growing inside of me ever since I'd moved in, it was there for a reason. I decided to do what any sane person would. I tried to forget about it. I told myself that I had made it up. I was just imagining things. The fog had messed with my perception. That was all. But the next time I stepped onto the porch, the air felt thicker, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I couldn't even look at the trees the same way anymore. That night, the same unease crept in. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I kept thinking about the face in the trees, the smile that seemed to mock me. At around 2 a.m, I heard it again, the sound of something moving just beyond the porch. I grabbed the camera and went outside. This time, the fog had rolled back in. The moon was barely visible through the mist, and the yard felt like it was swallowed up by shadows. I turned on the camera's flashlight, sweeping it over the yard. I didn't see anything. Just the empty trees, still and silent, and the mist that was low to the ground and clung to everything. But then, just as I was about to head back inside, I heard a faint whisper. I froze. My heart was pounding and my breath quickened. I turned around, scanning the porch and the yard, but there was nothing. I was about to walk inside. In fact, I had just turned to do so when I heard it again. But this time, I could make it out. "Why did you leave?" I whipped around, the camera still in my hands. The voice was faint, like it was coming from somewhere deep in the fog, but I knew what I had heard. I took one step back toward the door, and that's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, in the trees just beyond the yard, I caught a glimpse of something tall, thin and unnatural, moving. It wasn't a person, at least not in the way I understood people. It was more like a shadow that was an extension of the fog itself, creeping along the tree line. I snapped the camera up and aimed the lens toward it, hoping to catch whatever it was. But the fog shifted and moved with an unnatural speed, and by the time I had focused, the figure was gone. It was the moment I realized that whatever this was, it wasn't just some person playing a prank. It was something else. I ran inside, slammed the door behind me. I locked it and checked the windows and pulled the curtains tight, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed up all night staring out the windows, convinced that something would appear in the fog again. The next day, I tried to go about my routine. I worked from home, I took a walk, I even went to the store to buy groceries. But every time I stepped outside, I felt that oppressive feeling. It wasn't even the fog anymore. It was one of those times where the fog had lifted, but I still just couldn't shake the unease. I couldn't look toward the tree line. That evening, I got a text from my friend Mark. He had been the one to help me move in, which had only been a few short weeks. I hadn't spoken much to him since. "You okay?" the text read. "I keep hearing weird things about that area. You've heard the rumors, right?" I blinked at the message, unsure of how to respond. I had heard rumors, of course. Everyone in Florida has their spooky stories, but I just didn't think they applied to me. "What rumors?" I typed back. He responded almost immediately. "The ones about the house being haunted. You haven't had any weird experiences, have you?" I didn't want to admit it, but the truth was sitting in the pit of my stomach. "I have been hearing things," I texted back, my thumb hovering over the screen. "Things in the fog, and I took a picture. There was a face in the trees, smiling. It wasn't right. There was a long pause before Mark replied. "I was hoping you wouldn't find out," he said. "I didn't want to tell you, but yeah, there's a story. Some guy used to live in that house a long time ago, but he disappeared. They say his spirit still haunts the place, and that if you ever see a face in the fog, don't go outside." I stared at the message, a cold chill running down my spine. But it was too late now, wasn't it? That night, as the fog rolled in again, I could hear those whispers. They were faint at first, just on the edge of hearing like they always are, but then they grew louder. And there, just outside the window, I saw the smile. It was waiting for me. I didn't go outside that night. In fact, I don't go out at night much anymore at all. But I know deep down I won't be able to ignore that thing forever. I think there is something out there in the fog. I think it's waiting for me. And sooner or later, I'm terrified that it will find me. The Siberian Fog. I've heard about the strange stories that come out of Siberia, about the endless snow, the isolation, and the bizarre things that happen in the fog. But you never really believe it until it happens to you. It was the winter of 2014 when I first went there. I had been working in Moscow for a few years, and when the opportunity came up to do a project in the wilderness of Siberia, I didn't hesitate. I had heard of the taiga, the massive forest that stretches across much of Siberia, and the bleakness of the landscape, but I wanted to experience it for myself. I had heard stories, sure, but what's folklore if you haven't seen it firsthand? Besides, it was supposed to be a simple job. Survey some land, assess the environmental impact of logging, and move on. The group I was with didn't know what they were getting into either. Our small team consisted of 4 people: myself, a guide named Sergey, and 2 other environmental engineers. We were sent out into the wild, a place so remote that cell service barely existed. The nearest town was hundreds of kilometers away, and we'd be staying in a small wooden cabin built for workers deep in the taiga. It wasn't exactly luxury, but it was a place to sleep and get some food while we worked. It wasn't supposed to be a dangerous trip. The weather wasn't great, sure. It was Siberia, after all, but we were prepared for the cold, the snow, and the isolation. What we weren't prepared for was the fog. I'll be honest, I didn't think much of it at first. I was more focused on the task at hand, measuring, calculating, and taking notes. But by the second night, things began to feel off. We had all settled into the cabin after a long day of work. Sergey, the guide, had gone off to check the traps he had set earlier in the day, while the rest of us huddled around the small stove, drinking tea and chatting. Around midnight, Sergey came back, visibly shaken. He muttered something under his breath in Russian, too quick for us to understand. He made his way to the stove and began to thaw out, but I could see the tension in his body. We didn't press him for details. He was a quiet man, and we assumed it was just the cold that had gotten to him. The fog came in that night, creeping in like a slow-moving blanket over the land. It wasn't unusual to have fog in the area. It was a common weather pattern, especially during the cold months. But what happened next was far from normal. Sergey had barely gotten into bed when we heard a noise outside. It wasn't a loud noise, more of a subtle rustling, like the sound of something brushing against the snow. But it didn't sound like an animal. Animals, we had learned, didn't move like that. There was something deliberate, purposeful about it. At first, we tried to ignore it. But then came the knocking. At first it was faint, but it grew louder and more insistent. It wasn't a knock on the door, though. It came from the fog, from the direction of the trees. It was as though something was trying to get our attention. Something out there in the mist. "Do you hear that?" I asked, breaking the silence. Sergei didn't say anything at first. Just stared into the fog through the cabin's small window. He was the first to move, grabbing his jacket and slipping out of the cabin. The rest of us followed reluctantly, but we trusted him. Sergei knew the land, knew the woods, but the minute we stepped outside, the air felt different. The fog pressed in, thick and suffocating. I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead of me. The trees loomed like dark silhouettes in the mist, and the shadows moved in a way that felt wrong. "Sergei, what's going on?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. He didn't respond, but I saw his eyes scan the mist. His expression was grim. Finally, he just muttered, "Stay close." And then we heard it. The whispering. It was faint at first, like a murmur carried on the wind. But then it grew louder, and I swear to you it sounded like voices. A cacophony of whispers, like hundreds of people were talking all at once, just beyond our line of sight. Some of the words I could make out. It was Russian, but the sentences were jumbled, strange, and nonsensical. I felt a chill run through me as the fog thickened. It was like we were standing in the middle of a cloud, and the world had disappeared. The only thing that I could hear were those whispers. And then the shape appeared. At first, it was just a shadow, a silhouette moving through the fog. But as it got closer, I could make out a figure, tall, thin, and almost translucent in the mist. It didn't look like a person. It looked wrong. The limbs were too long, too thin, and it moved in an unnatural way, like it was floating just above the ground. Sergei raised his hand, signaling for us to stay still, but it was too late. The figure stopped about 10 feet away from us. Its gaze locked onto mine. Its face, well, it didn't have a face, not in the way we understand it. Just smooth, pale skin, stretched too tight. I felt like I was being pulled toward it. Like it was reaching into my mind, dragging my thoughts from me. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. The whispers grew louder, and the figure stepped closer. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished, melting into the fog like it had never been there. We stood in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity before Sergei spoke again. "We need to go back," he said, his voice low, almost shaking. We didn't need any further convincing. We made our way back to the cabin as fast as we could, and once inside, we bolted the door and shut the windows. But the whispers didn't stop. They were there, just outside, always on the edge of hearing. I didn't sleep that night. I mean, how could I? I kept hearing the sound of footsteps outside the cabin, but when I looked out, I saw nothing but the fog. It was like the world outside had turned into a maze, a place where things that weren't supposed to be real could walk freely. The next day, Sergei wouldn't talk about what we had seen, but it was clear something had changed in him. He was distant, distracted, and the look in his eyes told me everything I needed to know. He was scared, and I could tell he was hiding something. We tried to continue with our work, but the fog never let up. By the third day, the fog had become a constant companion. We couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of us, and the strange noises had only intensified. Sometimes we would hear the whispers again, and other times we'd hear something else, something worse. The knocking returned, and at this time, it wasn't just from the trees. It was coming from under the ground, from the very earth itself. Sergei wasn't the same. He stopped going out into the woods. Instead, he stayed in the cabin, staring at the walls. The rest of us tried to keep working, but there was a sense of dread hanging over us, like we were being watched. On the fourth night, it happened again. We were all gathered in the cabin, trying to get some rest, when we heard the sound of something moving outside. It wasn't the usual rustling. It was too deliberate, too slow. I watched as the mist thickened, and this time it wasn't just a shape that moved in the distance. A figure more massive than before, with long limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally as it moved through the fog, appeared. It didn't look human, not at all. It didn't have eyes, like I said before, but somehow I knew it was staring right at us. And as it got closer, I heard something in the distance, almost like a roar, a sound that nothing I know of could have been able to make. Sergei stood up suddenly, his eyes wide with terror. He grabbed his gear, muttering in a language none of us could understand. Then he started muttering that he had to leave, had to get out of there, but we couldn't stop him. He ran out into the fog, and we never saw him again. We stayed in that cabin for a few more days, hoping against hope that somebody would find us, but no one came. The whispers never stopped. The fog never lifted. And soon we began to hear the scraping sound again. The knocking now was right outside the door. By the time help did arrive, we had all nearly gone mad with fear. They found us huddled in the corner of the cabin, eyes wide, unable to speak. But when they asked us what had happened, all we could do was point toward the forest, where the fog had never cleared. They told us that we were just in shock because we were hypothermic. But we all knew better. No one ever talked about what we saw, not to each other. But we all knew. Something waited out there in the fog. And it's not just the mist that hides it. It's the presence, the thing that watches, that waits for you to step out of line, to lose your way, or to lose your sanity. And that when the fog rolls in, it's already too late. We followed the lights in the fog. It was supposed to be a fun weekend, a short getaway. We had all been talking about it for weeks. Just a group of friends getting out of the city, leaving our phones behind, and taking a much-needed break from work and responsibilities. Florida's backwoods had been the perfect spot, secluded, peaceful, and far from the crowds. We rented a small cabin near the Everglades, set up camp, and spent the days fishing, hiking, and drinking beer around a fire. Simple, but it was exactly what we needed. But that second night, everything changed. It started with the fog. Sounds like a bad horror movie, I know, but This fog was nothing like the normal morning mist. That fog is usually thick and damp, but easy to move through. And it moves. Not this fog. This fog hung like a blanket and had a weight to it that I can't explain. It was like somebody had thrown a huge wet blanket over everything. Not comforting, more like someone wrapping your body. Menacing. That's how it felt. I couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me. We had been sitting around the fire, laughing, when the fog rolled in and the temperature dropped. At first, we thought it was just a weather fluke, but the fog never let up. It thickened, and it seemed to stretch farther than it should have. We probably should have packed it in and gone to bed at that point. But the beer was still flowing, and we were still in good spirits, no pun intended. So we sat there, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that something was suddenly off. That's when we saw the lights. At first, I thought it was a car driving down the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin. It seemed normal enough, just 2 headlights cutting through the fog, moving toward us. But then they didn't stop. They just kept coming, getting closer but never really reaching us. There was no engine sound, no tires on gravel, just these 2 lights. "Hey, you guys see that?" one of my friends, Danny, asked. He was sitting across from me, holding his beer and squinting into the fog. I nodded. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt really off, but I didn't want to sound paranoid, so I just shrugged it off. Maybe someone else was out here. Maybe we had missed another group on the way in. The lights were getting closer now, and we all stared at them. They were bright, almost blinding, and they cut through the fog like nothing I had ever seen. But there was no car, no engine sounds, just lights. 2 bright, unblinking headlight-type lights floating in the fog. "Should we check it out?" Danny asked, clearly curious. "Probably not," I said, a little more firmly than I meant to. There was something about those lights that just felt so wrong, like in my soul. I couldn't have explained why. I just knew in my gut that whatever was making those was not good and not natural. It didn't matter what I said, though. Danny was already standing, and the others were getting to their feet, too. It seemed like everyone had the same thought. The lights had to be coming from somewhere, and we were too close to simply ignore them. If they were strange, it was better to know what they were than to sit there wondering. We grabbed our flashlights, and despite my better judgment, I joined in. What was the alternative? Sit alone in the woods? No thanks. We all started walking toward the lights. The fog swallowed us almost immediately. It was like stepping into a world that didn't really exist, some kind of in-between place where nothing was clear, and every step felt like we were losing ourselves in a dream. The closer we got, the weirder it was. The lights stayed at the same distance, never getting any closer, but somehow seeming to guide us forward, like they were drawing us into something. There was never any sound, nothing but our footsteps in the mud and the occasional rustling of trees around us. The path felt familiar, until it didn't. "I don't get it," said Emily, one of our friends. "How are we still this far out? This is the way we came, right?" I looked around trying to make sense of it, but everything was changing. The trees looked different now, more twisted and gnarled. The world around us felt off. I started to feel the distinct feeling of eyes on me, from everywhere. And then the lights stopped. They hovered there, just ahead of us, just hanging in the fog, suspended, like something hung from the sky. I thought for a moment that maybe we had reached the end of the road. But when I looked around, there was no road. The trail we had been walking on was gone, and the lights were the only thing we could focus on. "What the hell is this?" Danny said, his voice tight with confusion and fear. "I don't know," I replied, trying to steady my breathing. "Let's just turn around and..." Before I could finish, a sound rang out, faint at first, but then unmistakable. It was a voice, whispering, "Help me." The voice was soft, almost like it was begging. It sounded human, but there was something wrong about it. I felt my heart race, and I knew we all heard it at the same time. But none of us moved. We were frozen, staring at the lights, waiting for something to happen. Then the whisper came again, louder this time. "Help me, please." I couldn't tell if it was coming from the lights or from the fog, but one thing was certain. Someone, or something, was out there. "Is that a person?" Emily asked, her voice barely audible over the rising tension. "I don't know," Danny whispered back, his eyes wide. "But I'm not sticking around to find out." It wasn't like we were in immediate danger. At least that's what I told myself. But something about the situation had felt so wrong from the very beginning. I wanted to leave. I needed to leave. But none of us moved. The lights flickered. That's when we realized that we had been standing in the same place for too long. We had come much farther than we should have, and it felt like we hadn't gone anywhere at all. The world felt like it was closing in on us, and the only thing that seemed to matter were those damn lights. "Let's go," I said, forcing my legs to move. "We need to go back." But as soon as I turned, I realized we couldn't go back the way we came. The trail was gone. The trees, the landscape, everything was different now. It wasn't just the fog anymore. It was like the whole world had been repainted. It felt like we were trapped in some strange place, outside of time, outside of reality. I turned back to the lights, and they blinked out, completely vanished. "Where'd they go?" Danny asked, his voice trembling now. "I don't know," I said. The fog was still thick, but now there was nothing to guide us. No lights, no path, just an endless wall of mist pressing in from all sides. I could feel the panic creeping up at me, but I tried to stay calm. "Everyone just stick together," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's find a way back to the cabin." We started moving again, though it felt like we were going in circles. Every step felt heavier than the last. The fog made it impossible to get our bearings, and every direction seemed to lead nowhere. We didn't talk much. There was no need to, but the silence was equally suffocating. And then, as we moved, we heard it again. That whisper. "Help me! Please! I need you!" It wasn't coming from the fog anymore. It was coming from directly behind us. We all turned. In the distance, barely visible through the fog, there were shapes, dozens of them, dark figures moving through the mist. We couldn't make out their faces, but we could see their movements, slow and deliberate, coming toward us. I couldn't tell if they were human or something else entirely. They were just silhouettes in the fog, walking toward us with purpose. "Run!" I shouted, and before anyone could react, I took off. I didn't know where I was going, and I didn't care, but I did have a heading, away from them. The others followed. But no matter how fast we ran, the figure stayed the exact same distance behind us. The mist seemed to stretch farther and farther, and the figures kept coming closer until we felt like we would all collapse. And then we broke through. We ran for what felt like hours, though I know it couldn't have been that long. But at some point, all at once, the fog thinned, the figures stopped, and we broke through the tree line in front of the cabin. We had made it back, just barely. We locked the door, and for the first time that night, we could breathe. The figures were gone, the lights were gone, the fog outside had lifted, and everything felt back to normal. But none of us spoke for the rest of the night. We just sat there, staring at the door. I think we were all waiting for something else to happen, but nothing ever arrived. Nothing ever happened. The next day, we packed up and left the cabin early. We didn't talk about the lights, the figures, or the whispers. We didn't talk about how we'd gotten lost and how we hadn't been able to find our way back. We didn't talk about the strange way we had broken through the tree line, even though none of us thought we were headed in the right direction. We didn't need to talk. Honestly, none of us even really wanted to think about it anymore. But we did talk when we got back to the cabin, and David said something that absolutely haunts me to this very day. So weird how those things were whispering in my voice, he said. My blood ran cold. I had heard my voice. Everyone, it turned out when we asked, had heard the same whispers, but in their own voices. And for whatever reason, that just makes it so much worse. The distant singing. I'm not sure why I'm even writing this down. It's been almost 6 weeks since it happened, and I still can't decide if I actually experienced what I think I did, or if my brain just decided to mess with me after too many days alone in the woods. But I keep coming back to it, so maybe telling the story will help. I was doing a week-long solo backpacking trip through the High Peaks Wilderness in the Adirondacks, back in late October. It was nothing too ambitious. I'd planned a route that would take me through some of the less traveled areas, between Lake Placid and Newcomb. The kind of deep woods hiking where you might not see another person for days. This was day 4 of the trip, and I'd been making good time. I was somewhere between Santanoni Peak and the Cold River, following an old hunting trail that barely showed up on my maps. The weather had been perfect. Crisp fall days, cold nights. The kind of October weather that makes you understand why people move to the mountains. I'd stopped for lunch around noon at what looked like it might have been an old logging camp. Just some stone foundations and a rusted piece of machinery that was probably left behind decades ago. It was a nice spot to rest, open enough to get some sun, but sheltered by big maples and birch trees that were just starting to turn. I was sitting on my pack, eating a sandwich when I first heard it. I heard singing, coming from somewhere deeper in the forest. It was pretty faint, but it was definitely human. A woman's voice, carrying a melody that I didn't recognize. At first, I figured it was just another hiker, maybe someone camping nearby. But, as I listened, I realized how strange that would be. I hadn't seen any sign of other people for 2 days, and this section of the wilderness isn't exactly on the tourist trail. Plus, the singing had an odd quality to it. It was like it was coming from much farther away than it should have been for me to hear it so clearly. The melody was haunting, but not in a beautiful way, like deeply unsettling. It was almost like a lullaby that had been twisted into something else. The tune would rise and fall in ways that seemed almost familiar, but that you could never quite place. There were no words that I could make out, just that eerie, wordless singing echoing through the trees. I finished my lunch and packed up. I figured I'd probably run into whoever was singing as I continued down the trail. But after an hour of hiking, the voice was still there. Still distant. Still coming from somewhere off to my right through the forest. I stopped and tried to get a better sense of where it was coming from. The singing seemed to be maybe a quarter-mile away, somewhere up the slope from where I was walking. Clear enough that I could follow the melody, but far enough that I couldn't make out any details about the singer. Here's where I probably made a mistake. Instead of continuing on my planned route, I decided to investigate. I mean, what if someone was lost out there? What if they were singing to try to attract help? I mean, I couldn't just ignore it. I guess I could have, but I didn't. I left the trail and I started bushwhacking uphill toward where the singing seemed to be coming from. The forest was thick with undergrowth and fallen trees, typical Adirondack backcountry. It was pretty slow going, but the singing continued steadily, so I had something to navigate toward. After about 20 minutes of hiking uphill, I stopped to listen again. The singing was still there, still at roughly the same volume and distance. It was like I hadn't gotten any closer at all. I kept pushing through the woods, following the sound. Another 20 minutes, another stop to listen. The voice was still exactly the same distance away, still coming from up the slope, just as clear and just as far. And that's when I started to get that creepy feeling on the back of my neck. I'd been hiking toward the singing for almost an hour. I covered maybe 1.5 miles of rough terrain, and I'd gotten no closer. That's just not how sound works in the forest. I tried changing direction, angling more to the left, where the singing seemed strongest. Same result. I hiked for another half hour, and the voice stayed exactly the same distance ahead of me. It was always just out of reach, and increasingly I started to notice it was always leading me deeper into the woods. By this point, I was genuinely lost. I'd been following this singing instead of paying attention to landmarks, and the forest canopy was too thick to get a good GPS signal. I pulled out my compass, and I tried to figure out which direction would take me back to the trail. But I had made so many turns following the voice that I wasn't even sure which way I'd come from. Now, I know, the smart thing to do would have been to stop chasing the singing and focus on getting back to my planned route. But as we've established, I was not smart this day. And there was something about that melody that made it so hard to ignore. It was compelling in a way that I can't really explain. Not beautiful like a siren call, but just like it was specifically designed to make you want to follow it. Which I guess is similar to a siren call, but it wasn't beautiful like that. Anyway, I spent another hour bushwhacking through increasingly dense forest, always following that voice. But the singing never stopped. It never got louder or softer. It was the same, always just far enough away that I couldn't get to it. Finally, as the sun was starting to get low, I forced myself to stop. Better late than never, I guess. I was completely exhausted and turned around. I was no closer to finding the source of that stupid singing than when I'd started. And worse, I'd burned through most of the afternoon, chasing something that might not even be real. Or worse, could be real but very dangerous. I found a relatively clear spot and got my bearings with the compass. It took me almost 2 full hours of careful navigation to find my way back to anything that looked like a trail. By then, it was getting dark, and the singing had finally stopped. I ended up having to make an unplanned camp that night in a less than ideal spot, since I'd lost so much time following the voice through the woods. As I was setting up my tent by headlamp, I kept expecting to hear that singing start up again. But the forest was quiet, except for normal night sounds. Owls, branches creaking, the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Still, I didn't sleep well. Every time I started to drift off, I'd think that I could hear that melody starting up again, somewhere in the distance. But then I would sit up and listen carefully, and there was never anything there. The next morning, I got back on my planned route and finished the last few days of the trip without any other incidents. But I just couldn't stop thinking about that singing. The way it had stayed exactly the same distance away, no matter how far I hiked. The way it seemed to pull me deeper into the woods, but without ever letting me get close to it. I've done some research since then, looking into local legends and folklore about the Adirondacks. There are stories about voices in the woods that lead people astray, usually connected to indigenous beliefs about forest spirits. Most of them end badly for people who follow the voices too far. I keep wondering what would have happened if I had kept following that singing until after dark. If I'd let it lead me even deeper into the wilderness, away from any marked trails or known landmarks. Part of me thinks I might still be out there, wandering through the forest, always hearing that melody just ahead of me, never quite able to catch up to it. And I guess by this time, I probably wouldn't be around anymore. The rational part of my brain says it was probably just an acoustics trick. Sound bouncing off the mountains and valleys in a way that made it seem like it was coming from different directions. But acoustic tricks don't usually last for 3 hours straight, and they don't usually sound like deliberate melodies. I'm planning another trip to the Adirondacks next spring, but I'm sticking to the marked trails this time. If I hear any more singing in the woods, I'm going to do what I probably should have done the first time. Pretend I didn't hear it, and keep walking. Something in the prairie. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was working seasonal maintenance at Pilot Knob State Park near Forest City in Iowa. I don't usually talk about this stuff because people look at you like you're crazy. But I've been lurking around on the internet for months, reading stories, and I figured someone might believe me, or at least have heard of something similar. I'd been working there for maybe 2 months that summer. Basic stuff. Mowing, trail maintenance, cleaning bathrooms, picking up trash. The pay was decent for what it was, and I liked being outdoors. Pilot Knob sits on this glacial hill that's the second highest point in Iowa, which isn't saying much since Iowa's flatter than a pancake in most places. But up there, you get these rolling prairies that stretch on forever, tall grass waving in the wind like an ocean. The other guys I worked with were pretty cool. There was Jim, the head groundskeeper who'd been there 15 years, and Marcus, another seasonal guy like me. We'd usually work in pairs for safety reasons, Park Service policy. That day in late July, Jim sent Marcus and me out to check the North Trail system. Some hikers had reported falling branches blocking the path after a storm the night before. We loaded up the ATV with chainsaws and basic tools around 7 in the morning. The temperature was already pushing 80 degrees, and you could tell it was going to be one of those brutal Iowa summer days, where the humidity makes you feel like you're breathing through a wet towel. The north trails run along the edge of the prairie restoration area. Hundreds of acres of native tall grass that the Park Service has been working to bring back for decades. Marcus was driving, and we were bouncing along the maintenance road when we hit the first downed tree. Nothing major, just a decent-sized oak that had come down across the trail. We got out and fired up the chainsaw, made quick work of it, standard stuff. But while Marcus was cutting, I noticed something weird in the grass about 50 yards off the trail. The tall grass in that area grows 6, maybe 7 feet high this time of year. Big blue stem, switchgrass, something they call Indian grass, all native species that create this thick wall you can't see through. But there was this section where the grass was bent down in a perfect circle, maybe 12 feet across. Nothing was broken or damaged, just pressed flat like something heavy had been lying there. I pointed it out to Marcus when he finished with the tree. He shrugged it off and said it was probably a deer bed, or maybe some cattle had wandered over from the neighboring farm. Made sense, except the circle was too big and too perfect. Deer don't make beds that size. And there weren't any cattle tracks or droppings around. We moved on to clear 3 more trees over the next couple of hours. The whole time I kept thinking about that flattened grass. Something about it really bothered me, but I couldn't put my finger on what. We were working on the last tree when Marcus stopped the chainsaw mid-cut and held up his hand. "You hear that?" I listened. There was definitely something, a low sound, coming from the direction of the prairie. Not quite a growl, not quite a moan. Almost like someone humming a really deep note, but with this weird warbling quality that made my teeth ache. Probably just wind through the grass," I said. But even as the words came out, I knew that wasn't right. There wasn't enough breeze to make that kind of noise. And besides, I'd been working around tall grass all summer. I knew what wind through them sounded like. The sound lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. Marcus and I looked at each other, and I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. That wasn't natural. But neither of us wanted to be the first to say it out loud. We finished clearing the tree in silence and loaded up the ATV. The plan was to head back to the maintenance shed. But as we drove past that flattened circle in the grass, Marcus slowed down. "Look at that," he said, pointing. The circle was bigger now. What had been maybe 12 feet across was now closer to 20 feet, and there was a clear path leading from it deeper into the prairie. Not a trail exactly, but a line where the grass had been pushed aside, like something large had moved through it. Marcus killed the engine. "We should probably check it out," he said, but his voice had that tone people get when they're trying to convince themselves of something that they don't really believe. I wanted to tell him we should just radio Jim and let him deal with it. That was the smart thing to do. But instead, I found myself getting off the ATV and walking toward the grass. The flattened area smelled wrong. Not bad exactly, but musky and sharp, like wet dog mixed with something metallic. There were no footprints in the soft earth, no obvious signs of what might have been there. Just that smell, and the grass pressed down in patterns that hurt to look at too long. The path leading to the prairie was about 4 feet wide. The grass on either side was bent over at weird angles, and some of it twisted together, as though it had been braided. Marcus came up behind me with a flashlight, even though it was broad daylight. "Should we follow it?" he asked. Before I could answer, the sound came again, closer this time, maybe 30 yards into the grass. That same low, warbling hum, but now there was something else underneath it. a clicking noise like someone cracking their knuckles over and over. The grass ahead of us moved. It wasn't swaying in the breeze. There still wasn't any wind to speak of. It moved like something was pushing through it, and it was coming our way. Something big enough to part 6-foot-tall grass without breaking it. "Back to the ATV," Marcus said, and his voice was tight now. No more pretending that this was normal, and you didn't have to ask me twice. We walked backward, keeping our eyes on the grass. The movement was getting closer, and I could hear something new. A soft, shuffling sound, like bare feet on carpet. The clicking got faster, more urgent. We made it maybe 10 feet before the thing in the grass stopped moving. Everything went dead quiet, except for the sound of our own breathing and the distant hum of insects. Even the birds had stopped singing. And then, the grass parted. I cannot describe what I saw very well, because my brain kept trying to make sense of it and failing. It was tall, maybe 7 feet when it straightened up fully. Humanoid in shape, but wrong in every detail. The skin was this grayish-brown color, like wet bark, and it seemed to shift and ripple as I watched. The arms were too long, hanging down past where knees should be. The face was the worst part. Almost human features, but stretched and distorted, like someone had tried to sculpt a person from memory and gotten all the proportions wrong. It looked right at us with these pale, colorless eyes, and that clicking sound was coming from its mouth. The lips, if you could call them that, were moving, but not in sync with the noise. Marcus grabbed my arm. "Run." We didn't need to discuss it. We turned and ran for the ATV like our lives depended on it, which they probably did. Behind us, I heard that warbling sound again, louder now and with an edge to it that made every primitive part of my brain scream danger. Marcus got the ATV started on the first try, thank God. We tore out of there so fast I thought we might flip over on one of the turns. Neither of us dared to look back until we reached the main road. When we got back to the maintenance shed, Jim took one look at us and asked what happened. Marcus told him we'd seen a bear, which was ridiculous since there hadn't been wild bears in Iowa for over a century. But Jim just nodded and told us to stay clear of the north trails for the rest of the day. I worked at the park for another month before the season ended. We never went back to that section of the prairie, and Jim never assigned anyone else to work up there either. I think he knew that we'd seen something, and I think he knew it wasn't a bear. A few weeks later, some hikers reported seeing something large moving through the grass in that area, but the report got filed away and forgotten. Marcus quit the next week, said he was going back to school early, and we haven't spoken since. I still drive past the park sometimes on my way to visit my parents. The north trails are officially closed now. Sign says it's for prairie restoration, but I know better. Sometimes when I'm driving by at dusk, I'll see movement in that tall grass. Just shadows and shapes that could be anything. Could be anything at all. The nurse who never left. I'm not someone who goes poking around looking for ghost stories, but sometimes they find you anyway. This happened about 3 years ago when I was working as a freelance photographer doing a series on abandoned buildings across the upper Midwest. Sandhaven Sanatorium near Dunseith was on my list because of its historical significance, but I had no idea what I was walking into. For those who don't know, Sandhaven was a tuberculosis sanatorium that opened in 1912 in the Turtle Mountains of North Dakota. Thousands of TB patients received treatment there between 1909 and the end of the TB endemic in the 1940s. It later became a hospital for the developmentally disabled before closing in 1987. The place was massive. It grew into a huge complex of structures, complete with underground tunnels, and it was so large it was given its own zip code. I'd driven up from Bismarck on a gray October morning. The sanatorium is about 10 miles north of Dunseith, tucked back in the hills where you can't really see it from the main road. When I finally found the access road, I understood why people call it one of the most haunted places in North Dakota. The main building is this imposing brick structure that looks like it was designed to intimidate as much as heal. Multiple stories, rows of windows like dead eyes, and that institutional architecture that makes you feel small just looking at it. The whole complex spreads out behind it. Smaller buildings, utility structures, and what I later learned were the staff residences. I parked near the main entrance and started unloading my camera equipment. The place was dead quiet, except for the wind moving through broken windows and the occasional creak of metal somewhere in the complex. I'd photographed plenty of abandoned buildings, but this one felt different from the start. I spent the first hour documenting the exterior and some of the smaller outbuildings. The photography was going well. The gray light was perfect for the mood I was trying to capture. But as I worked my way toward the main building, I started feeling like I was being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you from behind? I kept turning around, expecting to see another urban explorer or maybe a security guard, but there was never anybody there. Just row after row of empty windows looking down at me. I finally made it inside the main building, through a door that had been pried open years ago. The interior was what you would expect from an abandoned hospital. Peeling paint, debris scattered everywhere, graffiti on the walls. But it was the smell that hit me first. It wasn't just that musty odor that most buildings have when they've been closed for decades. It was something else. Something medical and antiseptic. Like the place was still trying to be a hospital, even though it had been empty for 30 years. The main hallway stretched out in both directions, with rooms branching off on either side. Most of the doors were open, showing small patient rooms with metal bed frames still bolted to the floors. I started photographing methodically, working my way down the hall. Then I heard the first footstep. It was clear and distinct, the sound of a hard-soled shoe on linoleum. It came from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the building. I stopped and listened, but there was nothing else. I called out, thinking maybe there was another photographer or explorer in the building. But I got no response. I kept working, but the footsteps continued, always ahead of me, always just around the next corner, or up the next flight of stairs. They had a specific rhythm, not the random pace of someone exploring, but the purposeful stride of someone who knew exactly where they were going. By the time I reached the second floor, I was getting seriously creeped out. The footsteps were more frequent now, and they seemed to be leading me somewhere specific. I'd hear them come from the east wing, so I'd head that way, only to hear them shift to the west wing when I got close. The second floor was where most of the patient rooms were located, and it was in a rougher shape than the first floor. Water damage had buckled the floors in places, and some of the ceilings had collapsed. But in one section, there was a series of rooms that were in better condition than the rest. And that's where I saw her. I was setting up a shot in what looked like it had been a nursing station when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. When I turned to look, there was a woman in white standing at the far end of the hallway. She was too far away to make out details, but she was clearly wearing some kind of uniform, old-fashioned with a long skirt, and what looked like a nurse's cap. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. She just stood there for maybe 10 seconds, then turned and walked through a doorway. I grabbed my camera and headed in that direction, but when I got to the room she'd entered, it was empty, and the doorway that she'd walked through led to a room with no other exits. I spent another 20 minutes searching that section of the building, but I found no trace of anyone else. No footprints in the dust or sounds or anything. But I did keep hearing those footsteps, always just out of sight. The weirdest part came when I was photographing what had been the children's ward. It was a smaller section on the 3rd floor, with rooms that had obviously been designed for younger patients. The walls still had faded cartoon characters printed on them, and there were small beds that looked like they'd been made for children. I was taking pictures of one of these rooms when I heard something that made my blood run cold. Children laughing. Not the happy laughter of kids playing, but something hollow and distant, like it was coming from a very long way away. The laughter lasted maybe 15 seconds, then faded to nothing. But in that silence that followed, I heard something else. A woman's voice, soft and comforting. I couldn't really make out the words, but based on the cadence, it was like someone reading a bedtime story. The tone was unmistakable. It was the voice of someone trying to comfort scared children. I stood there listening to this invisible woman reading to invisible children in a room that had been empty for decades. And I realized I was in way over my head. I packed up my equipment and headed for the exit, but the building wasn't done with me yet. As I made my way back through the main hallway, I started hearing other sounds. Doors opening and closing, the squeak of wheels on linoleum, the distant sound of what might have been medical equipment. The footsteps that had been following me all day were now coming from multiple directions. Not one person walking with purpose, but several people moving through the building like they were just going about their daily routines. It didn't sound like they were coming at me, just like I was in a busy hospital. Nurses making rounds, orderlies pushing carts, staff members checking on patients. I was almost to the main entrance when I heard the voice again, but this time it was much closer. That same woman who'd been comforting the children was now speaking directly to me. "You shouldn't be in here alone," she said. Her voice was kind but firm, like a nurse talking to a patient who was out of bed when they shouldn't be. "It's not safe to wander these halls by yourself." I turned around, and there she was. The woman in white I'd seen earlier, but now she was close enough that I could see her clearly. She was maybe in her 40s, with dark hair pinned back under a white cap. Her uniform was old-fashioned, but clean and pressed, like she'd just started her shift. "Ma'am," I said, because that seemed like the polite thing to do. "I'm just taking some photographs. I'll be leaving soon." She smiled, but it was a sad one. "Everyone leaves," she said. "The patients, the staff, the visitors, everyone leaves eventually. But some of us stay because someone needs to take care of the place." I wanted to ask her what she meant, but she was already turning away. She walked back down the hallway with that same purposeful stride I'd been hearing all day, and I watched her until she disappeared around a corner. I didn't stick around to see if she'd come back. I got in my car and drove straight back to Bismarck, stopping only once for gas and coffee. The whole drive I kept thinking about what she'd said. Someone needs to take care of the place. I developed the photos from that day, and they came out exactly as I'd hoped. Atmospheric, haunting, perfect for the series I was working on. But in several of the shots, especially the ones from the second floor, there are little artifacts that shouldn't be there. Shadows that don't match the lighting. Reflections in windows that show rooms different from the ones I was photographing. And in one photo, taken in the children's ward, you can clearly see a woman in a white uniform standing in the background. She's not looking at the camera, but at something off to the side, like she's watching over children who aren't there anymore. I never went back to Sandhaven, but I've talked to other photographers who have. They all report similar experiences, footsteps and voices and feelings of being watched. One guy told me he'd heard children singing nursery rhymes in the pediatric wing. Another said she'd seen lights moving through the building at night, like somebody was making rounds with a flashlight. But they all mentioned the nurse, the woman in white who seems to still be working her shift, decades after the last patient left. Some people think she's a residual haunting, but I think she's more aware than that. I think she knows exactly what she's doing. Sandhaven is considered one of the most haunted locations in North Dakota, with reports of crying babies, faces in windows, and dark shadows wandering the empty halls. After my experience there, I can understand why. It's not just an abandoned building. It's a place where people lived and died, where staff members devoted their lives to caring for the sick and suffering. Maybe that kind of dedication doesn't just disappear when a building closes. Maybe some people are so committed to their work that they keep doing it, even after everyone else has moved on. Sometimes I wonder if that nurse is still there, still making her rounds. Part of me hopes she is. Even abandoned buildings deserve someone who cares about them. But I won't be going back to find out. The thing in the grain elevator. Look, I'm not the type of person who believes in this stuff. I'm a practical guy. I fix machinery, I drink beer, I watch football. But what happened to me last winter at the grain elevator outside Minot still messes with my head, and I figured maybe writing it down would help me make sense of it. I'd been working nights at the Farmers Union elevator for about 3 months. It's not glamorous work, but the pay is decent, and the night shift differential made it worth dealing with the cold and the isolation. Most nights, you're basically babysitting the equipment while grain gets moved around. Temperature checks, making sure the conveyors don't jam, that sort of thing. It's pretty routine. The elevator sits about 15 miles northwest of town, right off Highway 52. During the day, it's busy as hell with trucks coming and going. But at night, it's just you, the hum of machinery, and a whole lot of darkness. The building itself is massive. It's one of those concrete tower structures that dominates the prairie landscape. You can see it from miles away during the day, but at night it just becomes this looming shadow against the sky. My shift started at 11 p.m., and ran until 7 in the morning. Usually I'd spend the first few hours doing equipment checks, then settle in with a thermos of coffee and a book for the quiet stretch between 2 and 5. That's when most of the automated systems just run themselves, and you're really just there in case something goes wrong. It was a Tuesday in February when things got weird. I remember because I'd been complaining to my wife about having to work Valentine's Day, even though my shift was technically the night before. Temperature was sitting around -15, which isn't terrible for North Dakota in February, but cold enough that you don't want to be outside longer than you have to be. I'd done my usual rounds, and I was sitting in the control room at about 2:30 a.m. when I heard the first sound. It sounded like scratching, but not the normal kind that you get from mice or the building settling. This was deliberate and rhythmic. It was almost like something dragging claws across metal in a pattern. The control room sits about 40 feet up in the main tower, with windows that look out over the grain bins and the truck scales. I got up and looked around, but I couldn't see anything unusual. The exterior lights were working fine, casting their usual yellow pools across the gravel and equipment. I figured maybe it was ice forming on one of the conveyor belts, and went back to my coffee. 20 minutes later, I heard it again. Same scratching sound, but longer this time, and it seemed to be coming from directly above me. Now, there's nothing above the control room except the top of the grain tower. It's basically just empty space and the peak of the roof. There's no equipment, no access, nothing that should be making noise. I grabbed my flashlight and headed up the maintenance ladder to check it out. The ladder goes up another 30 feet to a small platform near the roof peak. It's not a place you go often, just for annual inspections and emergency repairs. As I climbed, that scratching sound kept going. It was definitely coming from above, and it was definitely not random. There was a pattern to it, almost like listening to Morse code or something. When I reached the platform, I swept my flashlight beam across the roof structure. Everything looked normal. The metal sheeting was intact, no signs of damage or anything that might be causing the noise. But as soon as my light hit the peak area, the scratching stopped. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, listening. Nothing. Just the wind and the distant hum of the grain dryers below. I was about to head back down when I heard something else. Footsteps. Not boots on metal, but something softer, like bare feet, but with a wet quality to them. The footsteps moved across the roof directly above me, slow and deliberate, from one end of the building to the other. Then they stopped, right over where I was standing. I called out, thinking maybe someone was messing with me. "Hey, whoever's up there, this is private property. You need to get down from there." My voice echoed off the metal walls, but there was no response. And that's when I noticed the smell. It was like spoiled grain, but worse. Sweet and rotten, all at the same time, with an underlying chemical odor that made my eyes water. The smell was getting stronger, and I realized it was coming from directly overhead. I aimed my flashlight up at the roof peak again, and this time I saw something that made my blood go cold. There was a dark stain spreading across the metal sheeting. It looked wet, and it was growing larger as I watched. Drops of some kind of liquid started falling from the stain, landing on the platform around me with soft, splashing sounds. I didn't stick around to investigate what the liquid was. I climbed down that ladder faster than I'd ever moved in my life and locked myself in the control room. My hands were shaking as I called my supervisor, but when I tried to explain what was happening, it sounded crazy even to me. He told me to write up an incident report and said he'd send someone out in the morning to check the roof. For the rest of my shift, I stayed in that control room with the door locked. The scratching continued on and off until about 5 a.m., always in the same rhythmic pattern. Sometimes I would hear those wet footsteps moving around the roof, but I didn't go back up to investigate. When the day shift supervisor arrived at 7, I showed him the stains on the platform. He looked one over and said it was probably just condensation mixed with grain dust. But I could tell by his expression that he thought it looked as wrong as I did. The stain on the roof was gone, though. Completely gone, like it had never been there. They did send someone up to inspect the roof that afternoon. No damage, no signs of entry, no explanation for the noises or the liquid. The maintenance guy who did the inspection mentioned that the metal up there felt unusually warm for February, but that was the only thing out of the ordinary that he found. I worked 3 more shifts that week, and each night brought the same pattern. Scratching around 2:30 a.m., wet footsteps, the smell, and that dark stain that would appear and then vanish by morning. I started bringing a camera to work, thinking that I would document whatever was happening, but every photo I took just showed normal roof structure. The camera, for whatever reason, couldn't capture what I was seeing. The final straw came on Friday night. I was doing my usual 2 a.m. equipment check when I heard the scratching start up again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the roof. It was coming from the grain bin directly below the control room. The grain bins are sealed steel cylinders, maybe 60 feet tall and 30 feet across. They're filled from the top and emptied from the bottom through automated systems. There's no way for anything to get inside them once they're sealed, and there definitely shouldn't be anything alive in there. But something was moving around in that bin. I could hear it clearly through the steel walls. It wasn't just scratching now, but what sounded like something large shifting through the grain. The sound moved from the bottom of the bin toward the top, like something was climbing up through thousands of bushels of wheat. I checked the bin's monitoring system. Temperature normal, moisture normal, no signs of any problems. But I could hear that thing moving around in there, and the sound was getting closer to the top. When I heard the first scratch against the inside of the bin's access hatch, I grabbed my keys and left. I didn't even clock out properly. I just got in my truck and drove home, leaving the elevator running on automatic systems. I called in sick for the rest of the next week, and I put in my 2 weeks' notice the following Monday after that. My supervisor wasn't happy about it, especially since I couldn't give him a real explanation for why I was quitting. How do you tell someone that there's something living in their grain elevator that shouldn't exist? The thing is, I drove past that elevator a few months later during the day. There was a crew there, installing new security cameras and motion sensors. When I asked one of the workers what was going on, he said they'd been having problems with wildlife getting into the facility. He didn't elaborate, but the look on his face suggested they'd found something that was not just wildlife. I still don't know what I encountered during those nights. Maybe it was some kind of animal that had found a way into the building. Maybe the isolation and the weird hours were getting to me. But I know what I heard, and what I smelled, and what I saw. And I know that grain elevator isn't the same kind of quiet it used to be. Sometimes when I'm driving past grain elevators now, I wonder if they're all just storage facilities, or if some of them are housing things that prefer the darkness and the isolation. Things that move through grain like water and leave stains that disappear with the sunrise. I've got a new job now, working days at a repair shop in town. It pays less, but I sleep better, and I don't miss those long, quiet hours when the only sounds should have been the machinery and the wind, but weren't. The third floor nobody uses. I've been putting off writing this for months, but after what happened last week, I figured I should get it down somewhere. Maybe someone else who works in one of these old downtown buildings will recognize what I'm talking about. I work for a small accounting firm in Fargo, in one of those old brick buildings on Broadway that's been around since the 1920s. Our office takes up the second floor of a 3-story building, and we've been there for about 8 years. The first floor is a law office. We're on 2, and the third floor has been empty the entire time I've worked there. Well, supposedly empty. The building owner, an older guy named Peterson, always said that he was looking for the right tenant for the third floor, but in all my time there, I never saw anyone go up to look at it. No real estate agents, no potential tenants, nothing. The staircase to the third floor is right next to our office entrance, and you'd think that we would notice people coming and going. I didn't think much about it until about 2 years ago, when I started staying late more often. Tax season, you know how it is. I'd be there until 9 or 10 at night, and that's when I first heard the footsteps. It started as just occasional creaking from upstairs. Old buildings make noise, especially when the temperature changes. But these were not just random settling sounds. They were footsteps. Deliberate, paced walking, like someone was doing laps around the empty floor above us. The first few times I heard it, I thought Peterson was up there doing maintenance or showing the space to someone after hours. But when I mentioned it to my boss, she looked at me funny and said Peterson never went up there anymore. Said that he'd had the utilities shut off to save money, so there wasn't even any heat or electricity on the third floor. And that's when I started paying more attention. The footsteps always followed the same pattern. They'd start at about 8 p.m., right when the law office downstairs closed and their people went home. The walking would begin at what sounded like the front of the building, and move in a slow circuit around the entire floor. It took about 5 minutes to complete one lap. Then there'd be a pause, and then another lap. I timed it once. Exactly 5 minutes and 20 seconds for each circuit. 30-second pause between laps, like clockwork. Our office manager, Janet, had been there since the firm opened, so I asked her about the third floor. She got this uncomfortable look and said that she had heard the walking too, but had always assumed it was just building noise. When I pressed her about it, she mentioned that Peterson had told her the previous tenant had left suddenly and had never been replaced. Previous tenant? I asked. I thought it had been empty since before we moved in. Janet looked like she regretted saying anything. Well, that's what Peterson says now. But when we first signed our lease, he mentioned something about the upstairs tenant not working out. I should have let it go, but I'm the kind of person who needs to understand how things work. Numbers, systems, patterns. They all have explanations. Ghost stories don't fit into that worldview. So I decided to stay late one night, specifically to figure out what was making the noise. I brought a small recording device and positioned it near the ceiling, where the sound seemed strongest. Then I sat at my desk and waited. 8 p.m. came and went. No footsteps. I waited until 10:30, but the building was completely quiet except for the usual heating system and street noise. I felt pretty dumb about the whole thing. But when I played back the recording the next morning, I got chills. You could clearly hear the footsteps on the recording, starting at exactly 8 p.m. and continuing for over an hour. The same 5-minute, 20-second pattern, the same 30-second pauses. But I hadn't heard anything while I was sitting there. I played the recording for Janet, and she went pale. "That's exactly what I hear when I work late," she said, "but only when I'm not expecting it." That's when she told me the rest of what Peterson had mentioned about the previous tenant. Apparently it had been another small business, some kind of consulting firm. They'd signed a 3-year lease, but had broken it after only 8 months. Peterson had been vague about why they'd left, just said that it hadn't worked out, and that there had been compatibility issues with the building. Janet had been curious enough at the time to ask the receptionist at the law office downstairs if she knew anything. The receptionist had mentioned that the people upstairs always seemed nervous, and that toward the end of the day, they would start to leave earlier and earlier. By their final month, nobody from the consulting firm was staying past 5 p.m. I started keeping track of the footsteps after that. They happened every night when someone from our office worked late, but only when we were alone in the building. If the law office was still open, no footsteps. If there were multiple people from our firm staying late, no footsteps. It only happened when one person was alone on the second floor after 8 p.m. The pattern never varied. Same route, timing, and pauses. It was like listening to a recording being played back on repeat, except it was happening in real time above my head. About 6 months ago, I got bold, and I decided to actually go up and look around the third floor. I waited until the footsteps had been going on for about 20 minutes. Then I grabbed a flashlight and headed up the stairs. The stairwell was darker than I expected. The law office had motion sensor lights that covered the first and second floor landings, but the third floor landing was completely dark. I could see that the door to the third floor was slightly ajar, which seemed odd since I'd always assumed it was locked. I pushed the door open and I stepped inside. The place was completely empty, just like Peterson had said. Bare walls, concrete floors, windows that looked out over Broadway. No furniture or equipment, nothing that could be making footstep sounds. The air was cold and stale, like it had been closed up for a long time. But here's the thing that really got to me. I could still hear the footsteps. They were coming from right where I was standing. I was hearing them from below when I was on the second floor, but now that I was on the third floor, they sounded like they were coming from the second floor. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, listening to footsteps that seemed to be happening in the exact spot where my desk was located. The same pattern, the same timing, but now they were below me instead of above me. When I went back downstairs, I could hear them coming from the third floor again. I mentioned this to Janet the next day, and she gave me a look that was part concern and part I told you so. She said Peterson had mentioned once that the building had some kind of acoustical quirks due to how it was constructed, but she'd always thought that was just his way of avoiding the subject. The footsteps kept happening regularly for months. In a way, I got used to them. They kind of became part of the routine of working late. 8 p.m., footsteps start, 5 minutes, 20 seconds per lap, 30-second breaks, predictable. But last week, something changed. I was working on a particularly complex audit, and I'd been there until almost 11 p.m. The footsteps had been going for their usual duration, but around 10:30, they stopped. Not gradually and not at the end of a lap, just like mid-circuit. I sat there listening to the sudden silence, and I realized then how much I'd gotten used to that background sound. The building felt different without it, emptier, somehow. And then I heard something that I had never heard before. A single, sharp knock. It came from directly above my desk, like someone had dropped something heavy on the floor upstairs. I waited, but there was nothing else. Just that one knock. The next night, I stayed late again. Partly to finish the audit, but partly to see if the pattern would return to normal. The footsteps started at 8 p.m. as usual, but again they stopped abruptly around 10:30. And again there was a single knock from directly overhead. This has happened every single night since then. The footsteps run their normal pattern for about 2.5 hours, then stop suddenly, and knock once. I don't know what the change means, but it's making me nervous in a way that the normal footsteps never really did. The walking had become predictable, almost comforting in its consistency. This new element feels different and more intentional, and perhaps most unsettling, intentional towards me, like it's being directed at me. Janet thinks I should talk to Peterson about it, but I don't really know what I would say. Hey, your empty third floor has been making footstep sounds for 2 years, but now it's knocking, and I'm wondering if you know why. I've been leaving earlier this week, making sure I'm out of the building by 8 p.m. But that's not a long-term solution, and tax season is coming up again. I'm going to have to work late eventually. Part of me wonders if I should try to find out more about that consulting firm that used to rent the third floor. Maybe they experienced the same thing. Maybe that's why they left early, every day toward the end of their lease. But another part of me thinks some questions are maybe better left unanswered. The footsteps were just a mystery. The knocking feels like communication, and I'm not sure I want to know what's trying to communicate. I've got a key to the building, and Peterson has made it clear that we're welcome to work whatever hours we need to. But I'm starting to think that invitation might not extend to whatever else is working in this building after hours. Tomorrow night, I've got to stay late to finish month-end reports. I'm hoping the pattern goes back to just footsteps. But if that knocking continues or if it changes again, I might have to reconsider whether this job is worth it. Some buildings have history, and some history is better left undisturbed. And some workplaces come with colleagues that you never applied to work with. The vanishing footsteps. I started before dawn to beat the heat that clings to the foothills by noon. The trail crossed a dry creek bed, climbed through sage and juniper. The Rockies rise like a wall there, gray teeth with snow still shelved in the far gullies, and the path threads a narrow way between rock and timber. I was aiming for a small lake in a cirque I'd seen from a distance. It wasn't on the glossy maps. Somebody had told me about it in a gear shop, the kind of place that sells old topo quads from a milk crate by the counter. The first miles were mine alone. My breath, my footsteps, the rustle of my pack strap. The sun came into the pines in bands. The air smelled like cold stone and sap. When I stopped to drink, there was the kind of quiet that makes you hear your own pulse. I'd hiked alone plenty, and knew the usual sounds. The dry scamper of a chipmunk, the clatter of a grouse blowing out of cover, the hollow thud of my boots finding roots. None of that bothered me. It's the sudden silence in a living place that makes the skin think. I heard the other steps just past the second switchback, where the trail cuts under a short cliff and then bends into a shaded draw. They were not my echoes. Echoes don't breathe and they don't scuff pine needles, and they don't keep the same pace as a man who doesn't want to be caught. But these did. 4 strides after mine every time. Heel toe, heel toe. I stopped and turned. It's an old trick. Animals come out when you go still. People hang back and give themselves away. Nothing moved. I could see 100 yards of trail back to the wall where the switchback climbed. A jay flicked from one snag to another, and the blue of it looked too bright. I waited long enough to feel foolish, and told myself it was just the forest adding its own sounds to mine. The dirt was dry and the needles lay thick. A place like that can hold 1,000 small noises and break them into patterns that feel like company. I walked on. The steps came again, soft but certain. Heel toe, and then a tiny slide like the weight of a foot, setting and shifting. When I stopped, They stopped. When I took one slow, testing step, something behind me set its foot down almost in time, almost willing to be heard. I turned quick and called out, "Hey, coming up behind?" My voice went out along the draw and slid back to me. No reply. The air moved a little, not wind so much as the temperature equalizing between sun and shade. That's what I told myself. I kept a steady pace for the next mile, listening and trying not to be obvious about it. Every time the trail curved, I took the corner wide and glanced back down the open run. Nothing. Just my own tracks in the dust where the tread of my boot stamped a chevron pattern into the powder. The steps behind stayed with me. If I sped up, they did. If I slowed, they eased. I began to think of a dog running silent. I began to think of a cat. By the time the trail narrowed onto a ridge, nothing dramatic, just a little spine with a drop of 50 feet on the right and a couple of broken boulders on the left, the trees crowded close and reached over the path. The shade turned the dust into a dark film that held impressions. I kept looking for prints. Mine were there, clear and alone. Nothing else. That should have helped. It did not. Halfway along that ridge, something changed. The steps no longer came from the ground behind me. They came from above. Not loud or thumping. A weight moving along trunks and limbs, a careful pacing. Bark rasped, needles sifted. I felt peppery grit touch the back of my neck, and knew a branch had shed something right over me. I stopped and pressed my hand to the tree nearest the trail. The bark was cool and ridged. The crown of it met another crown, and that one met another. The canopy made a rough green tunnel. I didn't see anything, but there was the faintest minute stir, the way a body displaces air in a room. I wanted to say it was a squirrel. Squirrels don't weigh as much as a man. This did. The rhythm had the same measured patience as the steps that had kept pace below. If you've ever felt watched by something you can't name, you know the way the time stretches. Heat becomes a sound. The spine grows its own hearing. I told myself to move. Whatever it was, animal or person, I didn't want to be under it. On the far side of the ridge, the trail widened into a small saddle where the soil held water in spring. Even in August, it was softer there. My prints sank deeper. I slowed to study them because they were comfort, proof of myself, of my weight, of the simple fact that the world takes an imprint when you press into it. They were still alone. I went toward the lake. The trees thinned. The path broke into open granite, where boot soles bite and chatter. On the slabs, the following steps grew faint, then stopped, as if whoever or whatever had been pacing me did not like the open. The silence that followed had a shape. I stood in it with my hand on a sun-warmed boulder and could feel a choice forming. Keep to the plan and make the lake, or turn back while the air still felt like day. I turned back. I can give you reasons. Monsoon buildups on the horizon, a headache starting behind one eye, a promise to be home for supper. But none of those are true. The truth is, I did not want to give that silence any more of me. Going down is faster. It's also worse for listening because everything rattles and breath rushes and the poles click when they touch stone. I kept glancing over my shoulder, across my own trail. Where the granite gave way to dirt again, I looked for anything but my prints. I found them at the saddle. Not new tracks, not a second set walking beside mine from earlier. My prints were doubled. Each one had a twin inside it, offset by the smallest fraction, and pressed a shade deeper. The chevron of my tread lay in itself like a stamp pressed twice. The edges of the second impression were crisp where mine had softened. Whoever stepped there had stepped after me. A person could do that, step in another's tracks to leave less sign. Hunters do it in snow. It takes practice and a certain malice if you're doing it to somebody who doesn't know that you're there. I crouched and looked harder. My heart ran fast. The second imprint was too perfect. It had found every angle of my weight. Heel first, then the ball, then the push of the toe. If you've ever watched your own stride on a treadmill and seen the same misalignment again and again, then you know what I mean. A shoe wears to a foot. The way I rolled inward, at the last instant, was there and repeated. It was like I was being mocked with a mirror. I stood up slow and let my breath out. "Okay," I said to nothing. Talking helped. I took 3 long steps forward in a patch of looser duff, then stopped and turned. My new print sat clean as stamps. No doubling yet. The trees overhead creaked the way trees do when a little gust comes from a direction you didn't feel. I waited. A sprinkle of needles drifted down. Somewhere above, a weight shifted. The duff trembled, the way a table does when the person leaning on it adjusts an elbow. My front print deepened. Nothing touched it that I could see. The edges collapsed as if something had just found the exact hollow my foot had made and set its weight in it. I stepped backward and put my heel into that same print to ruin it. The air felt colder, and my scalp crawled. I made myself do something ordinary. I retied a lace. I drank from my bottle. I told the trees I wasn't afraid, and I was lying. The ridge wasn't far. I wanted the open sky for a minute. I kept moving and didn't look back until the trail narrowed again and the limbs closed over. The world above me had its own map, a grid of trunks and cross branches, a system of roots no boot sole could make. In that green loft, I saw nothing but layered needles and cones. I heard small sounds that could have been anything. I walked with my shoulders hunched against the idea of hands. When the path tilted up under the cliff band where I'd first heard the steps, I let myself stop. I turned and looked down the long straight run that I'd come up at dawn, the same run I had looked down earlier, when I was trying to catch whoever was behind me. On that clean sloped dirt lay a line of prints. Mine, doubled from the saddle on, each one with its second shadow pressed inside it. They went away from me into the trees, until the distance made them a stippled dark. That was when the footsteps above me came on faster. Not a run or hurried, but close enough that I could feel them adjust to every motion I made. I put my hand to the rock at my left, and the rock felt like a thing that had watched and had no interest in interfering. I took a step, and something above took the same. There's a rhythm you get when you give up pretending you aren't afraid. It's a clean rhythm. Heel, toe, plant, breathe. I found it, and I held it. I told myself, again, that it was a cat, a person, a trick of sound. But the prints below told the story. Whatever was following did not want to leave its own mark. It wanted to wear mine. It wanted to move exactly as I moved so that the record on the ground would be a single line repeating itself, as if the mountain and I had agreed on a story in which only I existed. At the last switchback, I cut my stride wide and purposefully stepped off the trail into a small triangle of bare, sun-hardened soil that held shape like clay. I pressed my weight in and felt the give. I stood there longer than comfort allowed. Overhead, the pacing stopped. Something settled. The world went back to being all the things it had always been. Rock and tree and sky. And then, without any sound I could name, my footprint deepened again, from heel to toe. as if a careful weight had found the exact cradle I'd made and erased itself inside of it. I did not test it a second time. I did not look for a face in the limbs. I walked out the last of the miles with the sun off the ridges and the smell of dust rising around my ankles. The lot at the trailhead sat empty except for my car and a parked truck with a ticket booth on the dash. The wind had picked up down there, and the pines by the sign whispered in a way that sounded like actual wind. I knocked my boots together and watched the dirt fall. The chevron pattern in the soles looked ordinary and cheap. In the thin film of dust on my tailgate, my fingertip drew a single line and left it. I didn't check to see if it doubled. If you ask me what followed, I'll tell you I don't know. If you ask what it wanted, I'll tell you what I felt. It wanted me to be the only thing that had ever walked that path. It wanted to erase itself by becoming my echo. It moved on the ground until the ground failed it, and then it moved in the trees. And when the ground came back, it stepped into me again, like a hand finding the glove it's worn for years. That night, in my apartment with streetlight coming through the blinds and the refrigerator knocking in the quiet, I heard no footsteps. That's the worst part. Fear would be easier to manage if it kept to the script. What I had instead was the memory of weight. I fell asleep seeing my prints doubled all the way down that mountain, as if the forest had decided that my prints were a path it wanted to keep taking, long after I was gone. The Watcher of Hemlock Forest. I work timber alone most days. Mark the cuts, flag the boundaries, note the snags that ought to stay up for habitat. The district calls it cruising, like I'm out for a drive. It's walking with a paint gun and a tape and a compass through country that wouldn't mind if you vanished into it. Hemlock Forest is not a tourist name. It's a stand that runs the length of a ridge and falls away and draws on both sides. Old road spurs rot back there. Ferns eat skid trails. On a good day, you can hear trucks from the highway like distant surf. On a bad one, the trees swallow sound, and you work inside your own breath. I started on a Monday, blue sky over mist, dew soaking my pants to the knee. I flagged the unit line with orange tape and hit a rhythm. Cite a line of travel, paint a slash, take a diameter at breast height, write it down. The hemlocks ran straight and tall. A few had lightning scars I could slide my hand into. I ate at a stump and thought about nothing. On the walkout, I caught sight of something carved into a trunk just off my line. Not a blaze, and it wasn't one of my marks. It was a circle with a cross inside of it, done deep and clean with a sharp tool. Too neat for kids and too careful for hikers. I logged it with a photo, dropped a pin on the GPS, and told myself that the recreation crowd got creative. People carve hearts and initials. It happens, so why not circles and crosses? Tuesday, I came back and picked up where I left off. I worked east, flagged a water course, listened to the radio spit weather and dispatch chatter. Sometime after noon, I saw another carving. The same clean cut, but a different symbol. A kind of hooked letter, or maybe a deer track turned on its head. It hadn't been there Monday. I know that ground like a grocery aisle after multiple passes. By 3, my radio started throwing static. There was no report from dispatch, and there was no chatter. I swapped my batteries and it came alive and then died again, like someone had pulled a curtain across the frequency. The GPS glitched too. My position pin jumped 20 yards back, and then back to me, and then forward, and then back. The breadcrumb trail that I had left all day smeared into a kind of knot. The phone showed bars and then none. Compass needle ticked and turned and floated like a leaf in slack water. I don't spook easy in the daylight. I put the radio in my pocket and kept on. But I looked up more. I watched the understory for movement that wasn't wind. I marked trees with quick slashes instead of the careful ones that make the loggers happy. I didn't eat. The woods had the feel of a room where somebody else had just walked out. Wednesday, the symbols multiplied. I found them on a cedar at the unit edge, on a hemlock facing a draw, and on a wind-thrown fir that lay with its root ball ripped up like a bomb crater. All cut fresh. No sap bleed yet. No insect dust. The cuts were deep and smooth. Whoever made them knew how to keep a blade steady. I had tried to call it in. The radio gave me a voice for 2 words, then went to a hiss that sounded like breath. I took more photos. The phone battery bled out from full to 30 in an hour. The spare did the same. The GPS died clean as if I had flicked a switch. The compass needle spun slow and never quite settled. Around 4, the light changed. Dusk comes early under hemlock. It's not sunset. It's a kind of withdrawing. The green goes dark. The holes between limbs fill with gray. There's a point where you realize that you can't see the backs of things. I hit that point and made for the road spur I'd used as a trail in. I'd flagged it good on Monday. You could follow it with one eye closed. Halfway there, I saw him. I say him because my mind wanted a shape that I could name. He stood 3 trunks in from the skid. Not tall, maybe my height, but thick through the shoulders and hooded. The hood wasn't cloth. It looked grown. Bark and moss layered into something like a cowl, a tree's idea of a coat. He stood so still that I had to look at him through the corner of my eye to be sure that he was there at all. Straight on, he sank into the vertical lines of the stand. When I moved my head, he moved too. Not a step, just a weight shift, the way a tree will give a little under wind. There was no face that I could see, nor were there hands, just the suggestion of a man where the forest wanted one. I raised my hand without thinking, a peaceable gesture that people use in the field when they run into someone who isn't expecting company. He did not lift his. The hood tilted. The moss along it looked damp and smelled like rain. My radio popped once. A burst of syllables came through, chopped and wrong. The battery icon on the phone emptied. The compass needle flipped a sleepy circle. I turned and walked for the road spur. Not fast. I didn't want to run. I don't run in a forest if I can help it. The ground hides holes and the roots grab. The woods like people who panic. The air felt thick behind me. It wasn't like breath, it was like pressure. You know the sense you get when a truck comes up behind you too fast and you feel it more than you hear it? It was that. I kept my eyes on the flagging tape and forced myself to count steps. When I risked a glance back, the hooded shape had moved. It stood 1 trunk closer to the trail, still as before, as if it had grown there. I reached the spur. The woods opened into brush and alder. The sky showed itself in strips. I got a bar on the phone, enough for the clock to right itself. The radio went quiet in the honest kind of way that equipment does when it's out of range. I could smell dust on the road. I could smell my truck. I didn't look back again. I walked the last 100 yards with my keys already in my hand, foolish as that is out here. I wanted steel and glass around me. I wanted the door shut. The truck sat in the pullout with alder buds tapping the windshield. It looked good, clean. The kind of reliable machine a man trusts more than he trusts other men. The first symbol was on the tailgate. Cut shallow but neat, dead center above the latch. The circle with the cross that I had found on Monday. Fresh. The aluminum puckered a little at the edges like a wound. My stomach dropped because metal doesn't take a blade the way wood does. Whoever carved it had time and a quiet place to work. The letters of the district were untouched, as if whatever did it had respect for government property but not for mine. I ran my hand over it. The edges were clean. There were no burrs or drag marks. Below it, there were two more, hooked letters or antlers or something pretending to be both. The paint had been shaved away to the primer. The cuts caught the last light and held it. I walked around the truck. There were the same marks over the driver's door, faint but there. One carved into the plastic fender flare like fingernails pressed into skin. Another small one on the hood where only I would see it when I sat at the wheel and looked out across the washboard road. I opened the door and the dome light didn't come on. The battery was fine that morning, fine yesterday. The key turned without a click. Dead. The radio on the dash glowed for a second, then went black. I sat there with my hand on the wheel and listened to the forest breathe against the glass. I keep a jump pack behind the seat, for men who aren't me. I hooked it to the posts, and the truck, caught to life like a man pulled from deep water, gasps. The lights came up weak, then found themselves and burned steady. I half expected the symbols to shine under them, but they stayed dull and precise. I drove out slow. No need to kick up dust. No need to show fear to a place that understands it. At the gate, the battery light flicked on and then off. The radio asked for a code and then decided it remembered me. By the highway, my phone had 2 bars and a time that I recognized. The world came back in layers, like a man walking into a house and putting his coat on the hook and his keys on the table and his boots on the mat. Ordinary, clean. I parked under my apartment, and I stood with the engine ticking as it cooled. In the yellow of the streetlight, the cuts on the tailgate looked shallow and almost harmless. I could take it to a body shop and they could fill them. They could make it shine like it never happened. I didn't sleep. I thought about the hood that wasn't cloth. I thought about the compass turning like a coin in a glass. I thought about the way those symbols had walked off the trunks and onto my truck without leaving a trail in the air between. In the morning, I found one more. Small and careful, carved into the plastic of the steering column, right where my thumbs rest on the wheel. I didn't put it there. I don't think any person did. I'm back on office duty for a while, processing forms and maps and stacking notices for public comment. Hemlock Forest waits. The unit is still flagged. The marks I made are still there in paint that will fade by next year. But the other marks don't fade. They just show up where you didn't leave them. If you go out that way, don't look for the hood. Look for the symbols. They will find you first.
So let me start by saying that my brother and I are extremely experienced desert campers, and we have lived near deserts pretty much our whole lives. I have never in my 20 years of life ever for 1 second believed in anything paranormal, or anything to do with evil spirits. unlike my brother, who has always sensed presences and been able to see mostly what we call jinn, also known as demons. Last night, though, things changed for me, and it marks the last time that we'll be camping alone in the desert. We've always had the same place we like to go whenever we want to camp with minimal effort. Our day started as normal as ever, but as we got closer and closer to our destination, I saw my brother's mood completely shift. When I asked what was wrong, he just shrugged me off and told me to just keep driving. When we arrived, I felt completely fine, but my brother was still unusually quiet. It was around 1 p.m. at that point, and we were planning on leaving at about 12 to 1 in the morning. Because of the heat, we made the terrible decision to set up under a few trees and a source of water, which in the Middle Eastern culture where we live is where the jinns live at night. Not that I believed in that at the time, of course. However, we still set up our camp and continued on as normal. Now, my brother always says that when he feels a presence, or several in this case, he gets extremely unlucky. First, he almost dropped a box of coals on his foot. Then he spilled an entire bottle of Coke on his phone. Then he dropped it into the sand and proceeded to smash his elbow on the edge of the chair he was sitting on. His elbow is now very swollen. And last, but certainly not least, when he was looking through one of our boxes, he felt something cold and sharp right against his arm. He realized it was an unsheathed knife, which we packed with its case the previous night before. And later he said that it felt like something had pushed his hand into it, right where his veins are. All of these events consecutively occurred within a matter of a few hours, which made us both uneasy, and I, for the life of me, could not figure out why he was suddenly so unlucky. As I was starting to question his clumsiness, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, informing us that they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We drive a Land Cruiser and they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter as many issues as we did. We first dug them out without any issues, but as we pushed them out of the sand, it got stuck again. If you know anything about dune bashing or desert camping, then you understand the physics behind how wheels get stuck in sand, and the way this Nissan was stuck was incredibly unusual. It was literally stuck somewhere with plenty of space available for grip, and later my brother said that as we were digging them out of the sand, that's when he really started to feel like an evil presence was around us. But he didn't want to say anything and ruin the trip and freak me out. We ended up having to tow them out of the sand, which again was much harder than it should have been. First, our tow strap broke off of their bumper. The tow strap cost $200 and was fine, but their bumper was slightly damaged. Then we almost got stuck ourselves in a 20-minute job that took more like 90, which again was extremely unusual, and with hindsight, just the beginning of all the crap to come. When we came back to our camp, we noticed how everything around us had gotten unusually quiet. The area we were in has hundreds of birds around, and as far as we have seen, 3 cats who sometimes pay us a visit. But there wasn't a single noise at all, other than our fire, which was dying out unusually quickly. It had gotten dark so fast that we had to scramble to build a fire to cook our dinner, before we were asked to help the couple. And I had noticed the silence, but it didn't bother me. My brother suddenly grabbed my hand as we were sitting down to eat, and said with clear fear in his voice that we should get going as quickly as possible, that he didn't feel safe. To ease both of our minds, we prayed. We are both Christian, so of course we thought it would help, but I think it accelerated everything that happened, and just made whatever was there angry. We quickly finished our dinner, and me being the skeptic, I was completely fine staying there. But I wanted to humor my brother. But that's when I started getting the nagging feeling that it was time to pack up and leave. It hit me like a wave, and I was quite taken aback by the feeling. So I voiced it to my brother, and he agreed that we should pack up right away and leave. We started packing up at a normal pace, like we were just tired and wanted to go. And that's when we heard a sound very close to us, on the opposite side of the pond, which wasn't that big, that I could only describe as the sound of death itself. It seemed to go on for several minutes, and when I say that we looked at each other in absolute fear, I genuinely mean it. I was about to have a heart attack right then and there. At that point, after being frozen for a few minutes, and quite reasonably so after hearing that bellowing screech so close to us, we turned on the car, drove it back so we could see better with the headlamps, and just started throwing everything into the car without much care, but with a whole lot of urgency. After the screaming, everything hit the fan. First, it was the sound of twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then it was the shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape, walking around the trees and moving lights, but nothing. It looked like there were people just staring at us the whole time. You could really feel it too. We genuinely felt like we were not alone, and that we weren't with friendly entities either. We also noticed that all 3 cats were huddled right behind our car, away from the trees, so they were not the ones snapping the twigs. At that moment, I was really hoping they were going to move so I could get us out of there safely, and thankfully, when we slowly started to reverse, they took a hint. But they looked absolutely terrified, and were just staring at the trees too. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer. I've never felt anything like it. It was a gut feeling. It was just one of those natural instincts you can't ignore. Thankfully, we were able to pack up quickly. Our tent was very close to the trees though, so that was a nerve-wracking experience. And while we were packing, it was still very silent. It's very normal for the birds around that area to continue making sounds until 2 or 3 in the morning. And at this point, it was about 8 p.m., so highly unusual. I personally think I was most terrified as I was driving back onto the main dirt path to leave the desert. I know cars very well. I know how they drive in the sand. And I know our car especially well, because we've had it for so long. I could instantly tell that the steering was off and completely fighting against me. This fixed itself the second we were on the highway. The sounds of twigs snapping was still all around us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the sound of the car. On the path was what seemed like every bird in the area, just standing there and staring at us until we got close enough to force them to walk, not even fly, away. At one point, my brother just grabbed my shoulder and told me very sternly to just keep looking in front of me and under no circumstances to look through his window. It was the tone of voice that told me to listen to him for the love of God. We were in a part of the desert where we had to pretty much drive through the whole of the accessible areas to get onto the highway again, and there wasn't a single person around us. The only thing we saw was a very clearly abandoned Toyota, positioned behind a small dune and hidden by the trees, but was far enough from our campsite to easily rule out as the source of the original screech. The worst thing I saw as we were closing to the exit was that we saw in the middle of the path, staring directly at us, a deer. A deer. I have only seen one deer in 16 years of living here, and that was in someone's garden as a pet. It's safe to say that I was in complete shock. The deer was just not moving at all until I got close enough that we could practically smell the thing, before it slowly walked off the path while looking right at us. We quickly moved past the deer, and again my brother, with a grasp of my shoulder and a stern voice, said to keep my eyes right on the road. I asked him later as we got onto the highway what it was that he kept seeing, and he very reluctantly told me that he kept seeing large figures around us any time we went through a bend, and they were all either pointing right at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me at the time, because I probably would have crapped myself. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we still very clearly heard sounds all around us. And again, not the usual bird or cat, but big, unrelenting sounds. When I saw the exit, I was as happy as I have ever been. But that quickly faded when once again we saw another deer standing right in the middle of the road, slowly walking away and looking right at us. But this time it didn't really look like a deer. It was more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. And its eyes were milky. It looked rotten and horrible. I didn't much care. I just stepped on the gas, and fortunately it got out of the way in time. When you exit the desert, you can either turn right onto a long stretch of highway, or you can go left and go through a small town, then take the back streets to a parallel highway. As I was about to turn right, my brother once again, with that same tone of voice, said to go to the town. Later, he said once again that he saw a line of figures pointing ahead of us, so if we would have gone the other way, we probably wouldn't have made it home in one piece. Thankfully, as we made it farther and farther away and closer to our home, the gut feeling of being watched was going away. And of course, having never experienced something like this before, I was distraught and wanted to talk about it. My brother told me as we were going home that because we were alone, the jinn wanted to mess with us, that they wanted to scare us, and most likely cause us harm. And that the way they get you into such rural places is to force you to stop and then do whatever they want, which makes sense as to why there were so many animals blocking our path. He also said that they caused bad luck, and he could feel them the second we entered the desert, which explains his clumsiness all day, and the car that got stuck in such an unusual manner. Because he's my younger brother by 3 years, anytime he had ever told me about this sort of thing before, I always just dismissed it as him scaring himself. I can excuse the sounds we heard and the shadows we saw last night. I can excuse the gut feeling as just being scared, but I cannot excuse the 2 deer we saw staring right at us, and I cannot excuse the car just randomly fighting against me as I was driving. The deer completely freaked me out, as did the tone of my brother's voice. It's safe to say we're not going camping there again. And it's also safe to say that I will never dismiss my brother when it comes to this kind of thing again. I'm so thankful to God that he was there and that we made it home safely. My life was always crazy, but never did I think it was this crazy. This is my story. It was a summer day in 2011. I was 10 and my dad had gotten with his ex-girlfriend. That's a story for a different time. She had 2 boys. One was a year younger and the other one was older. I had a little brother as well. Now that you know the family, let me give you a little bit of background to this bone-chilling story. My dad was searching for a house to rent after breaking things off with my biological mother, and he found this house, and what's crazy is that my name is Ashley, and it was off of Ashlin Street. It seemed to be very cheap for the area. It was in a gated community, so of course it seemed very comfortable and safe. I mean, at least you'd think so. I moved with my dad into this house with his ex-girlfriend and her 2 boys. So there were 4 kids all together. We'll name them Kobe, the year younger, and Jerry, the older one, and then my little brother, Brandon. I have changed their names for privacy. It was an older house, so nothing brand new was built, but it was definitely pretty cheap. I mean, for a gated, high-middle-class neighborhood. We moved in. I don't remember the exact date, but it was in the summertime. I live in Vegas, so the heat is sometimes unbearable. One day it can be 99, and the next it's 104. My dad wakes me up and is really excited about moving out and just being free. My biological mother was a freeloader and a real piece of work. My dad and I picked up all our boxes and we went to the house. Now, this is the first time that I was seeing it, but of course my dad did a tour with the landlord. So I went through the place, picking my bedroom and all the fun things you do when you move into a brand new house. I shared a room with my baby brother, Brandon. He was like 4 or 5 at the time, so really young. I got the room I wanted, I guess out of the 3 I could have picked. It was a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house, 2 upstairs and 1 downstairs. The first night wasn't anything out of the ordinary. We got Little Caesars pizza and watched Cops, my dad's favorite TV show. We went to bed and woke up like normal, and went on about our day. Again, still really normal, nothing crazy. The second night was just as normal. It was about a week into living in the house when things started to happen. It was almost like the ghosts wanted to make sure we stayed or something. How sweet. So it was more like night 8, and I was walking up the stairs. I was alone in the house and the stairs had carpet. I walked up them and I swear I kept hearing somebody walking behind me. But every time I would turn around, nothing would be there. I just kind of kept it to myself and told myself I was just paranoid for being at the new house by myself. I was the type of kid that was scared of the dark, and I still get scared easily to this day. I actually hate Halloween for that very reason. But these strange things just kept happening. The first spirit sighting was Kobe's birthday. He got a new spyware truck thing, where you can put a camera on the toy truck and go around the house. It's kind of like a GoPro. Well, we decided to pull a prank on Jerry, so we put the camera in his room to prank him. He was asleep, so he would wake up and freak out that there was a camera. I mean, we were all under 12, so it was really funny to us, but that's not all I caught. I know the typical white woman in a white robe thing, I get it, but it was true. All we could see was a silhouette of a young woman, probably in her late 20s or early 30s, standing over him. Of course, as the 2 young boys were so sweet, they had me go up to check myself. So of course I went upstairs, a little spooked, but trying not to overthink it. And I went into his room. Jerry was still asleep, and there was no woman in there. So I came downstairs and told myself that there's probably a glitch in the camera that just made it seem like somebody was there. So we all let it go. As some of you probably know, when you move into a house, especially an older one, the floor creaks, and you might hear bumps in the night just because the furniture is settling. But only squeaks and creaks for a day or 2. We kept hearing this noise, almost like somebody was walking up and down the stairs all the time. But again, we all just put it out of our heads and said that it was the house settling. Maybe something fell. No matter what, we would try to find an explanation for the situation. But over time, it just got worse. My dad had signed an 18-month lease agreement, but we only stayed there for 4. Because this is when things got absolutely crazy. I went off to school. I was in the 5th grade. I had to repeat the 2nd grade, hence why I was in the 5th grade at 10 years old. Anyway, my school was definitely a walkable distance, so I walked to school and back home. I got home one day and my dad's girlfriend was at work, and so was my dad. Kobe and Jerry were at their grandma's and Brandon was still in school, so I was all alone in the house. When I walked in, it was like something out of a horror movie. Picture this. You get home from a stressful day at school, and when you open the door, it literally looks like somebody has robbed the place. The stove was on. Yes, the stove, like literal fire, was on. Of course, my immediate reaction was to call my dad and tell him what was going on. As I got into the kitchen, all the cabinet doors were open, and most of the plates were on the ground, shattered. There was glass everywhere, even on the carpet. Thank God we didn't have any animals at the time. My dad, of course, got home with the cops, and the cops came in and did an investigation, all to find out that there was no foul play, so there was nothing anybody could really do. So, of course, my dad's now ex-girlfriend blames me, but I told her that I didn't do it, that I came home to this. Unfortunately, my dad played right into her crap and believed her, so I was grounded for breaking her plates and causing a fire. I was so mad, but I was 10. What was I going to do, run away? I kept trying to convince my dad that I didn't do this, but pretty soon he wouldn't need any convincing. While we were all downstairs playing and talking one day, upstairs in my parents' bedroom, there were 3 loud booms, all one after the other. Just boom, boom, boom. My dad and his now ex and myself all ran up the stairs to find that my parents' bed was broken. It almost looked like somebody had jumped on it really hard, and that's how it broke. The mattress was caved into the bed frame. I just looked at my dad with a cocky attitude and said, "So did I do that too?" My dad actually apologized to me that night, but not his girlfriend. She never liked me, but that was another story, like I said. Under the staircase, we had storage. The door to that slammed, but the AC unit was close by the door. So I just thought that maybe somebody had left it open and the wind had pushed it shut. It wasn't a very heavy door. The next night was definitely one of the scariest nights of my life. It was around 8 p.m., and we were all settling down for the night. I had school the next morning, as everybody was going to bed. It was around 10 going on 11. As I was about to sit on the bed, I heard 2 knocks on the door. I could see a shadowy impression of feet under the door, so when I opened it, it was confusing to see nobody there. I closed it again, thinking that it had to be one of my brothers playing a mean trick on me. Again, I scare easily, so that was their thing. I heard the knocks again, and like the first time, I opened it. But nothing was there, and I didn't hear anybody run away. I went to Kobe's room. He was fast asleep. Then I went to Jerry's room, but he was still awake. He told me he didn't knock or anything, and that he'd been in his room the whole entire time, but I didn't really believe him. I had no choice to just go back to my room and try to relax. Probably about another hour went by, with nothing, no knocking or anything, but just as I had closed my eyes, I heard it again. I stood right by my door for about 10 minutes until the knocking happened again, and I immediately opened the door. Absolutely nothing. And then, in the silent darkness, I heard a giggle. I looked around the corner, and there was nothing there. Everybody was asleep, and nobody would have had time to get back to their bedroom. I just went to bed. I wanted it to be over so badly. The next morning, I tried to tell my dad what was happening, but he said I was just dreaming. I looked at him and said, "So was the kitchen, and the fire, and the bed. That was all a dream too, right? Because we're all either having some really crazy Jumanji stuff happening, or there's more to it." My dad just shrugged it all off and told me to get ready for school, so I did. Probably about another week later, I ended up staying the night at a friend's house. I'll call her Emma, just again for privacy reasons. So after school, I took the bus back to Emma's house. I decided to confide in her about what had been going on. Her mother was a medium, so I guess she could speak to the souls that hadn't crossed over or something. Or as she would say, departed. When I came in close contact with her, she looked at me with fear in her eyes. It was like she knew what was going on before I even told her. She told me that I had a very negative soul attached to me. It was a female soul. And all I could think was maybe it was my dad's ex or even my biological mother. 2 really horrible females. But she said that it wasn't anybody I knew closely. And that's when I started to piece everything together. The woman standing over the bed, the fire, the bed breaking, the knocking, the giggling. It somehow all made sense in some way. This spirit was stuck.
But my question was, how did she get there in the first place? My dad picked me up the morning after, and I discussed with him what I had kind of put together. He said maybe the landlord would know more, so I told my dad to give him a call and tell him the pipe was loose or something, so he could come over and have a conversation. You know, trick him, I guess. If he doesn't want to go into detail about it, he's definitely not going to over the phone. My dad agreed, and a few hours later the landlord arrived. My dad called me downstairs, and we decided to go over everything with him, from the fire to the glass to the bed breaking to the woman standing over the bed. All the color drained from his face, and I immediately knew that he knew something. As we were all talking downstairs in the living room, there was this mirror on the wall in front of us over the television. We're sitting on the couch, and as I looked up, I saw a lady wearing a very tall, almost like black witch hat, and she had very long gray hair. She just looked off, like I knew from somewhere but didn't at the same time. Of course, I reacted very startled, and my dad told me to relax. Like, yeah, Dad, let me just relax while all this stuff keeps happening. Why don't I just tell the ghost to make us a campfire as well? He didn't find it funny and sent me to my room. The landlord eventually left, and fewer questions were answered. It was like he didn't want to say anything. Like, our house almost blew up into flames, and there was glass all over the kitchen. This isn't the time for secrets. Anyway, we looked up the address on a background search for properties, and we only found 2 things that could have been connected to this haunting. The first thing was that the entire neighborhood had been built on a Native American burial ground, but that seemed a little cliché, so we kept digging. And then we found something even sadder. A young couple was there. They had lived there once. They had 2 children. One day, out of nowhere, the dad came home drunk. He shot his wife and 2 kids, and then set the house on fire and shot himself. Unfortunately, the house did burn to the ground, and their remains were never found, so nobody knew who they were. It made total sense. The fire that started, the loud booms, the knocking. It was a sick memory that I'll never forget. I really hope that family rests in peace. At least the wife and the kids. I can't imagine being taken out like that by your own father and husband. Anyway, that was the haunted house on Ashlin Street. I've never been back since we moved out, and I'll never go back again. I am a 23-year-old female, and my husband is a 23-year-old male. And recently we moved in with some roommates. They are James, male 26, Danielle, female 25, and their young daughter Sarah. We went from living in a decent-sized city to living in the middle of nowhere, about an hour away. For context, we live in the south of the U.S., so it's rural, woodsy nowhere. We're really good friends with our roommates, and husband and I knew beforehand that they had both experienced some paranormal goings-on before we made the decision to move in. To be honest, I think husband and I forgot all about the paranormal stuff just before we moved. Everything was great when we were settling. We all got along really well, and it was so amazing to be in a place where we had our own space and were on equal ground with our roomies. Then one night, about a month later, husband, James, and I are all lounging in the living room area. Sarah was asleep in her room, as it was late. We're talking about the paranormal. Around 11:30 p.m., James has to go pick up Danielle from work. She works the late shift, about a half an hour away from us. As James is getting ready to leave, he mentions skinwalkers. Now, husband and I don't use this word. For those of you who don't know, speaking aloud the word skinwalker or wendigo is sometimes believed to attract these deadly creatures to you.
Husband and I had strange and horrifying experiences at the last place we lived after one of us made the mistake of saying it aloud. So we don't say it anymore. Our code word for it is flesh pedestrian, if you're curious. As soon as James said it, I gasped. He laughed it off, but right before he left, he noticed something through the blinds on the back door of the house. He mentioned that he thought there was somebody in the backyard. In truth, we don't really have a backyard. The back of the house is right up against the edge of the woods, but we just call it the backyard. Husband and I, thinking that he's messing with us, laugh it off. Quickly, though, we can see from James's face that he is not. We rush to look through the blinds, and sure as heck, there's something in the trees. It was incredibly hard to see, but it was a very, very tall and thin figure, darting quickly between the trees. It kept itself completely shrouded in the black shadows, and we couldn't make out any other features. James rushes outside, thinking that it's somebody on the property. Husband and I follow, not wanting him to be alone. I stay on the porch while husband rushes down the steps to follow James as he goes behind the house. The second he leaves my eyesight, James immediately turns around and shakes his head at husband. He tells us that as soon as he got to the edge of the trees, he heard a low voice saying, "Turn around." I come from a pagan background. My mother is Wiccan, and my husband is also pagan. As James leaves, the husband and I finish our cigarettes. I immediately set out to bless the entire house with sacred oils and blessed salts. I had already done this as soon as we had unpacked the last of our things, but I felt it necessary to do again. I went so far as to bless the entire porch as well. As husband and I are doing this, James texts me that he doesn't feel safe and that something isn't right. When I ask him what he means, he writes that just a few miles up the road, a naked man came charging out of the woods and stopped at the edge of the road. When he locked eyes with James, he simply pointed at the car and kept doing so until he was no longer visible in the rearview mirror. We tried to rationalize that it could be one of many non-paranormal scenarios. We thought it might be a prank, but that didn't quite make sense. It was the beginning of a very cold winter, and it was only about 20 degrees out. It would have been a lot of effort and discomfort for this man to pull a prank like this on passing drivers. Then we wondered if the man needed help or was possibly in danger. But James was sure that this man did not look at all like he was in distress. If he was, the man would have yelled or tried flagging down the car instead of just pointing at it. The conclusion we came to, for the time being, was that he was most likely on some substances. We don't live in the safest of places, and hard substances are very common around here. Then James texted that he had picked up Danielle, and more weird things were happening. I asked him to elaborate, but he said that he would explain it all when they both got home. As their car pulled up in the driveway, husband and I went outside to meet them, but the two of them quickly got out of the car and rushed toward the house, telling us that we all needed to get inside immediately. When inside, James explained that right before he got to Danielle's place of work, he saw something in a cow field that he can't explain. It was tall, taller than any human could possibly be, and much taller than the thing that we had already seen behind the house. From what he could tell in the dark, it was gray, and it was running faster than he was driving at 60 miles per hour, on all fours. And then it ran into the woods out of sight. When he was driving back with Danielle, before James could explain everything that had already happened, she got a sinking feeling in her gut and made James lock all the car doors. A literal second after James complied, the same creature he had just seen was once again sprinting alongside the car. It was much closer to the road than it had just been minutes before, but it dashed again into the trees before they could get a really good look at it. We were all a bit shaken, It was now close to 1 a.m., and none of us could explain anything that had already happened. We tried to brush it all off, and we probably could have, if it was just one thing that had transpired instead of several. We made the awful decision to go back outside for a smoke. The kind of decision that only idiots in horror movies would make, I know. And that's when things got really weird. Off to our right, there's a small strip of woods that separates our property from our landlord's property, where he lives with his daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughters. In those trees, we notice 3 sets of eyes. They're glowing yellow-green, and they're just staring at us. Husband asks James if it could be deer, as we do tend to see a lot of those around, but we all knew that whatever those eyes belonged to were far taller than deer could be. Then, to our left, there's more, you guessed it, woods. From that direction, in the pitch dark, I swear I heard a little girl laugh. It wasn't boisterous or loud, more like the snicker that a child makes when they're trying to suppress their laughter. Danielle and husband didn't hear it, but James did. Now we're looking at the big tree to our left that stands just before the edge of the woods, and notice that there's this big black mass behind it, as though something was crouched next to the tree. We all try to rationalize that it's just a big bundle of leaves, but I don't think any of us really believed that. James and husband both dart back inside for a moment, and when they come back out, James is holding a hatchet, and husband is holding his crossbow. Without saying anything to Danielle or I, they step off the porch and walk toward our left, where the little girl laughed. Later, they told us that they thought a child was in trouble and they wanted to help. While Danielle and I were on the porch, trying to figure out what the heck was happening, we see something a few yards away. Down the driveway, there's a huge tree in the middle of the property. Out of our peripheral, we swore that we saw something duck from behind the tree. We kept looking at the tree, and yes, there was something poking its head up from behind the trunk, pulling back very quickly as soon as it realized we were staring at it. At this point, Danielle and I wanted to get inside. We're both shivering from fear and cold, and we just wanted this night to be over. But while Danielle and I were in a match of paranormal peekaboo, husband and James had their own very weird experience. For context, I have Tourette's syndrome. This means that I say and do things completely out of my control, and some of my verbal tics are just strange sounds. Some of those sounds include blowing raspberries or popping my lips, which are my 2 most common verbal tics at the moment. As James and husband are inching closer to the trees, they both hear footsteps through the grass and leaves within the trees. Both of them were too frightened to call out to whoever they thought was in there. Then they hear shuffling. The problem is, though, they each hear shuffling coming from different directions that the other doesn't hear. James was walking to the left, husband to the right. James hears shuffling coming from the right, but husband doesn't hear it. But husband hears it coming from the left, and James doesn't hear it. So they turn toward each other with their weapons drawn. In their confusion, while they're facing each other, they hear someone running in the woods, full on sprinting through the trees, heading directly toward them. And then it just stops. They take a step back and watch to see if anybody comes out of the woods. No one. But then they hear something in the woods. They hear me in the woods right in front of them. They heard both of my verbal tics, but the problem was I was standing on the porch behind them. Without turning around, husband calls to me and asks if I just had a tic. I told him no. They back away from the woods without taking their eyes off of that spot until they're close enough to sprint into the house, pulling Danielle and I with them. Inside, Danielle and I are able to tell them about the thing behind the tree, and James and husband are able to tell us about how something mimicked my tics to a T. For the rest of the night, we didn't go back outside. We would all, against our better judgment, peek through the blinds out the back door when we passed it. There was still something in the woods every single time that one of us looked. I didn't get any sleep. Come morning time, husband and I checked all the places that we had seen or heard something, and there was no sign of anyone or anything. I asked my mother what she thought it might be. In her opinion, it was likely something related to a mimic spirit, a spirit that warps reality to feed on fear, but not having enough power to really hurt anybody. She said that it couldn't be a skinwalker because there were too many things happening in too many different places all at once. Skinwalkers are solitary and territorial things, so it couldn't have been multiple of them. But just one mimic could do all the things we experienced. We still hear the occasional giggle in the dark, get a bang or a knock at our back door. We still even see the thing behind the big tree in the driveway almost every night. But that night was something else. I've seen some things in my life, but never have I gone through about 3 hours of nonstop activity. I've since burned sage all throughout the house and the entire perimeter of the property, as well as using the rest of my salt and oil around the entire house. Husband and I even did a late-night EVP session at all of the spots that things had happened that night, but we didn't get a single response to any of our questions. I don't know for sure if it was a mimic spirit, or if I can fully rule out a skinwalker. I don't even really know if the thing was dangerous or not. But one thing's for sure, I will never forget that night. I have had many paranormal, seemingly extraterrestrial, glitch in the matrix, and skinwalker experiences. I think one too many for one person to have. The one I am going to tell you about freaks me out to this day. There is quite a bit of detail to this story, so I will try to make it as coherent as possible. The time was 2011, my final year of high school. Now, I am a Navajo from a small reservation in New Mexico, and the nearest city is 30 miles west. I attended a public school in that city. Therefore, I had to wake up at 5 a.m. every morning to catch the bus at 6, which picked up more kids along the way, and we would arrive with just enough time to get breakfast before class at 7:25. This particular morning seemed normal. My alarm went off at 5. I showered, fixed my hair, and was ready by 5:40. I would usually give myself 10 to 15 minutes to make some breakfast and pack my lunch. I did just that, and decided to have Pop-Tarts that morning. I checked the time on the stove clock, and it was 5:50. I popped the tarts into the toaster and went to my room to gather my things into my backpack. As I was finished with that, I saw that my alarm clock read 5:55, and I went to grab my Pop-Tarts. The stove clock read 5:56. We had a big clock right by our front door, and it also read 5:56. I checked the time often so that I could perfectly time my walk to the bus so that it showed up just as I arrived at my bus stop. Additionally, it was a winter morning, and it was dark out. The sun didn't start to come up until about 7, and I didn't want to be stuck in the cold dark for too long. Normally, when I stepped outside, there would be cars driving about, neighbors who turned on their vehicles to warm them up from a frigid winter night. But that morning, there was nobody, and that was a bit strange to me, but I didn't pay that fact any mind. Now, since it's the reservation, aka the middle of nowhere, where I lived, there wasn't much light either. Few residents had streetlights in the cluster of homes where I lived. Unfortunately, the route that I walked every day had no streetlights, so the only lights I could see in the near pitch black were the ones at my back from our porch light in the north
a neighbor's porch light who lived 3 acres away in the southern direction, and the far-off lights of the city that lit the sky in the east. There were also the lights from the reservation clinic, which was about a mile south as well. I should also let you know that each home in a cluster of homes is set on an acre lot. My bus stop was 2 acres away. I would walk directly south to meet up with the only paved road, the highway, which met the dirt road in the east. From my home to that stop, it only took me a minute or two. When I stepped outside, nothing was astir, which, like I said, was really odd. However, I wasn't out there alone, because although it was almost pitch black, I saw the silhouette of a girl who caught the bus at the same time as I did, and at the same stop. Good, I thought, I'm not out here alone. I followed about 10 feet behind her. When we neared the stop, she veered off to the cattle guard, where she always sat to wait for the bus. I always sat on the porch steps of my uncle's house when the bus hadn't arrived yet, which was only about 5 to 10 yards from the bus stop. When I sat on those steps, I started to notice more and more things that were out of place. One of those was the fact that my uncle, an early riser who was always awake by 5, who always had his lights on by the time I was catching the bus, was not awake. He wasn't out having his morning coffee as usual. No lights, no sounds from inside his house. I thought maybe he's sleeping in today. Then the neighbor whose home was 3 acres away from mine, my uncle's next door neighbor, whose porch light was on, would normally have had their vehicle running, warming up by now, and their lights would be on, showing that somebody was awake and probably getting ready for work. But there were no signs of anybody being awake at all, and the truck wasn't on. Well, maybe they have the day off, I thought, still waiting for the bus. The other girl's silhouette I could see from the city lights that lit the sky to the east, and she was still sitting there and waiting as well. I was a little bit unsettled, but I didn't start to feel really creeped out until I started to hear the howls and yelps from what sounded to be a pack of coyotes that seemed to be only across the main highway. Since I didn't have a cell phone at the time, I had guessed that I was waiting for about 10 minutes. Finally, I thought, okay, this is ridiculous. Where is the bus? It should have been here by now. I was on time, and it was very unlike the bus or the bus driver to pick us up more than 5 minutes late. I decided to wake up my uncle and ask if maybe we had missed the bus, so I knocked on his door for a good 3 minutes, to no avail. Then I just decided to walk over and ask the girl if she wanted to walk back to our homes together, since I was sufficiently weirded out by the events. As I neared her and where she sat, my eyesight adjusted in the darkness, and when I was within arm's reach, I saw that there was nobody there. I thought I was going crazy. My mind raced and I felt panic and queasy in the pit of my stomach. All the creepy skinwalker and paranormal stories that I had heard over the years began to run amok in my mind. But what remains from those stories was that I was always told to never fear any of it. You should never be afraid of the evil things that lurk in the darkness, because your fear is their fuel. I decided not to panic and run home. Instead, I just walked briskly back home, still able to hear the whoops and calls from the nearby pack of coyotes, and trying to figure out what was going on. When I got inside, I went to my mom's room and asked to use her cell phone. Just as she was about to hand me her cell, she took a second glance at the screen and said, "It's 4 a.m. What do you need my phone for?" Shock took hold of my body, and all I could do was stand there with my mouth wide open as she trailed her remark with, "Are you awake? Have you been sleepwalking?" I have never sleptwalked in my entire life, and my reply felt forced, like I had to convince her that I was awake. I ran back to the kitchen. The clock read 4 a.m. The clock by the front door read 4 a.m., and the alarm clock in my room read 4 a.m. I don't know anything about any of these types of sleep disorders, but I seriously think that there's no way for me to have gone through with my usual routine the way that I did asleep. Needless to say, I was sufficiently freaked out and crawled back into bed. So freaked out I didn't even take my shoes off. I fell asleep thinking of the whole situation, and ironically, I missed the bus that day. I told my third oldest sister, there are 4 of us and I'm the youngest, about what had happened. She was a little shocked at what she was hearing, and then she began to tell me of a dream she had before my experience. Now, her dreams we have begun to revere as visions of sorts, since she's had many of them end up coming true. Her earliest one, I remember, was when we were in elementary school, and my dad called and said that earlier in the day he was in a small airplane, and that they nearly crashed into the mountains near San Carlos, Arizona. She told us about a dream about being in an airplane in a heavily forested area, that the plane was about to crash but was able to land safely a few days before we got that call from our dad. Since then, she's had others, some she tells us about, others she doesn't. Before I tell you about the dream, I must also tell you about a weird incident that happened to said sister at my eldest sister's house. This particular incident happened the summer preceding the winter. I had a weird experience. My sister, the dream visionary, would stay over at my eldest sister's house to help babysit my nephews. They would stay up very late, and one night or morning, because it was around 2 a.m., they heard a sort of banging in the back of the house. My sister and the nephew went out to check. When they opened the door, they saw 2 horses, one white and one brown, kicking with their hooves and hitting their heads against the big garbage bins, which were knocking into the house. It was as if they were trying to get in, but for what, we had no clue. To add to that weirdness, my sister's house is in a housing development that has 2 entrances, and since it's on the reservation, those entrances have cattle guards. So how could those 2 horses have gotten in? Anyway, they chased the horses out of the yard and they galloped off to who knows where. Anyway, back to her dream. She said that she was asleep at my eldest sister's house and woke up to the same banging noise that those horses had been making that night in the summer. She said she got up and walked to the front window and looked out past the blinds and saw those same horses standing just inches from her on the other side of the window. Then she saw the 2 horses shape-shift into people, an in-law and his son. They had menacing looks on their faces, and she said she felt that they were pure evil. She yelled at them to go away, and as soon as she turned away, she saw me, sleepwalking toward the back door. She went to grab me to put me back in bed, but as she got closer, she saw that the back door was wide open and that the son was beckoning me to follow him, to go outside. As I took a few steps out the door, she pulled me back inside, slammed and locked the door, and laid me back down, and that was where her dream ended. The story, however, gets creepier. After that weird time warp occurrence coupled with my sister's dream, my mom decided to take me to see a medicine man to have a prayer ceremony. He said that it was a skinwalker who was messing with our family. He said that the skinwalker intended to destroy my mom's life, but that she was too strong, and that the harm it wished for her would then fall to her children, the weaker ones. And here I thought I was being pretty strong. Further, he said that the skinwalker impersonated the shadow of the girl who usually rode the bus with me, and was also the one who created the sounds of the coyotes. The skinwalker created an illusion to lure me outside, and that the skinwalker was someone within the family. After the prayer ceremony, he said that I should never repeat anything that he said, or even the events that occurred. I don't think a lot of people heed that, though. I don't know if you would call it a warning or advice from the medicine man, but a lot of Navajos, if you get close enough to them, and they're not super traditional, will tell you all about scary and weird skinwalker stories of their own. They're pretty common, and even the ones that caused them to have to get a prayer or ceremony done They'll tell those too. And this story is mine. In order to really convey how scared I was when this happened, I'm gonna have to back up and give you a little context. For starters, I've told the whole story to maybe a handful of my closest friends, and the only family I've ever told is my twin sister. Even then, it only came up because they initiated conversations about similar topics regarding the paranormal. If I can help it, I'd rather not talk about it in real life. But here, on the wilds of the internet though, I guess I feel a little bit safer. It's also worth noting that I've included several instances that may or may not be related. Whether or not they truly are is a matter of personal speculation, but they are all paranormal nonetheless. If I had to pinpoint where it all began, I would say it was 2008, when I stayed home alone pretty much all summer. My sisters attended the Boys and Girls Club, and my parents worked all day. I was just a 13-year-old boy then, so staying home alone was pretty much the greatest thing I could think of. All I had on the agenda every day was eating junk food, playing video games, and doing whatever small chores I was assigned. Not a bad way to spend a summer. And it wasn't. For a few weeks, anyhow. When things started, though, they started small. Every couple of days, my mom would come home pissed off when she saw both of our dogs outside. We lived in North Alabama, so summer was hot and swampy. Because of that, we tended to keep the dogs inside until they needed to be let out to do their business, but it would never be any more than about 10 minutes. I loved those dogs, so I adhered to the 10-minute rule very strictly. It was also why I was so confused to see them outside on those days. I definitely did not let them out. Sure, I can be forgetful sometimes. Maybe one or two of those times I really did just have a brain fart. But I was 100% sure that most of those times I never let those dogs out. When I told that to my mom, she looked kind of concerned. Then I started hearing things. With freshly installed hardwood floors, I was familiar with the sound of them settling when the AC kicked on. It would be one or two popping sounds, then it would stop, until the AC turned off again. Rinse and repeat. Nothing crazy about that. One day, while I was binge playing old Nintendo games, I heard the boards settling again. But this time it wasn't because of the AC. And instead of one or two pops, there were several dozen, moving around. They went up and down the hallway, like somebody was pacing around. I paused my game and I listened to them. Thinking maybe my mom or my stepdad were back early from work, I went out to see them, and make sure the dogs were back inside so I wouldn't get chewed out again. But nobody was home. I shrugged it off as the floorboards just being particularly active that day, and I went back to playing my game once more. About an hour passed before the sounds repeated. The same quiet little footsteps. I paused my game again, and I listened harder this time. Another sound surfaced on top of the steps. It was kind of like trying to hear somebody else's phone call from across the room. You know there's a conversation going on, but you can't quite make out what it's about. I went to look again, this time going all the way across the house and into my parents' room. Still nobody. Then I thought, well, maybe the conversation was coming from outside in the neighborhood. I brought the dogs out back with me, and they went and did their business while I waited on the porch. From what I could tell, it was just another stiff, silent summer day. This particular thing happened a few more times, and it always made me feel really uneasy. It was even worse when I told my mom about it. She replied, "Oh good, you hear it too." Then she went on to tell me not to tell my stepdad, because he was very religious and for some reason didn't believe in any of this stuff. Things settled down after summer was over, and they stayed that way for a while. I had school to keep me occupied, and other than a few small instances, we had 2 quiet years. 2010 was the year things picked up a lot more. While my twin and my girlfriend at the time were hanging out in her room, they started messing around, taking dumb pictures with digital cameras. Now, my twin's room was the coldest in the house, and nobody could ever figure out why. It also used to belong to my older sister. Both times either of them moved into the room, their demeanor would change over the course of a few months. Where my older sister became more manic, throwing tantrums with growing frequency, my twin was starting to get depressed, sleeping all the time and always being fairly disconnected. While all 3 women in the house suffered from manic depression, bipolar disorder, and sometimes both, there was a very noticeable difference when my sisters occupied the room. And that digital camera my twin was playing around with, there was a picture on it that we didn't find for weeks after the fact that showed my girlfriend at the time and a really weird, smoky, veil-like presence in the room with them. Neither of them smoked, and the room never smelled like anything, so we weren't allowed to have candles in our room either. I'm still kicking myself for not saving that photo somewhere, because I think it might have been a good piece of evidence. On top of the apparition caught on my camera, my mother told me of an instance where footsteps walked from the kitchen and into the study, where she worked on some stuff for her job. When the steps entered the room, she heard a voice whisper, "Ouch!" very clearly into her ear. The next few experiences were things only I witnessed. They are, by and large, the more extreme parts of what I now guess to be a haunting, and they started in the summer of the same year, with my first episode of sleep paralysis. I had known about the phenomenon before it happened to me. My mom was a sufferer of frequent night terrors and the occasional paralysis. I also had a friend with narcolepsy that told me about it at school. The first time it happened to me, I wasn't too unsettled. It was on a weekend, and I drifted off watching Netflix. The next thing I knew, I was wide awake, and a few episodes of the show had gone by. I reached for a bottle of water by my bed, but I found that I couldn't move at all. It was strange and almost calm. I just kind of accepted what was happening, and I let it run its course. It eventually did. I got up, had a drink of water, went to the bathroom, and then went back to bed. A few days after the paralysis, things started moving around on their own. Another day spent home alone, I was once again playing video games and avoiding any responsibilities. As I had tried giving up soda that year, I almost always had a cup on my desk, filled either with orange juice or empty. There was rarely an in-between. This cup, however, just fell over in front of my eyes. There was no slant on the desk or anything like that. Nothing other than the cup was on it. It just tipped over, like someone had smacked it over. While I thought it was odd, I set it back upright and went on with my gaming. I had settled that it was some kind of trick of gravity, which in hindsight sounds way more ridiculous than a poltergeist. This was immediately followed by the sound of a bird hitting my window, my light bulb exploding overhead, and the cup once again tipping over. Unable to rationalize it this time, I scrambled out of my room and into the kitchen, where my stepdad was eating. As I said earlier, my mom asked me not to talk to him about anything paranormal, but I was pretty shook up by what I had just seen. He asked me if I was all right. I told him that a bird had flown into my window and kind of scared the crap out of me, to which he laughed. I didn't sleep very well that night. The last and most extreme incident I had at that house happened just about a week later. My second episode of sleep paralysis. It was a Sunday morning, and I could hear my family moving about the house to get ready. It didn't take me long to prepare myself, so I tended to sleep in an extra 15 minutes. As I fell back to sleep, a familiar feeling came over me. Unable to speak, I couldn't call for help. A weight on my chest made it difficult to breathe. I was incapable of moving. Thinking it would pass like last time, I just waited. It became evident very quickly that this was not going to be like last time. What little daylight there was coming in through the curtains turned blood red. Instead of the calm I had during the first episode, I grew very unsettled. It was dark now, and the room looked like one of those photo development rooms in terms of color. My door opened on its own. A figure stood there. It just looked like a silhouette, all dark and shrouded. It wore what appeared to be a robe made of thick fur, and kept its hood drawn over. Even though my room was normally comfortable, I felt the temperature drop. I could see my own breath, and the breath of this figure. It just kept staring at me. Something about it felt evil, like it was waiting to do something awful to me. I tried to yell and make it go away. I even attempted to invoke the name of Christ, but I couldn't speak or breathe enough to do so. The blood red changed to pitch black. The figure disappeared into it, but a pair of dark red eyes pierced through me from where it stood. I then saw two numbers sort of fly at me, 13 and 3. That's when the paralysis ended. I got up and I went to church. I've since lost my faith and I'm no longer religious. Just what I saw that morning is still a mystery to me. But I did follow up on those two numbers that same morning in church. Psalm chapter 13, verse 3 reads in the King James Version, quote, "Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Lighten my eyes lest I sleep the sleep of death." Needless to say, I got chills, and I still do every time I tell the story. Newfoundland is an alien hotspot if the stories that I hear are any indication. Almost everyone I know has some story about when they lost huge chunks of time and were missing, usually for about a day, but it can go up to a week. I've never heard of any violent encounters, but a lot of "I was frozen and couldn't move for a bit due to a light in the sky" kind of stories. It's a pretty good assumption that if aliens do exist, they stalk my family. My dad has stories about being frozen on beaches, being watched in his sleep, and a weird story about the stars changing configurations. My mom has stories about meeting aliens, and she has a few accounts of what they look like. I might tell those stories one day, but I really feel like this is a good introduction to the types of encounters my family has had. For me, it all started when I was about 13. There's nothing overly remarkable about me, other than being in a military family, and I was more precocious than most. At the time, I was living in my dad's hometown, maybe a solid kilometer up the hill. My house was a raised bungalow, meaning that all the first floor windows were about 10 feet off the ground. My window faced the front yard, and was probably the only one that didn't have some kind of bush in front of it. Basically, I had a good solid view of my outside. One night, I remember being woken up fairly abruptly at around 1 in the morning. Not unusual for a 13-year-old, so I thought, go get a drink, probably pee, go back to bed. Except, when I tried to move, I couldn't. Some people describe the feeling of an overbearing weight that prevents them from moving. This wasn't that. It was like my whole body was asleep, complete with that tingly feeling and an utter lack of ability to move. I wasn't sleeping in a weird position, and aside from having maybe an extra blanket on the bed, I couldn't figure out a reason why this would be happening. The only thing I could move was my head, as my neck felt asleep, but not enough to completely prevent movement like the rest of my body. So I flopped my head to one side, and that's when I saw it. In my window, roughly in the middle, was a disc-shaped object. It hovered maybe a foot away from the glass and didn't move. This is remarkable for anyone who's been to Newfoundland, where 40-kilometer-per-hour winds are the norm basically every day. The disc was maybe 3 feet in diameter, and the better part of a foot tall. It let off this low-grade, almost LED-like hue. It reminds me of those horrible blue Christmas lights. The thing had 3 thick, prominent ridges on what I assumed to be the front of it, which was facing me. From the middle one came a red light, and the thing didn't have a lens. It just kind of emanated from this thing. It split into a wide vertical pattern, and it's like it was scanning my body. When I moved my head, the disc was beaming around my belly button area. As soon as my head flopped, with maybe a second or so delay, it moved the scanning laser to my eyes. For maybe 5 seconds, I stared rather uncomfortably into this horrible red light, and it burned. I wanted to close my eyes desperately, as it felt not dissimilar to staring into the sun. But they wouldn't move. I tried to yell, but I couldn't say anything. And, much like staring into the sun, you see little else. After the 5 or so seconds, the light turned off, and I could just make out the disc object, flying off down the road toward the ocean. I was awake for maybe 10 more seconds before I fell asleep. For full context, this all happened in about 20 seconds, give or take. I need to point out that this happened in 2003 in rural Newfoundland. At that time, there were no such things as drones. Drones were the terrifying flying machines that the US was sending to bomb the shit out of Iraq. They were something I'd only even seen recently on the TV, as those big white plane-looking things. I have no real explanation for this other than possibly aliens. I had tried to talk to my family and classmates about it, but they mostly called me a loony and laughed. Eventually, that night passed from me trying to tell people about it to thinking nobody will ever believe me, so why bother? A month, maybe 2 passes and my life carries on as usual. The only real difference is I become shit at math. I was a top student in my class, always pulling best grades for most of my school life until that point, given the math isn't all that hard. But I really started to suck. My grades went from 90s to 60s, often 50s, and sometimes even failing in the math department. Often, I was failing in the math that I was able to do not even 4 months prior. Nobody was concerned for some reason, but that was a frequent theme in my teen years. So, I was now just the kid that had fallen from grace. Still had amazing grades in everything else, just never again in math. So one night I remember being woken up. Again, my body felt like it was asleep, and again I had some control over my neck. But I remember this like I remember a dream, but way too many details for it to be normal, but I'll get to that. The first thing that hits me is the blinding white light. It was coming from outside my window, brighter than stadium lights, and coming from who knows where. But I knew it was close to my house. All I heard was a low, growling hum coming from outside. In my room were 2 of those discs I had seen before, shining a wide red light all over the room, which dampened the sheer brightness of the light outside enough that I could see. Then I see one of them. It walks into my room, and I remember being scared-ish but largely indifferent. It was easily over 12 feet tall and was uncomfortably skinny. Its arms and legs were way too long for the tiny torso that it had, about the size of a child. They were multi-jointed in at least 7 places that allowed it to fold its arms and legs enough that it could fit into my room. I have no doubt that if it were to fully extend all of its joints, the thing could easily top 20 feet. It had hands which had too many joints on the fingers, way too many fingers, and no thumbs. They were in a half circle around its pretty round palm, and generally unsettling now that I think about it. It had a head, a huge head, but it lacked any real eyes except for maybe tiny pinpoints where a massive socket would otherwise be. It had no nose, no hair, no real chin, and 2 holes where our cheeks would be. I'm guessing that it might be a mouth, but hell if I know. The head was thin, because of course it was thin, and resembled somewhat of an oblong pancake. The whole thing had white skin with a gray undertone, or what I assumed to be such given the lighting in the room. The creature held out its hand, and instinctively I held it. It walked me out of the room, stark naked, and was leading me to my living room. When I get into my hallway, I see all the doors in my house are open, and there are a dozen of these things just sort of mulling about. I remember one looking into our linen closet, one walking into our basement, and another unscrewing a light bulb. All over the house were the discs that gave everything that faint red tint, and the huge stadium lights from outside, making it look like broad daylight, but with a slight red tint. In the dining room was my mother, also stark naked, kind of just standing there, as two of these creatures were in my kitchen doing something. Lying on the couch in the living room was my dad, again naked, with three of the creatures looming over him, with a bunch of weird tools in their hands. I can assume doing some kind of procedure. I remember asking, "Where is my sister?" To which I got the reply, "Outside," from the creature holding my hand. I'm still unsure if this was telepathic or if the creature said something out of its uncomfortable holes, but I accepted that as good enough of an answer. As I walked by my dad, I could see that the creatures were fiddling with him, poking and prodding him. I remember being concerned, as I know that my dad had just had a surgery, but I again got the feeling that it would be fine. The creature I was with placed me in the corner of the room, facing the wall, and I sat down cross-legged without much issue. The creature then left, and I was there for about a minute or so. All I can remember from that time is a few details. Above me was one of the discs, shining its broad red light, but I had the faint blue as well, giving my vision an odd hue. The only other distinguishing feature I remember is the silence. The piercing and utter silence, only broken by that soft, low, growling hum coming from outside. I remember then waking up, back in my bed, no worse for wear. All I think is, damn, that was a realistic dream, and went about my day. The only difference is I had, and still have, a small lump on the back of my neck the size of a split pea. It comes and goes. Sometimes I feel it, and sometimes I don't. And a few times I've squeezed it, and some dry, powdery substance came out. I just assumed it was some weird medical thing, but if it ever happens again, I might try to get it looked at. A few years go by, and my dad and I were chatting. We got on the topic of aliens, one of his personal favorites. I tell my dad about the multi-jointed creature thing, and before I can even get to the point in my story where I reach the living room, he goes, "Man, I had a dream like that. A bunch of skinny white men with hoods were poking me, right after that surgery. There was a red hue all over everything. I remember seeing them sit you in a corner and you just sort of stayed there for a bit. Crazy dreams, huh?" I asked if it seemed real to him, and he said, "Well, yeah. I've had those dreams ever since I was a kid. The white guys in hoods never do anything interesting. This was the only time. Our brains are weird, aren't they? I've brought it up a few times since, but I don't get a whole lot more than what I've already told you. My sister has somewhat of a similar story, but she remembers like 3 seconds of it. I have maybe 2 minutes. The best guess I have is aliens, and this is far from the only time that I've encountered these creatures. But I'll save that story for another day."
There's a rhythm to hiking, a meditative cadence to one's footsteps against the solid earth. I found mine on the Appalachian Trail, where twilight casts long shadows, and the evening chorus of wildlife begins its song. This is where I heard it first, the echo of my own stride, but not my echo. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line and painted the sky in strokes of fire and shadow, the second set of footsteps would join my own. At first, I stopped, abruptly, a jolt of fear sending a cold sweat across my skin. The steps would cease as well, their sudden absence as jarring as their presence. I scoured the underbrush and peered into the thicket, expecting a prankster or a fellow hiker to emerge, smiling at their clever trick. But the trees stood silent, their trunks keeping the secrets of the trail. It wasn't wildlife. I knew the sound of deer and smaller creatures that called the woods home. This was the unmistakable tread of a human foot, a companion step that synced perfectly with my own gait, mimicking my pace whether I walked briskly or slowed to a weary shuffle. Nights turned into weeks, and the mystery of the footsteps became my constant, unnerving companion. I spoke of it to others, but my tales were met with skeptical looks and rational explanations that fell flat against my experience. I was alone, yet not alone. The trail offers much time for reflection, and in those countless hours, I pondered my invisible follower. A ghost, perhaps, reliving their own journey along these ridges and valleys. A figment of my imagination, spurred by isolation and the whispering woods. Or something else, a phenomenon uncategorized by the natural laws I held true. The footsteps became a ritual, beginning each evening as the light waned, a signal that the day's end was near. And I, no longer startled, would nod in silent acknowledgement to my unseen companion before we continued on together, our steps a duet, performed for an audience of ancient trees and fading stars. As the days shortened and the chill of autumn whispered through the trees, the footsteps grew louder, more pronounced. They seemed to carry a weight, a determination that resonated deeply with the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. It was a sound that beckoned me to quicken my pace, to move with a purpose I couldn't quite grasp. I began to anticipate the arrival of the footsteps with a mix of apprehension and a strange comfort. There was a pattern, a ritual in their timing and duration. They would begin just as the sun's afterglow surrendered to the twilight, and would fade with the first sightings of the evening star. One particularly crisp evening, I stopped mid-trail, a decision that cut through the routine like a sharp stone. The footsteps halted, synchronized, as always. Silence fell heavy around me. The usual night sounds muted, as if the forest held its breath. I turned slowly, almost expecting to finally see a figure, but there was only the empty path, the trees, and the settling dusk. "Who are you?" I whispered into the twilight, my voice a mixture of challenge and plea. The question seemed to hang in the air, unanswered. Yet, I sensed a shift, a palpable change in the atmosphere, as though my words had acknowledged a presence that had long been ignored. The footsteps did not resume that night. Instead, a stillness followed me as I continued on, the lack of the accompanying steps more unnerving than their presence. I made camp with the unsettling feeling of eyes upon me, of being watched, scrutinized by an entity whose intentions I did not know. Sleep proved elusive, my mind churning with thoughts of my silent follower. Were they a protector, harbinger, companion? The questions spun in my head, each more unanswerable than the last. As dawn broke, I half expected the footsteps to return with the morning light, but they did not. The day was mine alone, the trail a solitary stretch before me, and I couldn't shake the sensation of loss that shadowed me, as mysterious as the footsteps themselves. My solitude lasted into the next evening, an eerie quiet punctuating my every step. The absence of the footsteps had stirred a hollow place within me, like a note emitted from a well-known song. As twilight approached, a part of me yearned for the return of my phantom companion. Yet, as the shadows grew long and the first stars blinked into existence, there was nothing. Dusk morphed into night, and I found myself at a familiar bend in the trail, where the first leaves of autumn had gathered in quiet mounds. It was here that I finally paused, my breath forming faint clouds in the cold air. The silence was oppressive, almost tangible in its density. "Are you there?" My voice broke the silence, louder now, the words slipping out into the chill. There was a palpable longing in my tone, a need for the connection that had, day by day, become a part of my journey. As if in response, a branch snapped, sharp and clear, a deliberate sound in the stillness. My heart quickened, and I turned toward the noise. In the dim light provided by my headlamp, my eyes searched the darkness for a sign, a shadow, anything. The stillness that followed was soon broken by the resumption of steps. They were behind me now, no longer a synchronous echo of my own, but a distinct tread, measured and purposeful. The sound filled the empty air with a rhythm that spoke of a resolve and an eagerness that hadn't been there before. I didn't move, not as the steps grew closer, not even as I could hear the subtle shifts of earth beneath the weight of whoever or whatever was approaching. A chilling draft swept through the trees, and an involuntary shiver raced down my spine. There was a sense of inevitability, a sense that the story that had begun weeks ago was drawing to its close. As the steps came to a stop just behind me, I found the courage that had eluded me thus far and turned to face my follower. But again, there was no one. The forest was still, the night creatures silent witnesses to this bizarre ritual. Yet the air was charged, the night vibrant with an energy that seemed to buzz just out of sight, just out of reach. A whisper of movement caught my attention, and I looked down to see a leaf drift to the ground between my boots, its descent too controlled, too intentional. It landed with a delicate finality, the forest's breath on my neck. I bent down, fingers grazing the leaf, the forest floor cold and solid beneath. The leaf was real, tangible, unlike the steps that had led me here. Yet it was undeniably a part of the mystery, a piece to a puzzle that was beyond my understanding. Straightening up, I scanned the surroundings once more, searching for any sign of the other. But as before, there was nothing. No figure, no movement, not even the sound of retreating steps. Only the night, and the forest, and me. My resolve wavered as the nights unfolded without incident. The absence of the footsteps left a void that filled with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal birds, natural sounds that seemed foreign, without the familiar tread accompanying them. The nights were growing colder, a prelude to the winter that would soon blanket the trails. I trudged forward, half-heartedly, missing the mysterious comfort of my unseen partner. The isolation pressed upon me, a reminder of the vastness and indifference of the wilderness. On a night when the moon hung heavy and low, a soft glow filtering through the skeletal branches, the footsteps returned. This time they were beside me, a perfect mimic of my pace once more. There was no build-up, no crescendo to their arrival. They were simply there, as though they had never left. I stopped, my breath visible in the moonlit air, and listened. The steps ceased alongside mine. It was an acknowledgement, a shared moment suspended in time. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, the nocturnal choir silenced. Without a word, without a glance, I resumed walking, and the steps followed suit. There was an understanding, unspoken but as real as the trail beneath my feet. We moved together through the forest, the sound of our synchronized strides a solemn melody to the night. We reached a clearing, where the moonlight pooled on the ground, bathing the area in an otherworldly silver. It was there that I finally saw it, a shadow, not my own, stretching alongside me. It was elongated and distorted, a trick of the light perhaps, but it was there. A shiver ran through me, though whether from fear or something else, I couldn't tell. I turned toward it, my heart thudding against my ribs. But as my gaze settled on where a figure should have been, there was only emptiness. The shadow, however, remained, a dark imprint on the luminous ground. I spoke then, a single question filled with the weight of all of my encounters. Why are you here? The shadow shifted, a gesture that felt like a shrug, and although no voice answered, an understanding settled into my heart. It was not here for me, but with me. It was a presence tied to the trail, to the endless cycle of day into night, an echo of someone or something that once walked this path. As the moon climbed higher, the shadow faded into the darkness, and the footsteps quieted, becoming one with the soft sounds of the forest. They did not start again. I continued my trek, reaching the end of the trail as the first hints of dawn touched the sky. The journey was over, but the memory of the steps that had walked with me lingered. In the stillness of the early morning, I understood that some encounters are not meant to be explained. They are there to remind us of the mysteries that exist just beyond the edge of understanding, in the space between footsteps on an old forest trail. I just want to mention a few key points before I share some of the things that happened. I am not looking for attention. Everything contained within this story is 100% factual. I'm an Australian, and these occurrences happened on the central coast of New South Wales. I am an avid outdoorsman with a keen interest and in-depth knowledge of Australian native fauna. Each of these occurrences have a witness apart from myself. I don't claim these events are paranormal, yet I am, to this day, still without a reasonable explanation. Occurrence number 1. I live on the New South Wales Central Coast in an area that has houses in close proximity to Brisbane Water National Park, literally within meters from some back fences. Myself and my partner hold a keen interest which sees us venture into the bushland regularly. For argument's sake, let's say we are avid bird watchers. A few weeks ago, the local fire service commenced backburning in parts of the Brisbane Water National Park over 2 days or so, which was obviously for hazard reduction. Most of the fire was directed at burning off leaf litter and dry debris, which covers the ground, in an effort to reduce the chances of spot fires, which have in the past become large fires and threatened houses and caused neighboring suburbs to be evacuated. Because of the way the back burning was controlled, it completely burned off the debris, and basically 90% of flora that was over 2 or so feet seemed to have survived, except for some light charring, of course. Even some grass plants survived, while others were completely burned, including their underground roots, which left large round circles in the substrate. This meant that the canopy was fully intact, and this is an important point to the story. The fire was controlled so well that the left-hand side was completely obliterated by fire, while the right-hand side was untouched. The path is about 3 to 4 feet wide at its widest points. Anyway, about 48 hours after the fire service had finished backburning, my partner and I ventured into a large patch of Brisbane Water National Park, along a track that we have walked no less than 200 times in the last decade. The first thing we noticed, of course, was the lack of small shrubs and ground cover, which had been replaced by a 3 to 4 centimeter layer of ash. It was also hard not to notice the smell and non-visible smokiness which irritated our throats and noses, but by far the most profound thing we noticed was just how quiet it was. Usually we hear birds chirping, snakes slithering into the underbrush, lizards scampering out of the way, and ducks splashing around in the creek that runs along the whole length of the walking track on the right. Across the creek, there are literally kilometers of bush in all directions, so it was a little odd that it was so desolate, even after backburning. We decided to press on, even though we were pretty sure that we weren't going to see any wildlife. We continued along the track for another 20 minutes or so, all the while chatting about nothing in particular, when all of a sudden we both jerk our heads to the left to see two vertical vines which stand at about 6 feet tall and 4 centimeters or so in circumference come toward us like they've been shook, held back and released, sort of like a slingshot. We immediately run over to the trees, 4 meters or so off the track, because we thought it might have been caused by wildlife. My first instinct was to look up, as it may have been a large bird fleeing, but there were no birds at all in any of the trees, and we would have seen and heard the wings flapping and it breaking through the canopy. It wasn't any type of goanna, as we've only had 2 types which occur naturally here, and both are arboreal and will take to the nearest tree when threatened. We checked every tree, every hollow log, and any type of ground cover which survived the fire, and found nothing. It definitely wasn't any type of marsupial, because it would have been spotted when we checked the trees and surrounding ground cover. It also wasn't any type of snake, as the only arboreal snake we have locally which weighs in kilos is the diamond python, which I could spot from a mile away. We continued walking for another 3 kilometers or so along the track, and the whole time felt like we were being watched. I was quite uneasy, but that feeling completely left as soon as we turned around and backtracked and headed toward home. Occurrences 2 and 3. My partner and I went out on another adventure, but this time we were looking for nocturnal animals to photograph. We went to a waterfall, which was only about 15 minutes from our house, but is rather secluded and completely dead at night and on weekdays. Funnily enough, it becomes packed on the weekends during the day in the warmer months. The layout of the waterfall is basically a large parking lot at the stop of the waterfall, which has a small park with barbecues, tables, and a small block of toilets. From the parking lot, you can also access the very top of the waterfall, which is basically a rock escarpment with water running through it. You can also access stairs that take you down to both the middle of the waterfall, which is just a huge rock platform, and the very bottom of the waterfall. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from top to bottom. We parked the car and I grabbed my gear, which included my camera. We start making our way toward the top of the falls, which has a 2-foot barrier you have to step over to access the rock escarpment. Right as I went to put my leg over the fence, I heard the most disturbing noise I've ever heard. It sounded like a human, moaning in pain, but to describe it the best I can, imagine having 10 different people with 10 different voice qualities, all making the same moaning sound at the same time. I'm not one to frighten easily, but I have to admit, it sent chills up my spine. I told my partner to hurry up and get back to the car, and I locked the doors as soon as we got in and left in a hurry. Now, this place is pitch dark. There are 0 lights, and there's no way in hell you'd be there without a torch. Not to mention, you would be able to tell if anybody was there by the cars parked in the parking lot, as this is not a place that you would walk to. When I told a close friend of mine, who also frequents the waterfall to photograph wildlife, he told me that he also had an experience the night before, which was the night after I was there. He had finished work late and thought he'd go for a quick walk around to see what he could find. This was in the Australian spring, when everything is out and about due to the warm and humid weather. He said he had parked his car and got about halfway down the stairs to the bottom of the falls when he came across a snake. He was photographing it when he heard the door of the toilet block being slammed repeatedly. He started running up the steps to get back to his car, and said as he was running up, it sounded like something was going mental, slamming things within the toilet block. He got in his car and left. My friend and I decided to go check out the waterfall that night to see if we could find anything. We parked the car and went straight to the toilet block. We checked the block that he had heard the commotion from and found a reasonably large amount of blood inside the basin, and a small pool in the basin's soap dish. We contemplated calling the police, but weren't sure exactly what we would report. We left soon after, and neither of us visited the place for over a month. Since then, we've been back to this place multiple times without any incident. Occurrence number 4. The last occurrence. Now on to last night. We headed out along a road on the central coast, which by day is rather busy due to the high number of residences and farms that are along this road, but by night is usually very quiet, with a few cars using it sporadically, so I have my high beams on 95% of the time. We drove along this road for about 40 minutes in search of marsupials to photograph. This road intersects large masses of bush on both sides. I would also like to add at this point that this road is not straight or level by any means. There's a mixture of turns as well as slight to aggressive inclines and declines along basically the entirety of this road. After driving for 40 minutes without any luck, we decided to head back along the same route we'd taken. We were driving for about 10 to 15 minutes on our way back when we hit one of the very slight gradual inclines along the road. When we were about halfway up the incline, I noticed something in the distance, maybe 200 to 250 meters or so, which I initially thought was a shadow being cast from residual lighting of my high beams. All of a sudden it moved from the middle of the road to the right side. At this point, and while the figure was still in motion, I asked the passenger, and the person who's been present for the last 3 unexplained experiences, "Can you see that?" To which they replied, "Yeah, what is that?" We got to the top of the incline and onto level ground once again, and stopped in the location that we saw it. I stopped and I pulled out one of my torches and surveyed where we'd seen it. To my surprise, where it had crossed to was a small property which was essentially a house with a very small paddock with horses out in the front. But what caught my attention was that the horses were not startled in the slightest, and could actually see one of them close to the fence, calmly eating. After about 2 minutes of surveying the area, I continued along the road and asked my passenger exactly what they had seen. They relayed exactly what I had seen. A tall, 6-ish foot but with about 2.5 foot wide profile but rounded figure. It was very hard to gauge an exact height because since we were on an incline, the perspective was a little off. For instance, say a person was to walk in that exact spot. We would only be able to see them from the knees up due to the blind spot on the summit. My passenger added another piece of information, which was that it was rusty colored. I couldn't make out a color, but I have to admit that I was not paying as much of attention to it as I was the road. I was going at about 70 kilometers an hour, so I really had to focus on driving while also trying to get to the summit as quickly as possible to see what it was. I would also like to add another detail, which I find is rather strange. While I couldn't see the figure's complete leg area, it didn't seem to be walking in a normal fashion. It's almost like it was gliding across the road. I know that seems odd. If I had to liken the body shape to a known animal, it would definitely, without a doubt, be an orangutan, but standing a fair bit taller and not as hunched in the lower back area. So, there you have it. I no longer live in that area. I now live 40 minutes north of there, but I still visit often due to having family there. I would like to point out that all of these incidents happened within about a 6-week period, which all seemed to start with the hazard reduction backburning. Australian summers are harsh. I've not had any weird happenings since then, and I still spend a ridiculous amount of my time out in the bush. I also work in a scientific field. I work with wildlife, so I know which animals are endemic to Australia, and I know that what I saw is not.
Hanging Rock, Victoria, Australia Family Experience by a now deleted user. Posted to r/paranormal. This all happened within about a 24-hour period on the Easter long weekend that just went by as of this writing. Here in Australia, we get a couple of days off as holidays for Easter weekend, and people usually go away for the long weekend. My wife and 2 kids went for a short walk, bushwalk or hike, at a place called Hanging Rock in Victoria, Australia. It's about 1 hour northwest of Melbourne. It's a fairly short walk, it only takes about an hour, but we allowed for a couple of hours because we wanted to walk around the bottom of it. And of course, with the kids, we usually like to stop for some snacks and drinks on the way up and just enjoy the place, no rush. We hadn't done this walk before because we're not from the area, but we are somewhat of a walking and hiking family. My wife's family are German, and it's basically in their blood, and it's a favorite thing for all of them to do. I fall into that very well, as I've always been an avid walker and hiker too. Because the weather was mild and it was the last day of the long Easter weekend, there were surprisingly not so many people. A couple walked past us on the way down, and we saw another group heading up ahead of us. It looked like a family group, but their kids were older. There were also some people having a barbecue picnic, and some others kicking a ball around down at the bottom. Before we go up, I quickly went behind a tree and did my business, making sure not to be seen. We headed up, and I personally started to feel strange. I'm a big guy, but I'm very fit cardio-wise, but I started feeling out of breath. I thought I must have just had too big of a breakfast or something, so I slowed down, and I told the wife and kids to slow down a bit too. We all eased up, and my wife asked if I was okay. The kids both seemed fine, laughing. My boy was throwing sticks and rocks, and generally they were just being kids. The uneasiness did not stop. I honestly started feeling really out of breath, as if I was being suffocated and couldn't breathe. I started freaking out a little, if I'm honest, at this stage, and I began wondering if I was having some kind of heart attack or something, so I told my kids to hold up. I squatted down on the ground and leaned up against a boulder. My wife started to look really concerned, and she grabbed my daughter's fitness tracker watch and put it on my wrist. My heart rate was high, about 131 beats per minute, but that was normal as we were going up these steps. But here's where things started to get creepy. As we waited around a bit for me to feel better, my son was now climbing all over the boulders and jumping off of them. My daughter put her watch back on, but it stopped reading properly, and she noticed this straight away. It's a brand new kid's Fitbit that she got for her birthday in February. The time was right, but it wasn't reading her steps or her heart rate. Okay, weird, because it just read my heart rate fine, but it wasn't taking hers, and the step counter wasn't working. Whatever, she tinkered with it for a moment, while standing, and then, bizarrely, I started to feel better. So we all started off again. We continued up, and as we headed up, we got to a rocky clearing where you could look outward. You could see some farmland, and generally it was beautiful. My wife was the only one that brought her phone. I left mine in the car, and she wanted to take a picture of us all. Her phone was off. She never turns her phone off, like ever. And it's fairly new. It was only a year or two old at the time. Her charge lasts for days if she's not watching YouTube, and she hadn't been watching it. She tried to turn it back on, and the low battery image appeared. How is it a low battery? She keeps her phone charging at night while she sleeps, and we left for our trip the first thing in the morning. My wife never uses her phone in the car because it gives her motion sickness, and I used my phone to navigate us there, so it literally hadn't been used. Weird. The kids go ahead, my son is running around like a lunatic, and my daughter's just walking, taking it all in. And I ask my wife if she thinks it's weird that her phone is playing up, and so is our daughter's Fitbit. She kind of shrugs it off and doesn't say anything. We slowly get to the top, and as we get there, my son, who is 6 and full of beans, he's been jumping around, throwing things, and doing cartwheels the whole time, starts telling us his tummy feels funny. Now he's gone pale and looks like he's about to vomit. We asked if he needed to go to the bathroom or something, and he said no, he just felt really sick. My wife and daughter and I all look at each other, and I think we're all thinking the same thing, but no one's saying it. We all start walking back out, and we just wanted to get out of there. There were too many weird and unsettling things that were happening and didn't make any sense. And now my son's feeling sick when 30 seconds ago he was bouncing off the walls. We start walking back. My son is now deflated. My daughter is asking questions. My wife isn't saying anything. We all just hurry down. Once we get back down, we walk past the oval and go straight to the toilets. I take my son in, and he tries to go to the bathroom, but he also isn't feeling much better. We're kind of just sitting there, thinking about what to do next. Do we leave? He feels sick. What if he throws up? Do we just chill there? Do we go for another short walk and hope he feels better? Then my daughter just wanders off to this information board while my wife and I were talking about what to do, so we all kind of just follow her. There's a sign about the sacred native volcanic rock formations, which I had paid no attention to earlier. The sign, that is. And I start to get this unsettling feeling, similar to how I felt on the way up. That choky, out-of-breath feeling. My son was chucking rocks at those things. The sacred rocks. He was running up and kicking himself off of them. I'm pretty sure my wife even told him off for spitting on it once or twice. I became aware of this, and it all started to come together. We were on some kind of sacred land, and here is my son acting totally disrespectful. And I had relieved myself there. Who knows what other dumb crap we had done. Maybe it all had an effect. I walked over to tell my son that he needed to apologize and make an offering of goodwill, and so do I. He doesn't really understand what I'm saying, so I just say, "Come with me," as I go back toward the path for the way back of the start of the summit. He starts screaming and shouting. I have never seen him do anything like this. Outside of just having a lot of energy, he's never been the child to scream or cry or anything like that. My wife comes over and asks what's going on. My daughter is still by the information board, just milling about and looking at things. I tell my wife my crazy idea. She gives me this look like I'm insane, picks up our boy, and begins to walk away. So I walk back on my own. I find some similar-looking volcanic rock before the summit even starts, and I just go quiet. I whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry if we acted rude or misbehaved. This is a beautiful place. We'll be respectful. I'm sorry if my son was disrespectful. Thank you for having us." And I kneel down and touch the ground and the rock, and I just sit for a moment in silence. I start walking back, and I notice they're all heading back toward where I am. My son is walking again. He comes over to me looking like he has more color in his face, and I ask him if he wants to say something to the rock like I did, and that if he did, it was fine. He just said, "Hi, rock," or something like that, and I said, "No, mate, we need to be respectful." I tell him to say sorry and say thank you and just say something nice in his own words. He says, "Sorry, Rock, for throwing your friends around. See you next time, Rock." My wife kind of laughs and shakes her head. My daughter starts explaining to her brother what we just did and why it's important. And we kind of stand around in silence for a second, and then we all go back and pile into the car, and we start to head out to find somewhere for lunch. We get home later that evening after having a long lunch and walking around a nearby town called Woodend, and the kids were playing at the playground. Both my son and daughter have had night terrors since they were about 3 years old. My daughter has mostly grown out of them, but my son still gets them. And these things are not nice at all. We used to think my daughter was possessed or something when she would get them. She would get aggressive and hiss and spit and cry and screech. I mean, they were horrible. My son, he basically just freaks out and starts screaming and looking terrified and wanting to jump off of his bed. Well, here's the strangest thing. We're all asleep that same night after having been on the walk that day. I just sort of jolt awake in the darkness because I sense something or hear something. I don't know why I woke up. I kind of put my head up from my pillow and I look around, and I see this dark silhouette standing next to my wife. I was freaking out and screamed like a girl. What the crap? My wife wakes up and screeches loudly. It's our son. He's just stood there kind of grinning and says something to my wife. She starts to ask him questions. Like, what is it? Are you okay? Do you need to go to the toilet? And he's just grinning in between talking mumbo-jumbo dream gibberish. His eyes are totally glazed over, and he's clearly still asleep. So she takes him back to bed. He's never done that before. And with everything else that happened that day, we were a little freaked out. We looked at each other and just went to bed without saying anything else. Finally, the last part of all of this. The next day at breakfast, as we're all kind of doing our thing and getting ready before school and work, my wife says to me that it's really weird. She realized her phone, which was always on 24-hour time mode because she's German and that's just how she had always had it, was now in standard 12-hour time mode. It's the same phone that went off on our hike. She says that she swears she never changed it, and she can't remember if it was 24-hour time or not when she first turned it back on the day before, or if it had just happened that morning. I know for a fact all of our clocks and watches that my wife touches and sets are always on 24-hour time. She even speaks that way, like she'll say 1700 instead of 5 p.m. All in all, it was a really, really unsettling experience.
The Lady in the Woods, 1987 to 2012, by user ChaosDH, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. The following story is 100% true. All names have been changed. The years listed are the estimated dates that this story roamed free for me. It was the only time in my entire life that I ever questioned my own sanity or my own perceptions. I ask that you read this story in full, as this is one of those few cases where there is an actual ending to the story. I'm writing this today because I believe that this is a story everybody can learn from. Location: mid-sized city, located roughly 2.5 hours southwest of Chicago. The town sits right on the Mississippi River, bordering the state of Iowa. The Lady in the Woods was sighted at a small park, smack dab in the middle of town. The park is surrounded by roughly 4 to 5 acres of timber. Sometime in roughly 1993 or 1994 was the first time I had ever heard about the Lady in the Woods. I was in the 5th grade, hanging out with some other boys on the grade school grounds. This story is your typical ghost story. At Mel Park, a child went missing after the sighting of a ghost. More specifically, the ghost of a woman dressed all in white. They didn't know the name of the child, but claimed it happened in 1987. Another boy chimed in. There was also an adult who went missing, the night after a sighting of this same ghost a few years later. In both cases, the sightings happened after the park closed, well after midnight. The park is nestled in between neighborhoods, just a couple of blocks away, our local hangout as kids. And there have even been reports of people who have moved out of their home after seeing the woman drift through the woods. There were other stories that I heard in the years after that, including witchcraft, Satan worshipping, kidnapping, murder, the occult, pretty much everything. The story gained more momentum when another boy in our class, a few months later, found a pentagram spray painted on a tree on a path near the park. We actually rode our bikes out there to see it, and it was definitely there, crudely painted in what looked like a real hurry. It was one of those things where there was no real way to know if it was part of the story or if it was put there because of the story. But when you're in the 5th grade, you rarely stop to think these things through. You only see what's in front of you, and what I was seeing was definitely creepy. May of 1995. A friend of ours named Michael lived only a block away from Mel Park. His parents decided to allow him to have a sleepover for his birthday party. He invited 10 of us boys to stay the night, just doing what boys do. God bless those parents, by the way. That night, you can imagine where this thing headed. Michael knew all about the Mel Park ghost stories. He lived the closest of all of us, and had a neighbor who gave him all kinds of crazy information. Or so he claimed. He rehashed a lot of the stories we had already heard, and even added a few others. After some time, as the clock made its way near 1 a.m., it finally happened. One of the boys suggested we sneak out, see if we could find this lady ghost. So that's exactly what we did. We all made it outside, quiet enough, and made our way to Mel Park. Once we made it to Mel Park, we broke up into groups. A few walked on to the overgrown Little League baseball field. A few headed toward the playground equipment, near the only streetlight in the park. I and another stayed in the parking lot nearest to Michael's house. Yes, we were the skittish ones. I wish I could give you all kinds of cool things we did, but in real life, it's not that cool. Essentially, we just kind of walked around, looking, waiting. Really, we had only been there for maybe 15 or 20 minutes when it happened. I kid you not, just like the story, within minutes of us showing up. It was like a Lifetime movie. There she was, in the woods to my north. I see what looks like a pale, white woman. White hair, white flowing clothes, and white pants. In the night, she looked like she was glowing. It was literally the perfect example of what you would think of as a ghost. I have never been so scared in my entire life. To this day, it is still the most terrifying moment I've ever been in. And that includes an automobile accident. Everyone saw her, all 10 of us. I mean, she stuck out like a sore thumb. We jetted. I mean, we ran faster than any of us had ever run before. All of us were completely silent, moving at our fastest rate toward Michael's home and safety. I could embellish here and tell you that she chased us or made a move toward us. I could make it out like her head split in half or something and bees came flying out, but none of that happened. In fact, she was facing a different way entirely. I don't believe the ghost lady even knew we were there. She looked as if she was simply peering deeper into the woods, as opposed to staring out at us frightened little boys running away terrified. That was that. We all made it back safely. We spent the rest of the night worried that this lady ghost was going to show up and kidnap us. She never showed. We went back to school and the Lady of the Woods became a legend. All of us share the story. All of us back each other up. We even told one of our teachers. She politely listened and then changed the subject. It was the coolest, most terrifying thing that had ever happened to us. We had one of the best campfire ghost stories in history. So time passes, like it always does. We move on from grade school to junior high, and then to graduating high school. Once we got a little older, the story took a back seat to girls and just living life. I wouldn't say the story died. I know we spoke of it in passing. I know the story continued on in the grade school, at least for a short time after we left. We all moved on to college. I lost touch with all but one of the 10, though a few I have on Facebook. 2010. After coming home from college and struggling to find my way in life, I finally start to get my act together. I find a full-time job, married my now wife, got a dog, and even had a couple of kids. Eventually, we purchased our first home, which just so happens to be just blocks from my childhood house. I end up in a tiny little house 2 streets over from Mel Park. After those floating years, I end up back where it all started. On my days off, I walk my dog in the very park where the Lady of the Woods scared me almost to death. This is where you really start to question yourself and your senses. At 27 years old, I would stare at that location where I saw that lady glowing all those years prior and try to make sense of it all. Now older and wiser, you spend a lot more time trying to feel things out, rather than just reacting. How in the world did I see a ghost in the 6th grade with 9 other people who all saw the same thing? I know it wasn't a dream. How could we be collectively dreaming? I know it wasn't imagination. It was really there. What I saw was real. But your brain has a funny way of making things fuzzy. It's hard to explain, but you start to just question everything. You know it's real, but you know it's not. That sentence shouldn't be, but that's just how my mind would read the situation. It was really something that I wrestled with a bit, just trying to figure it all out. Summer of 2012. There I am, on another walk with my dog, coming up alongside the timber where I saw the Lady in the Woods all those years ago. I'm thinking of her again. I'm thinking of my childhood friends. I'm wondering if they ever think of that moment like I do. The thought passes as I move along a path that leads me out of the park. In front of me, a large trailer hooked up to a pickup sits on the driveway nearest the park's wooded area. There's a middle-aged man moving some things onto the trailer as I approach. He sees me and says, "Hello," and I say hello back. And then I decided to make small talk. I ask him if he's moving. The man responds that he has just recently sold the home. It was his parents' house, and it had sold to a young couple. Closing was coming up shortly. I mention a few other things and then start to head off. But I stop, because that ghost story was on my mind. I decided to ask a man that I didn't know if he knew the story. Why I did that is beyond me. It's definitely not something I would normally bring up in conversation. But this house was the closest one to the sighting, and I just needed confirmation that somebody else out there still knew the story. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I basically asked him if he had ever heard the ghost stories. I will never forget what happened next. The man looks at me and smiles, and he tells me, yeah, he's heard those stories plenty. I'm actually relieved he had, because I hadn't actually thought through how the conversation would go if he didn't know what I was talking about. I then proceeded to give him a very short version of the story you just heard. He listened, and I could tell he was interested. When finished, he takes a moment and responds. And this is what he says. I used to live in this house before the park was built. My parents raised me here. I moved out in 83, 84. I believe the park was built somewhere between 84 to 86, and my parents have been here ever since. My dad passed away in 91, and it was just my mom after that. That ghost you saw, the Lady in the Woods, that was my mom. I looked at him completely confused. He looked down and continued. My mom had some medical issues that started in the mid-80s and continued all the way up until she passed away just this last spring. The medicine they had her on would cause her to sleepwalk. I can't even count the number of times I received calls in the middle of the night from the police department advising me that they had found my mother wandering in the park. I was told recently one of the neighbors moved out because they were tired of all the commotion. This went on for years. I found out from some friends that she had become a ghost story to the park. You see, my mom had a favorite robe that was all white and always slept in the same pearl silk pajamas. Everything was white. She even had white gloves she would put on from time to time. I can only imagine what that would look like in the middle of the night. That lamp over there on the playground would light her up like a Christmas tree. So, at least it was never hard for the police to locate her. You see, that ghost you saw, it was just my mom sleepwalking. I bet I even got a call that night. I'm speechless after hearing this. The lady in the woods was real. She wasn't a ghost, though. She wasn't a dream. She was simply a woman. She was this man's mother, lonely and suffering from some medical condition that had her wandering in the woods at night. I only wish I knew more. I never saw that man again. The new couple moved in, probably oblivious to the ghost story that its previous occupant had created. So I wonder, does her legend live on? Is there still some 5th grader right now hearing the story for the first time of the lady in the woods? How she appears and kidnaps children? How there's a witch who kills all of those who see her in the middle of the night? I don't really know. 2021. I've moved from that tiny house to a new, bigger house in a new city. I no longer visit Mel Park. I never did learn that lady's name, and I always kick myself for not asking the man more questions. The thing that I find so interesting is how a story can become what it is, how one event can impact individuals like it did me. I still think of that lady all the time. When a story rolls out that seems impossible, the lady in the woods comes to my mind. Sometimes the story is real, but the context is muddled. This single event impacted my approach to everything. I listen, I take in all of the story that I can. If it seems impossible, I hold my tongue. Maybe it is impossible, or maybe it's just being interpreted wrong. Maybe it is a ghost, or maybe it's just a lost, lonely woman searching for something in the middle of the night.
Before I get into the story, there are a few things I need to explain about my country, South Africa. In South Africa, it's normal to have high brick walls with electric gates, electric fences, alarms, etc. The crime here is hectic. It's also pretty normal to have big gardens. My family and I are big animal lovers, so at the time we had 6 dogs. 2 German short-haired pointers and 2 dachshunds. With that being said, our dogs roam freely in and out of the garden, as it's obviously enclosed. We usually leave the veranda door open during the day for them to do their thing. Another thing about South Africa is that it's normal to have a live-in domestic worker, like a maid or a gardener. The average family usually employs them. It's not just for wealthy people. For the story, our domestic worker is Ellie and our gardener is Vince. So this happened in 2007, when I was 9 years old. My older brother, who was 10, and I had just gotten our first cell phones that day. My dad surprised us after work. You may think it's a bit young, but it was used for emergencies or to communicate with our parents. Anyway, it's an important piece of information for later. We don't usually leave our veranda door open at night for security reasons. But I remember that it was a hot summer night, so, of course, this night of all nights, the veranda door was wide open, and the dogs were doing their thing in the garden. My brother and I were in my parents' room, setting up our new cell phones, all excited. Ellie's daughter, Anne, who's like a sister to us, she was 18, was helping my brother and I. My dad was somewhere in the house, and my mom was in the bath. I specifically remember Anne having a comment about how the dogs wouldn't shut up and how annoying it was. And that's when I noticed it too. I mean, sure, they would bark, but it was usually the dachshunds that yapped. The bigger dogs just chilled out. Plus, it would only happen for a few minutes and then they'd get over it. Something was different that night. Even the bigger dogs were barking non-stop. My dad appeared in his room and mentioned to us that he too noticed the dog's incessant barking, and he was going to check if everything was okay. No alarm bells went off in my head, and I don't believe my dad thought anything was amiss either, because my brother asked to investigate with him and my dad agreed. I was obviously way too engrossed in my new Sony Ericsson. My dad ventured out to our garden with my brother in tow, when my dad had noticed the dogs were all grouped, growling, and going nuts at a dark corner behind our swimming pool. The best way I can describe it is that the garden beyond the pool hits like a slight decline, so we have a few steps leading down the hill to the bottom end of our garden. We usually have a lamp that lights it up, but my dad noticed how that lamp seemed to be off, which confused him because he could have sworn it was just working. Either way, my dad said that he got this gut-wrenching feeling because of all of this, and just because of how out of character the dogs were acting. He called them, and usually they would come running, but tonight they all seemed to just look at him, then turn back around and continue going crazy at this dark corner down the steps. My dad told my brother to go back inside the house and get a flashlight, sort of using it as an excuse for my brother to not come with him because of this feeling he had. When my brother went back inside to get the torch, my dad was slowly approaching the steps. He noticed how the dogs seemed to be snapping at whatever it was, hiding just out of view in the darkness. As he got to the steps, he noticed the lamp was smashed. Confused, he inched toward the steps, and as he put two and two together, it was too late. My dad, being an ex-vet and avid hunter, felt something cold against his temple, and immediately knew it was a gun. Out of the darkness stepped 4 other men in balaclavas, all armed. Shocked, he stood frozen on the steps. The man holding the gun to his head was instantly aggressive and asked him where my brother was, that he saw my dad come outside with my brother, but that my brother went back into the house. Why? My dad said something came over him, and before he knew what he was saying, he responded with, "He's gone inside to press the panic button." As he said it, he saw how all of these guys started to panic. They started speaking in an African language called Zulu. He assumed that my dad couldn't understand because it's not common for white people to speak it. But my dad had actually grown up on a farm where he learned it fluently because of the farm workers. The aggressive guy holding the gun said in Zulu, "Shit, the cops will be here any minute. Let's just kill this effer, grab what we can, and go." The others seemed apprehensive, and a smaller guy seemed really on edge. He continued saying how he can't go back to jail, and they need to get out of there before the cops show up, which would be any minute. He was panicking. My dad then fed on this guy's fear. My dad then interrupted them, speaking English and pretending not to understand what they were saying, and said that we usually have armed response vehicles that drive in our area, and since my brother pushed the panic button so long ago, they'll probably be here any second. And that did it. My dad watched as their plan unraveled before them. The smaller, scared guys started freaking out all the other guys, saying they had to leave right away or they'd be caught. He seemed to make the others more nervous and lose confidence, until they started full-on bickering amongst themselves, their plan slowly turning to crap. The aggressive one, pointing the gun to my dad's head, slowly lowered it, as they all started fighting, losing focus on my dad and shifting his focus onto the crew. My dad then used this as an opportunity to slowly back up the steps and turn and dart into the house. As luck would have it, my dad ran into the veranda door. My oblivious brother was heading out with a torch. My dad scooped him up under his arms mid-run, sprinted into the house, not even closing the door behind him. Silly, I know, but I think he was just thinking about getting my brother inside. Anne and I were obviously also oblivious to everything when my dad rushed through the bedroom door, slammed it shut, and told us to go upstairs to the attic. "There's 5 guys outside with guns. They're here to hurt us. Get upstairs, now." My heart sank. I remember my body automatically responding and me sprinting to the stairs with Anne right behind. My mom ran out of the bathroom in a towel not too far behind. We sat there in the darkness, in silence. I swear you could hear a pin drop. I think we were all just waiting to hear something below us in the rooms. My mom cursed, saying she didn't have a phone. Neither did my dad. But in my hand was my brand new Sony Ericsson. No better emergency to use it in than right now, right? My mom dials the police, and I kid you not, they asked where we lived. We explained, and they said it wasn't in their jurisdiction. Sorry. Click. The line goes dead. We're now not only absolutely shitting ourselves, but we're flabbergasted too. My mom starts cursing like a sailor again, and that's when my dad realizes. Damn. He didn't close the veranda door. And what about Ellie and Vince, who are in their rooms, blissfully unaware of the danger they're in? He gets his firearm in the safe in the attic, and tells us that whatever we hear, we are not to come downstairs, to stay hidden no matter what. I'm now sobbing, begging my dad not to leave us, but he says he has to go get Ellie and Vince before something bad happens to them. Now there are even more tears, because reality hits that there are 2 other people still in danger. Anne is understandably in hysterics because she's also fearing for her mom downstairs. My dad disappears, and the air is thick with tension. We can still hear the dogs going crazy, indicating that those men were still on our property. My mom then calls another number, the armed security that drives around the area, and they said they'd be over in about 10 to 15 minutes. They said to wait and stay hidden until they ring our bell at the gate. We all wait in silence, fearing that we'll hear a gunshot or something indicating those men are in our house. But there was just silence. The only sound was the dogs barking outside. After what seemed like hours, but was most likely a couple of minutes, we heard stomping coming up the stairs, and my heart rate quickened. I remember shutting my eyes and just praying that it was my dad with Ellie and Vince. Luckily, it was. We all hid for a while and nobody dared to speak. The dogs seemed to have calmed down considerably, but were still barking every now and then. The gate intercom rang, and my dad told us to wait while he checked if it was the security company. And sure enough, it was. He opened up, and the nightmare was over. I remember standing up and my knees just buckling from the adrenaline my body had just endured. The armed security somehow notified the right police, and everyone investigated the garden. They found that there were actually 7 pairs of footprints, and that these guys bent the spikes on our wall and just climbed right over. We got an electric fence shortly after that. So there must have been 2 other guys hiding in the shadows that my dad hadn't seen, which is actually creepy in its own right. South Africa's violent crime is quite bad, and it's sickeningly common for torture and other things to happen during home invasions. I was obviously so young at the time, I didn't know the horrors of the world, and I was just scared of my family getting hurt. Now that I'm older, just the thought of 4 women being in the house, and my mom being in nothing but a bath towel, gives me chills to this day. The cops said that the fact that there were so many guys, instead of like 1 to 3, indicated that these guys possibly had very sinister intentions. Thank goodness nothing happened to my family, and I'm forever thankful for my dad's quick thinking regarding the panic button. Also, I'm so glad my dad understands Zulu and could manipulate the situation to benefit us. Lastly, my family will forever be in debt to our good boys and girls that warned us that night. Our dogs. A terrifying and life-changing outcome would have 100% happened that night had it not been for our incredible dogs. From that day forward, my dad always gives them leftover rice or meat with their dinner. Rest in peace to all of you. I'm sure there was a special place in heaven reserved just for you angels.
Coins from the Past Haunt My Present by Pocketful of Mysteries. I've always been a bit of a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Ghost stories, UFO sightings, psychic predictions. I've rolled my eyes at them all. But something has been happening to me lately that I can't explain, and it's starting to make me question everything I thought I knew about the world. It all started about a month ago. I was doing laundry, emptying out my pockets before tossing my jeans in the wash. As I dug into my right pocket,
I felt something cool and metallic. I pulled it out, expecting to see a quarter or a dime, but instead I found myself holding an old, tarnished penny. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was just an old coin that had been stuck in the pocket for ages. But as I examined it more closely, I noticed the date, 1952. Now yes, pennies exist from that year everywhere. But that year immediately caught my attention, because it was the year my great-grandfather, Arthur, vanished without a trace. I've heard the story of Arthur's disappearance countless times from my grandmother. She was just a little girl when it happened. One day, he went out for his usual morning walk and never came back. The police searched for weeks, but they never found a single clue. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. I set the coin aside, making a mental note to show it to my grandmother the next time I visited. But then, a few days later, it happened again. I was getting ready for bed, emptying my pockets, when I felt another coin. This time it was a nickel, dated 1952. Now I was starting to get a little bit freaked out. I distinctly remembered emptying my pockets that morning, and I hadn't been anywhere that day where I might have received change. Where were these coins coming from? Over the next few weeks, a coincidence turned into a pattern. Every few days, I'd find another coin in my pocket, always dated 1952. Pennies, nickels, dimes, even a few quarters. I started keeping them in a small wooden box on my dresser, watching the collection grow with a mixture of fascination and unease. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe somebody was playing an elaborate prank on me. But how would they be slipping the coins into my pockets without me noticing? And why? It didn't make any sense. I decided to do some research on the coins themselves. I'm no coin expert, but from what I could tell online, these coins were the real deal. The wear patterns, the patina, everything about them suggested they were genuine coins from 1952. But if that was the case, how are they ending up in my pockets, and in such high numbers? As the coin collection grew, so did my obsession with trying to understand what was happening. I started carrying a small notebook with me, jotting down every detail I could think of each time I found a new coin. The date, the time, what I was wearing, where I'd been that day, anything that might help me spot a pattern. But there was no pattern. The only pattern was the appearance of the coins. They would appear at random times, in different pockets, on different days of the week. The only constant was the year stamped on each one, 1952. I couldn't shake the feeling that this had something to do with my great-grandfather. It was too much of a coincidence. The year of his disappearance, the mysterious appearances. But what was the connection? What was he trying to tell me? I decided to finally visit my grandmother. I hadn't told anyone in my family about the coins yet, partly because I was afraid they'd think I was losing my mind. But if anyone might have some insight into this bizarre situation, it would be her. When I arrived at her house, I found her in her usual spot in the sunroom, working on a crossword puzzle. She smiled as I came in, but her expression quickly turned to concern when she saw the serious look on my face. "What's wrong, dear?" she asked, setting aside her puzzle. I took a deep breath and pulled out the wooden box containing the coins. "Grandma, I need to show you something," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I opened the box and carefully poured the coins onto the coffee table. At first, she looked at me like she didn't understand, but then I said, "Look at the dates." One by one, she looked, and with each one, her eyes grew wider. "Where did you get all these?" she asked, picking up one of the pennies and examining it closely with a magnifying glass. I explained everything, how the coins had been appearing in my pockets, always dated 1952. As I talked, I could see a range of emotions flitting across her face. Confusion, disbelief, and then recognition? "Oh my," she whispered, her hand trembling slightly as she set the penny down. "I never thought. I mean, I always hoped. But..." "What is it, Grandma?" I asked, leaning forward. "Do you know something about this?" She nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving the pile of coins. "Your great-grandfather, Arthur, he was a coin collector. It was his passion. He had an extensive collection, all carefully catalogued and stored in a safe in his study." I felt a chill run down my spine. "I didn't know that," I said softly. "After he disappeared, we looked everywhere for that safe," she continued. "We thought maybe it would hold some clue about what happened to him. But we never found it. It was like it vanished along with him." We sat in silence for a moment, both of us staring at the pile of coins on the table. Finally, I asked the question that had been burning in my mind. "Do you think... are these his? From the collection?" My grandmother shook her head slowly. "I don't know, dear. It seems impossible. And yet..." She trailed off, lost in thought. As we sat there, I felt a strange sensation in my pocket. Without thinking, I reached in and pulled out another coin, a shiny silver dollar dated 1952. My grandmother gasped. "That's impossible," she whispered. "That coin, I remember it. Your great-grandfather showed it to me the day before he disappeared. It was his pride and joy, a rare misprint. See how the eagle's wing is slightly off-center." I examined the coin closely, and sure enough, there was a subtle flaw in the design, just as she'd described. "But how?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "How is this happening?" My grandmother reached out and took my hand, her eyes filled with a mixture of wonder and sadness. "I don't know, dear. But I think Arthur is trying to tell us something. After all these years, maybe he's finally found a way to reach out." We spent the rest of the afternoon going through old photo albums and boxes of memorabilia, searching for any clue that might help us understand what was happening. My grandmother told me stories about Arthur that I had never heard before. His quirks, his passions, the little details that made him who he was. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room, I realized something. For the first time since this strange phenomenon began, I didn't feel afraid. Instead, I felt a sense of connection to a man I had never known, a part of my family history that had always been shrouded in a great deal of mystery. Before I left, my grandmother pressed the silver dollar into my hand. "Keep it safe," she said, "and keep your eyes open. If Arthur is trying to tell us something, we need to be ready to listen." That night, as I lay in bed, turning the silver dollar over in my fingers, I found myself talking out loud to my great-grandfather. "What are you trying to tell us, Arthur?" I whispered into the darkness. "What happened to you?" I don't know if I expected an answer, but at that moment I felt a cool breeze brush across my face, despite the closed windows. And just for a second, I could have sworn I smelled the faint scent of pipe tobacco. My grandmother had told me that Arthur always used to smoke. The coins kept appearing after that, but now instead of fear, each one brought a sense of anticipation. What clue might it hold? What message was hidden in its appearance? I started visiting my grandmother more often, sharing each new coin with her, piecing together the puzzle of Arthur's life and disappearance. We pored over old maps of the town, trying to retrace his steps on that fateful day. We reached out to local historians, seeking any information about unusual events in 1952. Slowly, a picture began to emerge. We discovered that in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, Arthur had been acting strangely. He'd been making frequent trips to an old abandoned mine on the outskirts of town, a place that had been closed for years due to safety concerns. This, apparently, is where he had gone on so many of his walks. One day, about a week ago, I found myself standing at the entrance to that mine. The old timber supports were rotting, and a sign warned of danger, but something pulled me forward. As I stood there, gathering my courage to step inside, I felt the now familiar weight of a coin appearing in my pocket. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out. It was another silver dollar, identical to the first one my grandmother had identified. But this time, as I turned it over in my hand, I noticed something I hadn't seen on the other one. Scratched into the surface, so faintly it was barely visible, was a series of numbers. My heart racing, I pulled out my phone and Googled them. They were coordinates, pointing to a specific location deep within the mine. I don't know if I was cowardly enough to not want to go in or smart enough, but I didn't go in that day. I couldn't do it alone. I went back to my grandmother, showed her the coin, told her about the coordinates, and together we decided to contact the local authorities. It took some convincing and some sanitizing of the story, but eventually a team was assembled to explore the mine. They found a hidden chamber, collapsed and long forgotten. And there, amidst the rubble, they discovered the remains of a man and a rusted old safe. It's been a whirlwind since then. The remains were identified as Arthur's. The safe, once carefully opened, revealed not only his coin collection, but also a journal detailing his discovery of a rich vein of silver he'd found in the mine, a secret that he'd been keeping until he could secure the rights to the claim. The journal's final entry, dated the day of his disappearance, described his plan to make one last trip to the mine to double-check his measurements before going public with his find. It seems a cave-in trapped him there, his incredible discovery becoming his final resting place. As for the mysterious appearances of the coins, well, that remains unexplained. The logical part of my mind wants to rationalize it somehow. Maybe I was sleepwalking, or maybe my subconscious was piecing together clues that I'd picked up without realizing it. But a larger part of me doesn't want to explain it away. I prefer to think that somehow, some way, Arthur found a way to reach out across the decades, to right a wrong and bring peace to our family. His body has been properly laid to rest now, next to my great-grandmother. The coins have stopped appearing in my pockets, but sometimes, late at night, I still find myself talking to him, thanking him for the adventure, for the connection to my past, for the reminder that there's more to this world than we can ever truly understand. And every now and then, just for a moment, I catch the faint scent of pipe tobacco on the breeze. In the shadowy realm between myth and reality, where ancient fears dance with modern skepticism, there lurks a creature that has haunted the human psyche for centuries: the werewolf. These beings, neither fully human nor entirely beast, have stalked through our folklore, literature, and nightmares. From the mist-shrouded forests of medieval Europe to the urban jungles of today, tales of werewolves continue to captivate and terrify us. These shapeshifters, humans cursed with the ability to transform into savage wolf-like creatures, embody our deepest fears about the beast that lurks within us all. Today, we delve into the lore of these moonlit terrors, exploring the myths that surround them, and sharing a chilling first-hand account that may make you question the reality you thought you knew. As the full moon rises and shadows lengthen, ask yourself, what really lurks in the darkness beyond the campfire's glow? Werewolves, also known as lycanthropes, are mythological or folkloric humans with the ability to shapeshift into wolves or wolf-like creatures. This transformation is often involuntary, triggered by the full moon. Werewolf lore varies across cultures, but common themes include the curse of lycanthropy, often transmitted through a bite, superhuman strength, speed, and senses, vulnerability to silver, struggle between human consciousness and bestial instincts, and connections to lunar cycles. Some legends describe werewolves as a vicious monster, while others portray them as tragic figures battling their dual nature. The werewolf myth has endured for centuries, evolving with our fears and fascinations about the wild and the human psyche. Here is a first-person encounter with what the author believed to be a werewolf. I never used to believe in monsters. Sure, I enjoyed a good horror movie as much as the next person, but I always knew the difference between fiction and reality. At least, I thought I did, until that night in the Ozarks changed everything. It was supposed to be a solo camping trip, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup. I'd always found solace in nature, and the remote trails of the Ozark Mountains seemed like the perfect place to lose myself for a few days. I packed light, just the essentials, and my trusty hunting rifle. Not that I planned on doing any hunting, but in bear country it pays to be prepared. The first 2 days were uneventful, almost idyllic. The autumn air was crisp, the foliage a riot of reds and golds. I hiked during the day, set up camp in the evenings, and spent my nights stargazing by the campfire. It was exactly the kind of peace I'd been looking for. Everything changed on the third night. I'd set up camp in a small clearing, the full moon hanging low and heavy in the sky. It was beautiful, casting everything in a silvery glow that made the forest look almost magical. As I sat by my fire, I felt the day's tension melting away. That's when I heard it. A long, mournful howl that echoed through the trees. I sat up straighter, my heart rate picking up. Wolves weren't unheard of in the area, but they were rare, and something about this howl sounded off. It was deeper, more guttural than any wolf I'd ever heard. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just an ordinary wolf. But as the night wore on, the howls got closer. And they were joined by other sounds. The crack of breaking branches, the rustle of something large moving through the underbrush. Whatever was out there, it was big. I doused my fire and retreated to my tent, my rifle clutched tightly to my chest. Sleep was impossible. Every sound, every shadow moving across the walls of my tent set my nerves on edge. I lay there for hours, straining my ears for any sign of the creature. Just as exhaustion was starting to overtake me, I heard it. Heavy breathing, right outside my tent. It wasn't the panting of a normal animal. It was ragged, almost human-like, but with a bestial quality that sent chills down my spine. I held my breath, praying that whatever it was would just move on. For a moment, there was silence. Then, without warning, something slammed into the side of my tent, nearly collapsing it. I scrambled back, fumbling with my rifle, as a massive, clawed hand tore through the fabric. In the moonlight streaming through the gash, I caught a glimpse of my attacker. It was like something out of a nightmare, a creature with the general shape of a man, but covered in coarse, dark fur. Its face was a horrifying blend of human and wolf features, with an elongated snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. And its eyes... God, its eyes were intelligent, almost human, gleaming with a predatory hunger that froze me to my core. Instinct took over. I raised my rifle and fired, the sound deafening in the confines of the tent. The creature howled in pain and rage, recoiling from the tent. I didn't wait to see if I had hit it. I burst out of the tent, abandoning everything but my rifle, and ran. The forest was a blur as I crashed through it, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear the creature pursuing, its heavy footfalls and ragged breathing spurring me on despite the burning in my lungs and legs. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that frenzied flight. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to find help or safety or anything that wasn't teeth and claws and that terrifying, too human intelligence in those predatory eyes. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw lights through the trees. A road, civilization, safety. With a final burst of speed, I broke through the tree line onto the shoulder of a 2-lane highway. A truck was approaching, and I waved my arms frantically, praying the driver would stop. The truck came to a halt, and an older man leaned out the window, his eyes wide with concern. "You all right, son? You look like you've seen a ghost." I babbled something about being attacked, about a monster in the woods. The man's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. Can't really blame him. But he offered me a ride to the nearest town anyway. As I climbed into the cab of his truck, I glanced back at the forest. For a moment, I thought I saw a pair of gleaming eyes watching me from the shadows. Then the truck pulled away, and the forest faded into the night behind us. The next few days were a blur of police reports and questioning looks. I told my story over and over, first to the local sheriff, then to the park rangers. No one believed me, of course. They found my campsite torn up, but with no sign of any animal larger than a black bear. My rifle shot had apparently gone wild. There was no blood, no fur, nothing to corroborate my tale of a werewolf attack. I was labeled another city boy who'd panicked in the woods, who'd let his imagination run wild in the dark. Part of me wanted to believe that, to think it had all been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. But I knew what I'd seen. The memory of those eyes, that face that was both human and not, was burned into my mind. In the weeks and months that followed, I became obsessed with werewolf lore. I pored over old legends, folklore from around the world, and even modern sightings. Most of it was clearly fiction, or the ramblings of disturbed minds. But here and there, I found accounts that rang true, that described creatures eerily similar to what I'd encountered. I learned about the phases of the moon, about silver bullets and wolfsbane. I joined online forums dedicated to cryptozoology and the paranormal, sharing my story and connecting with others who claimed to have had similar experiences. Obviously, some of these were hoaxes, but others made me wonder just how many people were out there, carrying the same terrible knowledge that I now had. It's been years since that night in the Ozarks, and I've never gone camping again. How could I, knowing what I know? I've thought long and hard about whether to share my story more widely. Parts of me want to, I want to warn people and tell them to be careful in the wilderness. But another part of me knows how crazy it all sounds. I mean, who's going to believe that werewolves are real and that they're out there hunting in the light of the full moon? In the end, I decided to just share it anyway, at least here, to see if maybe someone else has experienced what I have. But whether you believe me or not, just to be safe, the next time you're in the woods and you hear a howl that sounds a little too human, or you see a shadow move in a way that defies natural explanation, run, hide, do whatever you need to do to survive. Because the line between myth and reality, between human and beast, is far thinner than most people realize. The tale of the werewolf serves as a chilling reminder that there are still mysteries in this world, aspects of reality that defy our understanding and challenge our perceptions. Whether these creatures are the result of an ancient curse, a hidden aspect of human nature, or something beyond our current comprehension, their legends persist in our collective consciousness. As we continue to explore the wild places of our world and the darker corners of our minds, we must do so with a healthy respect for the unknown. Because when the full moon rises and the shadows deepen, who knows what ancient terrors might awaken. The night I saw a skinwalker. I've lived on the outskirts of the Navajo Nation in northern Arizona my whole life. Growing up here, you can't help but be steeped in the richness of Native American folklore and legends. The eerie tales of skinwalkers always fascinated me the most. These shape-shifting witches, said to don the skins of animals and lurk in the shadows, were the stuff of campfire stories and childhood nightmares. But that's all they were to me, stories. Ghost tales meant to keep kids from wandering too far into the wilderness alone. I mean, I'm a rational guy. I work as a software engineer, for crying out loud. I deal in logic and cold, hard facts. Supernatural creatures? Please. I'd roll my eyes whenever my Navajo friends got all serious about skinwalker lore. That is, until last month. Now, I'm not so sure about anything anymore. It was mid-October, and I had a week off work. I decided to take a solo camping trip into Coconino National Forest. It's a massive stretch of wilderness, nearly 2 million acres of pine forests, mountain meadows, and red rock canyons. I'd been there plenty of times before, but always stuck to the popular trails and campgrounds. This time, I wanted to go deeper, to really get away from it all and challenge myself. I packed my gear, told my girlfriend Sarah where I was headed, though I'll admit I was vague on the exact location, and set out early on a crisp Tuesday morning. The first couple of days were amazing. The autumn colors were in full force, aspens painting the hillsides gold, maples adding splashes of deep red. I hiked during the day, pushing myself to cover more difficult terrain. At night, I would make camp, cook over my little propane stove, and fall asleep to the sound of wind in the pines. On the third day, I ventured into a particularly remote area. I hadn't seen another soul since the previous afternoon. The trail had long since faded away, and I was navigating by map and compass. Part of me knew I was being reckless, but the solitude was intoxicating. I felt like the only person for miles. As evening approached, I started looking for a good spot to make camp. That's when I first got the feeling something was off. It's hard to explain if you've never experienced it. The forest, which had been alive with bird song and the rustle of small animals all day, suddenly went quiet. Not just quiet, silent. The kind of silence that feels oppressive. I tried to shake off the unease. Just your imagination playing tricks, I told myself. But I couldn't help quickening my pace, eager to set up camp and get a fire going before full dark set in. I found a small clearing that seemed as good a spot as any. As I was unpacking my tent, that's when I saw it for the first time. About 50 yards away, just within the tree line, was what I initially thought was a coyote. We get a lot of them in these parts, and while they generally avoid humans, it's not unheard of to spot one. But as I squinted in the fading light, I realized something was very, very wrong. Its proportions were all off. The legs were too long, too spindly. Its fur seemed patchy, hanging off its frame in an unnatural way. And its eyes, God, its eyes. They glowed a sickly yellow in the twilight, fixed directly on me with an intelligence that no animal should possess. I froze, my body refusing to move as my mind tried to process what I was seeing. That's when it moved. It wasn't the fluid motion of a wild animal. It was jerky, almost mechanical, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. In that moment, all the stories I had dismissed as superstition came flooding back. The warnings about walking alone in the Dine lands after dark, the whispered accounts of people who'd encountered something that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. Skinwalker. The word blazed in my mind like a neon sign. I wanted to laugh it off, to find some rational explanation, but deep in my bones, I knew. That thing, whatever it was, took a halting step toward me, then another. I could hear a dry, clicking sound with each movement, like old bones rattling together. Fight or flight kicked in, and flight won out. I turned and ran, leaving my half-unpacked gear behind. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I had no idea which direction I was going in. All I knew was that I had to get away from that thing. I could hear it pursuing me. The clicking grew louder, punctuated by a high-pitched whine that made my skin crawl. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was on all fours now, bounding after me with a speed that defied its awkward gait. In the deepening shadows, it seemed to flicker and change shape. One moment, a coyote. The next, something much larger, more bear-like. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, I burst out of the trees onto an old logging road. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. The forest behind me was silent once more. Had I lost it? Or had it all been some kind of stress-induced hallucination? I straightened up, trying to get my bearings. That's when I saw it again. It was standing at the edge of the woods, just barely visible in the gloom. But now, it was upright. A vaguely human-like figure, but with that horrible coyote head perched atop its shoulders. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised a hand-like appendage and waved at me. A parody of a human gesture that chilled me to my core. I turned and stumbled down the road as fast as my trembling legs would carry me. I walked through the night, jumping at every snapping twig or rustle of leaves. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, I finally came across a small gas station. An elderly Navajo man behind the counter took one look at me, wild-eyed, covered in scratches, babbling about what I'd seen, and his face grew solemn. He didn't say much. He just handed me a small leather pouch on a cord. "Protection," he said simply. "Wear it. And don't go back into the deep woods alone. He let me use the phone to call Sarah. I made up some story about getting turned around and losing my gear. She was upset, but mostly relieved I was okay. As she drove out to pick me up, I sat outside the gas station, turning the medicine pouch over in my hands and trying to make any sense of what had happened. That was a month ago. I'd like to say that with some distance, I've been able to rationalize it all away, convince myself it was just a weird animal and an overactive imagination fueled by old legends. But I can't. In quiet moments, I can still see those glowing eyes, still hear that dry click, click, click of its approach. I dream about it sometimes. In the dreams, I'm not always lucky enough to get away. I know how crazy all this sounds. If someone had told me this story a couple of months ago, I'd have thought they were nuts or on substances or something. Part of me still wonders if I just had some kind of mental break out there in the wilderness. But I know what I saw. It wasn't human, and it wasn't animal. It was something in between. Something that shouldn't exist, but does. Needless to say, I don't go hiking alone anymore. I've been reading everything I can find about skinwalker lore. A lot of it contradicts itself, and it's hard to separate fact from fiction. But a few things come up consistently. 1, they are incredibly dangerous. Some stories say they can mimic the voices of your loved ones to lure you in. Others claim they can cast curses or even possess people. 2, they are attracted to fear. The more terrified you are, the more power they have over you. 3, they can't cross running water. This one comes up a lot, though I have no idea if it's true. 4, saying the name Skinwalker out loud can summon them. That's why many Navajo refer to them only as those we don't speak of. 5, they are nocturnal, preferring to hunt at night. And 6, traditional Navajo blessing rituals and protective amulets are said to ward them off. I don't know how much of this to believe, but I keep that medicine pouch with me at all times now, and I have found myself saying a little prayer each night before I go to sleep. I've thought about reporting what I saw to the authorities, but what would I even say? Oh, hey, I saw a mythical shape-shifting witch out in the national forest. Maybe you should look into that. Yeah, right. Best case scenario, they would laugh me off. Worst case, they'd think I was on something and start asking uncomfortable questions. I've debated back and forth about even telling this story, but I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet. And maybe someone else out there has seen something similar. Maybe I'm not crazy. Or at least maybe I'm not alone in my insanity. A couple of final notes. 1, if you're planning on hiking or camping in the Four Corners region, please be careful. Stick to marked trails and populated campgrounds. Don't go wandering off alone in areas you don't know. 2, to any Navajo readers, I'm sorry if I've been disrespectful in any way or gotten details of your traditions wrong. I'm just reporting what I saw, and I'm still trying to understand all of this. 3, I have been toying with the idea of going back out there. Not alone, obviously, but part of me needs to see if I can find any evidence of what happened. Maybe some clue that could help me make sense of it all. I know it's probably a bad idea, but the thought won't leave me alone. Has anyone here ever tried to actively track down something like this? I don't know if writing all this out has helped or just dredged everything up again. I can feel that same prickly, watched feeling creeping up my spine. I'm gonna go log off and hang out with Sarah for a while. She's been so patient with me through all of this, even if she doesn't fully understand. If anyone has similar experiences or insights, please share them. And if you're ever out in the Arizona wilderness and things get too quiet, don't assume that you're alone. Stay safe out there. The Thing That Shouldn't Be There by Roger L. My name's Roger, and I've got a story that's been eating away at me for weeks now. I need to get it off my chest, and honestly, I'm hoping someone out there might have some answers. Because what I experienced out in the woods of northern Michigan last month, well, it's making me question everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm a forester by trade, have been for going on 15 years now. I've spent more time among the pines and maples than I have in any city, and I have always prided myself on knowing the woods like the back of my hand. Wildlife, weather patterns, you name it, I thought I'd seen it all. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I encountered during that routine survey in the Hiawatha National Forest. It was early October, and I was out doing a standard assessment of a section we were considering for selective harvesting. The air was crisp, leaves just starting to turn. That perfect time of year when the mosquitoes have finally backed off, but the bitter cold hasn't set in just yet. I'd been out there for 3 days already, camping and working my way through the designated area. On this particular morning, I woke up just before dawn, like I always do when I'm in the field. There was a heavy mist hanging low over everything, giving the forest this ethereal quality. I'm not usually one for poetics, but damn if it wasn't beautiful. I made myself a quick breakfast over my camp stove, packed up my gear, and set out for the day's work. The first few hours were uneventful. I was making good progress, taking measurements, cataloging species, the usual. It wasn't until around midday that things started to get weird. I'd stopped to eat my lunch on a fallen log, enjoying the rare patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy. That's when I first got the feeling I was being watched. Now, I'm no stranger to the sensation of eyes on me in the forest. Usually, it's just a curious deer, or maybe a hawk, wondering if I might stir up some prey. But this was not that. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had this overwhelming urge to turn around. When I did, there was nothing there, just trees and underbrush. I shook it off, chalking it up to too much time alone in the woods. But as I packed up my lunch and started to move on, I couldn't shake the feeling. It was like, you know when you're a kid and you're sure there's a monster in your closet? That absolute certainty that something is there, even though you can't see it? Yeah, it was like that. I tried to focus on my work, but the feeling persisted. Every few minutes I'd whip around, sure that I would catch a glimpse of whatever was stalking me. But there was never anything there. Or, well, nothing that shouldn't have been there, and that's when I started to notice something else strange. It was subtle at first. I would turn quickly and think that I saw something duck behind a tree, but the tree was too skinny, barely wider than my arm. There's no way anything bigger than a squirrel could hide behind it. Yet every time I looked, I could have sworn I saw movement, just at the edge of my vision. As the afternoon wore on, it got worse. The feeling of being watched intensified, and now it seemed like every time I turned, something was vanishing behind the nearest object. A tree, a rock, even a damn fern. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I've been in some tense situations in the woods before, run-ins with angry moose, surprise encounters with black bears, but nothing had ever set me on edge like this. I decided to call it a day early. The sun was still a couple of hours from setting, but I just couldn't shake my unease. As I started to make my way back to my campsite, things escalated. The movement in my peripheral vision became more frequent, more daring. Once I spun around so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash, and I swear, I saw something slide behind a sapling no thicker than my wrist. But it wasn't just a flash of movement this time. For a split second, I saw something. It was tall, taller than me, and I'm 6'2". Thin, too. Impossibly thin. Like a shadow given depth. But before I could focus on it, it was gone. Hidden behind that impossibly narrow tree. I'd like to say I kept my cool, that I calmly assessed the situation and came up with a rational explanation. But the truth is, I panicked. I started running, my pack bouncing awkwardly on my back, my heart pounding in my ears, and the whole time I could sense it keeping pace with me, always just out of sight, always finding something to hide behind, no matter how impossibly small. I burst into my campsite, gasping for air, sweat pouring down my face, despite the cool air. For a moment, as I stood there in the small clearing, the feeling of being watched subsided ever so slightly. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath and calm my thoughts. "Get it together, Roger," I muttered to myself. "There's nothing out there. You're just overtired. Maybe coming down with something." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. I'd never been one for ghost stories or cryptid encounters. Hell, I've always laughed at the guys who came back from the woods with tales of Bigfoot sightings. But standing there in my campsite, with the shadows growing long as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, I couldn't deny what I had experienced. I thought about packing up and getting the hell out of there. I could come back another day to finish the survey, make up some excuse about equipment failure. But the thought of trying to hike out in the growing darkness with that thing potentially stalking me was even more terrifying than staying put. So I did what any self-respecting forester would do. I built up my fire bigger than usual, set up some makeshift alarms around the perimeter of my camp, just strings with cans and bits of metal attached, and settled in for what I expected to be a long, sleepless night. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with its usual nighttime sounds. Owls hooting, small creatures rustling in the underbrush. Normally, these sounds are comforting to me, familiar. But that night, every snapping twig or flutter of wings set my nerves on edge. I'm not ashamed to admit that I kept my rifle close at hand. I hadn't even planned on bringing it on this trip. It was black bear mating season, and they can get a bit aggressive. But now I was thanking my past self for the foresight. For hours I sat by the fire, watching the darkness beyond its light, listening. But there was nothing out of the ordinary. No sense of being watched, no impossible movement just out of sight. As the night wore on, I began to feel a bit foolish. Had I really spent the day running from shadows? Maybe I was coming down with something. Or maybe the solitude was finally getting to me? But after 15 years? It must have been around midnight when I finally began to relax. The fire had died down to embers, and the nearly full moon provided enough light to see by. I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and despite my best efforts, I felt my eyelids growing heavy. I'm not sure if I actually fell asleep or if I just dozed off for a moment, but suddenly I was wide awake, every nerve in my body tingling with alarm. Something had changed. The forest had gone completely silent. If you've spent any time in the woods at night, you know that it's never truly quiet. There's always something making noise. Insects, animals, the wind in the trees. But in that moment, it was like somebody had hit a mute button on the whole forest. I reached for my rifle, slowly rising to my feet. That's when I heard it. A sound so soft, I might have missed it, if not for the unnatural silence. It was a sliding sound, like something brushing against bark. My eyes darted to the tree line, and that's when I saw it. In the moonlight, peeking out from behind a tree that couldn't have been more than 4 inches in diameter, was a face. Or, at least, I think it was a face. It was so thin, so impossibly elongated that it hardly seemed real. 2 enormous dark eyes reflected the moonlight, and below them, I hesitate to call it a mouth. It was more like a slash across the lower part of the face, turned up at the corners in a parody of a smile. I stood there, frozen, my rifle forgotten in my hands. The face just stared at me, unblinking. And then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one long, spindly finger to where its lips should have been, in a shushing motion. In that moment, I was a kid again, hiding under my blankets from the monster in the closet. Only this time I could see it. I scrambled backwards, nearly falling over my tent in my haste. By the time I regained my footing and looked back, the face was gone, but I could hear it moving. That soft, sliding sound seeming to come from all around me now. I spun in a circle, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. And then I saw it again. This time, it was peering out from behind my cooler. The cooler that was maybe a foot wide. But somehow, this thing that I'd seen stretched to over 6 feet in height was now crouched behind it, those big eyes staring at me over the top edge. I broke. I'm not proud of it, but in that moment, all my years of training and experience in the woods went right out the window. I ran. I left everything behind. My tent, my equipment, all of it. I just ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I stumbled over a couple of rocks and almost fell, but I regained my footing and kept going. The whole time I could sense it behind me, around me, always just out of sight, but always there. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. All I know is that eventually I burst out of the tree line and onto the access road where I had parked my truck days earlier. I fumbled with my keys, dropping them twice before I managed to get the door open. As I slammed it shut behind me and turned the engine over, I finally worked up the courage to look back at the forest. There, at the edge of the trees, it stood. In the harsh glare of my headlights, it should have been clearly visible. But somehow, even though there was nothing there big enough to hide behind, it remained half obscured, as if the shadows themselves were bending to conceal it. Its face, though, its face was fully visible. That too wide mouth was open now, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. And it was making a sound. A high, thin whistle, almost like a laugh, that set my teeth on edge and made my skin crawl. I threw the truck into drive and tore out of there, spraying gravel. I drove straight through the night, not stopping until I hit the outskirts of Marquette, more than 100 miles away. It's been 3 weeks since that night. I've been staying with my sister in the city, trying to make sense of what happened. I went to the doctor, thinking maybe I'd encountered some mushroom spores or something that could explain the hallucinations, but I'm clean. Physically, there's nothing wrong with me. I called in sick to work for a week, but eventually I had to go back. Had to face the woods again. My boss, shockingly, was understanding. Apparently, I'm not the first person to come back from Hiawatha with strange stories. But he also made it clear that I needed to get back out there and finish the survey. Yesterday, I went back. Not to the same spot. I can't do that just yet, but to a different section of the forest. I was jumpy all day, constantly looking over my shoulder. but nothing happened. No weird movements, no feeling of being watched. It was just a normal day in the woods. As I was packing up to leave, though, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. There, on a tree not 10 feet from where I'd been working, was a mark. 3 long, parallel scratches in the bark, so thin they were almost invisible unless you knew to look for them. And above the scratches, wedged into the bark, was a single pine needle. It could be nothing. Probably is nothing. Just a bear marking its territory, and a coincidentally placed pine needle. But I can't shake the feeling that it's a message, a reminder. I'm writing all this down partly because I need to get it off my chest, and partly because I'm hoping someone out there might have some answers. Has anyone else encountered anything like this in Hiawatha, or anywhere? And to any other foresters or hikers out there, just be careful, okay? If you're out in the woods, and you get that feeling of being watched, if you start seeing things that can't possibly be there, don't ignore it. Don't try to rationalize it away like I did, because the hide-behind is real, and I have a feeling that it's not done with me yet. The Thing That Wasn't My Brother by Anonymous. I've been sitting with this story for a while now, trying to make sense of what happened. I'm not sure if I ever will, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar, or can offer some insight. This happened about 2 months ago when my brother Jake and I went on our annual camping trip in the Ozarks. All of the names here are going to be changed for privacy. Jake and I have been doing this trip for years. We're both experienced outdoorsmen, and we know these woods like the back of our hands. Or at least, we thought we did. We arrived at our usual spot on a Friday afternoon. The plan was to hike deep into the forest, set up camp, and spend the weekend exploring some new areas that we hadn't checked out before. Everything was normal as we set up our tents and got a fire going. We cooked some hot dogs, shared a few beers, and swapped stories about work and life. It was just like any other trip. As night fell, we decided to turn in early. We had a long hike planned for the next day, and we wanted to get an early start. I zipped up my tent and drifted off to sleep, the sounds of the forest a familiar lullaby. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. The forest was pitch black, and the fire had long since died down to embers. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it again. Jake's voice, calling my name from somewhere in the darkness. Mike! Mike, where are you? I sat up, confused. Why would Jake be out in the woods? I unzipped my tent and poked my head out. Jake? I called back. I'm right here, what's going on? His voice came again, more urgent this time. Mike, I need help. I'm lost. A jolt of adrenaline shot through me. Lost? How could Jake be lost? We were in our campsite. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent. The beam of light fell on Jake's tent, still zipped up tight. Jake, I called again, moving toward his tent. Are you in there? No response. I unzipped his tent and peered inside. Empty. Mike, please help me. Jake's voice echoed through the trees, distant and panicked. Without thinking, I plunged into the forest, following the sound of his voice. The beam of my flashlight danced across the tree trunks and underbrush as I ran. I'm coming, Jake, I shouted. Keep talking, I'll find you. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to blur as I chased Jake's voice deeper and deeper into the woods. The terrain grew rougher, the undergrowth thicker. Branches whipped at my face, and roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I couldn't stop. My brother needed me. "Mike, I'm over here." I changed direction, following the new sound. The voice was always just ahead, always just out of reach. At the time, that didn't really dawn on me. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but I pushed on. I had to find Jake. It wasn't until I burst into a small clearing that I realized something was terribly wrong. The voice had led me here, but the clearing was empty. No Jake. No signs of anyone having passed through recently. "Jake?" I called out, my voice hoarse. Silence. The forest around me was eerily quiet. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant owl hoots, just nothing. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. I swept my flashlight around the clearing, searching for any sign of my brother. And that's when I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of my flashlight, something moved. I caught a glimpse of pale, elongated limbs, and a face that was almost, but not quite, human. For a split second, I thought it was Jake. But then it smiled, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. I ran. I crashed through the underbrush, blind with terror. Branches tore at my clothes and skin, but I didn't care. I had to get away. Behind me, I could hear something moving through the forest, fast and silent. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I know is that eventually, I tripped over a root and went sprawling. I hit the ground so hard that the wind was knocked out of me. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I realized that I couldn't hear my pursuer anymore. Slowly, painfully, I picked myself up. My flashlight was gone, lost somewhere in my mad dash through the woods. The forest around me was unfamiliar. I was completely, utterly lost. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was alone in the middle of the wilderness, in the dark, with no supplies and no idea which way to go. And somewhere out there was something that was not my brother. I started walking, picking a direction at random. What else could I do? I had to find my way back to the campsite. As I walked, I tried to make sense of what had happened. What was that thing I saw? Why did it sound like Jake? And where was the real Jake? The sky was just beginning to lighten when I heard a familiar voice calling my name. "Mike! Mike! Where are you?" I froze. It sounded like Jake, just like before, but how could I trust it? "Mike! Can you hear me? Follow my voice." I stood there, paralyzed with indecision. It sounded so much like Jake, but then again, so had the thing that led me into the woods in the first place. "Mike! It's me, Jake. I've been looking for you all night." The voice was getting closer. I had to make a decision. Hide and hope it passed me by, or take a chance that it really was Jake this time. In the end, desperation won out. "Jake?" I called tentatively. "Is that really you?" "Mike!" The relief in the voice was palpable. "Thank God. Keep talking, I'll find you." It all felt like déjà vu. A few moments later, Jake burst through the underbrush. He looked terrible. Clothes torn, face scratched, eyes wild with fear and relief. "Mike!" he cried, pulling me into a crushing hug. "Man, I thought I'd lost you for good, bro." As we embraced, I felt myself start to shake. The fear, the exhaustion, the relief, it all came crashing down at once. I clung to Jake and sobbed like a child. When we finally separated, I saw the questions in Jake's eyes, but he didn't ask them. Not yet. Instead, he simply said, "Let's get back to camp. We can talk there." The hike back was long and silent. Now that the immediate danger was past, my mind was racing, trying to piece together what had happened. As we walked, I kept glancing at Jake, reassuring myself that it really was him this time. We reached our campsite just as the sun was fully up. Everything was exactly as we had left it the night before. It was hard to believe that just a few hours ago, my whole world had been turned upside down. Jake busied himself making coffee while I changed into clean clothes. When he handed me a steaming mug, I knew it was time to talk. "What happened, Mike?" he asked gently. "When I woke up, you were gone, and..." I took a deep breath and told him everything. The voice in the night, the chase through the woods, the thing I saw in the clearing. Jake listened without interrupting, his face growing more and more troubled. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I saw something too." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" Jake stared into his coffee cup, as if the answers might be found in its depths. "I woke up in the middle of the night and you were gone. I called for you, but there was no answer. Then I heard your voice, off in the woods. I felt a chill run down my spine." "My voice?" He nodded. "It sounded exactly like you, Mike. You were calling for help, saying you were lost. I followed it." The parallels to my own experience were uncanny. "What happened?" I asked, dreading the answer. "I followed the voice for hours," Jake said. "It kept leading me deeper into the woods. I knew something was wrong. We know these woods too well to get that lost, but it sounded so much like you, and you sounded so scared." He trailed off, lost in the memory. I waited, hardly daring to breathe. "Finally, I came to this clearing," Jake continued. "The voice led me there, but when I arrived, there was nothing. No one. And then I saw..." He broke off, shuddering. I reached out and gripped his arm, offering what comfort I could. I'm not sure what I saw," he finally said. "It was dark, and it was only for a second, but it looked like you, Mike, but wrong. Like something was wearing your skin, but didn't quite know how to make it fit." We sat in silence for a long time after that, each in our own thoughts. The forest around us, so familiar and comforting before, now seemed alien and threatening. Finally, Jake spoke. "We should pack up. Go home." I nodded, relieved. There was no way I could spend another night here. As we packed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Some kind of shared hallucination, an elaborate prank, or something more sinister. "Maybe it was a skinwalker," Jake suggested as we shouldered our packs. "Or a wendigo. The natives around here, they have stories." I shook my head. "I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to know." The hike back to our car was tense. Every snapping twig, every rustling leaf made us jump. We kept close together, constantly checking to make sure the other was still there. It wasn't until we were in the car, driving away from the forest, that I finally began to relax. But even as the trees receded in the rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd had a brush with something ancient and malevolent, something that had been in those woods long before us, and would be there long after we were gone. We haven't talked much about that night in the 2 months since it happened. Jake and I have an unspoken agreement not to bring it up. But I can't stop thinking about it. about what might have happened if we had been just a little less lucky, about what else might be out there in the dark. I'm writing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. Have any of you encountered something in the woods that just wasn't what it seemed? Something that mimicked a loved one's voice, or am I just losing my mind? Any insights would be appreciated. To tie up a loose end here also, we're not really sure why each of us found empty tents when we looked for the other. It stands to reason that one of us should have found the other in our tent, whoever the first one to get up was, but we've never really been able to figure it out. Maybe it was some trick that this thing played, or I don't really know. But that's a question we still have too, so if you have any answers, let me know. If you're planning a camping trip anytime soon, maybe stick to well-lit campgrounds with plenty of other people around. Some parts of the wilderness are better left unexplored. Yellowstone Encounter by Jeanette. I never thought I'd be one of those people telling a story about a cryptid encounter, but here I am. I'm still trying to process what happened the other week, and I figured maybe writing it all out would help. Plus, it's always interesting to see if anybody else has had similar experiences. So, here goes. My name's Jeanette, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my life. I grew up in Montana, not far from Yellowstone National Park, so I'm no stranger to the wilderness. I've encountered my fair share of wildlife over the years, bears, moose, you name it, but I've never seen anything like what I experienced last Tuesday. It was supposed to be a routine day hike. My best friend, Gloria, and I had planned this trip for a few weeks. We're both experienced hikers, and we'd chosen a trail just outside the northern border of Yellowstone. It's a bit less traveled than the paths inside the park, which is exactly how we like it. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, a gentle breeze, and temperatures in the low 70s. We set out early, around 6 a.m., hoping to make it to our planned campsite before sunset. I know I said it was a day hike, but we had to camp out before coming back the next day because it would take so long to get out there that we'd be hiking back in the dark. So, technically it was a 2-day hike, but you get the idea. The first few hours were uneventful. We chatted, caught up on each other's lives, and enjoyed the stunning scenery. The trail wound through dense pine forests, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking views of snow-capped mountains in the distance. It was around noon when things started to feel off. We had stopped for lunch in a small clearing, and as we were packing up to continue, I noticed how quiet it had become. Now, if you've spent any time in the woods at all, you know that they're never silent. There's always some kind of noise. Birds, bugs, leaves, whatever. But in that moment, it was like somebody had told the entire forest to be quiet. Like everything was waiting for something. I looked at Gloria, and I could tell she felt it too. Is it just me, or did it get really quiet all of a sudden? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, feeling a chill run down my spine. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe there's a predator nearby? We decided to press on, but we were both on high alert now. As we hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every few minutes I'd turn my head around, convinced I'd seen movement out of the corner of my eye, but each time, there was nothing there. About an hour later, we came to a small stream, cutting across the trail. As we were carefully making our way across some stepping stones, Gloria suddenly froze mid-step. "Jeanette," she hissed, "look at the water." I followed her gaze, and my blood ran cold. The stream, which had been flowing normally just moments ago, was now completely still. Not frozen, there wasn't any ice, but perfectly motionless, as if time itself had stopped. I blinked hard, sure I must be seeing things, but when I opened my eyes, the water was still eerily static. That's when I noticed that the sound of the water had stopped too. I don't know how I didn't notice it before. "What the hell?" I muttered, reaching down to touch the surface. As soon as my fingers made contact, the water resumed its flow as if nothing had happened, and the sound of the water came back too. Gloria and I exchanged bewildered looks. "Okay, that was freaky," she said, her voice shaky. "Maybe we should turn back?" Part of me wanted to agree, but we were already more than halfway to our campsite. Going back now would mean hiking well into the night, which is what we were trying to avoid in the first place. "Let's keep going," I decided, but let's pick up the pace a bit. We practically jogged for the next mile, both of us too unnerved to speak much. The silence in the forest persisted, broken only by the sound of our labored breathing and the crunch of leaves under our boots. It was late afternoon when we finally saw it. We had just rounded a bend in the trail when Gloria stopped so abruptly that I almost ran into her. She was standing stock still, her eyes wide with shock, staring at something ahead of us on the path. I followed her gaze. At first, my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It was big, easily 7 or 8 feet tall. Its body was vaguely humanoid, but covered in what looked like a patchwork of fur, scales, and leaves? Yeah, actual leaves, as if parts of the forest itself had coalesced into this bizarre form. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in what seemed to be both claws and roots. But it was the face, or rather the lack of one, that truly chilled me to my core. Where a face should have been, there was only a swirling vortex of mist, constantly shifting and changing. For what felt like an eternity, we just stood there, Gloria and I rooted to the spot in terror, and this creature regarding us with its faceless gaze. I couldn't even breathe. It was like my entire body had forgotten how to function. And then it moved, not toward us, thank God, but to the side of the trail, with a fluidity that just seemed impossible for its size. It reached out one of its branch-like arms, and, I kid you not, it peeled back the air like it was opening an invisible curtain. Behind this impossible opening, I caught a glimpse of somewhere else entirely, a place of twisting geometries and colors I had literally never seen before. The creature turned its misty non-face toward us one last time, and I swear I heard, no, I felt, words in my mind, not in English or in any language I recognize, but somehow one that I just understood. Not yet, but soon. And with that, it stepped through the opening and was gone. The Terran reality sealed itself behind, leaving no trace that it had ever been there. Gloria and I stood in stunned silence for I don't know how long. Finally, she turned to me, her face pale. "Tell me you saw that too?" she whispered. I nodded, still unable to form words. We debated what to do next, continue to the campsite or turn back. In the end, we decided to split the difference and make camp right there. Neither of us wanted to move any farther into the woods, but the thought of trying to hike all the way back in our current state seemed even worse. We set up our tent in record time, our hands shaking the whole time. Neither of us wanted to be alone for even a second. We barely slept that night, jumping at every sound, convinced that at any moment that rip in reality would come back. But nothing else happened. When dawn finally came, we packed up and practically ran back down the trail. The forest seemed normal again. Birds were singing, squirrels were scurrying about. If it weren't for the haunted look that Gloria and I shared, I might have been able to convince myself that it had all been some kind of shared hallucination. We debated whether or not to report what we'd seen. But to who? The park rangers? The police? Ghostbusters? Who would believe us? In the end, we decided to keep it to ourselves, at least until we could make sense of it. It's been a week now, and I still don't know what to think. Was it some kind of forest spirit? Some interdimensional being? I don't know, but I cannot shake the feeling that this wasn't a random encounter. Those words keep echoing in my head. Not yet, but soon. I don't know if I'll ever go back to those woods. Part of me is terrified at the thought, but another part of me is intensely curious. What did it mean? What's coming soon? And what was it? Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I just going crazy? Any insights would be appreciated. I know it sounds far-fetched. If someone had told me this story before it happened to me, I would have laughed at them, honestly. I get it, but it happened, and I'm still struggling to process it. I'll never look at the forest the same way again. There are things out there, things that defy explanation, and I have a weird feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of them. Not yet, but soon. We Are Not Prepared by Mountain Explorer 87. I've been sitting here for hours trying to figure out how to write this. My hands are shaking, and I keep looking out the window, half expecting to see something. I don't even know what. But I need to get this out there. Maybe someone can tell me I'm not crazy. Maybe someone can help. It started last weekend. My friend Sophia and I decided to go hiking in the mountains near our town in British Columbia. We're both avid outdoors women, and we've explored these trails dozens of times before. But this time, we wanted to try a new route, one that would take us deeper into the old-growth forest than we'd ever been. The day started normally enough. We set out early, the morning mist still clinging to the towering cedars and hemlocks. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. We chatted as we hiked, catching up on each other's lives and enjoying the solitude of the wilderness. About 4 hours in, we veered off the main trail. We'd heard rumors of an unmarked path that led to a breathtaking viewpoint, and we were determined to find it. In hindsight, maybe we should have stuck to the well-trodden routes. As we pushed through the underbrush, the forest around us began to change. The trees seemed older, more gnarled. The ferns grew taller, some reaching up to our waists. An eerie silence fell over the woods. Just the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath our boots. "Leanna," Sophia whispered, grabbing my arm. "Do you hear that?" I stopped, straining my ears. I hadn't heard anything. Then, faintly, I caught it. A low, rhythmic thrumming. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Not quite mechanical, not quite natural. And it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Sophia shook her head, her eyes wide. "I don't know, but it's giving me the creeps. Maybe we should head back." Part of me wanted to agree, to turn around and flee back to the safety of the familiar. but curiosity got the better of me. "Let's just check it out," I said. "We've come this far." We pressed on, the strange thrumming growing louder with each step. The forest floor began to slope downward, and we found ourselves descending into a kind of natural bowl. The vegetation grew denser, forcing us to push through thick curtains of moss and lichen. And then, suddenly, we broke through into a clearing. What we saw there, I'm still struggling to process. In the center of the clearing was a nest, but not just any nest. This thing was massive, easily 20 feet across and half as tall. It was constructed of thick branches, some as big around as my thigh, woven together with an intricate precision that seemed impossible for any known animal. But it wasn't the size of the nest that made my blood run cold. It was what was inside it. Eggs, 3 of them. Each one was easily the size of a small car, their surfaces a mottled greenish gray. They gleamed dully in the filtered sunlight, their shells looking more like stone than anything organic. Trust me, I know how this sounds, but that's what we saw. For a long moment, Sophia and I just stood there, frozen in disbelief. The thrumming we'd heard earlier seemed to be emanating from the eggs themselves, a deep, primal pulse that I could feel in my bones. This isn't possible," Sophia whispered, her voice trembling. "What kind of animal lays eggs that big?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind raced through every animal I knew of, every creature that had ever existed on this planet. Nothing in the realm of reality came close to explaining what we were seeing. As we stood there, paralyzed by shock and fear, something shifted in the forest around us. The air grew heavy, charged with an almost electric tension. And then we heard it, a sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. It started as a low rumble, like distant thunder, but it quickly grew in volume and intensity until it became a roar that shook the very ground beneath our feet. It was a sound that didn't belong in this world, a sound that spoke of something ancient and terrifying. We ran. I don't remember making the conscious decision to flee, but suddenly we were both crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, as we desperately tried to put distance between ourselves and whatever was coming. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the grip of our panic. We stumbled and fell countless times, but the fear drove us on, beyond exhaustion, beyond reason. When we finally broke out onto the main trail, we still didn't stop running. It wasn't until we reached Sophia's car that we did stop, and then we drove home in silence, breaking the speed limit, both of us too shaken to speak. In the days since, I've tried to convince myself that it wasn't real, that we somehow stumbled into some elaborate movie set, or that we both experienced some kind of shared hallucination. But I know, deep in my gut I know, that what we saw was real. I've scoured the internet for any information, any similar sightings, but I have found absolutely nothing. I'm not going to the authorities. Who would believe such an outlandish story? They'd commit me. And part of me is terrified of what might happen if someone did believe us and went out there to investigate. But I can't shake the feeling that time is running out. Those eggs, they were alive. Whatever is inside them is growing, developing, and soon, maybe days from now, maybe weeks, they're going to hatch. I keep thinking about the stories my grandmother used to tell me, legends from her indigenous heritage about great beasts that once roamed these mountains, creatures of unimaginable size and power who retreated into the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the wilderness as humans spread across the land. I always thought they were just stories. Now, I'm not so sure. I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to go back to see if it was real or if my mind was just playing tricks on me. But both of us saw it. Still, a larger part of me is paralyzed with fear at the thought of what I might find if I do return. So I'm putting this out there, hoping that someone, anyone, might have some insight into what we saw. Or maybe I'm just hoping that by sharing this, I'm somehow preparing the world for what might be coming. Because if those eggs hatch, if those creatures are unleashed upon the world, everything is going to change. I keep replaying that day in my mind, searching for some detail I might have missed, some clue that could explain what we encountered. The more I think about it, the more certain aspects stand out, taking on new significance in light of our discovery. The silence in the forest, for instance. At the time, I attributed it to the natural ebb and flow of wildlife activity, but now I wonder if it was something more. If the animals sensed the presence of something ancient and terrifying, something that sent them into hiding. And the vegetation around the nest, it was different from anything I'd seen in those mountains before. The ferns were larger, more primitive looking, almost like something out of a nature documentary about the Mesozoic era. Even the trees seemed older, more gnarled and twisted, as if shaped by forces beyond our understanding. Then there's the construction of the nest itself, the precision of its weaving, the size of the branches. It spoke of an intelligence and strength far beyond any known animal. The eggs, too, with their stone-like appearance. I've been obsessively researching egg structures of various species, even dinosaurs, and nothing comes close to what we saw. Dinosaur was my first thought, but then I realized I don't think even they were this big. But it's the sound that haunts me the most. That earth-shaking roar. It was like nothing I have ever heard before. Not quite reptilian, not quite avian. It was as if the very mountains themselves had found a voice, a primal scream from the depths of time. I've been having nightmares since that day. In them, I'm back in that clearing, but this time, the eggs are hatching. I never see what emerges, but I feel its presence, an overwhelming sense of something vast and ancient and alien to our world. I always wake up screaming, drenched in sweat. Sophia hasn't been much better off. We've talked on the phone a few times, but she's reluctant to discuss what happened. She keeps insisting that we must have imagined it, that there has to be a rational explanation. But I can hear the doubt in her voice, the desperate doubt that covers the underlying fear that what we saw was all too real. I've been monitoring local news obsessively, searching for any reports of strange sightings or unexplained phenomena in the area. So far, there's been nothing out of the ordinary, but how long will that last? If those eggs hatch, when they hatch, there's no way it can be kept a secret. The world as we know it will change overnight. Part of me wonders if we have some kind of responsibility to do something, to try to prevent whatever's coming. But what could we possibly do against creatures capable of laying eggs the size of BWs, and who would believe us if we tried to warn them? I find myself staring at maps of the region, trying to pinpoint exactly where we were when we found it. But the area is vast, largely unexplored, filled with deep valleys and inaccessible peaks. Sometimes, in my darker moments, I wonder if this is how it ends for us, for humanity, not with a bang or a whimper, but with the hatching of eggs laid by creatures we thought were long extinct. Is this how our ancestors felt when they first encountered mammoths or saber-toothed cats? The sense of being suddenly, terrifyingly small in the face of nature's true power? But then I try to shake off these thoughts. Surely if such creatures still existed, someone would have seen evidence of them before, right? I mean, we have satellites and drones and teams of researchers combing every corner of the globe. How could something so large have remained hidden for so long? The other thought occurred to me. Maybe we stumbled back in time. I almost hope that's the case. But still, even back in time, at least as far as what we've found, nothing like that ever existed. And yet, the world is vast. Our mountains are ancient, their valleys deep and shadowed. Who knows what secrets they might still hold. I'm writing this all down partly to preserve a record of what happened in case things change dramatically in the near future. But I'm also hoping that by sharing this, I might find others who have experienced things they can't explain out there. Surely we can't be the only ones who have stumbled across evidence that the natural world is far stranger and more terrifying than we ever imagined. Change is coming, as inexorable as the tide, and we are woefully, terrifyingly unprepared for what awaits us.
This is a collection of my experiences revolving around the Blue Ridge Parkway. From the summer of 2002 until early 2004, I lived in a small town outside of Asheville, North Carolina. There wasn't much to do in the area on a Friday or Saturday night, other than hang out with friends at the movies, go to the bar or pool hall, or, in our case, the scenic overlooks on the Blue Ridge Parkway. My group of friends' go-to meeting spot was one of the two overlooks off of the Blue Ridge Parkway. We would jump on the parkway off of the tunnel road, US 70, and drive about 3 miles north to the Hawk Creek overlook, park our cars, and, depending on the weather, sit outside and just talk the night away. It may sound boring, but those nights were some of the best of my life, filled with laughter and pure joy. It's where we went to decompress from our early 20s stress-filled days. We would usually meet up there any time between 9 to 11 p.m. and not depart until well past 2 a.m., often ending our nights at the nearby Waffle House. Depending on the time of year, the overlook would get busy with other groups of friends doing the same as us. Romantic dates, nature enthusiasts either camping out in their cars or returning from or embarking on hikes. On certain occasions, Hawk Creek Overlook would be too crowded for our liking, so we would just proceed to the next overlook, which was Tanbark Ridge. That was almost always nearly empty. It was in these areas that my friends and I experienced truly paranormal and possibly demonic experiences. On most nights, they would come and go without any of the normal events to speak about. That slowly changed. On certain nights, there could be as many as 6 of us hanging out on the overlook, other nights only 2. On one particular night, and the first Blue Ridge Parkway experience that I can recall, we were standing and talking near the back of my car while we smoked a cigarette, facing the road, the parkway. We were the only car at the second overlook, Tanbark. When we weren't talking with each other, it would get quieter than quiet up there. The whole night we kept hearing what sounded like conversations or voices coming from the side of the mountain across from where we gathered. It wasn't uncommon for there to be night hikers or campers in the area, but these voices were not coming from an area that was known for trails or camping. As we were standing near the back of my car, we all heard the voices, louder than before this time. At first it was from our left, then immediately from our right, and then finally straight in front of us. The voices, although rather loud, were unintelligible. We couldn't make out what they were saying. It was almost like gibberish or some kind of made-up language. We were all expecting to see someone by how close in proximity the voices were, but there was nobody around us. No car had even passed the overlook for a while. We wrote it off as having to be hikers conversing somewhere on the mountain, and their voices somehow carrying or being projected through the woods in some weird acoustical thing. For weeks after, we told the story to our other friends and coworkers, who would all share similar accounts with us. That was the start of many more strange and sinister occurrences. Simultaneously with the strange events that I experienced on the Blue Ridge Parkway, my family and I were also experiencing paranormal activity at the house we were renting in Swannanoa. I wondered at the time if the occurrences were related in any way, which as time went on and more events happened, I don't think they were connected at all. The night that I believe triggered a string of events was a Saturday after work. Before heading to the first overlook, I stopped and picked up my friend, and we proceeded to get on the Blue Ridge Parkway. About halfway up from the entrance to the Blue Ridge Parkway and on the first overlook, we noticed a pickup truck 3/4 of the way into the woods, off of the road, with only its interior dome light on, and a man returning to the truck with a shovel in his hand. My friend and I instantly got creeped out by this peculiar sight, and half-jokingly both said that the guy was probably hiding a body. Later that night, when we were leaving the Blue Ridge Parkway, I drove past that exact spot where we had seen the truck and the man earlier. I nearly drove off the road as my dome light in my car turned on and nearly blinded me. It's dark on the Blue Ridge Parkway, no lights at all. Almost gave me a heart attack. The light was on for maybe a second or two, and then it shut off. I'm generally a level-headed and rational person, but at that moment I was shook. My friend was equally in shock, and we both calmed ourselves down. When we got to his house, we sat in his driveway and tried to make sense of it. That light only turns on if you open a door. We did not open a door. That light had never once turned on for any other reason before that. After I dropped off my friend, I had to drive under the Blue Ridge Parkway bridge on my way back home. As I passed under the bridge, my light again turned on. But this time, it flickered a few times and then stayed off. In my opinion, this was now past the point of coincidence. That was not the last time that my light went off in my truck, for a span of a few months. Not every time, but almost. The light would come on or flicker near that spot on the Blue Ridge Parkway where we saw the man and his truck. One of my friends who was driving behind me one night saw the light go off from her car, and it scared her so badly that she did not return to the Blue Ridge Parkway at night anymore. On one night, 3 of us gathered at the first overlook. It had rained a lot the day before and that morning. On the opposite side of the overlook, there was a sheer rock wall that ascended about 100 feet. There was enough moonlight to see the water trickling down the rock wall. It was my friend that was riding with me when we saw the man that noticed that the water coming down the rock wall appeared to resemble a person's head, tilted sideways. I agreed, and so did our other friend. But as more water ran down, it looked like it formed a rope around the person's neck. And as time went on, more water rolled down, and the person resembled a girl. It was almost too clear, like somebody was purposefully creating this effect. We started to concoct ideas that perhaps that man did do something bad in those woods, and maybe the light flickering and the water on the rocks was a calling of sorts. I had disabled the light in my truck from going off. It still went off a handful of times after that, which should have been impossible. But the cherry on top of it all was on the night that I was the last one of my friends to leave the overlook. As I drove down to leave the Blue Ridge Parkway, again near that spot, my front driver's side tire blew out. I pulled over on the shoulder of the road and tried to call one of my friends, but I didn't have cell reception. If it wasn't that I had to be at work in the morning, I probably would have just slept in my car until there was light, but that was not an option. I proceeded to get out and change my tire in the pitch-black night. I felt so vulnerable, and although nothing happened, I felt as if I wasn't alone. I felt that at any moment, something, I don't know what, would occur to scare the living shit out of me. But nothing did, until I got back in my car and started pulling back onto the road. At that moment, my light again flickered, and I swear I instantly felt my right side of my body get about 30 degrees colder. The next day, my friend and I called in anonymously to the Asheville PD and reported what we had seen in the woods, the truck and the man. Obviously, we did not mention any of the paranormal events that had occurred after that. We felt as if we had to say something, but for the longest time we weren't sure what or how to. We hadn't heard of any disappearances or murders in the area. But then again, in my early 20s, I wasn't an avid reader of the paper or watcher of the local news. These events all happened around spring to late fall. We stuck to the bars and pool halls for months after those events, until early the following year. We finally decided to venture back to the Blue Ridge Parkway more frequently. My friend and I, the same friend, were starting a new band, and the Blue Ridge Parkway was a great place to collaborate and write songs. One night, and my last night ever spent on the Blue Ridge Parkway, we took up an acoustic guitar to help finish writing a song. That night, both overlooks were crowded, so we drove to this little cut right off the road, just past the first overlook. We settled there and propped open the tailgate of my GMC Jimmy. We were up there for a couple of hours, probably around 1 to 2 in the morning at this point, when we start hearing straight up laughing coming from the woods and the tree line close to the car. We stopped what we were doing and just froze and listened. The laughing stopped, and we heard what sounded like a horse snarl, followed by a whisper. We heard a laugh again, and finally, we hear somebody go, "Psst." We immediately closed my tailgate, jumped in the car, and drove down to the first overlook. At this point, it had cleared out, and there were no other cars there. I pulled into the overlook with my car still facing the road, not pulled into a parking spot. We had no idea what those sounds that we had just heard were or what they'd come from. It just didn't make any sense. At the overlook, my friend got out of the car to relieve himself. We both lit a cigarette and decided to head back to the car as it started to rain a little bit. Just before we got back, we heard what sounded like a gallop or horse hooves getting louder from the area we'd just left. I had a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I had an overwhelming feeling to just get the fuck out of there, and so did my friend. Without saying anything to each other, we ran and jumped into my car to leave. As I turned over the key and started the car, I happened to look back, and that's when I saw an image that to this day I will never forget. I saw what looked like a tall, goat-like man. I distinctly saw horns as it began to run full speed toward the car. I didn't look back again, and I drove like a bat out of hell from that area. My friend didn't look back, but he heard the galloping getting louder and closed his eyes. Neither one of us has ever returned to that area at night again. I moved away from North Carolina in 2004. My friend still lives in the area. However, to this day, he does not go up onto the Blue Ridge Parkway at night. He only visits during the day. When we get together, we can't help but talk about all the shit we saw and experienced during that time. We always talk about one day returning to that area at night again. Even though we're scared to death, the curiosity of the unknown draws me. And we both have questioned why those things occurred to us. And we want answers.
My boyfriend and I are camping at the Fort Pickens campground in Pensacola, Florida. Last night was a full moon, and around 9:30 or 10, we went for a walk down to the beach with our husky to look at the ocean and check out the moonlight. We sat there for maybe an hour and just talked about life in general. But toward the end of the conversation, we started talking about how the ocean can play tricks on you and how strange the energy can be sometimes. We were swapping stories about how we've seen people who we thought might not really be people before. And I understand that when you talk about things like that, it puts you in a very specific headspace. All night, I tried to justify what happened to us as a trick of our minds and us hyping ourselves up. But we both saw the same thing at the same time, and there's absolutely no way that it wasn't real. We started walking back to camp, and it was maybe a quarter mile from the beach down the little boardwalk thing to the main road. Once you get to the main road, you see the entrance to the campsite.
and there's a small parking lot there, a stop sign, a picnic table, and a building that looks abandoned and out of business. This building is 1 story tall and doesn't have any signs out front, and I don't believe the doors and windows are shuttered, but they're definitely not accessible. I wouldn't even be able to press my face against the window and try to peek in, because it's kind of boarded up around it. I was sitting on this picnic table while Shane was standing and telling me a creepy story about something he saw in the ocean when he was 11 years old. We were there for maybe 10 minutes, and we were talking about his story. I was trying to debunk it and figure it out with him, when all of a sudden a girl comes walking out of the campsite area towards us and stops at the building. We both thought nothing of it because we had already seen 2 people walking that night, and we knew people were active because it was a full moon and wanted to make the most of the campsite. But this girl walks up to the abandoned building, and it looks like she's trying to peer in the windows or open the doors on the right side of the building. I almost even remember her standing on her tiptoes. She obviously doesn't get in, and then she decides to walk all the way across the length of the building, right in front of us to the left side. This is when I started to get uncomfortable, because she doesn't look at us or address us, even though we're both loudly standing there talking. And the way that she was walking, all I could see was her side or back profile in a long brown ponytail. I know it doesn't really make sense, but it's just like, how can somebody walk from right to left in front of you and you don't see the side of their face? All I saw was her hair. It's not like she had her head turned either. It just doesn't make sense. So she rounds the corner on the left side of the building and doesn't come back. At this point, I'm actually invested, and I'm kind of grilling the location she went to the whole time. I don't take my eyes off of it. I don't really know how to explain this, but it didn't seem like she walked back behind the building. It seemed like she was right there, just waiting for us to do or say something. There's a little edge, like a ledge, on the side of the building that looked maybe 3 or 4 inches wide, kind of like a gutter hanging off. And I swear on my life, it's like she went behind this little 4-inch ledge and flipped herself sideways and was just frozen, watching us. Shane has this spotlight for hunting that he uses as a flashlight, and he shined it on the little ledge area of the building that she went behind. We kept seeing something low to the ground on the side of this ledge, and it made us think that she was just standing there doing something. So Shane shines his light in that direction and yelled, "Yo, what's up? Are you good?" After this, he kept his spotlight pinned where we thought she would pop out, and after a delay of 4 or 5 seconds, we literally saw her spring out of the shadow and leer forward facing right. She had her back hunched over so she wasn't standing as tall as she normally would be. I can't explain how scary it was to be sitting there watching this whole thing take place, and once we shine the flashlight, have this person's face pop out from the side of this building. It would have been less scary if she had never come out and we had circled the whole building and nobody was there. Her movement was incredibly unnatural. It was as if no human being would respond with their body language that way after having a flashlight shining on them. It was like she couldn't figure out what to do and showed herself only because we made her, and then couldn't get all the parts right in the meantime. Almost like she was scared of getting caught for doing something wrong, not scared of us. The way she popped out, her face was turned toward us, and she had her arms kind of sprawled out, almost like a praying mantis. I know this sounds ridiculous, but there's literally no other way to explain this. The best part about this whole thing, though, is something that neither of us figured out until we talked about it later. We never saw a face. It was just smooth skin or clay-colored, rounded, with no eyes or facial expressions. I want to say that I personally almost saw divots or pits where the eyes should have been, but there was nothing substantial there. We were still trying to figure out this encounter, so we weren't super quick to get scared at this point. We honestly thought that it was our minds playing tricks on us, but I think since both of us saw it, we knew that was probably unlikely. This is where the story starts to differentiate a little bit. After she pulls her body back behind the ledge, Shane turns off his flashlight when I asked him to because I felt like we were being rude. At this point, she's back behind the ledge and the light is off, and I see her extended body about 3 feet off the ground. It's like she's crouching and reaching at the same time, like she was going to take an over-exaggerated step and almost tiptoe off like a cartoon character or something. She leaned forward 1 step to the right and then pulled herself back behind the ledge. She stands up straight and then starts walking back to the right side of the building in front of us. Shane has his flashlight on her the whole time. And now she just says, "Oh, I just wanted to change without having to go all the way back." But it's like, all the way back to where? She literally just came from the campground. She could have changed right there if she was heading to the beach or something. Was she going to swim at 10:30 at night? It just didn't make any sense why she needed to change in that specific spot. The strange part is I specifically heard her talk about changing, but Shane heard her say something about having to pee. I'm not sure if one or both of us just misheard her or if Shane just assumed that's what she was doing, because that's what I thought at first too. But as she walked from the left of the building across to the right and back down the trail toward the campground, she kind of scurried away quickly, as if she was embarrassed. And the crazy thing is that I didn't see her face the entire time she did this. It was like when she walked across the first time. All I saw was her long brown ponytail. After she slowly walked down the road back toward the campsite, Shane and I were talking about how messed up that whole interaction was, and how we needed to get back to our own site. He told me that this person had a short, blonde, bob-style haircut. He couldn't believe me when I said that no, she had a long brown ponytail, because he hadn't seen that anywhere on this person. There's no way that either of us could have mistaken these 2 specific haircuts and colors for the other. It's almost like she was showing each of us what she wanted to. As we walk back to our campsite, we walk past a handful of good dark trees that I, as a female, would definitely have peed behind or changed behind if I needed to. This building was so far out of the way, and I would never think to go to the distant right side of it by myself late at night in order to change clothes. It just didn't make sense, the choices that she made. And trust me, we've spent enough time in the city that if we were in New York or New Orleans or Denver or wherever, and we saw somebody doing stuff like this, we probably would have just chalked it up to the person being high and just laughed it off. But this is a random, quiet family campground where everyone's super happy and peaceful. Of course we tried to justify that maybe it was just some drunk chick being sloppy and not knowing what's going on. But even that doesn't hold any weight in comparison to those body movements and that smooth face that we saw staring back at us. Nothing about this person's body movements were natural. Not when she came slinking up, not when she didn't notice us sitting there, not when she looked in the window, not when she walked across the building or dipped behind the ledge, or peered out or crouched down, or replied to us, and definitely not when she scurried off. This is one of those situations that left me with tears in my eyes. I was absolutely shaken, but I was incredulous at the same time. I couldn't believe that it really happened to me. It's like I almost couldn't even be scared because it had already happened, and I just had to sit there and process that we really saw what we did. We talk about NPCs sometimes and joke about people making us uncomfortable and maybe not being real. And we really believe that sometimes we cross paths with angels. But this was something else entirely. This was something that seemed like a lower form, or something less intelligent than us that was just pretending to be human. I feel like I should add this as a side note, but I'm Native American and I'm super familiar with all kinds of witches or bad medicine or shapeshifters. And in a lot of our stories, these are humans who are incredibly intelligent and powerful, and have this human urge based on jealousy or anger or evil to target individuals and appear as another living form. I'm telling you right now that nothing about this encounter felt like that. This didn't seem like something smarter than us. It didn't seem like something with an emotional intention. It didn't seem quick or cunning like it wanted something from us. It was the exact opposite end of the spectrum. It seemed like it was mimicking or mocking human movements. I have no idea what its intentions were, or why it was here of all places, or why it presented itself to us that night. But I guess I just have to move forward with the knowledge that this definitely happened, and I don't have any answers.
After retiring from the service in 2009, I was in Iraq working as a contractor. My job entailed traveling all over the country, making sure specific things got done. Sounds like a lot, but it really wasn't. In the end of August of that year, I was detailed up to Mosul. I traveled, worked out the issues, and on the way back, I was directed to go through Balad to hitch a ride to Baghdad. While waiting for the ride in the air terminal, there was a battalion of Army support folks who were also traveling. Many of them were sick, coughing and hacking up a lung. I tried to stay as far away from them as I could. My travel continued without them, but I was to live to regret it. A week later, I came down with swine flu, thanks to all that coughing and hacking. I went to the doctor on post, and because I was retired military, I was seen. He said that I was to immediately go into quarantine. My barracks did not have individual bathrooms, so I was led to the truck by my buddy and driven the 5 miles to the other side of the base complex to Camp Liberty. I was sent down the road past the PX, on down to the right-hand side past the Y. If you have been there, you will understand, and almost to the end of the road, 2 large campsites short, down by the rec yard, where they brought all the destroyed vehicles. Then, way back, to almost the eastern outside wall of the camp. I was 1 camp short of the wall. The camps were about 20 trailers long, all surrounded by concrete T-walls. You could drive between the rows. Then 10 of those rows wide made up a camp, with a large space to drive semi-trucks between each camp. My hut was the one on the end. It connected to another living space through a shared bathroom. My buddy kicked me out of the truck, and I walked between the T-walls up to the door and opened it. The dust on the floor didn't bother me at first. Everything is dusty in Iraq. My buddy followed me in, and we looked at the dusty accommodations. I walked over and flipped the mattress over to a clean side and sat down. The room had a desk, a walk-in closet, and the shared bathroom. It also had an air conditioner that, when turned on, pumped out very cool, sweet-smelling air. It was then when I noticed the calendar hanging on the wall, July 2007, 2 years before. My buddy told me that he would go and pick up my poncho liner and laptop that was in my day pack so that I could watch movies while I waited out my 7 days of quarantine. He also told me that he would bring me meals during the days that I was staying there. I thanked him, and he left. It was mid-afternoon, and I was tired, so I laid down and tried to breathe while resting, feeling sick as a dog. It was then in the quiet that I thought I heard someone talking outside. I couldn't catch the conversation, which bothered me some, as I couldn't hear if they were speaking English or Farsi. The hut door was locked, and I went on through the bathroom to see if the other hut door was locked, which it was. I kept the lights off so that nobody would know that I was there and come looking. When my buddy came back, I told him what had happened. It was getting dark by then. He had brought my laptop, poncho liner, and as an afterthought, he included a nice tanto knife I traveled with, as I was not supposed to have a firearm for some reason. He left and I curled up in my poncho liner, and soon I was fast asleep. I woke later that night, sleeping on my side facing the wall. It had grown quite dark in the room. Still facing the wall, I could hear voices speaking quite softly, but this time distinctly. "You ask him. No, you ask him." At this point, I was wide awake and staring at the wall. Did I forget to lock the door? Who was in here with me? Something kicked the bed frame, and I thought somebody was trying to figure out why I was sleeping in their room. So I rolled over and looked around, but no one was there. I got up and checked the doors and under the bed. You could say that I was somewhat shaken by the encounter thus far. After everything was checked, including the closet, I turned on the closet light, but I left it cracked open a bit. So I was in the shadows in the room, and the room was light so I could see the rest of it. If somebody was messing with me, I was not going to take it. I was sick and feeling pretty crappy and just over it. This time I wrapped up in the poncho liner facing the room. Things got quiet after a while, so I drifted off to sleep. I was awakened again about an hour later by these same voices, asking the same thing. Only this time, a voice stated clearly, "I'll ask him." It was at this time that I was laying on my back, and something climbed up onto my bed and sat on my feet like you would do during the sit-up event for PT. Needless to say, I was wide awake, and they had my full attention. With a sharp intake of breath, what or whoever was sitting on my feet jumped off. I sat up, and there was nobody in the room that I could see. The smell in the room, which was cool and dusty, turned into a sharp, burned smell. I thought it was coming from the air conditioner, so I got up to check. When my back was turned, I heard the voice say distinctly, "Ask him." I told them in my best SGM voice to stand easy and I would be with them in a minute. I walked to the door and went outside, leaving the door open. It was early morning and around 4 a.m. The sun was just starting to light up the sky. I sat down on the steps and waited for my buddy. At 6 a.m. he showed up and looked at me strangely, asking why I was out on the steps as he handed my breakfast to me. I told him we were leaving. He laughed and said, "No, you have 6 more days of quarantine. Go back inside and relax." I looked at him and said, "No, I'm good." He found me sitting in the shade of the T-wall for lunch, same for dinner. He was starting to wonder what was going on. I told him, "I'll tell you if you take me away from here." He just laughed as he drove away. The same thing happened to me that night, and more. The next day I was sitting on the steps when 4 soldiers carried a private by the legs and arms into the room next to me and flung him on the bed. They dropped a box of MREs and a 12-pack of water, and laughing said, "Later, loser." I stayed outside till around 2300 hours, and then I went in and prepped for the nightly activities. The following morning at about 5 a.m., I was sitting out on the steps when the door to the other hut burst open and a very scared private ran out. He looked left, then right, breathing pretty hard like he had just run a marathon. I smiled at him and said, "How's it going?" He sat down and tried to light a cigarette, but his hands were shaking so badly he couldn't light the match and gave up after a few seconds. I could tell he was pretty shaken up by something. He looked right at me and said, Did you? I said, "You met them too, I see." And he calmed down a little. I said, "I don't think they're going to do any harm to you, but it is a little unsettling." He said, "Yeah, I'm leaving. They can't make me stay here." I laughed and said that I had 4 more days and could use the company. His mind was made up, and when it got light, he went and packed up all his stuff and left. My buddy was true to his word, and each day he brought me breakfast, lunch, and dinner like clockwork. Each time finding me sitting on the steps or in the shade with the door open, waiting. Finally, on the last day, he came by for lunch and said, "Time to leave so we can go get pizza." I had all my stuff packed and shut the door and jumped in the truck. He asked, "Now are you going to tell me what's going on?" I told him, "Not until we are far away from this place." We drove over to the belaying office to give the key back. We went inside and had to wait as a tall, muscular Army CW4 was chewing out one of his soldiers. He was not in a good mood. When he was done, I walked up and introduced myself as the guy staying in the quarantine hut. He asked if there were any problems as he reached out for the key. I looked him in the eye, and as he grabbed the key, I hung on and said, "Chief, you need to cut that key and the key to the other side of that hut in half and never issue it to anyone again." He was not amused, asking if anything was wrong with the hut. I said, "You just go and spend one night there, and you'll understand why I'm telling you to cut those keys up." He got pissed and took the keys. I left with my buddy looking at me like I'd lost my mind. At pizza an hour later, I told my buddy what had happened that whole week, leaving nothing out. He thought I was full of crap. A week later, I was walking through the PX at Camp Liberty, looking at all the pod-over items, thinking if I could use another t-shirt with a slogan on it, or a new 501 shirt with my buddy in tow, when down the aisle, I see the chief running at me. He grabs my arm and says, "I cut the keys in half. I cut him in half, and no one under any circumstance will stay in those huts ever again." This shocked and surprised my buddy. The chief said he was pissed at me when I turned in the key, thinking I had trashed the place. We went over to check it out. It was getting dusk when he left. He found the rooms neat and tidy, but also found them, and they wanted to talk with him. I later learned that the camp was handed over to the Iraqi army. I always wondered who got those rooms, and just how that went for them. In summary, I think it was a unique experience. I think that there were approximately 7 to 10 distinct individual entities present at any given time during my stay. They never followed me outside or into the bathroom, which was nice of them. They did go from room to room where people were staying, making themselves known. It was usually in the late evening to early morning, usually gone before the sun was up. I felt that I couldn't really help them, but I did tell them that they were quite possibly dead and that they needed to move on. I didn't get any names from any of them. It just seemed that it wasn't important to them to tell me. It was more of a, "Can you see me and do I exist?" type of experience. I've thought on this many times, and I've told a few people. Most think it was made up because I was sick. I don't think so. Usually when I'm sick, I dream about fly fishing in cool mountain streams, not ghosts chatting with me. The private and the chief were also involved, and I didn't know either of them before I was sent to quarantine. And when the chief was in there, he wasn't even sick. So, who knows? So it all happened back in April of 2016 when I was 28. I'm a female, and I was traveling with my parents and my younger brother, who was 22, to visit relatives in Hong Kong. We always stayed in this area called Sha Tin, as it was easy for us to navigate the public transport to all the places my relatives lived from there. Mom found a really good deal for a 10-day stay at a hotel in the area. It was at a hotel we'd stayed at years ago, and while it was not as convenient as our usual place, it was a ridiculously good value for a 4-star hotel. We arrived late in the afternoon and evening and checked in as normal. The first thing I noticed when we walked into the room was that it was a little shabbier than I had expected for a 4-star hotel. When you walk in, on your left is one of those closets where you can hang up your coats and stuff. About 2 steps ahead on the right is the bathroom, and opposite that is a little nook where there's a teapot, tea and coffee, and the mini fridge. From there, the room opens up to a double bed and 2 single beds, a TV, a typical setup of a slightly larger hotel room. As soon as I walked in, I noticed that the closet light kept flickering on and off, even while the closet door was closed. I didn't think much of it because the room looked pretty old and I figured it was just poorly maintained. So, having got off a long flight, I really needed to use the bathroom, so I headed straight there. When I stepped in, I was shocked to discover that the lighting in the bathroom had this horrible greenish tinge. The bathroom was a bit worse for wear, but not unusable. The corners were all dark and grimy, like they hadn't been cleaned for a while, and there was slate loose in the ceiling that looked like somebody had kicked it in. With the greenish light, it had a really strong horror movie vibe about it. To top it off, as I did my business and while I was washing my hands, I had this distinct feeling of being watched. Not just watched from a distance, but it felt as though someone was standing really close behind me, with their head next to mine. Being tired, I told myself that I was just imagining things, finished up, and walked out. It felt so creepy, though. I found myself literally shaking it off as I walked out. My brother went in after me, and he came out shortly thereafter. He gave me a look as if to say, "What the heck?" Realizing that he was as creeped out as I was, I nodded and simply said, "I know, right?" We both decided there was something off about the bathroom, but considering our parents seemed fine with it, and we were only going to be there for a few days, we just shrugged it off. Yeah, it felt a little creepy, but I figured that if we left it alone, then it would leave us alone. I mean, how bad could it be? The next few days were okay. Outside of the bathroom, everything felt normal. My plan was pee as quickly as possible, shower as quickly as possible, and stay the heck away from the bathroom unless absolutely necessary. The worst thing was really that the bathroom had this huge mirror that ran all the way from the entrance to the bathtub and shower. You could see yourself in this mirror all the time. Every time I washed my hands or showered, I had this overwhelming feeling that something invisible was staring back at me through the mirror. I can't explain it, but I just felt like if I didn't keep my guard up, at some point, if I looked away and looked back, I would see something that might scare the life out of me. One day, after we came back from shopping for gifts, I was super excited because we had shopped for baby clothes for my cousin's daughter who was about to be born. We were taking photos of all the clothes and toys we bought, and then I realized I needed to use the bathroom. As usual, I threw open the door and walked in, but I was practically floored because the green lighting was gone. The bathroom looked and felt super normal. I wasn't scared and I didn't feel creeped out. The mirror, everything felt fine. It was totally normal. I thought, oh my gosh, I really am nuts. I imagined everything the whole time. I finished up and went back outside to fuss over the presents some more. At some point, my brother was peering at the air conditioner control, and he said, did you change the temperature? Confused, I responded, no. Mom? Dad? He asked. They both shook their heads. He called us over, and, startled, we noticed that somehow the temperature had been set to something ridiculously low. Mom brushed it off as a faulty setting and set it back up to where it was before. The key point here is that I have really, really bad asthma, which is triggered by cold temperatures and dry air, so we never set the air conditioning that low. My brother and I exchanged looks again, but we didn't say anything. On the way out to dinner that night, we were on the train, and my brother and I finally decided to tell our parents. But, horrifyingly, the situation was much worse than I expected. Turns out that while I had just been feeling creeped out, my brother had an entirely different experience. He said that on the first day, yes, he felt the same as me, like he was being watched. But on top of that, while he was showering, he thought he heard me call him by his nickname. Only our family calls him that. He actually answered, "What?" And when I didn't respond, he felt scared. He called my name and nothing. When he told us this, I vehemently denied ever calling out to him when he was showering. He said it sounded as though I was just on the other side of the door. I told him that my entire plan was to stay away from that bathroom at all times. I didn't even hover at the kettle area simply because it freaked me out to be close to it at all, so there was no way that I was going to stand there and call out to him. Then, the next day, he saw what looked like muddy, dark, bare footprints next to the toilet. It freaked him out, but as we decided to just sort of live and let live for the next few days, he didn't say anything. Finally, the night before, he was showering, and when he glanced away and then back at the mirror, he saw a young woman with long, dark hair standing right next to the toilet in the mirror. He reflexively shut his eyes and said something to the effect of, "Please stop that, it's really scaring me." He opened his eyes and it was gone. He also explained that he had this strong feeling that the young woman had once hidden under the space in the bathroom bench, which gave him and I the creeps. In retrospect, my parents and I started realizing a lot of weird things about the room, and the behavior of the staff around us. Realization number 1, everybody knew but us. For example, one day we were pretty tired and decided to just chill at the hotel until late afternoon. The cleaner came by and we mentioned that we're happy for her to just collect the used towels and leave the new ones in the bathroom. This lovely middle-aged lady walked in and was friendly enough, albeit a little shy. We were all within view, but because the bathroom door was closed, Mom said to her, "Oh, it's okay, there's no one in there." The cleaner nodded and, weirdly, despite hearing my mom explain it already, knocked on the door before entering. My parents and brother and I looked at each other a little confused. Language was definitely not an issue. We speak the same language and had spoken with her previously. She left after giving us our daily bottled water refills and towels, and that was that. The daily bottle refreshes and the housekeeping was also weird. The beds always looked like they were made up really quickly, not with the usual type of care that you get at hotels. The refilled bottles were never set on the bedside tables like they usually are, but just dumped near the kettle, closer to the door. At the time, we figured it was just because the room was so cheap. Every morning when we left the room, any staff nearby would stare weirdly at us and smile awkwardly. This is pretty strange for Hong Kong hotels because we don't look different. Usually they just kind of ignored you, and it's not like we're staying in some VIP room or something. I always thought maybe we just gave off heavy foreign-born Chinese vibes or something, but thinking back, I think they were looking to see if we were acting funny because they knew the room was dodgy. Realization number 2. It was listening to us. When it called out to my brother, it wasn't by his real name. It was by the nickname we call him, and literally nobody else calls him that. Also, we had mentioned a few times in conversation how we needed to make sure that the air conditioner wasn't too low because of my asthma. It was summer in Hong Kong and incredibly humid, so my brother joked a few times about how setting the aircon super low would feel better but might kill me. Realization number 3. Defying technology. Previously, when the air conditioner was set lower, it was set to about 11 to 13 degrees Celsius. We never keep ours under maybe 18. Well, we found out that the hotel air conditioning control does not go below 17 degrees Celsius. Most air conditioners don't in our experience, so when we saw the setting in the room, it made no sense. My brother said the reason he walked over there was because when I went into the bathroom, he swore that out of the corner of his eye he saw a white mist hovering near the air conditioning controls. When he walked over, he noticed the incredibly low setting, and that's when he asked us about it. After listening to us, my mom went white as a sheet. She and Dad decided that we would ask for a room switch immediately. It was the calling out to my brother and the air conditioner that freaked her out the most. In Chinese folklore, there are legends about ghosts wanting company. They would lure people to accidental deaths by scaring them or calling out to them. She was afraid that the ghost was trying to latch on to my brother, considering that he was the only one who saw or heard her. Mom also had a theory that given that I'm super protective of my family, it may have decided that I was in the way or I had pissed it off somehow. We figured that unknowingly, my excitedness and cheerfulness had offset some of the energy in the bathroom that day, knocking it out of its territory, which was why I suddenly felt like everything was normal in the bathroom. I had accidentally knocked her out of it or something. So because I pissed it off, it turned down the air conditioner as an attempt to mess with me, or maybe worse. When we went back and told the front desk we wanted to switch rooms, the young man at the desk looked slightly uncomfortable. My mom just explained, "We're just very uncomfortable with the room. Look, we'd really like to change rooms. We're only here a few more days, so if we can't, we're happy to just check out now." The guy didn't even look surprised. Weirdly, without asking more questions, he just told us he would go ahead and change our rooms. He would give us a new key to another room on a different level, and explained that once we'd cleared out of our old room, to just come back and give him the key. To us, that was super weird, especially because he didn't even question it, nor did he offer to come up with us or check anything out. We didn't care, though. We went upstairs and packed up all of our stuff. By this stage, I was freaking out inside a little bit because the gravity of what my brother had told us was sinking in. I told my parents to leave anything that didn't belong to us in the room. I had watched enough horror movies to know that these things attach themselves to objects, right? So I was like, leave the water bottles, leave the toiletries, we can get new ones. I even left my personal toothbrush in there. I wanted nothing that had stayed in that bathroom for a prolonged period of time with it. We checked into the room upstairs and were shocked to realize that everything we suspected seemed true. This room was exactly the same structure, but it was so much neater. The bathroom lighting was normal, still old and a little dirty, but no creepy vibe at all. The refilled water bottles were neatly placed on the bedside table, with the hotel cardboard tags attached. The beds were made properly, tucked in corners and everything. We realized that the other room must have been known to be as haunted as we thought it was, so the cleaners would just rush to tidy up, dump whatever they needed to dump, and leave as quickly as possible. It also explained why the cleaner insisted on knocking on the door to our bathroom first before entering. In Chinese folklore, it's polite to announce yourself before you walk into a ghost's territory by knocking first on the door. The theory is that if they don't want to mess with you, they'll have an opportunity to leave or hide. Horrifyingly, Mom realized that she had accidentally left one of the drink bottles from the other room in her handbag. Calmly, she wrapped it in some Buddhist beads that she carried with her everywhere and explained, "We'll throw it out tomorrow somewhere. Don't worry." I was a little scared, but my brother was just happy that we had left the other room. That night, while we slept, for no reason at all, I woke up. I had my back to the entry hallway of the room. I could see my brother in the bed next to mine, and I could hear both of my parents breathing and snoring in their sleep in the bed behind me. Despite this, I could feel someone watching me from the hallway. I was wide awake and so scared out of my mind I could barely move. I remember being very aware of my own breathing. I told myself that I was just traumatized and that if I just turned around, I would see nothing, and there would be nothing to be afraid of. So I lifted myself off the bed and turned. There, standing in the darkness, I saw a silhouette of a person, medium height, standing right next to my mom's handbag, where the bottle was. I about crapped myself. I turned quickly around and pulled my covers up over my shoulders and wrenched my eyes shut. I don't know how, but I fell asleep. When we woke up in the morning, we went out for breakfast. Mom threw the bottle out in one of the shopping center bins, and afterward, nothing weird happened. This was one of the most frightening things I've ever experienced, and the residual effect of this meant that I kept running into all these weird things for like the next 2 years. I'm not sure if it was just trauma playing with my brain or actually something supernatural. Luckily, never has something that bad happened again. For reference, this place was called the Regal Riverside Hotel. I think we were on level 8 and afterward moved up to 9. Neither of us remembers the exact room number. I think a part of me blocked it out. A lesson that we learned from this was that the cliché is true. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. There was a very good reason why that room was so cheap. I'd rather pay more money without this ever happening again. And it's the last time I will ever stay silent about creepy hotel rooms. Any sign of weirdness, I tell myself that I will change rooms immediately. My family never really had money. My mom was a cleaning lady for the majority of my life, and occasionally cut hair on the side in our basement. My dad was the get-rich-quick type who never wanted someone like a boss to answer to, and his ego, unfortunately, got in the way of making a living. At times, he did make some big money, but it was always in lump sums, which he spent as quickly as he got. In 1998, he invented and patented this newly engineered golf club and partnered with a few investors, and money was coming in frequently. He was even doing interviews on the local news about it. It caught some major buzz locally and then nationally within a couple of years. Finally, he was bringing an income into the household. We always rented. I lived in 3 houses I know of by the time I was 8 years old. Around my 10th birthday in 2001, my mom and dad told us they were looking for houses in a nicer area to buy. About a week later, my mom brought my brother, 2 sisters, and I to see a house not far from the house that my parents rented. We pulled up, and it was huge. Well, huge for us. We walked into the front room, and it was wallpapered with, well, the only thing I could use for reference would be Snozzberry's wallpaper from the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory movie. The carpet was mint green and had 2 white French doors going into the dining room. The previous owner's son, who was a middle-aged graying man, didn't exactly greet us with a smile. He almost looked frustrated, like we were late, but we weren't. My siblings and I looked at each other as if my mom was crazy for wanting this weird-ass house. Then we saw it. He showed us into the kitchen. The kitchen was huge, with high ceilings. It was half of the first floor, and all knotty pine. The walls, the cupboards, the walk-in pantry, shelves that rounded the entire kitchen. That was the selling point. It was beautiful, and something you don't see much of in humble old colonial homes. 2 small bedrooms upstairs with barely a hallway, both knotty pine as well. A little overkill, and also creepy for a bedroom that isn't in a cottage, but hey. My parents opted to make the whole semi-finished basement into their master bedroom. My mom was dead set on buying it, and persuaded my dad. We still talk about how all of us felt this pull into this house. We moved in a couple of months later at the end of summer. My job that afternoon was to attempt to put mine and my brother's bed frames together with the headboard. I didn't know what I was doing, so I started stacking all the nuts and bolts to see how high I could get them before my dad finally came in to do it for me. My mom promised my sisters, who were directly across the hall from me and my brothers, that if they got the smaller room, they could paint it. So my brother and I got the bigger room, with 1 built-in dresser and a little small door that went into a huge attic, which was another room in itself. I haven't dared to go into the attic, or even wanted to open the door, though. The door looked like it was meant for children, though, almost like an entrance to a treehouse, or a door for a Keebler elf's hut, like on those cookies. I didn't like that, and I definitely didn't like that I had to sleep next to it. As I'm sitting there stacking nuts and bolts, I hear a woman clearly say, "No." I look into my sister's room thinking that it's one of them, or my mom, but it wasn't. I would have heard somebody coming up the stairs and hit the hallway. So I turn around in my sister's doorway, and I feel the air get thick, like I could almost feel the body heat from someone standing too close. I can only explain the feeling as almost like that feeling when you can't focus, because someone keeps fidgeting and moving around. I ran down the stairs and out the back door, where my mom was smoking a cigarette, talking to our new neighbors. To them, I just looked like some kid running around the new house, but I was terrified. Fast forward to winter, and we're all settled in. My godparents came over to give me a gift a couple of weeks before Christmas. I opened it, and it was a lime green comforter that had football helmets of every NFL team. Cool, if I ever cared about football at all. It was big and warm, so it quickly became my favorite thing in the world. They left late, and we were told since it's Saturday we can watch TV in our rooms until whenever. So I brought my new comforter to bed and turned on a Nick at Night, quickly falling asleep. I wake up and the TV is still on. Mind you, mine and my brother's twin beds are right next to each other, and both are against a wall with a gap in the middle to get out. I look over at my brother, and his back was to me. Then I go to look at the TV, which is directly in front of us on the built-in dresser, and I adjust my eyes. I see a woman sitting on the edge of my brother's bed. Dark long hair, what looks like a dark purple cardigan, and a dark floral skirt. The only light source was from the TV, and it was illuminating her features. I couldn't put into words or reference how she looked until recently when I watched the movie The Knowing, which is a horrible Nicolas Cage movie. But in the movie, you couldn't quite see all of the alien's face, just a silhouette of the light and darkness. That's the best way I could describe it. I see a ring that appears to be catching light on her finger. I have no clue if it was on her finger or if she was holding it. She just sat there on the edge of my brother's bed, head down, and admiring this ring that was catching the light off of my television screen. She didn't seem to notice me. I tried to sink into my mattress and slip my head under my new comforter, and I just laid there, in shock. I waited until I heard my mom start the coffee pot to run to the kitchen and tell her what had happened. I even drew her a picture. She believed me. My dad, not so much. Almost the exact same experience happened again 2 years later with my sister when we switched rooms, because two teenage girls obviously need a bigger space. There was nothing paranormal that we noticed happening in between those experiences. It happened and we would never bring it up. My dad's new and improved golf club had one little problem. There was a defect. The head was flying off left and right on numerous orders. My dad was back to being broke. You'd think a mortgage, a wife, and 4 kids would give him a little pep in his step to get a steady job, at least in the interim, but nope. Back to the drawing boards, and back to us kids helping clean banks with my mom on the weekends for extra money. The fighting started. The divorce happened. Dad moved out, and Mom stayed in the house with us. By this time, I'm 14, my first year of high school, and finally I could go out with my friends, even the ones who had cars. My mom started drinking heavily on the weekends around this time, and would frequently call whatever friend I was with that had a cell phone and spout out her Taco Bell order because she knew we would end up there at some point before I came home. My sisters worked doubles together at an Italian restaurant every weekend, so my mom would always be home by herself having a pity party and getting drunk. My mom calls my friend, and I tell her not to answer. I told her that I would just get the regular supreme burrito with no beans that she always orders. I get home and she's in the living room, and she starts telling me about a man she was talking to. He looked like a young Elvis, she said, and he sat in the chair across from where she laid on the love seat. She was drunk. I didn't pay it any attention. She was just rambling about a dream, I was sure. The next day, the friend who my mom had called came over and told me that she wanted to play the voicemail that my mom had left her when she called the day before. My mom had said, "Hey, I just wanted to see what you guys were up to, and if you go to Taco Bell, could you get me the regular thing I ask for?" Then the phone stays connected. She never hangs up. At first you hear nothing, then a conversation between her and a man. At points, she interrupts him wondering who he is. You can't really tell what he's saying, only bits and pieces, but my mom's voice is clear. Then he told her at the end, as clear as day, "Please lay on your side just in case you get ill." I got instant chills. My friend was visibly disturbed, even after already hearing it, and I felt sick. We played it for everyone, and they all had the same reaction. My mom remembers none of it. She doesn't remember telling me about the man, and she doesn't remember the incident. We forgot about it, and we never talked about it anymore. My dad got sick of living with his own mother, and the house was in his name, so he legally kicked my mom out. And at this point, my older sister moved in with her fiancé, and my other sister moved with Mom to a house that they rented a few minutes away. My brother and I stayed behind because my mom got a job as a caregiver for that winter in Florida. As soon as my dad moved back in, things took a turn. He did not believe in ghosts. He was a huge skeptic. Until around 2007. He sat up in bed late at night and was smoking a cigarette. He had a big solid oak sleigh bed, and it had a huge headboard. He started hearing knocks and felt the vibration on the headboard because his back was resting on it as he sat up. He stood up and it stopped. He sat down and relaxed his back up against the headboard. Something started knocking, then pounding hard on the headboard. He stood up and came to the basement stairs and called us down there so that we could witness this, trying to make us believe in something that we already knew was there. A couple of days later, Christmas lights flew across the room like somebody had yanked them. A couple of days after that, loud sounds of what sounded like scraping metal across concrete came from the attic. A week later, my brother's sleeping and gets punched in the face. A couple of days after that, my dad's girlfriend sees a hand appear over him in bed. That upcoming weekend, the kitchen chair moved into the hallway while we were all in the living room watching movies. Coffee teaspoons and hairbrushes would disappear and reappear. Sounds of people going up the stairs. Friends who knew nothing about any of this would see what looked like someone walking back and forth from the upstairs bedroom. It got bad. We were all terrified. My dad was screaming into the void. He couldn't protect us or beat the ass of whoever was doing all of this. By this time, my dad was working, probably just to get out of the house, which meant he had to take plenty of business trips. While coming home from Virginia, fate had it that at the airport, he met Jason Hawes and Grant Wilson from the sci-fi show Ghost Hunters. They were coming to investigate a haunted prison for the show. My dad just started watching their show because of all the things happening in our house, and only went over to them with the sole intention of getting help for what we were going through. They set him up with contacts to a paranormal group that they knew well for our area. They came, they saw, and they told us that it was definitely paranormal activity. The psychic said that there was a man who liked to hang out in the basement and the living room. A greaser type, with slicked back hair and cigarettes rolled in his sleeve, kind of like a young Elvis. Also, he loved my dad's new car. A woman who was reserved and quiet who liked the attic and the naughty pine bedroom was there too. An impatient and angry old woman who paces around everywhere and likes the living room was also there. The team set up cameras, tripods, and microphones around the whole house before shutting off the lights. The only things eventful that happened the night of was a camera and a tripod were thrown to the ground in the attic, and everyone heard that metal against concrete scraping sound. It was so loud it sounded like it was in the middle of the room. They left, and when they came back a few days later, they had evidence. A woman's voice was caught saying no before the camera and tripod flew forward in the attic. The investigators, while bending down to go through the attic door to set up the tripod, said that one of the cameras in the naughty pine room caught a woman saying, "Crawl out. You have to crawl out." There were growls. There were snarky remarks said in the basement, and a man's voice saying, "Where is she?" The investigators did the whole spiel. "You're dead. It's time to go to the other side." It was a lot to take in. My dad, who was raised Catholic, asked if they could set up a home blessing, which we got that afternoon and we all had to take part in. It did definitely settle down after that. There are a lot more things that went on in that house, but I'm writing a novel over here. This house somehow sticks with all of us in my family. My friends still talk about the house. I dream about it all the time. It sounds funny, but there's a definite trauma that lingers when you spend your adolescent years living in a place like that. I think it's so strange, like it still has a hold on all of us. Everyone's pins, passwords, and top secret codes are the numbers of that address, still, and we haven't lived there since 2010. The weird pull that we all have to this house, telling each other when we happen to drive by it, the way we weirdly miss it. It's just strange. This story is definitely not the only paranormal experience that I've had, but it certainly was a unique one. I have a guardian ghost, or at least I think so. As long as I can remember, there have been weird things happening in my house. As a child, my parents purely blamed it on my imagination, but it continued and got even more visible during my teenage years. While a lot of the things that happened belong to another story, I'll concentrate on the very nice dude that seems to live there with us. He made his first appearance when my step-siblings and I were about 5 years old. I remember vividly playing hide-and-seek with them, walking into my room, and seeing a ball rolling across the floor from behind the sofa. But nobody was hiding in that room. When I mentioned this to them years later, they confirmed that they also had had this feeling of another person playing with us. I've always heard footsteps in our house, up the stairs at night, behind me while walking up or down them. It was quite common. Then it started to become the whole house. When I was about 13, I used to spend about 2 hours home alone every day after school until my parents got home. Usually I would spend this time in my room. What would happen every day is that I would hear somebody unlock the front door and walk into my living room. And every day I would go downstairs thinking that one of my parents must have come home. But nobody would ever be there. It got me so paranoid that I started locking the door to my room when I was home alone, thinking somebody must be in the house with me. Then I started to hear breathing at night, in my room, like right next to my head when I was lying in bed. The first time it happened, I got so scared that I stuffed my blanket above my head. The next morning I told my mom about it, who said that I must have just heard my stepdad snoring in their room. That would mean that I had heard that through multiple closed doors between our rooms. Sure, Jan. Anyway, the breathing started to get more and more common. Not every night, but quite often. Then there was the first incident that now, looking back, makes me think that this paranormal roommate had tried to protect me all along. When I was 14, I had a friend. As it turned out, she was a very toxic and backstabbing person, but I hadn't realized that yet. She was over at my house after school, and we were upstairs playing SingStar on my PlayStation 2. My mom came up to inform us that she would go to the store to get some groceries, and that we would be alone there for about a half an hour. This was okay with us. We waited until we heard her lock the front door, and then we closed the door to the room we were in and started to sing to all of our favorite 2000 hits. That was until my friend suddenly stopped and started staring at the door. I paused the game and asked her what was wrong, and that's when she just turned pale and told me that somebody had just knocked on the door very loudly. I hadn't heard anything, so I told her that she must have just heard something else. We continued our game, and about a minute later, the same thing happened. My friend stands there, just frozen, completely panicked, telling me that she needs to leave the room immediately because something is trying to get inside. Great logic, by the way. But I, who still hasn't heard anything, slowly opened the door. Nothing was there. My friend wanted to go downstairs, which we then did. But when we got to the middle of the staircase, she starts screaming. Of course, both of us start running, me being scared because she's screaming like bloody hell. Our first instinct was to open the back door and run outside, where we waited for my mom to come home, as my friend refused to set foot in the house again. When she calmed down a bit, she told me that when walking down the stairs, somebody started talking right next to her, right into her ear. Needless to say, she never visited again, which was good knowing now all the things she did later on. Anyway, I was very paranoid still that somebody might be in our house. Right under my window was our back door, which I didn't trust one bit when it came to protecting us from an attempted break-in. Every now and then, when I was lying on my bed at night, I would get afraid of any noises coming from that direction, because oftentimes it sounded like somebody was trying to open it. But anytime I got scared by it, this breathing would start again. And eventually it didn't feel scary anymore. It started to feel like somebody was trying to comfort me, trying to tell me that everything was okay, and that I wasn't alone. Which, looking back on it now, is not so comforting, because I was alone, but I digress. After what happened with my friend, I was glad to change schools. At my new school, I avoided topics like ghosts and stuff. I wanted to use the opportunity of making new friends without being the girl with the haunted house. Also, a part of me was thinking straight enough to acknowledge that the breathing only occurred when I was feeling scared, and might just be some kind of mental mechanism to calm myself down. That was until I had a sleepover with two of my friends at age 17. For reference, my room was kind of long. On the one side it had my bed, and on the other it had a sofa. There were like 3 meters between them. So Sarah slept on the sofa, while Ella slept in my bed next to me. Next to my bed was a rocking chair that my grandpa had once gotten from a garage sale. Keep in mind that I hadn't told them anything that had happened to me in the last couple of years. Since it was the first time having them stay over, I wanted to be a good host and asked them how they slept. Ella didn't say anything, but Sarah said, "Okay, I know this is gonna sound super weird, but I couldn't sleep for most of the night. It was like somebody was just breathing into my face, but when I looked, nobody was there." I was shocked, because this confirmed everything that I thought I had just imagined. Around this time, the thing with hearing the steps got worse. So much worse that my mom started asking me if I was jumping around my room in the middle of the night. My stepdad asked on several occasions what in the world I was doing in the kitchen at 3 a.m., because he kept hearing somebody walk around downstairs. I hadn't been doing either of those things. About 2 years had passed since the sleepover with my friends, when Ella and I were talking to a friend of ours who had just gotten his first apartment. He told us to come over later on, and I jokingly asked him if he had any furniture yet, or if we would have to sit on the floor. He then proudly told us that he even had a very cool rocking chair. That's when Ella told us that she hates rocking chairs because she had a really creepy experience regarding one. Our friend wanted to know what happened, so she started telling her story. "Well, I spent the night somewhere, and there was a rocking chair in the room. When I woke up in the middle of the night, there was this tall stranger sitting on it, just watching me sleep. I was confused and said, 'That's so creepy. Where did that happen?' She said, 'It was at your place.' And no, it wasn't my stepdad. Ella knows my stepdad, and he isn't that tall. And also, he wouldn't just be sitting in our room in the middle of the night. I wanted to get more information about it, but she refused to ever talk about it again afterwards. That's why she had been so quiet that next morning." The following years continued as usual. I even started communicating with this ghost. Whenever I got scared and heard the breathing, it always made me feel calm, so I started thanking him for letting me know that everything was okay. And whenever I thanked him, the breathing stopped. I once saw the guy that Ella mentioned too. I was walking down the hall past an open door, and there he was, just standing. A tall man with some kind of hat. I could only see the silhouette. And I left as fast as I could because it was still kind of creepy. Later on, after finally believing the stories that I had told them, my parents became more aware of everything. Even after I moved out, my stepdad continued to tell me that there was some ghost guy living with them. Like, yeah, I know, I've been telling you for years. On the rare occasions that I am at my parents' house, he rarely makes his presence known to me. Sometimes I can see a shadow passing by an open door, or something small. But my mom still sees him. She just decided to ignore him. We're still not really sure what this could be. I can rule out any deceased relatives, as there aren't many, and nobody's ever died in the house. My parents built the house, so we were the first to live there. I thought that maybe he was just attached to me, and that when I moved he might follow, but he never did. I also don't think he's attached to the rocking chair, because it started before I ever placed that in my room. I guess he just thought it was comfortable? I don't know. Still, I hope someday I find out where he came from and why he's in our house. My story is about the house I lived in until I was 5. My dad lived there after the divorce, and I visited often. It had been a family house on my dad's side of one kind or another since the late 1940s. It's also a house that's haunted. The whole family has ghost stories, most people more than one, and most of them involve the staircase that goes to the second floor. It's the first thing you see when you walk into the house. The staircase has been replaced 6 times, and I'm fairly sure that that's not normal in any house. Family legend says that the house, which was built in 1920, was the site of a murder-side in the early 1940s. Supposedly, the owners right before my grandparents told them that the owners before them were a young man and his new wife, who were hoping to start a new family. The story goes that the husband came home from work early one afternoon and went upstairs looking for his wife. One of the bedrooms has a door that opens directly to the top of the stairs, which was also my bedroom as a kid in the 70s. As he comes up the stairs, he's treated to an ever-expanding view of his wife and the neighbor guy having a good time in the guest bed. Instead of yelling or anything, he quietly goes downstairs into the back room, grabs his hunting rifle, and then goes back upstairs, where he kills the wife and the neighbor. Then he calmly gets a length of rope from the garage and hangs himself from the second floor banister in the stairwell. The house sat empty for a while. The next family, the ones selling the house to my grandparents, got the house for dirt cheap. They redid the stairwell, staircase number 2, and supposedly lived there 18 months before deciding to sell. My grandparents didn't really think much of it, mostly because they were pregnant, had 3 kids, the house was cheap, and they were poor. They went on to have 9 total kids, and every single one of my aunts and uncles has stories about ghosts in that house. I have over 40 cousins, and they all have stories about ghosts and unexplained events in the home. Most of the stories involve seeing a hanged man, or a dark shape in the stairwell, a young, nervous woman on the second floor, or an older woman that tends to sleeping children. Some experiences involve strange occurrences, like furniture and items that move or break when no one else is in the room. Some of the stories are scary. Some are nice, but everyone has at least one, and usually they have several. After graduating high school, I was in and out of college and in and out of jobs. For a short period of time, I lived in this house during a summer when I was between jobs. My grandfather and my dad technically lived there, but stayed with other family members and girlfriends and were almost never home. A friend of mine was with me on the night that some weird things happened. She didn't officially live there, but she was basically living with me. I had told her about all the ghost stories and paranormal stuff, and we decided to dig out my grandmother's old Ouija board, the same one that I have now, and try to contact the spirits. We get everything out, put our fingers on the planchette, and nothing happens. The planchette doesn't want to move. So we set the mood, get out the incense, light the candles, and nothing happens. By now, I'm bored. It's 3 a.m., it's summer in New York, and it's kind of stuffy and hot inside. So I decide that I want to go to the back porch where it's cooler. My friend agrees, and we get up, leave the board on the bed, and as we're grabbing shoes, we hear something fall off the bed. It's the planchette. We both jump up and then laugh because it was obviously on the edge and just fell, right? Except we were both pretty sure the planchette hadn't been anywhere near the edge and had in fact been in the very middle of the bed. We try and nervously shrug it off, and then we're like, ooh, maybe it wants to talk to us. Being silly, we decide to ask one more question before we go out. This time, the planchette wants to move and starts circling as soon as our fingers touch it. Before we finish the question, "What is your name?" it goes to "No." We laugh. Okay, all right, you don't want to tell us your name. How old were you when you died? Planchette slips quickly across the board to "No." Fine, all right. What message do you have for us? Again, it goes straight to "No." Now I'm figuring by this point it's my friend pushing it, because this is not any weak, tentative moving around the board. It's forceful, and she is known for kind of messing around. So I basically grab the planchette and half jokingly, half seriously, throw it next to her on the bed. I was a little bit miffed at her for pushing it around and not giving it a chance. Besides, if you're going to be so obviously pushing the planchette, you should at least make the answers interesting. I say, "I'm done, that was fun, but let's go to the back porch and smoke." As soon as I stand up, we hear the sound of a door slamming downstairs so hard that the windows rattled from the force of it. There are only 3 doors downstairs. The ones to the front door and back room had been closed and locked for hours, and the bathroom door was a piece of crap that could barely close, let alone slam. My dad and my grandfather were out of state visiting relatives, so I knew it wasn't them coming home. Neither of us wanted to go check on what had made the noise, but we left the room, and we went to see that the stairwell was oddly dark. It was like all the shadows had just collected there, like that part of the room was way darker than the rest. It was just so pitch black in that stairwell that I couldn't see beyond the first step of stairs. The rest of the landing is lit, normally, by some moonlight coming in the lone window on the second floor landing. But it just seemed as if that bit of light stopped at a wall as soon as it reached the stairs. The dark cloud in the stairwell seemed to move and shift, a strange inky blackness that looked thick. At this point in time, the stairs are a wrought iron spiral staircase that my dad had put in. This was the 4th time the stairs had been replaced. They weren't very safe to climb down even when you could see, so I inch to the center of the room and pull the light switch so we can see what we're doing and not break our necks on the staircase. And of course, the light pole comes off in my hand. No light. I look to my friend thinking, okay, the roiling pitch black shadows in this stairwell must be my imagination. She can probably see just fine, so I would just follow her down. But no, She's staring at the stairwell with wide eyes full of terror. She turns to me and says, "Why the hell is it so dark?" At this point, I realize that she can see it too, so I push her back into the room and slam the door shut behind us. I had one of those push-button locks, so I quickly locked it. I turned back into the room, and my friend is stock still, staring at the floor by the bed. The Ouija board and the planchette are sitting perfectly centered on the floor, the planchette on no. And that would normally be fine, but we were sure that we had left the Ouija board in the middle of the bed, with the planchette a good few feet away from it. I have never done a room cleansing and protection and closed a Ouija board so fast in all my life. We went on the rest of the night chain smoking, huddled in a corner, twitching and just trying to tell each other happy stories. Morning comes and of course everything is fine and normal, and we laugh at ourselves because it was probably just the nerves and staying up too late. By the time the coffee was done brewing, we had all but convinced ourselves that everything that had happened was due to overactive imaginations. We go to the backyard to check the vegetable garden and hang out on the porch drinking coffee. We find some crushed tomato plants next to the tree by the porch. And then we find some cigarette butts in a spot behind the tree where you can see my bedroom window but can't be seen in the dark. I guess it's a good thing we didn't go out at the witching hour. Coincidence? Overactive imaginations? Still freaks me out to this day. In a weird way, it was like the house was protecting us, like it knew that we shouldn't go outside. I've looked for years trying to find any shred of truth to the murder side story. I was able to find that the house was built in 1920, and although I can't find any paper evidence of specifically a murder side, a search of the county coroner's records do show gun murders and hanging sides in that town in the 1940s. In town, the story was common knowledge. Everybody in the family knew it. The neighbors knew it. Was it true? I don't know. I would think that there would be more records of something as sensational as that, especially in the early 1940s. However, while researching the history of the house, I did find another true tale that's even older, from a regional newspaper dated March 16th of 1896. Which is coincidentally the same day I found the story. It read, "Killed a woman and himself. Thomas P. was enraged because Minnie M. scorned him. Thomas P. killed Minnie M. this morning at the farm half a mile north of here, and then killed himself. Both were in the employ of Mrs. M. He was infatuated with her, but she gave him no encouragement. He threatened a few days ago that he would kill her. The farm mentioned in the article is where my house was built, and the street is named for the family that owned the farm."
Shifted reality in the Alaskan wilderness. I've been hesitant to share this story for a long time. Part of me still struggles to believe that it happened, and another part fears the ridicule or disbelief I might face. But I can't keep it bottled up anymore. I needed to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet. So here goes. It was early June, about 3 years ago. I had just finished my second year of grad school in Anchorage, studying environmental science. To celebrate and unwind before starting my summer research project, I decided to take a solo backpacking trip in Chugach State Park. I'd done plenty of day hikes there before, but this would be my first multi-day trek in the area. I planned a 3-day loop, starting from the Glen Alps trailhead and heading deeper into the park than I'd ever gone before. The weather forecast looked perfect. Clear skies and temperatures in the mid-60s. I was excited to lose myself in the wilderness for a few days, to reset my mind after a grueling semester. The first day and a half of the hike were exactly what I needed. The scenery was breathtaking. Jagged peaks, pristine alpine meadows, glimpses of distant glaciers. I saw a few other hikers near the trailhead, but by the afternoon of the first day, I had the trails to myself. The solitude was refreshing. I camped out that night in a gorgeous valley, falling asleep to the gentle burble of a nearby stream. The strangeness began on the second day, about mid-afternoon. I had just crested a ridge and was taking in the view of the valley below when I noticed something odd. At first, I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. The valley looked similar to others I'd seen, a patchwork of green meadows and strands of spruce trees, with a winding river cutting through the center. But something about the colors seemed off. I blinked hard and looked again. The greens were too vibrant, almost neon in their intensity, and the river, it wasn't steel gray or blue-green like I was used to, especially for a glacial-fed stream. Instead, it shimmered with an iridescent, opalescent quality that shifted as I watched. I rubbed my eyes, certain that I must be seeing things. Maybe I was dehydrated or suffering from altitude sickness. But when I looked again, the unnatural colors remained. In fact, they seemed to be intensifying. The sky, which had been a clear, pale blue moments before, was deepening to a rich cobalt. The few wispy clouds visible were taking on a golden hue, as if illuminated from within. I fumbled for my water bottle and took a long drink, trying to clear my head. This couldn't be real. Maybe I'd eaten some bad trail mix or something. But I felt fine physically. No nausea, no headache, no dizziness. Just a growing sense of unreality as I stared at the shifting landscape before me. Unsure what else to do, I decided to continue hiking down into the valley. Maybe things would look normal once I got closer. I kept expecting the surreal colors to fade with each step, but if anything, they grew more intense. The wildflowers dotting the meadows glowed like jewels, vivid purples, reds, and golds, unlike any plants I'd ever seen. As I neared the valley floor, I became aware of an odd humming sound. At first, I thought it might be the river, but it didn't sound like rushing water. It was more musical, almost like the resonance of a crystal glass when you run your finger around the rim. The sound seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I reached the edge of one of the stands of spruce trees, and I stopped short. The trees, they were moving. Not swaying in the wind, there wasn't even a breeze, but the branches were undulating slowly, like seaweed in a gentle current. I stood, frozen, watching in disbelief as the needles rippled and shimmered. My heart was pounding now. I was terrified, but I was also in awe. What the hell was going on? Was I dreaming? Had I fallen and hit my head without realizing it? I pinched myself hard, but nothing changed. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed, before I heard a low, melodic thrumming that cut through the background hum. It was coming from the river. I don't know if it was curiosity or compulsion, but I moved closer to the water's edge. The iridescence I had seen from above was even more pronounced up close. The water flowed in swirls of blue and green and purple, with flashes of gold and silver. But it wasn't just the color that was strange. The water's surface seemed to be shifting and rippling in ways that defied all laws of physics. As I watched, mesmerized, shapes began to form in the surface. At first, they were just abstract patterns, but they quickly coalesced into more defined forms. I saw spirals and fractals and complex geometric shapes that I had no names for. They appeared and dissolved in a hypnotic dance. And then, to my utter astonishment, recognizable images started to appear. I saw animals, some familiar like bears and wolves, others completely alien and almost Lovecraftian. Landscapes flashed by, mountains, forests, oceans, and stranger vistas that could only be from other worlds. And faces. Human faces, animal faces, but also faces that defied categorization. The thrumming grew louder, and I realized it was keeping time with the shifting images. I felt like the river was trying to communicate, to show me something. But what? My mind reeled. I was completely unable to process what I was seeing. A movement at the corner of my eye caught my attention, and I tore my gaze away from the river. What I saw next nearly stopped my heart. Emerging from between the dancing trees was a being. I hesitate to call it a creature, because the word seems inadequate to describe what I saw. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, standing upright on two legs, but that's where any resemblance to a person ended. Its body seemed to be composed of swirling, luminous mist in shades of blue and purple. Tendrils of light writhed and coiled around a roughly oval-shaped core that I took to be its head. Where eyes should have been, there were instead two swirling vortexes of deeper purple. The being moved with a fluid grace that was both beautiful and utterly alien. As it approached, I felt no fear, just a profound sense of wonder, and some kind of inexplicable feeling of recognition, like I was meeting with a long-lost friend. It stopped a few yards away from me, and extended what I can only describe as an appendage, not quite an arm, but a tendril of mist that reached out toward me. Without conscious thought, I found myself reaching back. The moment we made contact, the world exploded. I was everywhere and I was nowhere, experiencing a cascade of sensations and knowledge that threatened to overwhelm me. I saw the birth of stars and the death of galaxies. I felt the slow patience of mountains and the wild joy of a storm. I understood for a fleeting moment the interconnectedness of all things. Lifetimes seemed to pass in the span of heartbeats. I experienced what it was to be a whale singing in the depths of the ocean, a tree stretching its roots deep into the earth, a colony of ants working in perfect harmony. I saw timelines branching and converging, realities stacked upon realities, like pages in a comic book. And through it all, I sensed the presence of the being, not just the one I'd seen, but countless others like it. They were guardians, watchers, caretakers of realities. They showed me glimpses of their purpose, though much of it was beyond my comprehension. I understood that what I was experiencing was just the tiniest fraction of what they were, filtered through the limited lens of human perception. Just when I thought my mind would shatter from the overload of information, it stopped. I found myself back on the riverbank, gasping for breath. The being stood before me, its form seeming to pulse with energy. I can't say that a voice spoke in my head, but a word was brought up to the surface of my mind like something brought forth from the bottom of a pot when it's boiling. Remember, it said, though that word is a pale approximation of the concept it conveyed. And then, in a blink, it was gone. The valley around me shimmered like a mirage, and then everything snapped back to normal. The trees stood still, their needles a familiar green. The river flowed by an ordinary glacial blue-gray. The humming had stopped, replaced by the natural sounds of wind and water. I stood there for a long time trying to process what had happened. Part of me wanted to believe it had all been a vivid hallucination, but I knew in my heart, in my bones, that it had been real. Whatever I had experienced was more real than anything I'd known before. I made my way back to the trailhead in a daze, my planned 3-day trip cut very short. The rest of the world seemed muted somehow, less vibrant than before. It took weeks before I felt anything close to normal again. In the years since, I've tried to make sense of what happened that day. I've read about similar experiences, people encountering strange beings or witnessing reality shift around them. Some call it high strangeness, others call it a spiritual awakening. Others attribute it to interdimensional beings or aliens or demons. I don't know what label to put on it, and I'm not sure that it matters. What I do know is that my encounter changed me profoundly. I see the world differently now. I'm more aware of the subtle connections between things, more attuned to the ebb and flow of energy around us. I've developed an interest in quantum physics and multiverse theories, searching for scientific explanations that might account for what I experienced. But more than anything, I'm left with a sense of wonder and humility. The universe is far stranger and more complex than we could ever imagine. There are layers of reality beyond what we typically perceive, populated by beings we can barely comprehend. I don't expect everyone to believe my story. Hell, there are still days when I have trouble believing it myself. But I know what I experienced, and I feel compelled to share it. If nothing else, I hope it encourages others to keep an open mind about the nature of reality. There's so much we don't understand, so much still to discover. To this very day, I can't look at a river without remembering the swirling, iridescent water and the images it showed me. I find myself searching for glimpses of that other world in the shadows between trees or in the patterns of clouds at sunset. And sometimes, in my dreams, I hear that low, melodic thrumming and feel the touch of a tendril of mist. I don't know if I'll ever have another experience like that day in the Alaskan wilderness. Part of me hopes I will, while another part is terrified of what it might mean. But I'll never look at the world the same way again. And whenever I'm out in nature, a small part of me is always watching, waiting, wondering if reality might once again shift around me. Stalked by the Impossible by Jittery Hiker. I've been trying to rationalize what happened to me last weekend, but I can't come up with any explanation that makes sense. I'm not the type to believe in supernatural stuff or monsters outside of humans, but I honestly don't know how else to describe what I saw out there in those woods. I guess I'm telling my story to see if somebody might have insight or a similar experience. At the very least, maybe writing it all out will help me process it. For context, I'm an avid hiker and camper. I try to get out into nature at least once a month, usually solo backpacking trips into remote areas. I'm experienced, and I always come prepared with proper gear, maps, emergency supplies, things like that. This particular trip was to a fairly secluded section of a national forest, about 4 hours from where I live. It's an area I've been to a handful of times before without incident. I arrived at the trailhead parking lot late Friday afternoon. The plan was to hike in about 8 miles to a nice little campsite by a stream, spend 2 nights there, then hike back out on Sunday. Pretty standard weekend trip for me. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, temps in the low 70s during the day and 50s at night. It was great. The hike in was uneventful. I made it to my planned campsite with about an hour of daylight left. I set up my tent, filtered some water from the stream, and made dinner as the sun set. I remember feeling so relaxed and at peace out there as night fell. The stream bubbling nearby, crickets chirping, a light breeze rustling the leaves. I crawled into my tent around 10 p.m. and easily fell asleep. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I woke up, but I would guess somewhere around 2 or 3 a.m. What woke me was a sound, something large moving through the underbrush maybe 50 yards from my tent. My first thought was that it was probably a deer or maybe a black bear. I've encountered both on trips before, and while startling, they've never really been an issue. I lay still and quiet, listening. The movement stopped for a few moments. Then I heard what I can only describe as a low, guttural growl. It wasn't like any animal sound I'd ever heard before, and I've heard a lot of them. It was deeper than a bear's growl, but it had a raspy, almost mechanical quality to it. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I slowly sat up in my tent, heart pounding. I could see the faint outline of trees through the tent fabric in the moonlight. And then I saw a shadow move between two trees. Something big, much bigger than a person or a bear. The shadow paused, and I heard that growl again, closer this time. I was terrified. I fumbled for my headlamp with shaking hands, put my boots on, and then turned the headlamp on. I unzipped the tent flap as quietly as I could and poked my head out, sweeping the beam of the light across the campsite. At first, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, just trees and bushes and shadows. Then, my light fell on something that made me absolutely panic inside. About 30 feet away, partially hidden behind a large oak tree, was something. The beam of my headlamp illuminated what looked like part of a massive, muscular arm or leg. The skin was a mottled grayish-green color, and appeared to be covered in some kind of scales or plates. I froze, afraid to move the light. After a few seconds, whatever it was shifted slightly. I saw more of the arm or leg emerge from behind a tree. It was easily as thick around as my torso. Then I caught a glimpse of what I think was part of its head, just for a split second. All I really saw clearly was an eye, huge and yellow with a slit pupil like a cat's. It reflected my light like an animal's eyes do at night. I must have made some small sound of terror, because the thing suddenly moved with shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the darkness beyond my headlamp's reach. I heard crashes and snaps as it apparently smashed through the underbrush, quickly fading into the distance. I was paralyzed with fear. I sat there half in, half out of my tent, for what felt like forever, scanning the woods with my light and straining to hear any sound of the creature returning. Eventually, I managed to zip the tent back up and huddled in my sleeping bag until dawn, too scared to sleep. As soon as there was enough light, I frantically packed up my gear and got the hell out of there. I hiked the 8 miles back to my car in record time, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't see any sign of the thing in the daylight, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I've spent the last week endlessly analyzing and second-guessing what happened. Was it some kind of escaped exotic animal? A person in an incredibly realistic costume? No. Maybe some kind of government experiment gone wrong? Or did I just completely imagine it all somehow? I know that's not true. I've tried to come up with rational explanations, but nothing fits. I know how crazy this all sounds. If someone else told me this story, I would have assumed they were making it up or had some kind of hallucination. But I know what I saw. That thing was real, and it was like nothing that should exist in this world. I've always felt at home in the wilderness, Camping and hiking have been my escape, my way to decompress and reconnect with nature. But now I'm not sure I'll ever feel safe out there again. That's almost as scary to me as the encounter itself. I haven't told anyone else about this. My family and friends would think I'd lost my mind. I'm not even sure why I'm telling it, to be honest. I guess I'm hoping against hope that someone out there has seen something similar, that I'm not going crazy, that there's some kind of explanation for what I experienced, even if it's not exactly a rational one. I've been obsessively researching online for any similar reports or sightings in that area. So far, I haven't found anything concrete, just vague stories and legends that don't really match what I saw. There are local tales about a forest devil or night crawler, but those seem more like typical campfire stories than anything based in reality. I did find one interesting tidbit that's been gnawing at me, though. Apparently, the indigenous people who lived in that region hundreds or thousands of years ago had stories about a creature they called squineth. That's my best guess at how to say it based on how it was pronounced in the video I found. It supposedly translates roughly to Eater of Shadows, or Shadow Stalker. Again, I don't know how accurate this is. It's just from one source, but it was the closest thing that I could find. The few accounts of this thing I could find describe it as a massive reptilian beast that hunts at night. They said it could move silently through the forest despite its size, and that it was drawn to human settlements. Most of the stories involve it snatching people who wandered too far into the woods after dark. From what I gather, the tribe had all kinds of myths and legends. Not to say that they weren't based on reality, but maybe this was another boogeyman story to scare kids into staying close to home at night. Still, some of the details are eerily similar to what I saw. I'm probably just grasping at straws, looking for any explanation I can find. I've been having trouble sleeping since that night. When I do manage to doze off, I have vivid nightmares about yellow eyes watching me from the darkness. I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced for a few panicked moments that I'm back in that tent, with the creature lurking just outside. I've been debating whether or not to report the encounter to the Park Service or Forest Ranger Station. On one hand, if there really is some dangerous animal out there, they should know about it. On the other hand, I'm afraid they'll dismiss me as a kook or assume I was drunk or on substances. I wasn't, for the record. I don't even drink when I'm camping solo, let alone do any kind of substances. Plus, what would I even say? Hi, I'd like to report a giant lizard monster that I saw in the woods. Yeah, that'll go over well. I can just imagine the park ranger's face as they try to explain to me that, ma'am, there are no 10-foot-tall reptiles native to the area. I've gone back and forth on whether or not to return to the site. Part of me is desperate to find some kind of evidence. Tracks, claw marks on trees, anything that would validate what I saw. But a much larger part of me is absolutely terrified at the idea of going back there, especially alone. I did work up the courage to look at the photos and the video that I had taken during the trip. I was hoping maybe I would accidentally capture something in the background, but no such luck. Just normal hiking and campsite photos. I suppose it's for the best. Some blurry, probably inconclusive photo would likely just frustrate me more. I'm not sure what I'm going to do from here. I can't just pretend it didn't happen, but I don't know how to move forward either. I love the outdoors, but now the thought of camping fills me with dread. Will I ever be able to enjoy a quiet night in the wilderness again without imagining those yellow eyes watching me from the shadows? I keep replaying that moment when I first saw it in my mind. The incredible size of it, the inhuman texture of its skin, that eye, so alien yet so unmistakably alive and intelligent. It saw me too. I'm certain of it. What did it think, I wonder? Was I just potential prey? Or did it see me as an intruder in its territory? The more I think about it, the more questions I have. How could something that big survive out there without being discovered? Are there more of them? Has it always been there, or did it come from somewhere else? Is it some sort of undiscovered species, or something more unnatural? I'm not a religious person, but this experience has shaken my understanding of reality. If this thing exists, what else might be out there that we just don't know about? What other impossible creatures might be hiding in the dark corners of the world? I know I can't be the only one who's seen it. There must be others out there with similar stories, even if they're afraid to share them. For now, I'm just trying to readjust to normal life. I go to work, I talk to friends and family, I watch TV, I scroll through social media, but it all feels hollow somehow, like I'm just going through the motions. In quiet moments, my mind always drifts back to that night, to the thing in the woods. I don't know if I'll ever have answers. Maybe I don't need them. Maybe I shouldn't want them. But I'll never see the forest the same way. Because now I know that sometimes, when you stare into the shadows, something could be staring back. The Mist on Mirror Lake by Eric. I've never been one for ghost stories or tales of the supernatural. As a lifelong resident of the Pacific Northwest, I'm more attuned to the rhythms of nature than the whispers of local townfolk. But what happened last weekend on Mirror Lake has shaken my rational worldview to its core. I'm sharing this story not to convince anyone of the paranormal, but simply because I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. My name is Eric, and I've been an avid fisherman for as long as I can remember. There's something about the solitude of a misty morning on a quiet lake that speaks to my soul. It's a chance to disconnect from the chaos of everyday life and reconnect with the natural world. Last Friday, my buddy Steve and I decided to take a weekend fishing trip to Mirror Lake, a secluded body of water nestled in the Cascade Mountains. We'd heard rumors of monster trout lurking in its depths, and the promise of a record-breaking catch was too tempting to resist. We arrived at the lake just as the sun was setting on a Friday evening. The fading light painted the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink, reflecting off the glass-like surface of the water. It was a breathtaking sight, but there was something not quite right about it. The colors seemed almost too vivid, as if someone had cranked up the saturation on a photograph. I brushed off the unsettling feeling, chalking it up to the excitement of the trip. Steve and I set up camp on the eastern shore, pitching our tents and building a small fire. As we sat around the flames, sipping beers and swapping stories, I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being watched. Every so often, I'd catch a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there but shadows and trees. "You seem jumpy," Steve remarked, taking a long pull from his beer. "Don't tell me you're scared of the dark now, Eric." I forced a laugh. "Nah, just excited for tomorrow. Those trout better watch out." As the night wore on, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs was strangely absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. Even the crackling of our campfire sounded muffled, as if it were coming from much farther away than it actually was. Eventually, we turned in for the night. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to Steve's gentle snoring from the next tent over. Sleep eluded me, my mind racing with half-formed thoughts and nebulous anxieties. Just as I was finally starting to drift off, a sound jolted me fully awake. It was a splash, followed by a prolonged gurgling noise. like something large being slowly submerged in water. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound had come from the direction of the lake, no more than 50 yards from our campsite. I unzipped my tent and peered out into the darkness. The moon was hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, leaving the world beyond our dying campfire shrouded in inky blackness. As my eyes adjusted, I could just make out the shoreline of the lake, a slightly darker line against the night sky. And that's when I saw it. A figure, tall and unnaturally thin, was standing at the water's edge. It appeared to be looking out over the lake, its posture eerily still. As I watched, frozen in a mix of fear and disbelief, the figure slowly turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out any features in the darkness, but I felt its gaze lock onto mine with an almost physical intensity. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other across the empty space. Then, without a sound, the figure began to sink into the lake. It didn't walk or swim. It simply descended, as if the water were an elevator carrying it down into unknowable depths. Within seconds, it had vanished completely, leaving not so much as a ripple on the surface. I must have made some kind of noise because Steve stirred in his tent. "Ari? Everything okay, man?" I wanted to tell him what I'd seen, to wake him up and demand that we pack up and leave immediately. But the words wouldn't come. How could I explain something that even I didn't understand? In the end, I mumbled something about needing to use the bathroom and retreated back into my tent. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay awake for hours, straining my ears for any unusual sounds and jumping at every rustle of leaves or snapping twig. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. Surely, I told myself, it had all been a product of an overactive imagination, fueled by too many campfire stories. Steve emerged from his tent, stretching and yawning. "Morning, sunshine. Ready to catch some fish?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As we prepared our gear and loaded up the small motorboat that we'd brought, I kept stealing glances at the spot where I had seen the figure. In the clear light of day, there was nothing unusual about it. Just a rocky stretch of shoreline, like any other. We pushed off from shore and motored out to the center of the lake. The water was calm, disturbed only by the wake of our boat. Steve killed the engine, and we began to fish, the familiar routine helping to calm my frayed nerves. For a while, everything seemed normal. We caught a few decent-sized trout, ribbed each other about our fishing techniques, and generally enjoyed the peacefulness of the morning. But as the sun climbed higher in the sky, a mist began to form on the surface of the lake. At first, it was just wisps of fog dancing across the water like playful spirits, but it grew thicker with alarming speed until we could barely see 10 feet in any direction. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I shivered despite the warmth of the sun overhead. Maybe we should head back to shore," I suggested, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Steve laughed. "What, afraid of a little fog? Come on, Eric, the fishing's just getting good, man." As if to prove his point, his line suddenly went taut. "See? I got a big one." He began to reel in his catch, the rod bending almost double with the strain. Whatever was on the other end of that line, it was putting up one hell of a fight. Steve braced himself against the side of the boat, his face a mask of concentration and excitement. "Christ, this thing must be huge," he grunted, straining against the unseen force. I watched, a growing sense of dread building in the pit of my stomach. Something about this didn't feel right. The fog seemed to be closing in around us, growing even thicker, until I could barely make out Steve's outline just a few feet away. Suddenly, Steve let out a triumphant yell. "I got it! Help me haul it in, Eric, come on!" I moved to assist him, peering over the side of the boat to catch a glimpse of his prize. But what I saw made my blood run cold. There was no fish on the end of Steve's line. It was a hand. A pale, bloated hand had erupted from the water, its fingers wrapped tightly around the fishing lure. As we watched in horror, an arm followed, then a shoulder, and finally a head broke the surface. The face that stared up at us was a nightmare made of flesh. Its skin was sickly greenish white, like that of a corpse left too long in the water. Chunks of hair clung to its scalp in rotting clumps. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Milky white and utterly devoid of life, yet somehow filled with malevolent intelligence. Steve screamed and released the rod, scrambling backwards so violently that he nearly capsized the boat. The thing in the water didn't let go of the lure. Instead, it began to pull, dragging the rod toward the edge of the boat. "Still think I'm afraid of the dark?" I yelled. "Come on, start the engine. Let's get out of here." Steve lunged for the outboard motor, yanking the starter cord with frantic energy. The engine sputtered once, twice, but wouldn't catch. All the while, the creature continued to pull, its other hand now gripping the side of our boat. In desperation, I grabbed an oar and began to swing at the thing's hand, trying to dislodge its grip. It was like hitting wet clay. My blows seemed to sink into its flesh without causing any real damage. Worse, where the oar struck, the creature's skin began to slough off in gray, gelatinous chunks. Just as I thought all hope was lost, the outboard motor roared to life. Steve gunned it, and we shot forward with a lurch that nearly threw me overboard. I heard a wet, tearing sound, and looked back to see the creature's arms stretched impossibly long, still gripping our boat as we sped away. For a terrifying moment, I thought it would be able to hold on, to pull itself into the boat with us, or to pull us into the depths with it. But then its grip finally slipped, and it sank back beneath the roiling surface of the lake. We didn't stop. Steve kept the throttle wide open, plowing through the fog at dangerous speeds. I clung to the side of the boat, my eyes straining to catch any sign of pursuit. But there was nothing behind us except the dissipating wake of our passage. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we burst out of the fog bank and into clear air. The shoreline was visible ahead, our little campsite a welcome sight after the nightmare we'd just experienced. We beached the boat with more force than necessary, the keel grinding against the rocky shore. For a long moment, neither of us spoke or moved. We just sat there, chests heaving, trying to process what had happened. Finally, Steve broke the silence. "What the hell was that?" I shook my head, still unable to form coherent thoughts. I don't know. We broke camp in record time, hardly speaking as we packed up our gear. The cheerful mood of the previous evening had been replaced by a grim determination to put as much distance between ourselves and Mirror Lake as possible. As we were loading the last of our equipment into Steve's truck, I happened to glance back at the lake. The fog had dissipated, leaving the water as calm and innocuous looking as it had been when we arrived. But something caught my eye, a disturbance on the surface near the center of the lake. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. As I watched, a head broke the surface, then shoulders. It was too far away to make out the details, but I knew with chilling certainty that it was looking directly at me. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one arm and waved. "Steve," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "we need to leave Now. He must have heard the urgency in my tone, because he didn't ask questions. We piled into the truck and peeled out, gravel spraying from beneath the tires. The drive home was a blur. We tried to talk about what had happened, to rationalize it somehow, but the words felt hollow and inadequate. They felt like lies. There was nothing rational here. How do you explain something that shouldn't exist? How do you process an encounter with the impossible? It's been a week since that day at Mirror Lake, and I still haven't come to terms with what happened. Steve and I have spoken a few times, but there's an unspoken agreement between us two, not to dig too deeply into the experience. It's easier to pretend that it was all some kind of shared delusion, a bad reaction to some toxic algae bloom, or a gas leak from our camp stove. But we know the truth. In the dark of night, when sleep eludes me, I can't help but remember the feeling of that creature's flesh beneath my oar, the impossible stretch of its arms as we sped away, the knowing wave as we left the lake. Those memories are too vivid, too visceral to be anything but real. I've done some research since then, looking into the history of Mirror Lake and the surrounding area. There are stories, old legends of the indigenous people who once lived there, about a malevolent spirit that dwells in the lake's depths. They say it lures unsuspecting victims into the water, dragging them down to a watery grave. I used to scoff at such tales. Now, I'm not so sure. I don't know if I'll ever go fishing again. The thought of being out on the water, of what might be lurking beneath the surface, fills me with a primal dread that I can't shake. But more than that, I'm haunted by the questions that remain unanswered. What was that thing in the lake? Was it unique to Mirror Lake, or are there others out there, hidden in bodies of water around the world? And perhaps, most chillingly, was our encounter merely by chance, or were we somehow drawn there deliberately? I don't expect to find answers to these questions. Part of me doesn't want to. But I felt compelled to share this story, if only to warn others who might be planning a trip to Mirror Lake. If you do go, be careful. And if you see a fog rolling in across the water, if you feel like you're being watched from the depths, don't ignore that feeling. Sometimes the monsters hiding in the shadows of our world don't stay hidden. And once you've seen them, you can never unsee them again. The Thing in Lake Champlain. I never believed in monsters. Sure, I enjoyed a good cryptid story as much as the next person, but I always saw them as just that. Stories. Tall tales to draw in tourists or give bored locals something to talk about. That was before my solo camping trip to Lake Champlain last month. Now, I'm not so sure about anything anymore. My name is Liz, and I'm a 28-year-old software developer from Boston. I've always been the outdoorsy type, and I try to get away for a long weekend of camping and hiking whenever I can. It helps clear my head and recharge my batteries after long weeks of staring at screens and debugging code. This particular trip was to celebrate finishing a major project at work. I decided to treat myself to 4 days of solitude at Lake Champlain. I'd been there once before as a kid, but this would be my first time camping there alone. I was excited for the challenge and the chance to really immerse myself in nature. I arrived at my campsite on a Thursday afternoon in late September. The weather was perfect, crisp and cool, with that hint of autumn in the air. I set up my tent in a secluded spot near the lakeshore, surrounded by towering pines and maples just starting to show their fall colors. As the sun began to set, I built a small fire and heated up some dinner while watching the light dance across the calm surface of the lake. It was exactly the peaceful evening that I had been craving. The next day, I spent hiking some of the trails around the lake, taking in the gorgeous views and the fall foliage. I saw a few other hikers and campers, but for the most part, I had the trails to myself. By late afternoon, I was pretty worn out, so I headed back to my campsite to relax. I decided to do some fishing before dinner. I'm not exactly an expert angler, but I enjoy the meditative quality of it. I grabbed my rod and tackle box and found a good spot on some rocks jutting out into the lake. The water was incredibly still and clear. I could see small fish darting around near the surface. I cast my line out and settled in, enjoying the quiet lapping of tiny waves against the shore. The sun was low on the horizon, painting the sky and water in vibrant oranges and pinks. It was absolutely breathtaking. I was so caught up in the beauty of the moment that I almost didn't notice when something large moved in the deeper water, about 50 yards out. At first I thought it was just a big fish jumping, or maybe a beaver. But then I saw it again. A dark shape just under the surface, easily 15 to 20 feet long. My heart started racing. Was it a sturgeon? They can get pretty massive, but this seemed way too big, even for that. I stood up, straining my eyes to get a better look. For a few minutes, nothing. Then suddenly, about 30 feet from shore, a head broke the surface. My blood ran cold. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. The head was serpentine, but much larger than any snake I knew of, probably 2 to 3 feet long. It had a long snout filled with pointed teeth. The eyes were huge and dark. The skin looked leathery, a mottled grayish-green color. It rose up out of the water, revealing a long, thick neck. Then, just as quickly, it submerged again, with barely a ripple. I stood there frozen, my mind reeling. What the hell had I just seen? It couldn't be real. I must have imagined it, or misinterpreted something. But deep down, I knew what I saw. The stories I'd heard as a kid came flooding back in a torrent. Tales of a monster lurking in Lake Champlain. Champ, they called it. I'd always laughed them off as tourist trap nonsense, but I wasn't laughing now. I practically ran back to my campsite, leaving my fishing gear behind in my haste. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my tent unzipped. I dove inside and zipped it up tight behind me, as if that flimsy nylon would offer any real protection. I had a bit of service where I was, so I spent the next hour furiously Googling on my phone, trying to find some kind of rational explanation for what I had seen. But nothing quite fit. The more I read about the history of champ sightings, the more unsettled I became. Those did fit. So many accounts described something very similar to what I had just witnessed. As night fell, I debated packing up and leaving, and maybe I should have. But the thought of trying to break camp and hike out to my car in the dark was even more terrifying than staying put somehow. So I hunkered down in my sleeping bag, jumping at every little sound outside the tent. I must have dozed off eventually, because I was jolted awake sometime in the early hours by a loud splashing sound coming from the direction of the lake. My heart was pounding in my ears as I strained to listen. There it was again, a rhythmic splashing, like something large moving through shallow water. And then I heard something else, something that made my blood turn to ice. A low, rumbling vocalization unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was somewhere between a whale song and the bellow of an alligator, but deeper and more guttural. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The splashing grew closer. I could hear branches snapping and undergrowth being crushed. Oh God, was it coming on land? I was torn between wanting to look outside and being too terrified to move. I fumbled for my flashlight with trembling hands. Just as I got hold of it, something bumped against the side of my tent. I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. The fabric bulged inward as something massive pressed against it. I could hear deep, raspy breathing, just inches away from my head. I lay there, paralyzed, barely daring to breathe. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure the thing outside must be able to hear it. For what felt like an absolute eternity, but was probably just a few minutes, the creature snuffed and shifted against the outside of the tent. I kept expecting it to just rip through the nylon at any moment. Then, mercifully, it moved away. I heard more splashing, growing fainter as it returned to the water. Only when silence had fallen again did I release the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my whole body trembling. Sleep was absolutely out of the question after that. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag, flashlight clutched to my chest, on the verge of tears, jumping at every little sound. As soon as the first light of dawn appeared, I burst out of my tent and practically sprinted to my car. I have never broken camp so fast in all my life. It wasn't until I was safely on the road, putting miles between myself and Lake Champlain, that I allowed myself to really start to process what had happened. Part of me still wanted to rationalize it away, to tell myself it was just a vivid nightmare brought on by those old stories I'd read online. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt press against my tent in the darkness. It was real, and it was not of this world, or at least not of the world as I had understood it up to that point. I have spent the week since then obsessively researching Champ and other lake monsters. I've reached out to cryptozoologists and connected with other people who claim to have had encounters. Many of them are clearly crackpots or attention seekers, but some of them describe things eerily similar to my experience. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at a lake the same way again. A part of me wants to go back, to try to gather evidence, but a larger part of me is terrified of ever setting foot near Lake Champlain again. I don't expect anyone listening to this to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe me. If someone had told me this story earlier, before it happened, I probably would have laughed them off. But I know what I experienced. There are things in this world that defy conventional explanation. Things that lurk in the depths, rarely seen, but very much real. Champ is out there. It's not just a tall tale or a tourist attraction. It's ancient and powerful and terrifying. If you find yourself on the shores of Lake Champlain, be aware that you are not alone. Something is watching from beneath the surface, and sometimes it comes ashore. The Thing in Okanagan Lake by Kyra. Before I took a trip to Okanagan Lake, I would have told you that monsters were confined to spaces in the closet and under the bed in the imaginations of children. If you asked me what a real-life monster was, I might have pointed to the worst of humanity. The closest thing to a monster I expected to encounter in the woods was a bear. I never thought monsters of legend were a threat, because I didn't think they were real. At least, not until that day on Okanagan Lake. My name is Kyra, and this is my story. It was a warm July afternoon in British Columbia, I'd driven up from Vancouver for a weekend getaway, desperate to escape the city's chaos and clear my head. A friend had recommended a quiet spot on Okanagan Lake, promising pristine waters and solitude. It sounded perfect. I found a secluded cove just as my friend had described. There were these big pine trees that hugged the shoreline, their reflections rippling in the crystal clear water. The beach was empty save for a few squirrels darting between the trees, so I spread out my towel, stripped down to my swimsuit, and waded into the cool lake. The water felt incredible against my skin. I dove under, reveling in the silence and weightlessness. When I surfaced, I floated on my back, staring up at the cloudless sky. For the first time in months, I felt my stress melting away. I'm not sure how long I floated there, lost in my thoughts, but suddenly something changed. The water around me felt different, colder, heavier somehow. I chalked it up to my imagination. I'd just been in the city too long, but a nagging unease crept into my mind. And that's when I felt it. A touch. No, more than a touch. A firm grip around my left ankle. Before I could react, I was yanked underwater with shocking force. Panic exploded in my chest as I thrashed, desperate to break free. My lungs burned for air. Just as black spots began to dance at the edges of my vision, whatever had hold of me let go. I shot to the surface, gasping and coughing. "What the hell?" I sputtered, treading water and spinning in a circle. The lake's surface was calm, betraying no sign of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Maybe my foot got tangled in some weeds. I was about to swim for shore when movement caught my eye. Something large was rising from the depths, directly beneath me. I froze, heart pounding, as a shape took form in the crystalline water. It was humanoid. That's the only way I can describe it. But wrong. So terribly wrong. Its body was easily 7 feet tall, with elongated limbs and webbed hands. The skin was a sickly greenish gray, mottled with darker patches. But its face, God, its face. Bulbous eyes, far too large for its skull, stared up at me. A lipless, open mouth gaped, revealing rows of teeth. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed until my throat was raw, and then I swam. I've never moved so fast in all my life, on water or land. I cut through the water with desperate, frenzied strokes. I didn't look back. I couldn't bear to. I couldn't afford to. My feet hit the rocky bottom of the lake, and I stumbled onto the shore, falling to my hands and knees. Trembling, I forced myself to turn around. I half expected this thing to be towering over me, coming ashore. But the thing, the monster, was gone. The lake's surface was undisturbed, as if nothing had ever happened. But something had. I knew what I had seen. I grabbed my belongings and ran to my car, peeling out of the parking area with shaking hands on the steering wheel. It wasn't until I was miles away that I allowed myself to breathe. For weeks after, I tried to convince myself that it had been some kind of hallucination. Maybe I'd swallowed some bad lake water. Maybe the stress and isolation had finally gotten to me. But deep down, I knew the truth. There are things in this world we do not understand. Things that lurk in the dark places, just beyond our perception. And sometimes, if we're very unlucky, we catch a glimpse of them. I needed someone to believe me. I needed to know I wasn't crazy. So I decided to share my story online, hoping to connect with others who might have experienced something similar. The response was overwhelming. Within hours, my inbox was flooded with messages. Some were skeptical, of course. They suggested it might have been a large fish or a diving bird. Others said that I was drinking or using substances, despite my assurances that I was stone cold sober. But among the doubters were people who believed me, people who had their own stories to tell. I wasn't alone in my terror. Many reminded me of the Ogopogo legend. Growing up in BC, those stories were part of my childhood, but I'd always thought it was just a fun local myth, like the Loch Ness Monster. I never imagined there could be any truth to it. As the days passed, I dug deeper into the history of Okanagan Lake, and what I found chilled me to the bone. There had been a statistically significant number of drownings and disappearances in the lake over the past few decades, more than you'd expect for a popular recreational area. Many of them had odd details that just didn't quite add up. An investigative journalist reached out to me. She'd been looking into these cases for years, but hadn't been able to publish anything substantial yet. We talked for hours, sharing information and theories. It was both comforting and terrifying to know that someone else had noticed the pattern. I received dozens of messages from people claiming to have had similar experiences not just in Okanagan, but in lakes and rivers across Canada and the northern United States. Some of the details were chillingly similar to what I had encountered. I began to compile these stories, with the sender's permission, of course. An anthropology professor from UBC contacted me next. He specialized in indigenous folklore of the Pacific Northwest. We had a fascinating conversation about water spirit legends in various First Nations traditions. He wasn't saying he believed my story exactly, but he was interested in how it paralleled some very old myths. As my story spread, I was approached by paranormal investigation shows and podcasts. After much consideration, I decided to do an interview for a well-respected podcast. Reliving the experience in such detail was harder than I expected, but it also helped me process what had happened. The nightmares started soon after the encounter. I would wake up gasping for air, feeling like I was being dragged down into the depths. My therapist said it was a normal response to trauma, but normal or not, it didn't make it any easier to deal with. As weeks turned to months, my story took on a life of its own. The podcast episode featuring my interview kind of went viral. My inbox was flooded with even more messages from people sharing their own experiences or theories. And more trolls, of course. It was simultaneously validating and horrifying to know just how many others had encountered something in the lakes and rivers. The investigative journalist made a little progress on her story. She uncovered documents through FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act, that suggested that there might have been a government-led investigation into Okanagan Lake anomalies back in the 70s. Nothing concrete, but intriguing nonetheless. I've been approached by TV production companies and things like that, but I've turned them all down. This isn't about fame or money. It's just about finding the truth. To the skeptics, and believe me, there are many, I understand your position. I've questioned my own sanity more times than I can count. All I can say is that I know what I experienced. I'm not asking you to believe me, just to keep an open mind. I haven't been back to Okanagan Lake. I'm not sure if I ever will be able to. The thought of it still makes my heart race. But I've heard concerning messages from people planning their own monster hunting expeditions. I cannot stress enough how dangerous this could be. Whatever is out there, if anything is out there, it is not to be trifled with. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened to me that day in Okanagan Lake. Maybe it was a glimpse of something beyond our normal understanding. Maybe it was a yet undiscovered species. Or maybe, and some days I hope this is true, it was just a vivid hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But I do know this. There are things that lurk down there make themselves known to unsuspecting people like me. And while the encounter has left me shaken, it's also ignited a curiosity I never knew I had. I don't know where this path will leave me, but I really want to find answers, not just for myself, but for everyone who's had an experience that they can't explain. I hope my story encourages others to keep an open mind and look at the world around them with fresh eyes. You never know what you might see. Stay safe out there, and maybe think twice before swimming alone in a lake. My Daughter's Imaginary Friend Isn't Imaginary by Attic Dweller 92. I never believed in ghosts. I always thought those stories were just, stories. But some things have been happening in my house recently that are making me wonder. It all started about 3 months ago. I have a daughter, Lily, who just turned 3, or at least she had at the time. She's always been a pretty clever kid, quick to pick up new words and concepts. But lately, she's been talking about things that make no sense. "Daddy, can I go play with Eliza?" she asked one morning over breakfast. I looked up from my coffee. "Who's Eliza, sweetie?" "My friend who lives in the attic," Lily replied, matter-of-factly. She just shoveled another spoonful of cereal into her mouth, like nothing was any different than any other day. I chuckled. "Honey, we don't have an attic. You must mean one of your dolls." Lily shook her head emphatically. "No, Daddy, Eliza lives upstairs. She's lonely." I shared a look with my wife, Megan, across the table. She shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips. Kids and their imagination, right? We didn't think much of it at first. Lily would mention Eliza now and then, but we figured it was just a phase. Lots of kids have imaginary friends. But as the weeks went by, things started to get weird. One night, I woke up to the sound of Lily's voice. It was coming from her room, right next to ours. I got up thinking she must have had a nightmare or something. As I approached her door, I could hear her talking. "It's okay, Eliza. Don't be scared. They're nice, I promise." I pushed the door open slowly. Lily was sitting up in bed, facing the corner of the room. She turned to look at me, a bright smile on her face. "Daddy, Eliza was worried about meeting you, but I told her it's okay." I felt a chill run down my spine. The room was empty, except for Lily and me. But the way she looked at that corner, it was like she really saw someone there. "Sweetie, it's late. You should be sleeping," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But Daddy, Eliza wants to play. She says she's been alone for so long." I walked over to Lily's bed, scooped her up in my arms, and said, "How about we get you some water and then it's back to bed, okay?" As I carried her out of the room, I could have sworn I felt something. A presence. Like we weren't alone. I shook it off, blaming it on lack of sleep and everything that had been going on. The next day, though, I decided to do some research on the house, just out of curiosity. We'd only moved in about 6 months prior, and I realized I didn't know much about its history. I spent my lunch break at work digging through online records and old newspaper archives, and what I found made my blood run cold. In 1932, a family lived in our house, the Caldwells. They had a daughter named Elizabeth, Eliza for short. She was 3 years old when she disappeared. The parents claimed she must have wandered off, but the police suspected foul play. They searched the house and the surrounding area, but Eliza was never found. I sat back in my chair. It had to be a coincidence, right? Lily must have heard the name Eliza somewhere and made up this whole story. But how would she know about an attic that doesn't exist? When I got home that evening, Lily was playing in the living room. Megan was in the kitchen, preparing dinner. I kissed her hello and then sat down next to Lily on the floor. "Hi, sweetie. What are you playing?" Lily looked up from her blocks, beaming. "I'm building a house for Eliza. She says she likes it here, but sometimes she misses her old house." I swallowed hard. "Lily, can you tell me more about Eliza? What does she look like?" Lily thought for a moment. "Well, she has yellow hair, a blue dress, flowers on it, but sometimes she looks sad. She says she wants to go home but can't find her mommy and daddy." I tried to keep my voice calm. "And where does Eliza live?" "In the attic, silly, I told you before." I nodded, standing up. "Right, of course, you did. I'm gonna go help Mommy with dinner, okay?" As I walked to the kitchen, my mind was racing. This couldn't be real. There had to be a logical explanation. Over the next few weeks, things started to escalate. Objects would move when nobody was looking. We would hear footsteps upstairs, even though both Lily and Megan were downstairs with me. One morning, we woke up to find all of Lily's toys arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of her room. "Eliza did it," Lily exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "She said it's a game." Megan and I were at our wits' end. We'd had Lily evaluated by a child psychologist who found nothing unusual. We'd had the house checked for gas leaks, thinking maybe we were all hallucinating, but nothing. Finally, desperate for answers, we called a medium. I know, it sounds crazy, but we were really out of options. The medium, a woman named Clarissa, arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. As soon as she stepped into the house, her face went pale. "There's so much energy here," she whispered, her eyes darting around the room. "So much sadness and fear." Lily, who had been playing quietly in the corner, suddenly perked up. "Are you here to help Eliza?" she asked. Clarissa knelt down next to Lily, her voice gentle. "Can you tell me about Eliza, sweetheart?" As Lily babbled away, she described her friend in detail, at least 3-year-old detail. Clarissa's expression grew more and more troubled. Finally, she stood up and turned to us. "Your daughter is gifted," she said quietly. "She can see things that most of us can't. And what she's seeing, it's real." Megan gripped my hand tightly. "What do you mean, real?" Clarissa took a deep breath. "There's a spirit here, a little girl. She's been trapped in this house for a very long time, unable to move on. She's lonely and scared, and she's latched on to your daughter because they're the same age." I felt like the room was spinning. This couldn't be happening. Ghosts weren't real, they couldn't be. But then Lily spoke up. Her voice small and worried. "Eliza's crying. She says she wants Mommy and Daddy. Can you help her find them?" Clarissa nodded solemnly. "We're going to try, sweetie. Can you show us where Eliza is right now?" Lily pointed to the ceiling. "In the attic. She's always in the attic." We all looked up. There was no attic access that we knew of, just a normal ceiling. But Clarissa seemed to understand something that we didn't. "The attic was sealed off," she murmured. "Probably after what happened." She turned to us, her eyes serious. "We need to open it up. It's the only way to help Eliza move on." The next few hours were a blur. We called a contractor who confirmed that there was indeed a sealed-off space above our second floor, one that neither my wife nor I knew about. As they worked to create an access point, Clarissa prepared for what she called a crossing over ceremony. Finally, as the sun was setting, we stood at the base of a newly installed pull-down ladder. Clarissa went up first, followed by Megan and me. Lily insisted on coming too, despite our reservations. But I figured I'd rather have her with me than have her wandering around the house downstairs while whatever was going on up here. So I scooped her up and brought her up with us. The attic was small and dusty, filled with cobwebs and forgotten relics of the past. As our eyes adjusted to the gloom, we all gasped in unison. There, in the far corner, was a child-sized skeleton wearing the tattered remains of a blue dress with faded flowers. Lily broke free from my grasp and ran toward the corner. "Eliza, it's okay. Don't be scared. These people are here to help you." I couldn't see anything, but the air in that corner seemed to shimmer, like heat rising from pavement on a hot day. I went and got Lily and told her she couldn't go running about up here, and she nodded. Clarissa stepped forward, her voice soft and soothing. "Elizabeth Caldwell, Eliza, we're here to help you. It's time to go home, sweetheart." What happened next, I still can't fully explain. The air in the attic seemed to change, becoming lighter somehow. A soft breeze blew through the room, even though there were no windows. Lily giggled. "Eliza says thank you. She's not scared anymore." And then, just like that, it was over. The oppressive feeling that had filled our house for months lifted. Lily looked around, confused. "Where did Eliza go?" Clarissa smiled gently. "She went home, sweetie. To her real home." In the days that followed, we worked with the police to properly investigate and lay Eliza's remains to rest. It turned out her father had hidden her body in the attic after accidentally killing her in a drunken rage. He'd sealed off the attic and told everyone she wandered away. The truth had died with him and his wife years ago. It's been a few months since that night in the attic. Our house feels different now, peaceful. Lily doesn't talk about Eliza anymore, although sometimes I catch her smiling at empty corners, like she's sharing a secret with an unseen friend. I don't know what to believe anymore, really. I've always been a skeptic, a rational thinker, but after what happened in our house, it's hard to explain that. All I know is that a little girl who had been lost for almost a century is finally at rest, thanks to my daughter's extraordinary gift. My smartwatch Has a Mind of Its Own by TechnoSleep42. I've always been a bit of a tech enthusiast, so when the latest smartwatch hit the market, I couldn't resist. I justified the purchase by telling myself it would help me stay on top of my health and fitness goals. Little did I know, this innocent gadget would lead me down a rabbit hole of unexplainable events that would make me question everything I thought I knew about technology. It all started about 3 weeks ago. I had just finished setting up my new smartwatch, a sleek black model with all the bells and whistles. Heart rate monitor, sleep tracking, step counter, you name it, this thing had it. I synced it with my phone and spent the first few days obsessively checking my stats, marveling at how it could track my sleep patterns and nudge me when I had been sitting too long. The novelty, though, wore off after about a week. I settled into a routine of wearing it during the day and charging it at night. That's when things started to get weird. I woke up one morning and grabbed my phone to check my notifications. As I scrolled through, I noticed an alert from my smartwatch app. "Congratulations," it read. "You achieved your active heart rate goal at 3:17 a.m. I frowned, tapping on the notification. The app showed a sudden spike in my heart rate, climbing from my resting rate of about 60 beats per minute to over 120 beats per minute in a matter of just a minute or two, then gradually descending back to normal over the course of an hour. "That's odd," I muttered to myself. "I must have forgotten to take it off before bed," I thought. Maybe I had a particularly intense dream. I shrugged it off and went about my day. But the next night, I made sure to place the watch on its charger before going to sleep. I even double-checked that it was securely connected and charging properly. The following morning, I woke to find another notification. This time, my watch had recorded a sustained period of elevated heart rate between 2:45 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. Now I was puzzled. I picked up the watch and examined it closely. The charging light was still on, indicating it had been plugged in all night. I checked the app again, looking for any sign of a malfunction or error. Everything seemed to be working correctly. Over the next few days, the pattern continued. Every night, without fail, my watch would record a period of intense activity while it sat on my nightstand, ostensibly charging. The times varied, but it always happened in the early morning hours, somewhere between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. I started to feel a creeping sense of unease. Now, I'm not typically one for superstition or ghost stories, but there was something deeply unsettling about this unexplained phenomenon. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was interference from other electronic devices, or perhaps the charger was faulty. I decided to conduct a little experiment. One night, I left the watch charging in the living room instead of my bedroom. To my surprise, there was no activity recorded that night. Feeling a mixture of relief and curiosity, I returned the watch to my bedroom the following evening. Sure enough, the mysterious heart rate spikes returned. By this point, I was both fascinated and slightly terrified. I started to pay more attention to my surroundings at night. Was it just my imagination, or did the air feel different during those early morning hours? I found myself waking up randomly, heart pounding, eyes straining in the darkness for something. I'm not proud to admit it, but I became a bit obsessed. I started researching paranormal phenomena, reading accounts of ghostly encounters and unexplained events. Many of them mentioned electronic devices behaving strangely, lights flickering, radios turning on by themselves, that sort of thing. Could my smartwatch be picking up on something similar? I knew I needed more data. I set up a camera in my room, pointing it at the nightstand where I kept the watch. I also bought a cheap EMF meter, the kind ghost hunters use on those TV shows. I felt a little ridiculous, but I was determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. The first night of my investigation yielded nothing unusual on camera. The watch sat motionless on the charger, its screen occasionally lighting up to show the time. The EMF meter remained quiet, and yet when I checked the app in the morning, there was another long period of recorded heart rate activity. This continued for several nights. I was beginning to think I was losing my mind. How could the watch be recording this activity with no visible movement? I pored over the footage, watching hours of a silent, dark room, looking for any clue. It was on the 5th night that everything changed. I had fallen into a fitful sleep, my mind still churning with questions. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a high-pitched beeping. I sat up, disoriented, and realized it was coming from the EMF meter. My eyes darted to the nightstand. In the dim glow of the watch's screen, I could see the EMF meter's lights flashing rapidly. My heart began to race as I fumbled for my phone to start recording. That's when I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A faint, shimmering distortion in the air above the watch. It was almost like heat haze, but more purposeful. It moved in a slow, undulating pattern, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. I held my breath, afraid that any movement might dispel whatever I was witnessing. The EMF meter continued to beep insistently, its lights creating a frantic dance of shadows in the room. As I watched, transfixed, the distortion seemed to coalesce into a more distinct shape. It was vaguely humanoid, but constantly shifting and flowing, like smoke given form. I could make out what might have been a head, shoulders, arms, but they were never quite solid, never quite real. And then, incredibly, the watch began to move. It didn't slide across the surface of the nightstand. It lifted into the air, hovering a few inches above the charger. The shimmering form seemed to envelop it, and I watched in stunned disbelief as the watch's screen came to life, cycling through various displays as if someone were actively using it. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in a mix of terror and awe. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, the watch gently lowered back onto the charger. The shimmering form dissipated like mist in sunlight, and the EMF meter fell silent. I remained motionless for a long time after, straining my eyes and ears for any further signs of the otherworldly visitor. When at last I worked up the courage to move, I grabbed my phone with trembling hands and checked the footage I'd captured. My heart sank. The video showed nothing but a dark room, the watch sitting innocently on its charger. There was no sign of the ethereal form I'd seen, no movement of the watch. The only evidence that anything had happened at all was the EMF meter's lights, blinking erratically in the background. But what did that prove? I've spent the last few days trying to make sense of what I experienced. Was it a vivid dream? A hallucination brought on by lack of sleep and an overactive imagination? Or did I truly witness something beyond the realm of normal explanation? I've scoured the internet for similar experiences, but found nothing quite like mine. I've considered reaching out to paranormal investigators, but I'm afraid even they'll think I'm crazy. Hell, I'm starting to think maybe I am. But every night, without fail, my watch continues to record that mysterious activity. And sometimes, in those quiet hours before dawn, I catch a glimpse of something shimmering out of the corner of my eye, gone before I can focus on it. I don't know what to do next. Part of me wants to get rid of the watch, to pretend none of this ever happened, and go back to my normal life. but a larger part of me needs to understand. What is this entity, if that's what it is? Why is it drawn to my watch? And most importantly, what does it want? I'm sharing this story in the hopes that someone out there might have experienced something similar, or at least may have some insight into what's happening. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something vast and unknown, and I'm both terrified and exhilarated by the possibilities. For now, I'll keep watching and waiting, my EMF meter at the ready, and every night as I lay down to sleep, I find myself whispering into the darkness. If you're there, if you're trying to communicate, I am listening. I don't know if I'll get an answer, but I do know that I'll never look at my smartwatch, or even the world around me, the same way again. Peripheral Visions by Anonymous. My life had always been pretty normal. No ghosts outside of the ones I saw in horror movies. To be honest, I don't know if I believed or not. I just never really thought about the paranormal. That was until my grandma died and decided that she wasn't quite ready to leave this world behind. It started about a week after her funeral. I was lying in bed, just scrolling my phone as usual, and I was just trying to wind down after a long day. That's when I saw her for the first time. It was really just a flicker of movement in the corner of my room, right at the edge of my vision. I turned my head quickly, but there was nothing there, just the same old pile of laundry I'd been meaning to fold for days. I shrugged it off as a trick of the light, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each time it was the same thing. A shadowy figure, unmistakably human-shaped, standing silently in the corner. And each time, as soon as I tried to look at it directly, it vanished. But in those split seconds before I turned my head, I could have sworn I recognized the silhouette. The slight hunch of the shoulders, the wispy hair, the way she used to stand with one hand on her hip. It was my grandmother, clear as day. Now I should probably mention here that my grandma and I were close, like really close. She practically raised me after my parents split up when I was a kid. She was the one who taught me how to ride a bike, who helped me with my homework, who baked me cookies when I was feeling down. Losing her had hit me really hard. Harder than I think I'd even realized at the time. So when I started seeing her, or thinking I was seeing her, I didn't really know what to make of it. Part of me wondered if I was just going crazy with grief. Another part of me, a part I was trying hard to ignore, wondered if maybe, just maybe, she was trying to tell me something. I didn't tell anybody at first. I mean, how do you even start that conversation? Hey, so I think my dead grandma's haunting my bedroom, but only when I'm not looking directly at her. Totally normal, right? Yeah, that would go over really well. But as the days turned into weeks and the sightings kept happening, I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I wasn't sleeping very well. I was constantly on edge. I was always waiting for the telltale flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. I'd catch myself staring at that corner of my room for a long time, just willing her to appear, to give me some sign that I wasn't making things up. Finally, after about a month of this, I broke down and told my best friend. We were having coffee at our usual spot, and I guess I looked like hell because Sarah took one look at me and said, "Okay, spill, what's going on with you?" So I did. I told her everything, fully expecting her to laugh in my face or suggest I see a therapist. But to my surprise, she took me really seriously. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, You know, my aunt had something similar happen after her husband died. She kept seeing him in reflections, mirrors, windows, that kind of thing. It went on for months. I felt a rush of relief. Really? What happened? Sarah shrugged. Well, eventually it just stopped, but she said it helped her, in a way, like it gave her a chance to say goodbye properly. I thought for a while. So you don't think I'm crazy? Oh, you're definitely crazy, she said with a grin, but not because of this. Look, grief does weird things to people. Maybe it's just your brain's way of processing what happened. It made sense, I guessed, but it didn't really explain why it only happened in the corner of my vision, or why it felt so damn real every time. That night, as I lay in bed, I found myself talking out loud to an empty room. Grandma, if you're here, if you can hear me, I miss you. I don't know if it's real or if I'm just losing it, but I'm here. If you need to tell me something, I'm listening. Nothing happened. No flickering shadows, no ghostly apparitions, just the soft hum of my fan and the distant sound of traffic outside. I felt silly, but also oddly comforted, like maybe she'd just heard me. The next few nights were quiet. No sightings, no weird feelings. I started to think that maybe talking to her, or to myself, had helped. Maybe I'd finally started to process my grief and I could move on. But then about a week later, it happened again. Only this time, it was different. I was half asleep, that weird state where you're not quite sure if you're dreaming or awake, and there she was in the corner of my room. But this time, when I turned to look, she didn't disappear. She stayed right where she was, looking at me with those kind eyes that I remembered so well. I froze. I barely dared to breathe. Was this real? Was I dreaming? I couldn't tell. I was afraid that if I moved or spoke, she would just vanish. But then she smiled, that warm, gentle smile that always made me feel like everything would be okay. And she spoke. Her voice was faint, like a whisper on the wind, but I heard her clearly. "It's okay, sweetheart," she said. "I'm just checking on you, making sure you're doing all right." I felt tears welling up in my eyes. "Grandma? Is it really you?" She nodded, still smiling. "It's me. I'm sorry if I scared you before. It's not easy, you know, trying to communicate from this side." I laughed through my tears. Even as a ghost, she was apologizing for inconveniencing me. That was so her. Why, I swallowed hard, trying to find the words. "Why are you here? Is something wrong?" She shook her head. No, nothing's wrong. I couldn't leave without making sure you were okay. You've been so sad, honey. I needed you to know that I'm all right, and that you will be too." I wanted to run to her to hug her one last time. But something told me that if I tried, she would disappear. So I stayed where I was, just drinking in the sight of her. "I miss you so much," I said, my voice cracking. "I know, sweetheart. I miss you too. But I'm always with you, even if you can't see me. And I'm so proud of you, of the person you've become." I felt a warmth spreading through me, a sense of peace I hadn't felt since before she died. "Thanks," I whispered. She nodded, and I could see she was starting to fade. "I have to go now," she said. "But remember, I love you. Always." And then she was gone. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, my heart pounding. Had that really happened? Or was it just an incredibly vivid dream? Or was it a dream that was also real? Was it just easier for her to communicate with me that way? I couldn't really be sure, but I felt different. Lighter, somehow, like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. From that night on, I never really saw her again. Not in the corner of my room, not in my peripheral vision, not anywhere. But I didn't need to. I knew deep in my heart that she was at peace, and that she'd given me the closure I needed to move on. I still miss her, of course. There are days when the grief hits me hard, when I wish I could pick up the phone and hear her voice one more time. But now, when those moments come, I think back to that night, to her smile, her words, to the love in her eyes, and I know she's still with me in a way. I never told anyone else about what happened that night. Not my parents, not even Sarah. It felt too personal, too sacred to share, but I did start talking about my grandmother more, sharing stories about her with friends and family. It was like a dam had broken, and all the memories I'd been holding back came flooding out. One day, about 6 months after that night, I was helping my mom clean out my grandmother's old house. We were going through her bedroom, sorting things into piles to keep, donate, or throw away. As I was looking through her dresser drawers, I found an old photo album I'd never seen before. Curious, I opened it up. Inside were pictures that I'd never seen in my life. My grandmother as a young woman, smiling and carefree. There were photos of her with my grandfather, who had passed away before I was born. Photos of her traveling, laughing with friends, living a life I'd never known about. But what caught my eye was a small envelope tucked into the back of the album. I opened it, and inside was a letter. It was addressed to me in my grandmother's unmistakable handwriting. With shaking hands, I unfolded it and began to read. My dearest granddaughter, if you're reading this, it means I'm no longer with you. I'm writing this letter because there are things I want you to know, things I may not have said enough when I was alive. First and foremost, I love you. You have been the light of my life, and watching you grow into the amazing young woman you are has been my greatest joy. I am so proud of you, and I know you're going to do great things in this world. I want you to know that it's okay to be sad. Grief is the price we pay for love, and it's a price worth paying. But don't let your sadness overshadow the joy we shared. Remember the good times, the laughter, the love. Those are the things that truly matter. Life is short, my dear. Too short to waste on regrets or what-ifs. Live boldly, love deeply, and always be true to yourself. Make mistakes, learn from them, and then keep moving forward. That is the secret to a life well lived. And remember, no matter where I am, I'm always with you. In the quiet moments, in the big adventures, in the times of joy, and the times of sorrow. You carry a piece of me with you always, just as I carried my love for you with me until the very end. Be happy, my sweet girl. That's all I've ever wanted for you. All my love, Grandma. I don't know how long I sat there, reading and rereading that letter, tears streaming down my face. My mom found me like that, and without a word, she sat down next to me and put her arm around my shoulders. She loved you so much, my mom said softly. I nodded, unable to speak. In that moment, I felt closer to my grandmother than I had since before she died. It was like she knew somehow that I would need those words, that I would need this reminder. As the days and weeks passed, I found myself thinking about those ghostly encounters less and less, not because I'd forgotten them, but because I no longer needed them. I had my memories, I had that letter, and I had the certainty of my grandmother's love. Life went on. It always does. I graduated college, started my career, fell in and out of love. And through it all, I carried my grandmother's words with me. Live boldly, love deeply, be true to yourself. There are still nights when I find myself glancing at that corner of my room, half expecting to see a familiar silhouette. But instead of fear or sadness, I feel a sense of warmth, of love, because I know now that I don't need to see her to know she's there. Sometimes love transcends death. Sometimes the bonds we form in life are strong enough to reach beyond the veil. I don't know if what I experienced was real in the conventional sense. Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe it was a dream, or maybe it was just my subconscious giving me what I needed to heal. But in the end, does it really matter? What matters is that it helped me. It gave me peace, closure, and a deeper appreciation for the love that my grandmother and I shared. And, as she says, love in the end is really what matters.
I thought this might be a good place to discuss the strange goings-on in my woods with a larger audience. I'd like to preface this by saying that I am highly educated and scientific. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, Bigfoot, or things of that nature. That being said, I'm at a loss for the things my family has encountered on my property over the last 7 years, and I would love to hear your suggestions. Here's my story. 7 years ago, my wife and I purchased a property and 11 acres of woods in a rural part of northeastern Minnesota. The woods were connected to larger acreage, fields and woods, of about 160 acres, and although sparsely populated, the land is near a fairly busy state highway. There are some housing developments in the area, but they're 3 to 4 miles away, and the majority of the land all around our property is farm, fields, woods, and rivers. It's remote, but with towns so close that I wouldn't call it wild by any means. I'm mentioning this because I've heard many Native American legends of things in the deep northern woods of Minnesota and Canada, but the area in which we live is not that. Rural, yes, but not the endless north woods. As I said earlier, I'm not a believer in the supernatural, and I've never been afraid of the woods or the outdoors, even though I have a healthy sense of caution and respect for large bears, moose, wolves, other potentially dangerous wildlife. I'm also an avid hunter and mountaineer, and I've experienced many nights in the wilderness. I've had numerous encounters with dangerous animals and situations, so I'm not easily spooked. Knowing my state of mind is important to the story, because many so-called supernatural encounters can be explained by people with an already high level of belief, anxiety, or fear. But that's not me. Well, that all changed after the first few weeks of moving in. The house and land had been abandoned for a couple of years due to foreclosure, so a lot of work needed to be done to get it back into shape. Wildlife had grown accustomed to no human presence, and black bear frequently roamed the yard at night, along with many other woodland creatures. We also found a lot of animal bones scattered throughout the woods, and coyotes were abundant. One night during those first few weeks, we had a rainstorm, and I was worried about a broken downspout potentially causing a basement leak. It was about 10 p.m., so I grabbed my headlamp and headed outside to deal with the situation. Behind our house is a fairly large swampy area that divides the woods. I had my back facing this area while fiddling with the downspout, when suddenly I had this intense feeling of dread. It's really hard to explain. It was like my body knew that something was back there. It was very unusual based on the circumstances. Never having felt this type of fear before, I tried to stay calm, and slowly I turned around to point my headlamp back toward the swamp. What I saw was something I still can't explain. Eyes. Numerous glowing, reflecting eyes staring back at me. These were not eye reflections that you would typically see with a deer or other animal, since they were at different heights. And when I pointed my headlamp spot beam directly at where you would expect a head to be, there was nothing there but weeds and trees. When I turned the headlamp off, they were still there, and glowing as if a light was being shined. They did not move. They just stared through me. Needless to say, I bolted and ran as fast as I could back into the house and explained it away as deer or raccoons, even though I knew it couldn't really be either. Later that summer, I was sitting out on our screened-in porch that partially faces the swamp and connected woods to the west. It was approximately 11 p.m. when I began to hear what sounded like a bear fighting with or attacking a cow. Since there was a small farm to the southwest of my property, I assumed that perhaps a cow had wandered into the woods and been attacked by a bear. I really didn't know if this was something a bear would actually do, but it was my only guess based on the sounds I was hearing at the time. It was clearly some kind of roar, like a bear, but then followed by a frantic-sounding cow mooing thing. This went on for over an hour, and it was perhaps one of the most horrible sounds I have ever heard. Even though it sounded so strange and almost supernatural, it didn't frighten me since I had this rational explanation in my head. Even weirder, this same series of sounds happened again the next summer. These first few years, I never really investigated the area of the woods that the sounds came from, since it wasn't my property. A couple of years later, I had the chance to purchase this area and 70 acres to the west, which consisted of the woods that connected to mine, as well as a few tilled fields, more woods, and ponds. As part of purchasing this land, I spent a great deal of time walking around on it to get a good understanding of its value and layout. As part of my walk, I was able to get a much better look at the farm setup to the south. The farm did have cows, as I suspected, but to my surprise, the area that they were kept in was a long distance from my house, much too far for me to hear them, and the fencing was also extremely well built and electrified. Looking at it, there was just no way a cow was wandering off from that farm. I didn't really think about this fact until recently. After acquiring the property, I proceeded to put up tree stands at various locations along with trail cams in order to prep for the upcoming deer hunting season. One spot was the hilly woods where I heard those sounds many years prior. Again, I did not connect these two things until now. The area was very odd, as whenever I hiked through there, I always saw some new strange thing. One time, my son and I found an old game snare tied to a tree, with what looked to be dried blood on the tree bark. Another time, we found at least 100-year-old tree, with a barbed wire fence completely spiraling the entire trunk, growing in and out of it at different intervals. I've also found many tree trunks with very large scratches or claw marks, not resembling an antler rub. Perhaps a bear? We'd almost always find dead animal bones in this area, and even this winter, I found a couple of deer legs snapped and picked clean. My sons have found numerous animal skulls there as well. As I was saying, I put a game camera in this area since I had seen tracks and sign, and I wanted to get a sense of the best places to hunt. I've placed one there many seasons and have yet to capture a single thing on it. Nothing. My son has posted there a couple of times for hunting season and has mentioned the strange sense of quiet. He's used to the forest sounds coming back after sitting still for long periods of time. But in this spot, there are never any sounds. He has mentioned hearing something walking around, though. Another incident occurred one hunting season when I was entering this area en route to another stand, when I saw a violent thrashing in the foliage, moving fast and crossing from right to left, but moving away from my position. I, of course, encounter deer and bear all the time, so I'm familiar with how they move when they're spooked. But this was something different. Whatever this thing was made a high-pitched trumpeting, combined with a bellowing sound that was like nothing I had ever heard from an animal outside of an elk, which we don't have in this area. It wasn't bounding, and there wasn't the raised white tail or large dark mass to indicate a deer or bear. There really didn't appear to be a body at all, just whipping and falling leaves and branches along with the deafening sounds. A year after this incident, my son went out hiking in the woods to try to find me since I was out doing some forest management. As he walked through this area, he thought he spotted me coming through the woods, fast, but quickly noticed that the walk and clothing were nothing like mine. Whoever it was also a lot taller than me, and he described him as extremely thin. He said the person he saw didn't notice him at all, and seemed to be walking in a straight line, like they had tunnel vision. Seeing someone in this part of the woods and their direction of travel didn't make sense at all. There really wouldn't be a reason to be there, or to be headed that way, as it leads to deep ravines and an uncrossable river. After he found me and explained what he saw, I quickly went over to investigate to see if we had a trespasser. I hiked for quite a while, but I never found anything or anyone. If someone was there, they either got picked up on the road or vanished. That same year, my son had a friend over, and they went for a late afternoon walk in the woods. As it began to get dark, they made their way back by walking on the edge of the field that's next to this area of the woods. As they passed, they said that they saw a figure a little ways off in the trees. Whatever it was near one of the hills in this patch of forest, and it seemed to be making some kind of hand gestures. It began walking slowly toward them. When they called out, "Hey, hello?" he, or it, stopped still and said nothing. It was at this point the boys sensed something wasn't right and bolted back toward the house. They rushed into the house and told me what they saw. I, of course, laughed it off as their mind playing tricks on them. My son described the figure as very tall, like 10 to 15 feet, but with skinny arms, and his body was dark all over. Not hairy per se, but dark. They even thought it was an animal at first because of the weird way that it looked. He couldn't really describe it very well, other than gaunt or skinny and strangely dark. Me, being the curious and protective father I am, was worried about it being trespassers or druggies or something, so I told them I would go take a look. They brought me to the area and pointed to where it was standing, and I headed into the woods. Since it was winter and there was snow on the ground, I thought it would be quite easy to locate the tracks of whatever this was, and find out where it came from or where it went to. When I got to the spot, there wasn't a single track or disturbance in the snow. There was no way an animal or a man could have been in that area and not left tracks. They had either made it up, or their minds had played tricks on them. Or so I thought. To this day, my son and his friend still swear that they saw it clear as day, and I can definitely attest that their fright was real. My wife has also experienced strange thrashing sounds and other feelings of dread or being watched in this part of the woods, and generally refuses to go over there anymore. All of this brings me to today, where I had a sudden realization that all of the strange sounds, sightings, bones, and events seemed to all be centered around this one area. I am just at a complete loss as to what it all means. It's all too strange to really bring this up and discuss it with people I know around here, but I wanted to share my story and see if anybody in this community might have any theories or ideas on what we might be dealing with here. I'll continue to investigate on my end, but I would love to know what you think.
Something's Wrong with Reality by Coded Reality 42. I never thought that I, of all people, would be writing something like this. But I need to get it off my chest. For the past few months, I've been noticing something strange. It started small, barely noticeable, but it's been getting more frequent and harder to ignore. People around me seem to be glitching, like video game characters, but only for a split second. The first time I noticed it, I was sitting in a cafe, working on my laptop. I glanced up to see a barista walking toward a customer with a steaming mug. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to jump a foot to the left, the mug still perfectly balanced in her hand. I blinked hard, convinced myself that my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I looked again, everything seemed normal. I brushed it off as lack of sleep or too much caffeine. But then it happened again a week later. I was in line at the grocery store, and the cashier's hand momentarily disappeared as she was scanning items. It was there, then gone, then back again, in less than a second. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I told myself it was just a trick of the light. As the weeks went by, these glitches became more frequent. I'd see people on the street suddenly skip a few steps ahead, as if frames were missing from a video. Once, during a meeting at work, my colleague Jasmine was gesturing while speaking, and her arm seemed to multiply for a split second, leaving a trail of afterimages, like a strobe light effect. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind or my vision. I Googled my symptoms, but nothing quite matched what I was experiencing. I considered seeing a doctor, but what would I say? "Excuse me, doc, but I think my reality is broken." The incident that really shook me happened about a month ago. I was having dinner with my friend Alex at his place. We were deep in conversation about some new sci-fi show when it happened. Mid-sentence, Alex's face glitched. It was like watching a video buffer, but in real life. His features blurred, shifted, and then snapped back into place. The whole thing lasted maybe half a second, but to me it felt like time stood still. I must have visibly reacted, because Alex stopped talking and asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about feeling dizzy and excused myself to the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face and stared at my reflection, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. When I returned to the living room, Alex looked normal, continuing our conversation as if nothing had ever happened. And to him, I suppose it hadn't. After that night, though, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I started paying closer attention to my surroundings, half expecting to see these glitches everywhere. And, to my horror, I did. They were more subtle most of the time, a flickering hand here, a skipped movement there, but undeniably present. I began to notice patterns. The glitches seemed to happen more often in crowded places, or when there was a lot of movement. They never affected inanimate objects, though, only people. And strangest of all, no one else ever seemed to notice them. I'd watch carefully for reactions when someone near me glitched. But people just carried on, like they never noticed anything. I tried to capture these glitches on video, but every time I reviewed the footage, everything looked normal. It was maddening. I knew what I was seeing, but I had no way to prove it. The lack of evidence made me question my sanity. Was I experiencing some kind of mental break? But I felt fine otherwise. My work wasn't suffering, my relationships were stable, and I wasn't having any other unusual thoughts or experiences. I started keeping a journal, documenting every glitch I saw. Date, time, location, what I observed. It helped me feel less crazy, and gave me a sense of control over the situation. But as the entries piled up, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was uncovering something I wasn't supposed to see. One entry from my journal stands out. March 15th, 2:37 p.m., downtown, corner of 5th and Main. Woman in red coat walking dog. Dog stopped to sniff fire hydrant. Woman's leg disappeared for a moment while standing still, reappeared in slightly different position. No one else reacted. I've thought about approaching someone when I see them glitch, but what would I say? How do you tell a stranger that you just saw them violate the laws of physics? I'm afraid that they would think I was crazy or on substances or something. I've tried to find others who might be experiencing the same thing. I've scoured online forums and social media using vague terms like reality glitch and people skipping, but I haven't really found anything that matches exactly what I'm seeing. Of course, there are plenty of conspiracy theories and wild speculation out there, but nothing that feels as real and mundane as what I'm seeing every day. The closest I've come to an explanation is the idea of a simulated reality. You know, the theory that we're all living in some kind of advanced computer program. These glitches could be bugs in the system, moments where the simulation can't quite keep up with rendering everything perfectly. But if that's true, why am I the only one who can see them? I've also considered more grounded explanations. Could this be some kind of neurological condition? A rare form of migraine aura, or a type of seizure that affects visual processing? But wouldn't other symptoms accompany something like that? I did want an answer to that question, and so I did see a doctor, but my brain and my eyes seem to be fine. The thing that scares me the most is the possibility that this is just the beginning. What if these glitches are a sign of something bigger? What if reality is starting to break down in some fundamental way? I find myself lying awake at night, wondering what it all means. Are these glitches harmless quirks in the fabric of our world? Or are they warning signs of some impending collapse? And why me? Why am I the only one seeing this? There are moments when I almost wish I could just unsee it all, go back to my normal life where the world made sense and people didn't flicker like bad holograms. But then I think about the responsibility that comes with this knowledge, if you can call it that. If something is wrong with reality, don't I have some kind of obligation to figure it out? I've started to wonder if there are others out there like me, people who can see these glitches but are too afraid to speak up. Maybe we're all scattered around the world, each of us thinking that we're alone in this bizarre experience. The thought gives me a strange kind of hope. If I'm not the only one, maybe together we can make sense of what's going on. I've considered reaching out to scientists or researchers, but I'm afraid of being dismissed as a crackpot. Without evidence, who would believe me? And there's a part of me that worries about what might happen if the wrong people found out about this. If these glitches are real, and if they do indicate some kind of simulated reality, what would the architects of that simulation do if they knew someone had noticed the flaws in their system? For now, I'm continuing to observe and document everything I see. I'm trying to find patterns, any kind of logic to when and where these glitches occur. So far, they seem completely random, which is frustrating, but also somewhat reassuring. If there was a clear pattern, it might suggest something more sinister at work. I've also started testing the boundaries of what I'm seeing. Can I interact with these glitches in any way? So far, the answer seems to be no. They happen too quickly, and any attempt to physically engage with a glitching person just results in normal interaction. It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. There have been a few times when I thought I was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once, I saw a man glitch while he was picking up a newspaper from a stand. For a brief moment, the newspaper seemed to be in two places at once. I rushed over to see if there was any physical evidence left behind, but by the time I got there, everything was normal. The man gave me a strange look as I frantically examined the newspapers, and I had to pretend I was looking for a specific issue to avoid seeming completely unhinged. Another time, I was sure I saw a woman glitch just as she was entering her PIN at an ATM. I waited and watched, wondering if the glitch had affected the machine in some way. But she completed her transaction without any issues and walked away, leaving me standing there feeling both disappointed and slightly creepy. I've started to notice subtle changes in my behavior. I'm more hesitant in crowds now, always on edge, waiting for the next disruption. I find myself staring at people a bit too long, watching for any sign of a flicker or jump. I know it must make me seem odd, maybe even threatening, but I can't help it. It's like I've been given a glimpse behind the curtain of reality, and now I can't stop looking for the seams. There are days when I manage to convince myself that this is all in my head, that I'm experiencing some kind of prolonged hallucination. Those days are almost a relief. I can go about my routine, interact with people normally, and pretend that the world makes some kind of sense. But then, I'll see another glitch, clear as day, and I'm right back to where I started, questioning everything and everyone. I know I said I wanted to keep it to myself, but I'm writing this now because I need to know if I am truly alone in this. Is anyone else seeing what I'm seeing? Am I tapping into some hidden layer of reality, or am I slowly losing my grip on it? If you're out there, if you've seen people glitch or skip or flicker, let me know. Maybe together we can make sense of this. And if you haven't seen anything like what I'm describing, well, count yourself lucky. But keep your eyes open, because once you start noticing the glitches, you cannot unsee them. Who knows? Maybe the next time you're walking down the street or sitting in a meeting, you'll see someone skip a beat, and you'll know that something is very, very wrong with reality. And, fortunately for you now, you'll know that you're not the only one who can see it.
The 3:17 a.m. Visitor by Jamie L. It started about 3 weeks ago. I had just moved into this old brownstone in the heart of the city. It's a beautiful place, all hardwood floors and high ceilings, with large windows that let in plenty of natural light during the day. At night, though, it's a different story. The shadows seem to stretch and twist in ways that play tricks on your eyes, and the old pipes groan and creak as the building settles. I didn't mind any of that at first. In fact, I found it kind of charming. But then, the footsteps started. The first time it happened, I jolted awake in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. I could have sworn I heard someone walking down the hallway outside my bedroom. The floorboards creaked rhythmically, the sound growing closer and closer to my door. I lay there, frozen in fear, straining my ears to catch any other sound. But as suddenly as they had started, the footsteps stopped. I waited for what felt like hours, barely daring to breathe, but nothing else happened. When morning came, I convinced myself that it had just been a particularly vivid dream.
I went about my day as usual, the incident all but forgotten by the time I went to bed that night. But then it happened again, and again, and again. Every single night, without fail, I would wake up to the sound of those footsteps, always at exactly 3:17 a.m., always starting out at the far end of the hallway and moving toward my bedroom door, always stopping just outside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the building settling, or a neighbor with unusual sleep patterns. But the regularity of it, the precise timing, it was uncanny. I started setting up my phone to record audio while I slept, hoping to catch something concrete. But every morning when I checked the recordings, there was nothing. Just hours of silence. Not even the ambient noise you would expect in an old building. I talked to my neighbors, casually asking if they had noticed any strange noises at night. They all said no, looking at me with a mixture of concern and suspicion. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. One night, about a week into this bizarre routine, I decided that I had had enough. I was going to confront whatever was out there. I lay awake in bed, watching the minutes tick by on my phone. As 3:17 a.m. approached, I felt my whole body tense up. Right on cue, the footsteps began. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and then I threw open my bedroom door. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued, growing louder, as if whatever was making them was walking right through me. I felt a chill run down my spine. The air around me was suddenly cold enough to make my breath visible. And then, just as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The hallway was silent and still once more. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night, or the next really. I spent my days in a fog, jumping at every little sound, dreading the approach of nightfall. I considered moving out, but I had just signed a year-long lease. And besides, what would I tell my landlord? That I was being haunted by phantom footsteps? Right. So I stayed. I endured. Night after night, the same routine. Wake up at 3:17 a.m., listen to the footsteps, try not to go insane. It wasn't until about 2 weeks in that things changed again. I was lying awake, waiting for the now familiar sound, when I noticed something odd. There was a faint glow coming from underneath my bedroom door, as if somebody had turned on a light in the hallway. I got up, moving as quietly as I could, and pressed my ear against the door. The footsteps started right on schedule. But this time, I could hear something else, too. A soft, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. My hand hovered over the doorknob. Part of me was screaming to stay put, to not open that door no matter what. But another part, the part that was desperate for answers, for some kind of resolution to this madness, won out. I turned the knob and pulled the door open. The hallway was bathed in a soft bluish light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And there, right in front of me, was a figure. It was translucent, like a reflection in a foggy mirror, but unmistakably human in shape. It was facing away from me, continued its slow walk down the hallway. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it reached the end of the hall and simply faded away. The light went with it, plunging the hallway back into darkness. I slammed the door shut and scrambled back into bed, pulling the covers over my head like I was a child hiding from the boogeyman. My mind was reeling. I had seen it, actually seen it. Whatever it was that had been haunting my nights for weeks, now it had a visual to go with it. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I spent the day researching the history of my building, desperate for any clue that might explain what I had seen. It turns out the brownstone was built in the 1920s, and over the years it had seen its fair share of tragedy. There were reports of a fire in the 1940s that claimed several lives. In the 1970s, an elderly resident had died, alone in his apartment, and he wasn't discovered for days. More recently, in the early 2000s, a young woman had fallen down the stairs and broken her neck. None of these incidents seemed to match up with what I was experiencing, though. I couldn't find any records of deaths or accidents that had occurred at exactly 3:17 a.m., or any stories of hauntings or paranormal activity in the building. As night fell, I found myself dreading the coming hours more than ever before. Now that I knew there was actually something out there, how could I possibly sleep? But exhaustion eventually won out, and I drifted off sometime around midnight. When I woke up, my heart was racing, and I didn't even have to look at the clock to know what time it was. 3:17 a.m. The footsteps started, same as always, but this time I was ready. I had my phone in hand, camera app open, ready to capture whatever came through that door. The soft blue light appeared, seeping under the door and around its edges. I held my breath, finger hovering over the capture button. The door swung open. The figure was there, just as before, but this time it was facing me. I could make out vague features, the suggestion of eyes, a nose, a mouth. It seemed to be wearing some kind of long coat or robe. I snapped picture after picture, my hands shaking so badly I was sure they would come out blurry. The figure stood there for what felt like an absolute eternity, just looking at me. Or maybe looking through me, I wasn't sure. Then it turned and walked away, fading again into nothingness at the end of the hall. As soon as it was gone, I scrambled to check my phone. My heart sank. Every single picture was completely black. It was like I'd been taking photos with a lens cap on. I slumped back against my headboard, a mix of frustration and fear overtaking me. What was I dealing with here? Why was it happening to me? And most importantly, how could I make it stop? The next day, I reached out to a local paranormal investigation group. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I was at my wit's end. They agreed to come check out my apartment that weekend. The investigators arrived on Saturday evening, loaded down with all sorts of equipment: EMF meters, infrared cameras, audio recorders. They set everything up and we settled in to wait. As 3:17 a.m. approached, I could feel the tension in the room ratcheting up. The lead investigator, a woman named Lydia, sat with her hand poised over a device that looked like a souped-up walkie-talkie. The seconds ticked by. 3:17 a.m. came and went. Nothing happened. We waited for another hour, but the hallway remained stubbornly silent and dark. No footsteps, no figure, no eerie blue light. Just the quiet of a normal night in an old building. The investigators were sympathetic but clearly skeptical. They promised to analyze the recordings, but I could tell from their expressions that they didn't expect to find anything. After they left, I sat on my bed feeling more alone than ever. Had I imagined it all? Was I really losing my mind? But then, as the first rays of dawn began to peek through my window, I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway. I raced to the door and threw it open. The figure was there, clearer than I had ever seen it before. It was a man, middle-aged, with a sad, lost expression on his face. He turned to look at me, and for a moment, our eyes met, and then he spoke. His voice was faint, like a whisper from very far away, but I could just make out the words. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just lost." Before I could respond, he faded away, leaving me standing alone in my doorway, my mind reeling. Since that morning, I haven't seen the man again. The footsteps have stopped. The blue light no longer appears. My nights are quiet and undisturbed, and in a funny way that almost seems abnormal. But I can't stop thinking about those final words. I'm just lost. What did he mean? Was he a spirit trapped between worlds? A fragment of someone's past, endlessly reliving the same moments? I don't have any answers, and I'm not sure I ever will, but I do know that my understanding of the world has been fundamentally changed. There really are things out there that we can't explain, things way beyond our comprehension. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, I find myself lying awake, listening. Not out of fear anymore, but out of a strange sort of hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, I'll hear those footsteps again. Because now I know, whatever or whoever is out there, they're not trying to harm me. They're just looking for a way home. The Bone Circle. I never should have gone camping alone. That's what everyone tells you, right? Always bring a buddy, safety in numbers, all that stuff. But I didn't listen. I thought I knew better. I was wrong. It started as a way to clear my head. Work had been rough. My girlfriend and I had just broken up, and I needed to get away from it all. So I packed up my gear, drove out to the state park, and hiked deep into the woods. I wanted solitude, and I got it, just not in the way I expected. I found a nice spot by a small stream, far off the main trail. It was perfect, quiet, secluded, with a little clearing just big enough for my tent. I set up camp, got my fire going, and then I just spent the evening watching the flames and listening to the forest sounds around me. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. As night fell, I crawled into my tent and fell asleep to the sound of the stream gurgling nearby. I slept deeply, better than I had in weeks, until I woke up. At first, I wasn't even sure what had disturbed me. The forest was quiet. Too quiet, actually. No birds, no insects. Not even the sound of the stream anymore. Just silence. I lay there for a moment, straining my ears. Nothing. The silence was oppressive, almost tangible. It pressed against my eardrums, making them ache. That's when I noticed the smell, musty, earthy, with an underlying hint of decay. It wasn't strong, but it was definitely there, and it wasn't a normal forest smell. I sat up slowly, my heart starting to beat a little bit faster. Something was very wrong. I could feel it in my gut. I unzipped the tent flap and peeked outside. And that's when I saw the bones. Hundreds of tiny bones, gleaming white in the early morning light, arranged in a perfect circle around my tent. They formed an unbroken line, each bone carefully placed to touch the next. The circle was about 3 feet out from my tent on all sides. I stared at the bones, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. They were small, Mouse bones, maybe, or squirrel. Some larger ones could have been from rabbits, but there were so many of them. And that circle, it was too perfect, too deliberate. I looked around the clearing, half expecting to see some demented person watching me from the trees, but there was nothing. Just the silent forest and that damn circle of bones. I grabbed my phone, thinking I should call someone, the park rangers maybe. But of course there was no signal. I was miles from the nearest tower. I sat there for a long time, just staring at the bones. Part of me wanted to run, to pack up my stuff and get the hell out of there. But another part of me was afraid to even step outside of the tent, as if crossing that line of bones would trigger something. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something. I reached out, and I picked up one of the bones, a small, delicate thing that might have been a bird's leg bone. As soon as my fingers touched it, the silence broke. A chorus of whispers erupted from the forest around me, too quiet to make out words, but clearly voices. I dropped the bone and scrambled back into my tent. I was completely freaked out. The whispers continued for a few seconds, then faded away. The forest fell silent again. I don't know how long I sat there, my back pressed against the far side of the tent, staring at the open flap. Hours, maybe. The sun climbed higher in the sky, but I didn't move. I kept telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe some animal had dragged the bones there. Maybe it was a prank by other campers. But deep down, I knew better. No animal could have made that perfect circle. And I hadn't seen any sign of other people for miles. As the day wore on, thirst and hunger finally forced me to move. I had a water bottle and some granola bars in the tent with me. I ate and drank mechanically, never taking my eyes off the open tent flap and the line of bones beyond. I thought about trying to wait it out. Surely somebody would come looking for me eventually, right? I was supposed to check out of the campground in 2 days. If I didn't show up, they'd send someone to find me, surely. But 2 days seemed like an eternity all of a sudden, and who knew what might happen before then? No, I had to get out of here. Now. I packed up my stuff as quickly and quietly as I could, shoving everything haphazardly into my backpack. Then I stood at the tent entrance, staring at that line of bones. I had to cross it. There was no other way out. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. And then, before I could talk myself out of it, I stepped over the line. Nothing happened. I let out a shaky laugh, realizing that I'd been holding my breath. See? I told myself. It's nothing. Just bones. Just a weird coincidence or a stupid prank. I started breaking down the tent, my movements becoming more confident as nothing continued to happen. I was just rolling up the tent when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The bones were gone. Not all of them, though, just the ones in front of me, where I had stepped over the line. There was a gap there now, maybe 3 feet wide. The rest of the circle was intact. I spun around looking for the missing bones. Had an animal dragged them away while I was packing? But there was no sign of them anywhere. No footprints. Nothing. I turned back to the circle, and my heart nearly stopped again. The gap was gone. The circle was complete again, with no sign it had ever been broken. I stumbled back, my foot catching on the tent. I went down hard, the breath knocked out of me. As I lay there, gasping, the whispers started again, louder this time, closer. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't even bother with the tent or the last few pieces of gear. I just ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs were on fire, my legs felt like lead, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Because I could hear something behind me. Not footsteps, exactly. More like scuttling. Like thousands of tiny legs skittering over leaves and branches. And the whispers. Always the whispers. I broke through a line of trees and found myself on the main trail. I turned left, hoping it was the direction back to the campground, and kept running. The sound behind me was getting louder, closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder. I wish I hadn't. This is going to sound insane, and I don't even blame you if you don't believe me. But I swear on everything that this is what I saw. A wave of bones was flowing down the trail behind me. Thousands upon thousands of them, rolling and tumbling over each other like a bizarre bony tide. They moved with purpose, with intelligence, hunting me. I told you, I know how it sounds. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life. My vision narrowed to the trail in front of me. My world shrank to the pounding of my heart, the burning in my lungs, and the terrible skittering, clattering behind me. I don't know how I made it back to the campground. Luck, maybe, or maybe whatever was chasing me was just toying with me. All I know is that I suddenly burst out of the trees into the parking lot. My car was there, right where I'd left it. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door unlocked. I threw myself inside and slammed the door, just as the wave of bones burst out of the forest. They washed over my car like a flood. I could hear them clattering against the metal, scratching at the windows. The whispers were deafening now, drowning out even the sound of my own panicked breathing. I started the car, and I floored it. Bones crunched under my tires as I tore out of the parking lot. I didn't slow down until I hit the highway, and even then I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a tide of bones flowing down the road behind me. But they must have had a boundary or something, because there was nothing. Just an empty highway stretching out behind me. I drove straight home, walked into my apartment, and locked the door. And then I sank to the floor and started shaking. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe hours. That was 3 days ago. I haven't left my apartment since. I called in sick to work, told them I got food poisoning or something. I keep replaying it all in my head, trying to make sense of it. But I can't. It doesn't make sense. It's impossible. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what chased me. I haven't slept much. Every time I close my eyes, I see that circle of bones. I hear those whispers. Sometimes, I swear I can hear a faint skittering sound, like tiny bones rolling across my floor. But when I look, there's nothing there. I don't know what to do. I can't tell anyone that I know. They'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I am crazy. Maybe I just hallucinated the whole thing, stress-induced psychosis or something. But then I look at my arms, all the cuts and scratches from my mad run through the forest, and the scratches on my car from the bones. They're real. It happened, all of it. I'm writing this all down partly to get it out of my head, and partly because I don't know what else to do. I feel like I need to warn people, but who's gonna believe me? Beware the bones that encircle you and chase you through the forest? Yeah. I guess I'll just tell it here. Maybe someone out there has seen something similar. Maybe somebody can tell me that I'm not going crazy. Or maybe this is all just part of the madness. Maybe I'm sitting in a padded room somewhere, hallucinating all of this. God, I almost hope that's true. Because the alternative is that there's something out there in the woods. Something old. Something that can control bones. That can whisper secrets too terrible for human ears. Something that's now awake and aware of me. I keep thinking about those bones. Where did they come from? How many animals had to die to create that circle? Did some unseen force just gather every bone from the forest that ever was and encircle me? I don't know. I mean, how long had whatever it was been collecting them, arranging them, waiting for someone to stumble into its trap? And what would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did? Would I have become part of that circle? My bones laid out with all the others? I don't have any answers. All I have are questions and fear. Fear of the dark. Fear of the whispers I sometimes think I hear on the edge of sleep. Fear of the scratching sounds that may or may not be coming from inside my walls. Fear that one night I'll wake up to find my bed surrounded by a perfect circle of bones. If you're reading this, please be careful out there. Don't go into the woods alone. Don't dismiss strange sounds or smells. And if you wake up to find something odd, just run. Run and don't look back, because it might already be too late.